this really was. Tomioka Giyu lowered his gaze and met Tanjiro's eyes. In his arms, he saw the girl he was protecting, his younger sister, Nezuko, and the bamboo tube in her mouth. That bamboo tube looked oddly familiar. Only then did Tomioka Giyu finally realize it. Weren't these siblings the ones from Mount Kumatori all those years ago? You are. A sudden rush of wind cut through the air. Tomioka Giyu looked up, drew his blade in a single motion, and deflected the incoming strike. Shinobu Kocho was sent bouncing back. Shinobu Kocho blinked in surprise. She had come over after distributing antidotes to the lower-ranked swordsmen, only to find Tomioka Giyu standing there, staring blankly at the human and the demon, as if lost in thought. She had assumed his usual airheadedness had kicked in again. Tomioka-san, this really won't do. So she rushed in to save him, but, to her surprise, he actually parried her blade. Why are you interfering, Tomioka-san? Shinobu Kocho landed lightly, spinning once before stopping and turning back with her signature smile. You yourself said demons and humans cannot coexist peacefully. And yet, what are you doing now? If you keep this up, you'll be disliked by everyone you know. So please, Tomioka-san, step aside. Her thrusts seemed to become even faster. Tomioka Giyu was thinking exactly that, but what came out of his mouth had nothing to do with it. I am not disliked. The moment he said it, both Tanjiro and Shinobu fell into silence. Tanjiro was stunned. He really just said that in front of people. Shinobu was also stunned. I see. I apologize. It seems I spoke carelessly, without realizing you were aware of it. Then, she paused. She might have gone too far just now. Tomioka Giyu looked thoroughly wounded, and Tanjiro turned to stare at him blankly. Is that something you can just say directly to someone's face? Shinobu quietly changed the subject. Little boy. Yes. Tanjiro jolted. You're protecting a demon, aren't you? Please, step away from it. It's dangerous. Nasha's my sister, so, oh my, I see. How tragic. Then, I shall kill her gently, with a poison that causes no pain. She said the most cruel words, with the gentlest smile. Tanjiro froze, completely unsure what to do. He had no strength left to stop her. What now? Was Nezuko really going to die? Fortunately, Tomioka Giyu's ability to organize words finally activated. Shinobu, he said, calmly. The flame pillar can turn her back into a human. Flame pillar. The swordsman, with phoenix markings on his face. Takitosen. Shinobu blinked. She had never heard of anyone capable of turning a demon back into a human. Really? But that alone wasn't enough to stop her. Even so, Takitosen is rarely at headquarters, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Finding him is difficult. What if the demon harms someone in the meantime? She still did not intend to let the demon go. The problem was they didn't know that the flame pillar was already on this very mountain, not far away. Tomioka Giyu turned to Tanjiro. Run. Even if you can't move anyway. Take your sister and find the man with golden phoenix markings on his face. Thank you, Tomioka-san. I'm sorry. Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko, forced himself into a sprint. The man with phoenix markings, wasn't he on this very mountain? Would he even be able to find him? Shinobu tilted her head. That counts as breaking the rules, doesn't it? Tomioka-san, you're impressive. The conflict escalated further. Halfway through his escape, Tanjiro was intercepted by Shinobu's disciple, Kanao Tsuyori, who struck him unconscious with a kick. Kanao then went after Nezuko. Nezuko shrank her body and frantically dodged, and just as Tokido Rie finally emerged from a low bush nearby, he witnessed something astonishing. Tomioka Giyu had Shinobu Kocho's petite body pinned under his arm, while his other hand restrained her wrist, holding the blade, preventing her from pursuing Tanjiro and Nezuko. What in the world kind of position is that? You too. Tokido Reidi tapped his staff lightly. They both noticed him, but neither showed any intention of changing position. Both of them, however, looked mildly surprised. Takitosen, you're here, Shinobu said, with a blink. Tomioka Giyu seemed about to speak, but was interrupted. Giyu, let her go. What even is this behavior? Acting like this toward a woman will get you hated. Tokido Rei believed this to be a universal truth. Tomioka Giyu silently released her. Shinobu's vein twitched visibly as she turned toward Tokido Resi. Tokitosen, did you come here under orders? No, I heard from a passing crow that several people were getting trapped here, so I came to check. I see. The vein in her forehead finally subsided, and Shinobu returned to her usual gentle smile. Tokitosen, I heard from Tomioka-san that you can turn demons back into humans. Tokido Rei glanced at Tomioka Giyu. Giyu still looked as blank as ever. So he really did say it, huh? Tokido Rei facepalmed inwardly. It wasn't a secret, but that item was truly a pity. If you're referring to the girl with the scar on her head, I do know about her. Her younger sister became a demon. It's possible to turn her back into a human. Another special item, gone. How heartbreaking. Player, I've been wanting to ask you something. The system raised its hand in his mind. Why don't you just use the special item to deal with Muzan Kibutsuji directly? Even with the level gap, you could seriously injure him, couldn't you? That LV-999 coward has too many survival tricks. I'm afraid I'd accidentally evolve him into something with laser eyes. Tokido Rei replied with perfect logic, but the system still felt something was off. Would he really tell you he forgot? Would he really admit he just wanted to play through the story? Of course not. The conversation between Tokido Rei and the system was completely inaudible to Shinobu Kocho. Her attention was entirely fixed on Tokido Rei's earlier statement about turning demons back into humans. Could it really be possible? Demons can really be turned back into humans. There are some secret techniques in this country that are not passed down publicly that can achieve that. Though the conditions are quite strict, Tokido Rei heard the flapping of a crow's wings nearby and turned his head. The master is already aware of this matter, so you don't need to. A message has arrived. The crow flapped its wings furiously, arriving in an instant. Arrest Kamado Tanjiro and Nezuko Kamado immediately. Escort them back to headquarters at once. It was an order directly from the master. He did not know Tokido Rei was present here. Presumably, it was issued to protect Tanjiro and Nezuko. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive the pursuit of the pillars. You heard it. Tokido Rei looked at Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu returned her blade to its scabbard. Very well. Since this is the master's order, naturally, she would not argue further. Tokido Rei smiled faintly. Go back then. Since the master himself has spoken, there's no need for you to keep pressing the matter. Still, the master certainly had courage. Although Nezuko had broken free from LV-999's control on her own, he still dared to bring her to the main estate. That level of resolve was not something that coward could ever compare to. However, Tokido Rei could already guess it. The pillars held differing attitudes toward Nezuko. But apart from Tomioka Giyu, the rest would almost certainly favor execution. After all, they all bore deep grudges against demons. It could not be helped. So why not just turn Nezuko back into a human? It would solve everything so simply. Right, system? You're absolutely right. The system responded, utterly speechless. They returned soon after. However, thinking that these two people beside him would become the main force in the future battle against DFMA, Tokido Rei felt it necessary to assess their combat capabilities. Shinobu, how is your thrusting speed now? He suddenly asked, leaving Shinobu Kocho momentarily stunned. Tomioka Giyu, recalling the sensation from when he had just intercepted her attack, answered on her behalf. Much faster, at least 5 times faster than before. Ah, I see. Tokido Rei recalled the system's intelligence. My plan is to deal with Upper Moon 2 in half a year, he said thoughtfully, looking up at the sky. Shinobu blinked. You think I'm still not strong enough? You are. Tokido replied without hesitation. Since I said I would bring you along, then I will make it happen. Don't worry. Carrying teammates in game, she could do it. He was excellent at it. He could even carry 4 bronze-ranked players as if he were in the highest tier. Keep improving your speed. If you can accelerate, further do it. Leave the rest to me. Shinobu blinked, then smiled gently. Then I'll trust you, Tokito-san. Tokido Rei nodded, already deep in thought. A coordinated team effort would be required to take down Upper Moon 2. But this time, he was planning an ambush. Preparation had to be perfect. To deal with a demon like Ditima Samanon, who treated everything like entertainment, the first step was simple. Break his composure. More intelligence was needed. His plan was to eliminate Ditima in half a year for a simple reason. According to the system's intelligence, Damakama also held another identity, the founder of the Eternal Paradise Faith. This was something he had possessed even when he was still human. That cult was not particularly large, numbering around 250 followers, but every single one of them was a fanatic. In half a year, this so-called Eternal Paradise Faith would begin a small-scale promotional event. Honestly, In modern times it would have been shut down immediately, but, unfortunately, this was an era with poor communication infrastructure, combined with Dapima's deliberate concealment. The Demon Slayer Corps had yet to notice it. Even the former flower, Hashira, Kanani, Kocho, had sensed something unusual, but was unable to relay the information in time. So it seemed the system really was quite useful. The system, having been praised, yet feeling no joy whatsoever. I'll go check on Tanjiro. If he remembered correctly, the system had said the boy's jaw had taken quite a hit. By the way, I'll give you a piece of future information. Kanao Suyurathai, disciple of the insect Hashira, will eventually become Tanjiro Kamado's wife. If he remembered correctly, the girl who had been chasing Tanjiro and Nezuko around earlier was Kanao Suyuri. So what would that be called? Domestic violence. Shinobu Kocho reminded him. Although I don't know how you intend to turn that demon girl back into a human, you should still be careful. After all, you are effectively shielding a demon. Violating the core rules could result in punishment. Tokido Riai suddenly felt his mood darken. He wanted to lose his temper for no reason at all, but he couldn't. He had to hold it in. He was composed. He could not act out recklessly. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Besides, do you even know who I am? He did not say the words, as they would have been quite offensive. Tokido Rei left the sentence unfinished and walked ahead to check on Tanjiro's condition. The boy was in a truly miserable state.
Yi found himself unusually irritable today. He inquired within his mind's artificial intelligence about the cause of his mood. The AI responded, "Player, there is no need to worry. Everyone experiences a few such days each month." Yi muttered, "All right, you artificial fool. You little fool," the system retorted bluntly. "Come on, let us hurt each other." Yi sighed. Sometimes, people simply become irritable without reason. After returning to headquarters, Yi hurriedly flew back to his residence to bathe and freshen up. Presenting oneself cleanly before one's superior is a mark of respect. By the time he finished, dawn had fully broken. He then proceeded to the main residence. Upon entering, he immediately saw his comrades, the pillars, gathered together, all staring intently at Tanjiro lying on the ground. Was this child really that handsome? The sound of a cane striking the floor drew their attention. The first to turn and greet him was Kaijiro Rengoku, the flame pillar. Wind pillar, you've returned as well. Has it been long? If memory served, Yi had actually only come back once before, about 10 chapters ago. What kind of interdimensional communication is this? The system was utterly baffled. Yes, there are some matters to attend to, Yi said, approaching and lowering his gaze to Tanjiro. He hadn't noticed before, but this boy had grown significantly taller since the last time he saw him. That previous time, he had been observing him before Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps, during Yi's stay there. The two logistics personnel standing behind him were breaking out in cold sweat. "Hey, get up quickly," one of them called out, summoning courage. Yi checked his watch. It was not too late to wake him now. After all, the Lord would be arriving soon. Carefully, he helped Tanjiro to his feet and had the logistics personnel give him some water. Tanjiro choked slightly but gradually regained consciousness. Yi paid no mind to the choking. He simply forced the water down, confident that as the protagonist, Tanjiro would not perish from a little water, though his chin probably still hurt quite a bit. Yi turned to Shinobu Kocho. "Do you have any painkillers?" Shinobu produced some medicine from her Haori and handed it over. Silently, Yi slipped the painkillers into Tanjiro's mouth, then made him swallow the water. He still needed to speak soon. It would be unfortunate if pain rendered him speechless. Even a condemned criminal is given a chance to defend himself. Surely Tanjiro would not be sentenced to death without a word, even if he was accompanied by demons. Soon enough, after the loud encouragement from the logistics personnel and the refreshing relief of the medicine and water, Tanjiro finally regained full awareness. Yi had been supporting him to prevent him from choking, but once he saw Tanjiro was awake, he withdrew his hands decisively. Tanjiro, caught off guard and unsteady, collapsed again, his head striking the ground with a solid thud. Yi was momentarily stunned. Regardless of whether Tanjiro's head hurt, the impact gave him the strange impression that it was not Tanjiro's head he should ask about, but rather the floor. "Are you fully awake now?" Yi asked casually. At this moment, even if Tanjiro were still dazed, Yi's sharp words would surely jolt him to full alertness. "Don't be rude. This is in front of the pillars." One of the logistics personnel snapped irritably. Yi felt another wave of irritation. "All right, you two leave for now. I'll call you when needed." These two respected and feared the pillars, so sending them away was a way to let them relax a bit. Relieved, The two logistics personnel saluted and hurried downstairs. Shinobu Kocho smiled and said, "Ah, it seems Mr. Shi is in a rather foul mood today," her tone tinged with impatience. "Is that so?" Shi forced a smile. He himself didn't know why, but today he simply felt out of sorts. "Could it be because you didn't sleep well?" The system guessed quietly. "Perhaps it's due to the consumption of a special item," Shi speculated. Having to expend the last of his special items vexed him greatly. He needed to divert his attention. "Although I have a way to resolve it, I still want to hear what you all think." His mind suddenly flickered, and he glanced at his current comrades. Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka had not informed the other pillars that Shi could revert demons back to humans. In their view, the fewer who knew of this, the better, or it should be announced by the Lord himself. But as for the other pillars' attitudes, Shi had long anticipated them. Yet hearing them speak directly still felt unpleasant. There's really no need for a trial. Protecting demons is a violation of the core rules. Let a few of us handle it. As long as they are demons, beheading is the answer. Kaijuro was spirited, but what he said was indeed disheartening. "Understandable," the sound pillar chimed in. "If that's the case, then let us spectacularly chop off the head, so you can witness the most magnificent spray of crimson blood. Truly, truly magnificent." The love pillar blinked. "Are we really going to kill such an adorable child? It's so sad." The stone pillar, Jiomiai Himejima, continued to weep. "Poor child, born into this world as a mistake. What if this only made Shi's irritation worse?" Their attitudes were understandable, but for some reason, hearing the word kill today made him deeply uneasy. He pressed his temples, trying to calm himself. Looking up, he noticed Ju Tomioka standing silently at a distance, neither speaking nor looking this way. Shi glanced between the group discussing killing and the quietly standing Ju. He chose to approach the water pillar and speak with him. "Ju, don't isolate yourself from the group. Didn't you see them last time?" Ju shook his head. "I still feel never mind, don't say anything. I understand." Shi quickly interrupted, having learned from a nearby translator what Ju was about to say, to prevent him from offending anyone. Ju looked puzzled. "Understand what?" he asked. Though somewhat airhead and simple, Ju could sense that Shi's aura was off today. "You're angry," Ju stated plainly. Shi's smile froze completely. "Is it impolite to be smiling now?" "Yes, your mood isn't very good," Ju said. Shi sighed. "I don't know why, but hearing the word kill today just makes me feel awful. Maybe it's an unlucky day, and bloodshed is taboo." Ju looked at him. "Are you upset because of Nezuko and Tanjiro?" "That's understandable. Meaning it was reasonable for them to want to kill demons. I can understand. It must be something else. All right, let us not mention it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I really don't understand why. Putting that aside, how should they deal with Ju?" A cold sensation crept over Shi's back. He pressed his forehead. He knew who it was. The serpent pillar, Abanai Iguro. He had little interaction with this man, mainly because he was somewhat afraid of snakes. And the serpent pillar always carried a snake with him. Abanai liked to stay up in the trees, much like a snake. His relationship with Ju was extremely poor, as he openly disliked him. This was why he got along well with Sanemi Shinazugawa. "Looks like you haven't been able to restrain him. It gives me a headache just watching. I heard from Shinobu that Ju also violated core rules. How should he be disciplined? How should he bear full responsibility? What punishment should he receive?" Shi pressed his temples again to steady himself. These people, when they spoke, it sounded as if they were demanding he commit ritual suicide right then and there. Although he was aware that Abanai Iguro did not truly intend to coerce Ju Tomioka, after all, Hashira-class swordsmen were not to be taken lightly. His manner of speaking inevitably left a certain discomfort. Moreover, by his own account, Shirori was technically in violation of the squad regulations. This was intolerable. His temper was truly rising. "Then, by your logic, I too am breaking the squad rules, am I not? So tell me, would it be better if I returned the Nichiren blade and the uniform, purchased a ship ticket, and left immediately? Or would it be preferable for me to be beheaded right here by you all?" Shirori's tone was unmistakably irritable. The comrades nearby were momentarily taken aback. The Wind Hashira rarely met with them, and this was the first time they had witnessed him lose his temper. For a moment the atmosphere froze. Shinobu Kocho interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "Enough." He came along obediently. "We can discuss the punishment later. More importantly, I have some questions for this young demon slayer." "Rather than your questions, I shall state my solution directly." Shirori rudely interrupted Shinobu before she could continue. His temper was particularly volatile today. He wanted to resolve matters swiftly and depart, lest his vexation deepen. Ignoring the bulging veins on Shinobu's forehead, Shirori approached Tanjiro, casually retrieving the small box from his concealed hands, the tiny house for Nezuko, and placed it by his side, so that no impulsive Hashira would recklessly strike it down with a single blow. Then, he fixed his gaze upon Tanjiro. "Are you able to speak?" Tanjiro struggled to lift his head. "You are? The one with the phoenix mark on your face?" Barely able to think, Tanjiro immediately bowed his head. Could you please turn my sister back into a human?" Shirori's eyes brimmed with perplexity. "You." Tanjiro dared not raise his gaze. His only hope was that this man before him could restore his sister's humanity. The atmosphere grew even more strained. Shirori sensed that, in that instant, all eyes were upon him. A chill ran down his spine. Though he had long known from the system that Tanjiro sought his aid, the formalities still had to be observed. Yet, the tension was unbearably awkward. It made him all the more irritable. "Sir?" Tanjiro cautiously lifted his head after a long silence. Shirori blinked, unconsciously tapping his cane against the ground. "I do possess the means to accomplish this, but how did you come to know of it?" Before Tanjiro could answer, Shirori sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. He raised his hand, swinging his cane horizontally to block Sanemi Shinazugawa, who had appeared without warning and was attempting to seize the small box. "Wind Hashira? What are you trying to do?" Shirori glanced back briefly before looking away, wincing inwardly. Last time, Sanemi hadn't T-borne so many wounds. "Sanemi, has no one ever told you that with your current appearance? You'd be easily mistaken for a villain in a stereotypical drama?" Sanemi looked at Shirori, then at Tanjiro. "So this guy is the idiot demon slayer carrying a demon with him? What exactly are you all trying to do?" Shirori gripped his cane with white-knuckled intensity. No, today he was truly furious. Why? Was it a memory resurfacing? Or some impending event? The system whispered quietly. "Calm down, player. Do not let Muzan Kibutsuji's emotions affect you." Muzan Kibutsuji. Right, he had placed a talisman on Muzan, which only functioned for eavesdropping. But sometimes when level 999's emotions flared excessively, it would influence him through the talisman. Level 999 is something amiss? "Hey, Wind Hashira, say something." Sanemi grew impatient after waiting a long while for a response. His impatience only increased Shirori's own. However, Shinobu noticed Shirori's near-breaking temper and quickly spoke. "Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Shirori is currently explaining his solution." "Solution?" Sanemi's face contorted fiercely. "Don't joke around. Demons must be slain." Crack. With a forceful motion, Shirori drove his cane into the hardened ground, producing a sound like the earth splitting. "System. The earth thanks you for your efforts." Though his body was reinforced by the system's enhancements, today's outburst was indeed an extreme display of his volatile temper. His comrades flinched. "Oh, Mr. Shirori seems angry. How handsome." The love Hashira's mind was clearly elsewhere. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. After all, Shirori's posture suggested he was about to strike Sanemi with his cane, causing some concern. "Lord Master is arriving soon," Ju Tomioka suddenly called from behind. Shirori snapped out of his reverie. Earlier, curiosity had drawn him to observe Muzan Kibutsuji, whose emotions were uncontrollably turbulent. Unwittingly, Shirori had been drawn into the emotional maelstrom himself. Ju's call was a lifeline, pulling him from the vortex of his own agitation. Truly, Shirori pressed his hand to his temple, calming his nerves. Shinobu, somewhat worried, asked, "Did something happen? Your mood is quite abnormal today." Shirori, dazed, replied, "It's not unusual. Everyone has those days once a month." At those words, silence fell, broken only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Tanjiro's expression stiffened. Once a month. Those days? Although an earnest youth, he was no innocent who understood nothing. Nor were the Hashira before him. Abanai Iguro, perched in a tree, nearly toppled over. Even the mist Hashira found his attention drawn to Shirori. Thus, the current situation was, the male comrades, wide-eyed, huh? Did we hear that correctly? What, once a month? Those days? The love Hashira, quietly chuckling. Mr. Shirori's stunned silence after misspeaking is absolutely adorable. The insect Hashira, veins bulging. Mr. Shirori, perhaps you should review what you just said? The system in his mind exploded with fireworks. "Ah, player, watch your language." And then there was a dazed Shirori, who felt he had just embarrassed himself across an entire galaxy. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Sanemi had momentarily forgotten the demon issue, staring at Shirori, unsure of what to say. Leaves silently drifted and returned. The room was so still it seemed as though no one existed. "Is there No one going to speak? Thankfully, the Lord Master arrived just in time to rescue them. A young girl's voice suddenly echoed within the room. The Lord Master has arrived. The sliding shoji doors of the tatami room were abruptly pulled open, and a figure stepped forward with measured grace. You have come, my beloved children. Shirori silently stepped back to the edge, raising his hands in a respectful bow. What had just transpired was as if it never happened. No one noticed, no one remembered, quickly to be forgotten. Tanjiro stared in awe at the legendary head of the Demon Slayer Corps. Such a gentle voice. Then, he was suddenly pressed face down onto the floor by Sanemi. Upon opening his eyes, Tanjiro was astonished to see everyone kneeling on one knee before the Lord Master, save for the Wind Hashira, who bowed respectfully. Good morning, everyone. The weather is quite pleasant today. The daughters stepped forward to support their father. Yoriichi smiled warmly and greeted them. I am truly gratified that all of you could gather here for the semi-annual Hashira meeting. His gaze shifted toward Shirori. Shirori, you have returned as well. Since becoming a Hashira, Shirori had often come to the Lord's residence to report intelligence, but seldom attended Hashira meetings. Shirori smiled faintly, bowed again, then lowered his hands. I am pleased to see you in good health, Lord Master. How is your condition? If there is any discomfort, please do not hesitate to inform me. After all, he was the one who had divided the curse of the Ubuyashiki family and thus bore responsibility for the Lord Master's well-being. Supported by his daughters, Yoriichi settled onto a seat. Though the curse remains unlifted, it has greatly improved. Thank you, Shirori. It is but my duty. Alleviating the burdens of one's lord is of paramount importance. It is an obligation that must be fulfilled. The other Hashira were also aware that Takedo Machiro had employed certain means to significantly retard the spread of the curse afflicting their esteemed master. Although Kenroji Mitsuri still felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting, I too wish to greet our lord personally. Sanemi Shinazugawa appeared somewhat displeased. Pardon my frankness, but before the Hashira meeting commences, may I be permitted to inquire about the status of the demon-slaying swordsman, Tanjiro Kamado? His words were coherent and precise, leaving Takedo Machiro visibly astonished. Tanjiro himself was taken aback, though a restlessness churned within him. Facing Sanemi's question, Kaijiro Rengoku responded, My apologies for not informing you sooner. I have known about this matter for quite some time. Machiro, proceed as you see fit. All eyes turned simultaneously toward Takedo Machiro. With his hands folded behind his back, he shifted his cane and replied, Understood. Stepping forward, he tapped on the box. I am aware that some among you have pledged your very lives as surety for her, and I comprehend your hatred toward demons. It is no surprise that you wish to slay her. As he spoke, Machiro raised his right hand, from which a ball of flame erupted. But all of this is ultimately predicated on the fact that Nezuko is a demon. If that is so, would it not be better to restore her to humanity? Shinobu Kocho tilted her head with a smile, remarking, If Mr. Takedo can accomplish that, I have nothing further to say. Kaijiro Rengoku blinked his large, owl-like eyes. Turning a demon back into a human? That is truly unprecedented. Flame Hashira, can you genuinely achieve this? Tengen Yuzui adjusted his jeweled headband. That would indeed be a magnificent ability. Jiomiai Himejima continued to weep. If it is truly possible, that would be most welcome news. Mitsuri Kenroji remained flushed. Is this really true? How wonderful. Neither Sanemi nor Abanai Iguro voiced their opinions, but it was clear they tacitly consented. Ju Tomioka's gaze drifted aside. He was among those who had pledged their lives for her. For reasons unknown, he seemed somewhat uneasy. Takedo, please do not reveal this to Sabito and the others. Sabito would surely be furious if he learned of it. Had Takedo Machiro been able to hear Ju's thoughts, he would have assured him, excellent idea. Tomorrow, I shall visit Mount Sagiri to inform Sabito and Makomo. Seeing no objections raised, Takedo finally lowered his gaze to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, yes. Sanemi released his grip on Tanjiro's arm, allowing him to lift his head and respond. Upon hearing Takedo's voice, Tanjiro sprang to his feet and answered loudly. He noticed that half of Takedo's face was illuminated by the flames burning in his hand, and even the golden phoenix emblem seemed to glow. What I hold is the phoenix flame. Though its name is rather modest, it remains the only method currently capable of reverting your sister to human form. Tanjiro's eyes shifted to the fire, as if flames themselves blazed within. That is, the means to restore Nezuko's humanity. Suddenly, Takedo's voice thundered in his ears. If a demon has never consumed human flesh, the flames can restore him to human form. However, if he has ever eaten human flesh, no matter the circumstances, the flames will reduce him to ashes. Takedo locked eyes with Tanjiro. Be truthful with me. Has she ever eaten human flesh? Tanjiro's gaze was resolute. Nezuko has never eaten human flesh. I guarantee it. Takedo approached Nezuko's box. Demons fear sunlight, so he needed to find another place for her to emerge. He pondered briefly, then suddenly turned to fix Tanjiro with a stern gaze. One last time, are you absolutely certain she has never eaten human flesh? Yes. Tanjiro's tone remained unwavering. Very well. Takedo lifted Nezuko's small dwelling. Your family has shown me kindness. I shall repay the favor. But whether she lives or dies henceforth depends on whether she has truly consumed human flesh. Having spoken these words, Takedo turned to Kaijuro. My lord, forgive my rudeness. When their lord nodded, Takedo carried the box to the shadows of the room and opened its door. Nezuko poked out her small head and reached out her hand. Takedo extended his right hand, ablaze with fire, toward her, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Nezuko tilted her head. Sensing no malice from the human before her, she glanced toward her brother, who appeared deeply concerned. Following her gaze, Takedo said, Tanjiro, you speak to her. Yes. Tanjiro grasped the edge of the wooden corridor and encouraged his sister, Nezuko, listen to the flame Hashira. Nezuko. Nezuko blinked her wide, round eyes, staring at the flames in Takedo's hand. Fire? This person wants her to reach out? Her brother is asking her to comply? He would not harm her, this she believed. She extended her hand, placing it over the fire held by the young man. In an instant, the flames engulfed the entire scene. Nezuko closed her eyes in discomfort, veins bulging on her forehead. Yet the flames did not harm her body. You obviously know she has not eaten human flesh, so why scare Tanjiro like this? The system whispered softly. Takedo focused intently on Nezuko's transformation, tempering the flames to ease her discomfort. Then, distracted, he answered the system's question. Have you forgotten I must be drawn into the manga outside? Of course, I must be meticulous. I must maintain my dignity and remain impressive. I cannot afford to lose face. The system ceased its inquiry and turned to observe Nezuko. It is quite wonderful that Nezuko can return to being human. The system suddenly sighed, though it endeavored to change the subject. Yet Takedo found himself pondering a question. How exactly have you arranged things? Having never read this manga, and having been thwarted by that troublesome company when he wished to, he had no knowledge of the plot. But since Nezuko had become a demon and was constantly accompanying Tanjiro, it made no sense for her to remain confined to her small box. There must be significant plot developments involving her. Takedo considered and inquired further. You said from the outset you would preserve the blood demon art. No need for me to repeat that. But demons possess more than just blood demon arts. They have infinite regeneration and physical prowess far surpassing humans. So what is to become of Nezuko's storyline? The system replied, why would he ask such a question? Has his clever mind malfunctioned once more? Player, do you realize why you are here? Was such a question even necessary? Takedo responded, I believe I am beginning to understand. To save lives and also perform combat scenes for another character. So the Phoenix Flame, this special tool, is not meant to confront the Demon King, but rather to facilitate a favor owed? Be grateful. There was a time when we had men playing the heroine's entire role. Having you merely substitute in fight scenes is already quite humane. That does make sense. Enough. No more talking with this little fool. Focus on Nezuko. Within the flames, Nezuko's eyes were wide and round, as if recalling something long forgotten. A gentle mother, lively little brothers and sisters, and, of course, her brother. She slowly closed her eyes. On that fateful night, a man wearing a white hat, noble in bearing, arrived at their home, bringing with him a nightmare they would never forget. Nezuko sat on the porch with her youngest brother, Rokuta. The terrifying man's hand transformed into a barbed whip and attacked them. Taken completely by surprise, she had only enough time to shield her brother, but it was to no avail. She collapsed to the ground holding him. The man appeared to inject something into her body. Just a little blood, and he died instantly? How useless. Creating a demon capable of withstanding sunlight is truly no easy task. Their mother rushed out to protect them but was struck down, blood splattering her face. Then, she became oblivious to everything. After transforming into a demon, she witnessed the black-haired gentleman who was supposed to slay her sparing her life. She saw grandfather Urokodaki, who, despite wearing a fierce mask, gently caressing her head with kindness. She saw Zenitsu, with his golden hair, picking flowers for her. She saw Inosuke, donning a boar's head, sharing acorns with her. Her grip tightened increasingly. Takedo Michiro sensed Nezuko's self-awareness beginning to resurface and reached out to help remove the bamboo muzzle from her mouth. Softly, he uttered, "Little girl, awaken." Nezuko's eyes suddenly flew open. They were no longer the terrifying demon eyes. I am Nezuko Kamadu. My mother, my younger brother, were killed by demons. Success. Upon hearing Nezuko's voice, Takedo Muchiro withdrew his hand, stood up, and waited for the flames to slowly subside. Eventually, the phoenix flames completed their purification, and Nezuko fully reverted to human form. Tanjiro was both anxious and exhilarated. He glanced toward the Lord standing nearby. "My lord." The Lord cast him a glance and nodded. "Go ahead." Tanjiro immediately climbed onto the roof, rushed inside, and embraced his sister. "Nezuko, it's so wonderful." He wept profusely. Nezuko clutched his clothing. "But mother and Rokuta, they're all dead. Our family was slain." Takedo Muchiro patiently waited as the siblings cried for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "I know you both wish to say more, but it's clearly not the right moment. The Lord is still here watching. His health is fragile. Let us finish this quickly so he can return to rest." Only then did Tanjiro realize and hastily pulled Nezuko down to kneel. "Thank you, Pillar of the Wind. Truly thank you for saving Nezuko. I don't know how to express my gratitude." "No need." Takedo Muchiro raised one brow. "Your family once did me a favor." Tanjiro was genuinely puzzled this time. He had never seen the Pillar of the Wind before. When was that? Nezuko quietly lifted her head, scrutinizing the young man smiling at them. That face, that aura, and that cane Nezuko recalled. It seemed several years ago. You are Mr. Windchime," she exclaimed in surprise. Tanjiro's head snapped up in astonishment at her words. "Mr. Windchime?" Takedo Muchiro, who frequently brushed past Tanjiro, was unsurprised that Tanjiro had not recognized him. Yet he had no intention of reminiscing here. He turned to the Lord and bowed. "My lord, I have completed what I came to do." Yorichi smiled and nodded. "You did very well, Muchiro. A mere secret technique, and the materials required are quite rare," Takedo Muchiro remarked casually. "After all, demons that do not consume humans are scarce, and the flames in my hand also suddenly." He remembered something he had to clarify. "Yes." Tanjiro, befitting the protagonist, expressed himself with more drama than others. "Are your earrings heirlooms?" "Yes." "How many generations have they been passed down?" "I don't know." Tanjiro shook his head. "It seems they've been in the family for a very long time." Takedo Muchiro glanced outside. All the questions had been asked. "My lord, I have retained Nezuko's blood demon art." At these words, the entire room was stunned. Yorichi's expression remained unchanged, but the pillars collectively grew grave. "Mu, what exactly are you doing? Turning her back into a human yet preserving her blood demon art?" asked Sanemi. Kaijiro Rengoku's voice almost pierced Muchiro's eardrums. "Though I trust your intellect and believe you have your reasons, I still hope you can provide an explanation." "An explanation I shall give, but please don't shout at me." Muchiro suppressed the surge of irritation and began. "At MT Natagumo, Nezuko used her blood demon art. I examined the residual traces and arrived at a very pleasing conclusion." His gaze shifted to Nezuko. "Little girl, your blood demon art is extraordinary. It has effects approaching sunlight." "Sunlight?" Nezuko blinked and lowered her eyes to her hands. "The effect of sunlight is well known. The sun is the nemesis of demons. Even Muzan Kibutsuji cannot withstand its harm. A blood demon art approximating sunlight, or to put it simply, Nezuko's blood demon art counters demons. Is that blunt enough?" Silence fell over the room. Perhaps it was not a significant injury to the Demon King, but it should be effective against other demons. The silence persisted. "And no one will respond?" Muchiro's brow beaded with sweat. "You all are making me feel quite awkward." Yet everyone was too astonished to pay him any mind. The first to react was Nezuko. "So I can kill demons too?" She suddenly became excited. "Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps?" She also wished to avenge her mother and Rokuta. Moreover, since she possessed this power, she naturally wanted to use it well. To protect more people from demon harm and to aid her brother, Nezuko hoped to join the Demon Slayer Corps and fight alongside him. "Huh? The little girl's got some guts." Muchiro was stunned. He indeed planned for Nezuko to join the Corps and had thought about how to persuade both sides. But he had never expected Nezuko to propose it herself. Tanjiro did not object. Instead, his eyes shone brightly as he looked toward the Lord. "Isn't someone going to stop her?" The Lord maintained a smile. "Nezuko has already been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps since fighting alongside Tanjiro at MT Natagumo. Or rather, she became one when Yorichi acknowledged her. She has not had time to learn breathing techniques or undergo systematic training, but her blood demon art enables her to be invincible before demons." He thought too much, so all he needs to worry about is how Nezuko protects herself. So you still have bugs. Nezuko never had time to train breathing or physical techniques. How can she accompany Tanjiro to slay demons? There's no logic. System. Let us not discuss logic, shall we? Nezuko's blood demon art counters demons and has healing effects. Though she appears delicate, she is actually strong beneath the surface. Besides, she has spent 3 years with Tanjiro at MT Sagiri, absorbing by observation. But wasn't she asleep all those 3 years? Please, player, do not interrupt the system. Muchiro felt the system was about to say something extravagant. Then the system proved his point. Exactly. There is nothing I cannot create, only things the player cannot imagine. With slight adjustments to Nezuko's strength by our company, she can quickly learn breathing techniques. This is quite reasonable. Muchiro. Reasonable? Reasonable? Please think carefully with your artificially dim-witted brain. Is it reasonable? Player. You're cheating. Why not let others cheat too? I'm not cheating. He had never hacked the system, thank you very much. The system calmly replied, you yourself are a cheat created by heaven. Muchiro was silenced. At that moment, Shinobu Kocho suddenly raised her hand. In that case, please have Tanjiro and Nezuko stay at my butterfly mansion. Tanjiro and Nezuko were momentarily stunned. Huh? Shinobu clapped her hands. Take them there. Then, the 2 ninja who had just descended suddenly returned. Forgive the intrusion. The ninja bowed to the lord and then to the assembled superiors. Grabbing Tanjiro, they dashed away. Another female ninja exchanged greetings with Nezuko, then carried her away as well. Observing the 2 of them fumbling about clumsily, Shirling could not help but mutter casually from behind. His injury hasn't healed yet, so don't jostle him too much. Understood. Then they hastened their pace even further. Are they really that terrifying? Shirling watched their retreating figures with a puzzled expression. At that moment the Lord also spoke. Then, let us commence the meeting. Yes. The biannual Hashira assembly invariably demanded a considerable amount of time. After all, it was necessary to review the Demon Slayer core achievements and various other matters, which required both time and effort. Yet, to this day, incidents of demons harming humans remained frequent. It was truly perplexing how Muzan Kibutsuji created his demons. Was it really just blood dripping inside a water pipe? Kome. Tell me how LV999 actually creates demons? What about those upper ranks? Could it be that any demon can create demons? Or perhaps demons can reproduce? Shirling linked the voice from the LV999 side. It seemed he was much better than just now. At least his emotions were no longer so violent. Feeling no trace of rage, Shirling finally settled his mind and discreetly eavesdropped on Muzan Kibutsuji's side, while also paying attention to his comrades' reports here. He sat far back, adopting a casual posture, free from the need to sit upright like the others in front. He could be at ease. Yet the meeting was truly lengthy. Since he did not take on missions himself, there was no need for him to report anything at the Hashira meeting. After all, the merits of others were already evident, and the intelligence alone sufficed for his standing. To obtain detailed information about the previous battle, they summoned Murata, the esteemed Hashira of the Spider Mountain, for questioning. Everyone was quite upset, feeling that the quality of the corpsmen was deteriorating, and they were displeased with some members' insubordination. Sanemi's expression was especially grim as he pressed to know who had trained that particular member. Shirling helplessly massaged his forehead. There was no need to be so serious about questioning. Murata's face had turned pale from fright. That's enough, don't ask anymore. Shirling looked at Murata with genuine pity and sighed resignedly, stopping Sanemi from continuing his interrogation. Indeed, Sanemi did not ask further. The Lord had dismissed him, and Murata was so frightened that he moved stiffly. By the time all inquiries were completed, night had fallen. Shirling had not heard any movement from Muzan's side, so he assumed the earlier anger had subsided. Muzan might be making a major move soon. Shirling thought it best to keep a close watch. The 2 daughters of Ubuyashiki lit the lamps. As reported, incidents of demons harming humans were unprecedentedly frequent. Yorichi said, this means human lives face a threat never before seen. Indeed, the growth rate of demons was beyond imagination. After all, Muzan Kibutsuji spared no effort to create demons unafraid of sunlight. The system explained thus. Unafraid of sunlight? LV999 really is a fool. Even if such an opportunity fell to him, could he possibly obtain it? Otherwise, look at the blue spider lily. He searched for it for over 1,000 years, yet it blossomed in plain daylight. Although there was talk of increasing the number of Demon Slayer Corps members, I still wish to hear everyone's opinion. Yorichi's topic for today was precisely this. Increase the number of members? Shirling was uninterested, but Sanemi was quite displeased. The incident at Spider Mountain made it clear. The strength of the members was unbelievably low and seemingly useless. He said unhappily, "First, the trainers are blind. Surely they can tell if their charges are capable of being useful. Is this a veiled rebuke? Is it appropriate?" Shiling Yi adjusted his hair and continued to focus on Muzin's side. But then the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, suddenly spoke. "I think that kid from the daytime is quite good." Shinobu Kocho followed. "The more people there are, the harder it is to manage, and the times have changed drastically." The stone Hashira continued to weep. Why did he keep crying? Some joined after their loved ones or family were brutally killed. Some came from generations of demon slayers with excellent bloodlines, demanding other spirit and resolve match or exceed theirs and to show results. That was truly harsh. Overall, they did not support expanding the Demon Slayer Corps. That was reasonable. No matter how many zeros are added, the sum is still 0. The final battle wasn't won by sheer numbers but by elite strength. Otherwise, it would be a sacrifice. The more Hashira swordsmen, the better. And the 3 treasures must be possessed as well. The lingering effects of the stripes. He was a genius and would find ways to study them. The stone Hashira likely referred to the Rengoku family, who devoted themselves to demon hunting for generations. At this moment, Kaijiro Rengoku also spoke. "Speaking of which, that young boy recently joined the Corps and soon faced the 12 Kazuki. It seems he has a strong power attracting demons. We, who have seldom encountered the 12 Kazuki, envy him." Tanjiro Kamadu. Shiling Yi tilted his head. "He is indeed outstanding." Shinobu Kocho looked at him. "Oh my, Mr. Shir, are you considering taking him as your adopted son?" She had never seen Shiling Yi so invested in a single member. "I do not take adopted sons." Shiling Yi shook his head. "Tanjiro is excellent. It is not that I am deliberately praising him. He truly deserves such commendation." Yorichi also showed interest. "It seems you value that child greatly." Shiling Yi shrugged. "His courage and ability are extraordinary, and he is kind without letting that hinder his demon slaying. Moreover, I just reviewed my investigation results." Shiling Yi leaned forward slightly. "My lord, what I am about to say is neither exaggeration nor a spur-of-the-moment remark." Yorichi narrowed his eyes. "How so?" Shiling Yi squinted and smiled, fixing his gaze on Yorichi's eyes as he spoke. "Tanjiro Kamadu's joining the Demon Slayer Corps may have been chance, but more so inevitability. Even if his family had not suffered great calamity, I would have sought them out." Shiling Yi felt this was still not rigorous enough, so he rephrased. "Let me put it this way. The Demon Slayer Corps can exist without me, but it cannot exist without him." Although seldom meeting them, the Hashira all knew that Shiling Yi, though modest, was very proud. He treated everyone and everything with caution and rarely praised anyone proactively. Therefore, his evaluation of Tanjiro surpassed all expectations. "What nonsense, that kid." Abanai Iguro was the first to voice opposition. "He doesn't feel like a strong fighter at all." Kaijiro Rengoku disagreed. "Although that boy indeed has talent, he cannot yet be compared to you, who can hunt upper ranks alone." Ju Tomioka turned to look at him. "No." Shiling Yi glanced at the translator. "Tanjiro is excellent, but you are irreplaceable." "Understood." Sanemi almost lunged forward to grab his collar. "How could you have such thoughts? I am not deliberately exaggerating anything." Shiling Yi waved his hand. "This is the analysis of intelligence I have gathered over a long time. Otherwise, I would not speak so casually." "On what basis do you say that?" "On the breath of the sun." Shiling Yi remained calm. "The breath of the sun is the original breathing technique. All current breathing styles derive from it." Sanemi. Yorichi also had some guesses and stopped Sanemi from continuing his inquiry. "It sounds like you have uncovered some good news." "Yes, very good news." Shiling Yi took out a small notebook containing recorded intelligence from his cloak pocket. "I have already confirmed that Kamadu Tanjiro is the sole successor of the breath of the sun. After all, the person has already arrived before us. Hesitation now would be impolite." Yoza's expression brightened with delight. "Have you already confirmed that he is the inheritor of the original breathing style?" Tokiori opened his small notebook. "Indeed. I have conducted an investigation in his hometown. The Kamadu family's traditional Hinakami Kagura dance is not a mere ritualistic prayer dance. Rather, it is a breathing technique lineage passed down by their ancestor, who integrated 13 sword forms of the original breathing style into it." Butterfly Shinobu, seated beside him, leaned over to glance at what was written in his notebook. Yet, she could not comprehend it, as Tokiori had written in Chinese, and the handwriting was somewhat disorderly. Certain sections contained abbreviations, and in moments of urgency, he had even jotted down onomatopoeic dialect expressions. This form of encryption was truly difficult to decipher. Shinobu quietly withdrew her gaze, admitting defeat in understanding. "Tokiori, how are you so certain?" Yoza asked cautiously, for he needed to verify whether it was truly the breath of the sun. Since the Warring States period, the breath of the sun had been lost for ages. How could he be sure it was indeed the original breathing style? After all, no one had ever witnessed the breath of the sun. Tokiori had already prepared an excuse. No. A reason. I have examined Tanjiro's broken sword. He shifted the argument to Tanjiro's blade. The marks left on the fractured sword undeniably belonged to a particular breathing style. Furthermore, judging by the lingering heat on the blade, it is a breathing style even hotter than flame breathing. Unfortunately, before the lower Moon 5 could be beheaded, he severed his own head with spider silk, so the beheading was never successful. Butterfly Shinobu blinked. So, Mr. Tokiori, you managed to review the situation and Tanjiro's broken sword so swiftly? It did not seem like something worth marveling at. Tokiori flipped a page in his notebook. Moreover, I have conducted a long investigation. Tanjiro's sun-shaped Hanafuda earrings are known in nearby towns. The elders say they were handed down from ancestors. He lifted his gaze toward the ceiling. While investigating the original swordsman, I also noted a legend. A samurai's wife once prayed for her child's safety at a shrine and received a pair of sun-shaped Hanafuda earrings. Last time, when Tanjiro encountered Muzan Kibutsuji in Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, he dispatched people to pursue him. From my eavesdropping, I learned that he intends to eliminate demon slayers who wear the sun-shaped Hanafuda earrings. At this point, Tokiori's tone turned mocking. Muzan Kibutsuji, like a conditioned reflex, fears the owner of those Hanafuda earrings. For centuries, the only one who could corner him, making him fear even after hundreds of years, was Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Yoriichi once hailed from a samurai family, and it goes without saying that he was the owner of the sun-shaped Hanafuda earrings. Furthermore, after leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoriichi befriended a charcoal seller, which aligns well with the story. Tokiori felt he had spoken brilliantly. The logic appeared rigorous, and everything seemed to withstand scrutiny. Given how busy everyone was, no one would go to the trouble of investigating meticulously. He believed his performance was flawless, his words impeccable. The system behind him expressed silent exasperation. It seems you have no idea that from an omniscient viewpoint, your argument is riddled with flaws. Tokiori maintained his smile. Shut up. Just fool this group in front of you. He did not need to deceive readers outside the manga. He only needed to convince those present. Tanjiro is the inheritor of the breath of the sun. Therefore, he is indispensable to the Demon Slayer Corps. So, did they understand? The system thought that the two young daughters of the Kamadu household looked utterly bewildered, while the others, having spent half their lives mindlessly slaying demons, probably could not grasp Tokiori's convoluted speech. In simple terms, Tanjiro is the inheritor of the original breathing style, and that is all there is to it. Tokiori's logic was sufficiently clear, and Yoza Kamadu indeed understood. Overall, it boiled down to one sentence. Tanjiro is the inheritor of the breath of the sun. If that were true, it would be incredibly fortunate. Yoza spoke thus. After all, the breath of the sun is the original breathing style, the one most capable of countering Muzan Kibutsuji. The Rengoku family possessed some records of the breath of the sun, and Kaijiro himself recalled, I never imagined a long-lost breathing style would reappear. That boy is truly remarkable. Sanemi Shinazugawa turned his head toward Tokiori, but it seems he does not even realize it is a breathing style. Given his current physical condition and abilities, he is ill-suited to wield the Hinakami Kagura and would perish. Tokiori sighed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to explain it to you all. I would have simply taken you to finish off Muzan Kibutsuji. That was a slight exaggeration. Nevertheless, Tokiori was quite confident in the breath of the sun. Once Tanjiro's wounds healed, he planned to discuss the matter with him. He had always practiced water breathing. The Hinakami Kagura remained unfamiliar to him. To Tokiori, it was even more unfamiliar. Although the system contained videos of the original breathing style S sword forms and Yoriichi Tsujikuni's movement techniques for immersive viewing, Tokiori had never watched them. Moreover, there was the matter of the upper moons. Without codenames, venturing to the depths to farm bosses in teams was genuinely worrisome. Speaking of the upper moons, Tokiori had recently dedicated some effort to devising several battle plans to counter Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. Judging by recent reports, they seem to be free of pressing matters. He might as well take people to eliminate him. Putting Tanjiro's affairs aside, Tokiori had another piece of news, not exactly good news but not bad either. Scratching his head, Tokiori hesitated to speak. Yoza smiled. Speak freely. Yes. Tokiori's eyes glanced aside. Before I returned, I discovered Upper Moon 4's whereabouts and confirmed his location. I have also investigated his blood demon art and formulated the necessary plans. Therefore Tokiori revealed a smile that appeared perfectly normal. Everyone, intelligence indicates that Upper Moon 4 can create clones, each possessing a distinct blood demon art. After careful consideration, I realized that no one could slay him alone, so I require assistance. May I ask who has time 3 days from now to join me in taking him down? In that instant, all his comrades' gazes converged sharply upon him. Tokiori felt like a meaty bone being eyed by a pack of Tibetan mastiffs, trembling uncontrollably. He was well aware of his comrades' mindset. When it came to fighting in Upper Moon, there was always time. Still, being stared at so intently unnerved him. Namu Amida Butsu. If help is needed, we bear the responsibility. The stone Hashira clasped his hands, voicing the collective sentiment of all the Hashira. In simple terms, we all have time. Whether we gang up on Upper Moon 4 or he takes us on solo is your decision, the strategist. Group assault or group assault, this is no issue. Alright Tokiori, do not be nervous. Observing Tokiori's feeble, pitiful, and helpless demeanor, Yoza promptly spoke. Since you have spoken, you must already have someone in mind. Tokiori smiled and nodded. After considering many factors, including home defense, patrol zones, emergencies, and the counterchains to his blood demon art, I request the Mist Hashira, Wind Hashira, Love Hashira, and myself to join. If possible, Tokiori would not mind bringing everyone along just to gang up on Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. But that was impossible. The Kamadu household's head must remain guarded. The Hashira's patrol zones require attention, and Hantengu's blood demon art must be countered by those capable of doing so. Additionally, someone must remain on standby to handle unforeseen incidents. Very well. Takedo Muchiro's eyes sparkled. Sanemi grinned broadly. Let us slay all evil demons. I will also do my best to help. Mitsuri Kenroji cheered herself on. In that case, you should go together with Takedo. Koyasu trusts Takedo. According to his predictions, everything looks promising with no ominous signs. Remember to stay safe. Yes, sir. The four bowed their heads in response. Takedo pocketed his small notebook. The Hashira meeting was effectively over. It was time to return and get some sleep. After exchanging a few final words, Koyasu dismissed them. It's too late today. We'll discuss the battle plan tomorrow. Takedo stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, the familiar twang of a biwa echoed in his ear. So familiar. Takedo froze in place, raising his hand to cover his right ear. That was the biwa of the castle demon woman, Neikime. Neikime serves directly under the one known as LV-999. The demon king must have made a move. Has he returned to Infinity Castle? What is happening? Koyasu noticed Takedo suddenly stop. The others turned to look at him as well. Takedo heard the voice of LV-999. Gather the remaining lower moons to Infinity Castle. Neikime. Frowning, Takedo replied to his lord. Kibutsuji Musen seemed to be summoning the lower moons. He simply sat down on the wooden veranda at the main residence's entrance, pondering what he might be up to. Could it be that LV-999's intellect has kicked in, planning a collective assault by the lower moons? That doesn't quite fit with his usual cunning. Better listen carefully. Though Takedo doubted Musen would actually mobilize the lower moons en masse, he chose to crouch quietly and eavesdrop for safety's sake. His comrades and lord watched him patiently, waiting for him to listen. Suddenly, Takedo recalled that he had affixed a device to one of the lower moons, allowing him to borrow that demon's vision to survey the surroundings. Since Musen frequently changes his form, this was the perfect chance to see what he looked like now. Later, I will try the method of borrowed sight, Takedo said to his lord and comrades. Do not disturb me, nor be concerned. I want to see what Kibutsuji Musen looks like now. Koyasu asked gravely, will it harm your body? No, Takedo answered with certainty. The device was a system monitor. Though the boy was a bit slow-witted, the equipment posed no major problem. System. Hurry and take a look. With his lord's approval, Takedo took a deep breath, lightly touched his right eye, and quietly removed his contact lens. His golden right eye connected to the talisman on the lower moon he had previously marked. His vision shifted swiftly. Through the demon's eyes, Takedo saw Infinity Castle, and on the high platform, beside Neikime, was a figure. Huh? Takedo's lips tightened. This he could hardly believe his eyes. He was indeed borrowing a demon's vision and had great confidence in the system's device. But the Musen he had seen before was unmistakably male. Yet the image transmitted through this demon's eyes was clearly female. Confusion flickered in Takedo's gaze. Silently, he pulled out his notebook and pen, swiftly sketching a portrait of Musen. The two young daughters of the Ubuyashiki family stood behind him, watching with puzzled expressions as he drew a woman. Who is this? Takedo's eyes remained fixed on Infinity Castle. After finishing the sketch, he raised his hand. This is what Kibutsuji Musen looks like now, my lord. I have not been mistaken. The two girls took the notebook and handed it to their father. Koyasu glanced at it, his expression unchanged. He quietly instructed his daughters to pass it along to the other Hashira. Takedo heard the pages flipping nearby, and someone nearly threw his poor intelligence notebook aside. That's clearly a woman. Tengen Yuzui looked up at Takedo. Are you sure this is Kibutsuji Musen? Still focused on the activity at Infinity Castle and unwilling to respond, Takedo remained silent. Earlier, Musen had suddenly ordered the lower moons to kneel and bow. A woman's body emerged, but the voice was male, an unsettling mismatch. Takedo's borrowed perspective shifted to the ground, where he even saw cold sweat dripping from the demon. They were deeply afraid of Kibutsuji Musen. The Demon King held their lives in his hands. Fear was inevitable. Takedo sighed inwardly. What a pity he couldn't observe longer. Setting aside everything else, this form of the Demon King was indeed quite striking. Enough. Having seen Musen's appearance just now, there was no need to linger here. He only needed to ascertain what this LV-999 intended to do. Kamio was killed. He is Lower Moon 5. Musen's voice spoke of a spider demon named Rue. Takedo realized that after Rue's beheading, Musen had been furious. His emotions transmitted through the system's talisman to Takedo. Is Rue really not Musen's biological son? So my one question today is, why are the lower moons so weak? Hearing Musen's words, Takedo didn't know where to begin his rebuttal. They are lower moons, how strong can they be expected to be? The lower moons dared not reply. Musen continued. In over 100 years, it has been the upper moons who have slain Hashira-level demon slayers. But what about you lower moons? How many generations have passed? They have also devoured many ordinary swordsmen. Takedo wanted to defend them, but judging by Musen's tone, it didn't seem like he intended to have the lower moons assemble for an attack. The lower moon 6 connected to Takedo's vision seemed to be pondering something, angering Musen. Then he was devoured, yes, swallowed by a colossal aberration formed from Musen's arm. At the sight of that monstrous arm, Takedo gasped sharply, bending over to cover his eyes. That was painful to see. Takedo sensed the talisman had gone silent. That demon was dead. Good heavens, Takedo-san? What's wrong? Shinobu Kocho noticed his distress and prepared an emergency injection, ready to administer it at a moment's notice. Takedo waved his hand and continued listening to the Demon King's voice. At this point, the 12 Kazuki need only retain the upper moons. Disband the lower moons immediately. What? Downsizing already? Takedo doubted his hearing. He almost suspected a malfunction in the system's device. Do you have any last words? This was truly a purge. This boss was something else. The 12 Kazuki were elite demons, with the lower moons weaker than the upper moons but still more than capable against ordinary demon slayers. Was it appropriate to simply dismiss them? Takedo felt the Demon King must be seriously ill, and not just mildly. He had killed his own trusted subordinates to reclaim their blood, yet he hadn't completely disbanded the lower moons. One lower moon 1 remained. This demon idolized Musen and was genuinely happy to die at the Demon King's hands. Demons do have some strange minds. Musen perceived his thoughts and seemed pleased with this demon. He injected his blood into the throat of Lower Moon 1. I admire you. I will give you more blood. Musen's voice carried genuine appreciation. Make a name for yourself by killing Hashira-level demon slayers. Then, as if recalling something else, he added, if you can kill the demon slayer wearing the Sunwheel Hanafuda earrings. This fellow had been thoroughly cowed by Yorichi Tsujikuni. Every time Takedo recalled this, he couldn't help but despise the Demon King's cowardice. Takedo grumbled silently to himself, afraid even of wearing a pair of earrings, truly lacking any semblance of personal charm. Such a villain is indeed a rarity. Or bring me back a demon slayer bearing the phoenix mark beneath his eyes. I shall grant you a greater share of blood. Tokioi. The system listening along. What did you say? With the pluck of a pipa, Musen Kibutsuji departed from Infinity Castle. Tokioi could no longer hear any sounds from his side, assuming he had gone off to attend to his affairs. It was nothing more than searching for the Cerulean Higanbana. No need to listen further. Nothing novel there. Yet, Tokioi was deeply concerned by Musen's final words. He could comprehend the order to kill Tanjiro, but what exactly did the special command to capture him imply? Could it be that it was not referring to someone else? Did the Demon Slayer Corps have others bearing the phoenix mark on their faces? After a moment of shock, the system calmly replied, regrettably, no. No need to doubt, Musen Kibutsuji was referring to you. So why? Tokioi considered himself far from possessing the strength to warrant Musen's apprehension. Counting carefully on his fingers, he mulled over the matter for a long time, Yet he could not see how his current level could compare to that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, capable of soloing Muzan. A level 999 would naturally have no fear of him. It's because of your intellect. The system continued with composure. Muzan Kibutsuji does not fear you. He needs you. In his entire life, he has met very few intelligent individuals, so he has taken notice of you. He wants you to use your exceptional mind to help him locate the Cerulean Higanbana. This is the Demon King's recognition of your intelligence. Are you not moved? Tokioi? I dare not move, truly dare not. When did he ever reach the protagonist's level? Just because his mind works a little faster, does that mean the Demon King would single him out? He refuses to become a demon. Devouring humans only dulls the mind. System. It does not. Shut up and report on your work. Indeed, he still had to report to the Lord. Tokioi scratched his head, stood up, and turned back. My lord. Tokioi, any news? Has Muzan Kibutsuji made any moves? Tokioi organized his words. Muzan Kibutsuji has disbanded the lower moons. The Lord and his comrades felt that all the astonishment of their lives was probably reserved for the pillars. Disbanded the lower moons? Muzan Kibutsuji believed that only the upper moons were capable of killing pillar-level swordsmen. The lower moons were useless. Thus, he ceased appointing lower moons, though he retained one lower moon one, instructing him that killing a pillar or a demon slayer wearing the Sunwheel Hanafuda earrings would earn him a greater share of blood. Tokioi spoke thus, noting that his own affairs were unnecessary to mention. He neither dared provoke nor could he avoid the Demon King now. The abolition of the lower moons, whether that was good news or bad, remained uncertain. In other words, if we encounter the 12 Kazuki in the future, they will all be upper moons, correct? Mitsuri Kenroji pondered. That should be good news, right? Without the lower moons, the survival rate of ordinary swordsmen might improve. Tokioi shook his head. The 12 Kazuki cannot be summed up simply as upper and lower moons. If the swordsman's abilities are lacking, even if Muzan disbands the upper moons, it would be futile. Encountering a powerful demon means the damned will still die. Speaking of which, Rue truly was a demon favored by Muzan. For so many years he had refrained from disbanding the lower moons, but now that Rue is dead, he is eager to have the lower moons accompany him in death. It's as if the lower moons were designed solely for Rue. Tsh, what a worthless boss. Yoriichi asked, Tokioi, can you perceive Muzan Kibutsuji's intent? Tokioi was eavesdropping directly. Surely he could discern something from the Demon King's tone. Tokioi answered, impatience, and also anger. He thought carefully. Muzan seems to have been very fond of Lower Moon 5, who was beheaded. He was extremely angry after Lower Moon 5's death. His emotions even transmitted through the talisman to affect me here. Shinobu Kocho was surprised. No wonder Mr. Tokio's mood was poor today. Was he influenced by Muzan Kibutsuji? Perhaps. Tokioi replied casually. Although the lower moons will no longer exist in the future, that remaining lower moon one is probably a calamity. Worse still, Muzan has granted that demon more of his blood. If that demon endures, his strength will multiply exponentially. New blood demon arts may even emerge. I still need to investigate further. So, system, be vigilant and provide the intelligence. I have a feeling you're planning to burn your bridges behind you. The system suddenly felt a chill down its spine. Tokioi distractedly responded to the system. Burn bridges? Not at all. I have no intention of destroying you after you've served your purpose. System. Is that a threat? Tokioi was still pondering when to deal with that calamity. Imashikawa interrupted his thoughts. Don't dwell on that. Tokioi, do you think going to fight Upper Moon 4 in 3 days will be affected? Tokioi considered and shook his head. Absolutely not. Muzan has confidence in the remaining upper moons so far. As the saying goes, one strength can subdue 10 skills. No matter how clever Tokioi is, in Muzan's eyes, those are mere tricks, useful but insufficient to contend with the remaining upper moons. Does that mean he truly despises Tamayo? That fool simply forgot. Although Tokioi often benefits from his intellect in battle, he would never rashly challenge a monster far above his level alone. Such matters require a team. Though ranks may differ, it's not as if there are no teammates to be found. Moreover, with formidable teammates, what is there for Tokioi to fear? Just manage operations well. Isn't that enough? Muzan, that idiot Demon King, has no leadership acumen whatsoever. Tokioi continued to disdain him in his heart. Once everything concluded, they left the main residence. The Lord was tired. He needed rest. You three have been running back and forth to me these past few days. Although I have formulated the battle plan, I still need to confirm some details. He also arranged a time to discuss tactics with his teammates. Then they could wait 3 days and go clear the dungeon. The battle plan required refinement, but 3 days would be enough for Tokioi to handle what needed handling and perfect all the details. Then they could set out. They had to bid farewell to the Lord first. Are you confident, Tokioi? Yoriichi was genuinely worried. For 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps had only ever encountered the upper moons in chance battles. This would be the first time launching a proactive ambush against an upper moon. If successful, that would be fine. If not, it would truly be a massacre. Tokioi understood his lord's concerns. His tone was resolute. Rest assured. If I dare to lead people there, I can bring everyone back. And I will take the life of Hantengu as well. Yoriichi gazed deeply at the swordsmen before him, as if engraving their faces into his memory. Go. He gave the order. May fortune favor your blades. Yes. Upper moons are difficult to fight. Their strength is formidable. But that applies in one-on-one combat. Upper moons can single-handedly kill pillars, but in a team battle that is uncertain. With Tokio's intelligence, well, the System S map clearly marked Hantengu's location, right in the city. Those demons generally seem to dislike urban areas, except for the level 999. Tokioi led 3 comrades, all weary from the journey, rushing to the marked spot on the map. Then he had them wait with him in a shadowy corner for Upper Moon 4 to appear. Night was falling. The demons would soon emerge. System. Pardon my frankness, but your sneaky demeanor is more villainous than anything. Tokioi ignored the System's mindless remarks. Don't forget our plan. Don't engage the vanguard. Follow him. Tokioi reminded them once more. Imashikawa smiled. Don't worry. Mitsuri Kinroji clenched her fists. I'll do my best too. Muchiro Takito's hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword. When would upper rank 4 make an appearance? Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from behind. You scoundrel! How dare you steal my money? Oh dear. Takito Ichi raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the sudden commotion. SNT this him? Ah! Sanemi Shinazugawa leaned in to take a closer look. Which one is it? Takito Ichi patted his shoulder. I'll bring him over shortly. You all go ahead to that side. Watching his comrades turn and depart for the designated location, Takito Ichi flicked his hair, tapped his cane against the ground, and strode toward the heart of the chaos. To be honest, if it weren't for the conspicuous mark on the map, Takito Ichi would have thought the scene before him utterly barbaric. After all, a young man accusing an octogenarian of theft. Such a lapse in morality was truly disheartening. Yet Takito Ichi knew this was a favored tactic of this particular demon. The backstory of the character he employed was that the parents of this foreign exchange student had stood up to upper rank for Hantengu to defend this seemingly ordinary old man, only to be slain by Hantengu. Given such a backstory, the quest for vengeance was naturally aligned. Calmly, Takito Ichi reached the center of the turmoil. My apologies, my servant has a tendency toward petty theft. I sincerely regret any inconvenience caused and beg your forgiveness. He smiled gently at the young man whose money had been stolen, handing him a pouch of coins. I will repay him on your behalf. Please do not make a fuss. Allow me to take him away. Without waiting for the young man's response, he thrust the pouch into his hand and hastily dragged the elderly man away. The young man, who had been casually recruited as an extra by Hantengu, was utterly stunned. There was no time to dawdle. Besides, his comrades were still waiting elsewhere. More importantly, extras in a production typically demanded payment or boxed lunches. This extra was risking his life. Scratching his head, the young man pocketed the money pouch. Well, money is money. Better to take it than leave it. Takito Ichi led Hantengu out of the village. Upper rank 4 probably sought a quiet place to feast, yet he allowed himself to be dragged along without resistance. Observing such compliance, even the system seemed to mourn for Hantengu. This fool had been thoroughly deceived by Takito Ichi. Without resorting to any elaborate rhetoric, Takito Ichi resolved the chaos with a few succinct words, persuaded the extras to disperse, and then escorted Hantengu toward the battlefield for the decisive confrontation. Arriving at an open clearing, Takito Ichi did not look back. Sir, it would be best not to steal anymore in the future. With no one around, upper rank 4 revealed his true nature, chuckling darkly twice. Of course, but then you shall be my next meal. Hearing this, Takito Ichi turned his head, his smile twisting into a grimace as his demeanor shifted. The long sword slipped from his cane, tracing a swift arc. One strike later, Hantengu's severed head fell to the ground. After the beheading, Takito Ichi immediately leapt back, watching as Hantengu's form split into 2. Ah, you've been tricked by a demon? Takito Ichi squinted and smiled, then raised his sword again, decisively severing the head of one of the clones. He then watched in astonishment as 2 more clones emerged. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I last split like this. 4 clones took shape, each embodying a distinct emotion. The first to speak was Empty Joy. Another clone chimed in. This brat is pitifully weak. Well, he was indeed a brat. It's quite amusing, isn't it? Wrath? The one whose tongue bore the character for joy was cola, not the soda from KFC. I can only feel anger, especially being stuck with you lot. This is wrath, arguably the most serious and strongest of the clones. Takedo Ichi raised an eyebrow. Do clones quarrel among themselves? A bolt of lightning struck toward him, accompanied by a furious roar. Shut up, you damned demon slayer. Wrath was truly apt to his name, quick to anger. Cola laughed nearby. Oh dear, are the four of us going to gang up on him? This demon slayer is about to die. Finally, Saro concluded. How pitiful. What is there to be pitiful about? Takedo Ichi evaded the lightning with a somersault as the vermilion bird descended, coiling around his sword. 4 against 1? Not quite. Takedo Ichi thrust forward. His sword clashed with Saro's cross-shaped spear. Simultaneously, he called out in a lively tone. Comrades, come out and beat the dog. It seemed that Tanjiro was recovering well. Shinobu Kocho carefully examined the chin that had nearly been crushed by Kaneo's kick and sighed. After the pillars' meeting, Tanjiro and Nezuko had arrived at her butterfly estate. Upon her examination, it was confirmed that Nezuko had reverted to human form. Since she was uninjured, she had already proceeded to Mount Sagiri to study breathing techniques and control of blood demon art. Tanjiro remained at the butterfly estate, as his chin was still somewhat sore. Yet it was unclear how Takedo Ichi had managed it, but he had healed so quickly. Takedo Ichi, system product, you deserve it. Tanjiro recalled the unexpected fire god dance he had performed on Mount Natagumo. He wondered if such a breathing style was documented within the Demon Slayer Corps. Thus, he asked Shinobu Kocho, have you heard of the fire god dance? Shinobu had anticipated this question. That question will be answered when Takedo Ichi returns. Though puzzled, Tanjiro nodded. Is Takedo Ichi currently on a mission? She nodded. He is ambushing an upper-rank demon. An upper-rank demon? Tanjiro was taken aback. Is it dangerous? Shinobu smiled. In the centuries since the founding of the Demon Slayer Corps, this is the first time they have taken the initiative to hunt an upper-rank demon. Takedo Ichi is the commander-in-chief. Seeing Tanjiro's lingering concern, Shinobu comforted him with a smile. Let us just say what others cannot accomplish, Takedo Ichi can. That man indeed deserved such high praise. At this moment, Takedo Ichi, worthy of such acclaim, was engaged in battle alongside his comrades. As for Hantengu, his name was already a telltale sign. Relying on system intelligence and the strength of his comrades, they found themselves locked in a stalemate with Hantengu's 4 clones. Neither side could quickly vanquish the other. While battling the Sorrow Demon, Takedo Ichi also kept an eye on the other's conditions. The Love Pillar faced the Empty Joy clone, the bird-like figure incessantly chuckling. Fortunately, its blood demon art was merely a sonic attack, and Takedo Ichi had deployed a system-manufactured directional sound wave disperser nearby to disrupt the frequencies. Who controlled it? Obviously the system. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve? Empty Joy's sonic assault was easily neutralized. Even if it could not be fully countered, its impact was greatly diminished. Science must be trusted. Without the sonic attack, this creature was like a toothless tiger. The Love Pillar had no trouble. Observe. She had already torn off one of the bird's wings. Meanwhile, 2 others faced their own battles. Sanemi Shinazugawa confronted Cola, who wielded a fan to generate gusts. The wind-breathing style clashed with Cola-S wind-based blood demon art, but it was clear Sanemi held the advantage. Wind-breathing's offensive power was formidable. While Cola-S winds were strong, its defense was comparatively weak. Takedo Ichi had also advised Sanemi to focus on the demon's initial movements, anticipate the path of its wind gusts, and seize any opportunity to counterattack. Be nimble. Don't be too rigid. Whether or not you can do this, at least train your reflexes first. Thus, during these 3 days, Sanemi Shinazugawa diligently honed his reflexes and made notable progress. Meanwhile, Kaneo Tsuyuri was also being relentlessly hammered by Shinazugawa. The pressure on Muchiro Takedo was considerable. He was engaged in combat against Jikakuten, the leader of the clones. Jikakuten's blood demon art was lightning-based, an element utterly untouchable, and his temperament was volatile. Yet, Takedo, true to his genius, managed to keep pace with Jikakuten by leveraging the elusive qualities of the mist-breathing style, despite the many limitations inherent to the human body. Speaking of which, when did this young man unlock the 7th form of mist-breathing? It seemed remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, on the other front, Shirori Izumi found his battle against Akaza equally troublesome. Akaza wielded a long weapon with incredible speed. Izumi, aided by his ability to open the transparent world, a sort of cheat, evaded Akaza's thrusts while counterattacking with his clones. The confrontation was deadlocked. Neither side could decisively vanquish the other. However, human endurance and strength could not sustain a prolonged engagement with demons. Dragging it out would only spell misfortune for the humans. Yet Izumi had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition. After all, the weakness of Hantengu was nearly impossible to discern without some intelligence-gathering methods. System, praise be to you. So, has that person located the true form of Hantengu? Hantengu's true form, Kaijuro, flees far away after splitting into clones to avoid harm. As long as he remains alive, dealing with the clones is futile. The system's intelligence was comprehensive. It was clear it despised Hantengu. Perhaps because of his grotesque appearance? The clash of the long sword and Akaza's spear emitted a humming sound. Izumi took the opportunity to disarm Akaza, swiftly severing his head with a single stroke. Then, with a reverse swing, chopped off both his arms. He then focused on relentlessly cutting the regenerating arms. As long as he maintained a swift pace, the demon's blood demon art would have no effect. Trying to raise the spear again, he refused to believe that, after such mutilation, Akaza could still wield his blood demon art. However, such exertion rapidly drained his stamina. So far, the battle was evenly matched, but the moment any weakness surfaced, it would be over. How about the other side? Has the true form been found yet? He had already been warned. The true form was very small and required meticulous searching. Snake Pillar, can't your serpent find it? Izumi recalled the events of the previous night. He had been practicing swordsmanship in the backyard of the mansion and was about to rest when he noticed a figure lying on the roof of the pavilion. At the time, he was at a loss for words. He remembered the system had placed Annabella in the gap of the pavilion's roof. Wouldn't he lying there cause trouble? The system reassured him. No need to worry. Annabella won't cause any mischief anymore. After all the warnings, that was sufficient. Izumi looked up. Is there something you need? The visitor was Iguro Abanai, the snake pillar. It was strange. The two of them had little interaction. Why did he suddenly come here today? Abanai jumped down and approached him. I'm curious. How did you select the pillar to face the upper-rank demons? Izumi was taken aback. It was explained at the meeting. His Majesty must have someone on guard, and each patrol area requires personnel. I managed to pry out the blood demon art of upper rank 4 from those demons, so naturally, I had to find someone relatively countering it. Izumi felt he had been clear. Abanai asked no further questions, but he still appeared eager to join. Perhaps he was displeased at not being chosen? I have to consider many factors when selecting people. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind mobilizing everyone at once, Izumi remarked. This is the first time we're taking the initiative to ambush the upper-rank demons. All preparations must be meticulous. Abanai nodded. I understand. I'm here only to ask you to look after Kenroji. She probably doesn't need my care. That girl is strong. Abanai pretended not to hear as he suddenly moved closer, his gaze fierce. Also, don't let any riffraff near Kenroji. That goes for you too. What riffraff? And what do you mean that goes for me too? Are you implying I'm riffraff? Look at the sword in my hand and say that again. Izumi felt as if smoke was rising from his head. The system quickly intervened. Snake Pillar is very fond of Mitsuri Kenroji. Please remain calm. If he likes her, that is fine. Why stir jealousy here? Izumi retorted to the system. He responded to Abanai in kind. Did you squeeze that jealousy out of a vinegar jar? We're going to do serious work, not whatever else you're implying. Abanai snorted coldly. That then. He was about to leave. No, don't let him leave, he'll be grilled about that jealousy when he returns. Abanai, wait. Izumi called out before he left. Climbing such a high mountain isn't easy. How about this, if you're so worried about the love pillar, come with me tomorrow. Initially, Izumi had intended to have the mist pillar use the elusive mist breathing to slip away from the battlefield and find Hantengu's true form mid-combat. Now, that seemed unnecessary. Since Abanai had voluntarily come forward for the hard labor, he might as well send him. After all, with a snake coiled around his neck, it was far easier for the serpent to locate the true form than relying on human eyesight. So, it still hasn't been found? Returning to the present, Izumi delivered another sword strike, casually activating a Hekigan experience card, severing Akaza's head and 2 arms. Under the Hekigan's influence, their regeneration slowed considerably. Ultimately, it was not Kaijuro Rengoku. The Hekigan's power was insufficient. The boundaries had already been set. To prevent Hantengu from being teleported back to the Infinity Castle by the Biwa player, as had happened with Doma, Izumi requested the system to deploy a barrier capable of blocking summoning spells, guarding against any sudden musical attacks. With the barrier down, the battlefield was confined to a smaller area. Why had Abanai not yet located Kaijuro? Don't be anxious. The true form is tiny, and the snake pillar needs time. The system comforted him while pulling up the map to assess the situation. Abanai's coordinates were nearly overlapping with Kaijuro's. Can he deliver a one-hit kill? Izumi recalled that the snake pillar was not particularly strong in arm strength, and Kaijuro's neck was extremely tough. Yes, he is a pillar. The system affirmed confidently. So, if you don't wish to face Hantengu's strongest clone, Zenkauten, please do your utmost to hold off these 4 clones. The system reminded him not to forget that Jikakuten sensed the true form's peril and was preparing to devour other clones to ascend to the 3rd form. Izumi glanced at the map. No problem, that was good. He truly did not want to confront the so-called strongest clone. He turned to his comrades and shouted, "Don't let them merge. Hold out until the snake pillar can slay the true form." Understood. Kenroji responded first. As she spoke, Izumi heard the sound of flesh tearing once again. Mitsuri Kenroji had ripped off the other wing of the bird demon. After so long, everyone bore more or less injuries, but none were life-threatening. Otherwise, they wouldn't count as wounds. Izumi wiped the blood from his face. Naturally, there were moments when he failed to evade attacks. On the map, the snake pillar's position finally overlapped with Kaijuro's coordinates. Jikakuten's power and speed surged to their peak as he rushed toward the other 3 clones. If the true form were beheaded, it would all be over. But at the moment he charged out, 4 Nichiren blades simultaneously blocked him. 4 pillars gripped their Nichiren blades tightly, nailing Jikakuten's body firmly to the ground. Snake pillar Izumi clenched his teeth and roared. At the same time, on the map, Kaijuro's coordinates split in 2. The beheading was successful. With the true form beheaded, the clones naturally lost their source of strength and began to slowly dissipate. Shilingi drew his sword and, only after confirming that all surrounding duplicates had already begun to turn to ash, finally let out a breath of relief. It worked. The moment those words fell, the surrounding comrades seemed to simultaneously loosen their nerves. Kenroji Mitsuri plopped down onto the ground. I really thought I was going to die. Shilingi sheathed his sword, which reverted back into the form of a walking staff, and used it to steady himself so he would not collapse outright. In terms of results, this is still quite good. Sanemi Shinazugawa was in no better condition. Just earlier, in order to block the demon of Sekido, he had once again cut open his own wrist to use his rare blood to confuse the demon's mind. It worked. Next time, he should try not to use it. Do they really need 5 Hashira just to kill an upper rank? He murmured the question. Shilingi shook his head. It wasn't upper rank 3. Relatively speaking, it was simpler. Sanemi glanced at him but said nothing. If upper rank 4 was already like this, then what kind of existence was upper rank 3? And that upper rank 1 they had seen before, they still had to become stronger. Muichiro Takedo remained in a dazed state, his gaze seemingly fixed far into the past. What is he looking at? Shilingi asked the system. The system ran a scan. He was struck by Sekido's lightning earlier and recalled some lost memories. Don't disturb him for now. Let him think it through himself. Struck by lightning, then recovering his memories. And you're telling me that makes sense? Why wouldn't he it? It's called electroshock therapy, player. That actually has a scientific basis. Okay? Electroconvulsive therapy can have a positive effect on memory recovery in the brain. Can even help treat amnesia. Oh, right, that too. Only then did Shilingi's mind begin to function properly again. He recalled that, in his original world, he had even gone to observe such research before. Since he was recovering his memory, there was no need to interrupt him. Let him continue thinking. Shilingi sighed and waited for the Demon Slayer Core Kakushi and Abanai Iguro to arrive. Bringing in the Serpent Hashira had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it seemed to have produced an unexpected gain. At most, it would just trouble the Water Hashira a little, asking him to handle the Serpent Hashira's patrol zone as well. He was a workhorse anyway, so it should not be a problem. As he thought this, the Serpent Hashira, who had finished off the main body, walked over. Earlier, when he had slain the main body, it had once again summoned a demon of hatred. He had been injured in that battle which had caused the delay. He arrived with a clear target in mind, his steps firm, walking straight toward Kenroji Mitsuri. The other 3 were completely ignored, as if they did not exist. Shilingi had intended to ask about the battle situation, but before he could speak, he watched as the man drifted right past him and went straight toward the Love Hashira. Thinking that this man liked Kenroji Mitsuri, Shilingi sighed and said nothing, letting him go. Perhaps the relationship between the two would warm up a little. Why, you all right? In the end, once he stood in front of her, he became shy first. He could not even speak properly, and even the snake around his neck curled itself into his haori, refusing to show its head. Shilingi, although he could understand, he still felt inexplicably irritated. Abanai Iguro and Kenroji Mitsuri stood in an atmosphere of awkward sweetness, the air almost overflowing with pink tension as if it had turned sugary. Yet both of them were stammering when they spoke. I am fine, Abanai-san. Kenroji Mitsuri's face was red like an apple. Too sticky. Although Sure Lingy wanted to interject, he looked around at his comrades. Even Sanemi Shinazugawa, surprisingly, remained tactful and said nothing. Sure Lingy took a deep breath. It's understandable. Don't be angry. Being single for a while is bliss. Being single forever is also bliss. The Kikuchi responsible for post-battle operations rushed forward. Excuse me. Everyone's injuries need immediate treatment. Sure Lingy nodded. Since someone was available to carry him, he had no intention of walking or flying back on his own. Blood was still seeping from his head, but compared to the others, his injuries were relatively light. After all, he could evade. Fortunately, the strongest clone had not appeared. Otherwise, it would not have been this simple. Learning to interrupt an ultimate skill S-charge is very important in games. There must already be news from Muzan Kibutsuji's side. There was no need to listen in for now. First, Muzan was probably furious several upper and lower ranks had just been cut down, and now more vacancies had appeared. Second, he was tired. He would sleep first. Logging off? The system asked. Sure Lingy replied, forget it. The injuries aren't serious. I'll sleep and wake up. No need to log off. Fine. Sure Lingy closed his eyes and drifted directly into sleep. He slept very well. When he woke up, he was already back in the butterfly mansion. His wounds had already been treated. Fortunately, Hantengu did not have a persistent damage poison debuff. Otherwise, he would not have slept so peacefully. This isn't peaceful sleep. You passed out from blood loss. The system could not help but complain again. If I voluntarily lose consciousness, that's not passing out, that's sleeping. Sure Lingy said firmly, leaving the system doubting itself. Fine. Now I need to think about the next step. Stop talking. The system mean at the very least when fighting upper rank 4, it had helped him control the soundwave device. Not even a word of praise. So this is how it feels to be used and discarded. Alright. I'll praise you. Now be quiet. The system. Get lost. Before Sure Lingy returned, the Kasugai Crows had already spread the news of upper rank 4's defeat throughout the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro Kamidu's condition had improved slightly, and early that morning, he heard cheers coming from outside the butterfly mansion. Was something good happening? Zenitsu Agatsuma, lying on the bed beside him, also asked Aoi Kenzaki, who was supervising his medication. What's going on outside? After seeing him finish his medicine, Aoi replied, the Wind Hashira, Flame Hashira, Mist Hashira, Love Hashira, and Serpent Hashira successfully defeated upper rank 4. They are celebrating. It is indeed something worth celebrating. Upper rank? Zenitsu's face instantly twisted in shock. The upper rank demons that Haven T changed for 100 years? His mentor had told him many things about demons. He knew how terrifying upper rank demons were. He had also been told that upper rank demons could easily kill a Hashira. Aoi Kenzaki cleaned up the medicine bowl and nodded yes. But in recent years, 2 of them were eliminated quite easily. Muzan Kibutsuji must be furious. 2? Yes. You didn't know? The Flame Hashira became a Hashira precisely because he single-handedly killed upper rank 5. They really did not know that. Zenitsu's face went pale. Wait, if upper rank demons are that terrifying, then the Flame Hashira who can kill one alone isn't he even more terrifying? Tanjiro comforted him from the side. Zenitsu, the Flame Hashira is a very kind person. He is their benefactor. But Zenitsu remained terrified. Inosuke was still shut down emotionally. It seemed something at Mount Natagumo had deeply shaken him. Meanwhile, in the main residence, Kagaya Ubuyashiki trembled with emotion as he listened to the Kasugai Crow's reports. The successive defeats of upper-rank demons in recent years were an extremely encouraging sign. Tianin, I have a feeling our feud with Muzan Kibutsuji will come to an end in this generation. He held his wife's hand, speaking excitedly. They could kill Muzan Kibutsuji, and do so with the smallest possible cost. All of this news, however, Sure Lingy, now resting in the butterfly mansion, did not know. By the time he woke up, everything that needed to be settled had already been settled. After their injuries healed, a Hashira meeting would be held to discuss the next strategy and predict Muzan Kibutsuji's movements. No need to predict, just eavesdrop. Therefore, recently, it has been best to remain dutifully within the butterfly mansion, with little time to indulge in idleness. So one must cherish these moments. The injury was not severe. Shizue left the infirmary the next day and sat upon the corridor outside the butterfly mansion, gazing at the scenery beyond. What should be the next step? To confront Doma. That fellow can no longer be considered merely a level suppression, chiefly because he is enhanced by a cheat. He possesses prowess in close combat, ranged attacks, summoning techniques, and continuously emits a poisonous debuff. What kind of character is this? Truly, no ordinary person could devise such a thing. Shizue had already decided whom to bring along. The game's objective was to keep everyone alive. Otherwise, achieving the perfect ending would be impossible. This was indeed a test for him. Clearing it without injury was out of the question. At the very least, survival was imperative. Shizue was still immersed in battle strategies, his mind storming, when suddenly a voice reached his ears. Mr. Shizue? He turned to see who it was. A man with a scar on his head, Tanjiro Kamado? The protagonist? Tanjiro offered an angelic smile. Mr. Shizue, it truly is you. I heard you decapitated Upper Moon 4. Congratulations. Momentarily blinded by the halo of that angelic smile, Shizue shook his head. It was not only me. Slaying an Upper Moon is never the deed of a single person. His modesty was offhand, but Tanjiro responded candidly. Yet I heard you became a pillar because you single-handedly defeated Upper Moon 5. He had forgotten that detail. Blame it on Gyako being so hideous that Shizue did not wish to recall his appearance. Upper Moon 5 had perished due to excessive talkativeness. Shizue sighed helplessly. He underestimated me. Tanjiro shook his head. I suppose every Upper Moon faced with a swordsman would have underestimated them before. And what was the result? The swordsmen were the ones who fell. Shizue glanced up at Tanjiro. He seemed to have a question in mind. Sit down. My neck is aching from looking up so much. Shizue gestured for Tanjiro to take a seat, then looked upward again, feeling the onset of cervical spondylosis. Tanjiro sat down. What did you want to ask? It's about the dance of the fire god. Miss Butterfly said you should know about it. Shizue nodded. During the Sengoku period, there was a swordsman who cornered Kibutsuji Musen into a desperate plight. He created the breath technique and taught it within the Demon Slayer Corps. The breathing styles we use now all derive from his original sun breathing. According to my information, sun breathing remains the most effective method against Kibutsuji Musen. Is the dance of the fire god also derived from it? Tanjiro inquired. No, Shizue replied. That swordsman was a friend of your Kamado ancestors. He passed the sun breathing down to your forebears, who then incorporated it into the dance of the fire god. Shizue recalled a conversation between the Tsujikuni Yorichi and Tsujikuni Kanamori within the System S storyline about the transmission of the breathing techniques, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh. What is worthy of inheritance will neither be forsaken by the world nor forgotten by history. He continued. After that swordsman's death, Kibutsuji Musen exterminated all swordsmen who used sun breathing, but he was unaware that the swordsman had passed it on to your ancestors. Shizue's gaze bore down heavily on Tanjiro. In other words, you are the sole inheritor of the original breathing style. Tanjiro suddenly felt a profound sense of responsibility. To inherit the primordial breathing technique meant bearing a greater burden. You need not feel overwhelmed. Tanjiro, Shizue comforted him. After all these years, no one knows whether sun breathing can still suppress the Demon King. Perhaps now only the sun itself can truly vanquish Kibutsuji Musen, but we must continue striving. So, you should practice total concentration constant form. Total concentration constant form refers to maintaining the breathing technique in full concentration all day, which enhances the body's various attributes. Shizue did not know what that felt like. It was a game status, understood by those in the know, but that did not prevent him from encouraging Tanjiro toward this goal. After all, he himself was about to commence physical function rehabilitation training. Practicing this would be beneficial. Though there were other instructions to impart, there was no rush. Once he recovered further, he would report this operation to the other pillars. Reporting an operation was no great matter. At that moment, Shizue reassured the head of the corps. I will strive to bring everyone, without exception, before the Demon King. The more high-level combatants in the party when facing the boss, the better. Having made such a declaration, Shizue naturally had to rack his brain to realize it. Although he began planning upon understanding the world's background, plans could never keep pace with change. So, the protagonist must do his best. Shizue sat at the study desk in the mansion, twirling the pen between his fingers intermittently. The issue of the markings also required attention. After today, he would visit Ju Tomioka, who had opened his markings. His bodily functions should have undergone significant changes. It would be an opportunity to research methods of life extension. Player, there is good news and bad news now. Which would you like to hear? The system spoke unexpectedly, its tone eerie, while Shizue was still immersed in brainstorming. The good news is, it began, Kibutsuji Musen has convened the Upper Moons. You should be able to eavesdrop on quite a bit of intelligence now. It had taken so long to start the meeting. Musen's initiative was lacking. Shizue nodded. And the bad news? If you listen now, you will hear the bad news, but rather than bad, it might be considered good news. The system teased him. Eavesdropping could reveal bad news? It was probably just the Demon King taking a little straw doll with his name on it and stabbing wildly. That was about all he was capable of. Shizue reclined in his chair, propping his face with one hand, closing his eyes, and connecting the eavesdropping talisman to the Demon King's location. There was no sound of the biwa. It seemed the upper moons had completed their assembly. Don't be deceived by Nezuko's quiet demeanor. Her inner world is quite rich, the system suddenly remarked for some unknown reason. During the upper moon's meetings, she always wishes they would each go home separately, because whenever they gather, a bloody brawl inevitably breaks out. The Infinite Castle was her blood demon art. Naturally, she was displeased. No one knew what words Kibutsuji Musen would utter. Given his nature, it was unlikely to be pleasant. Shizue ceased listening to the system's ramblings and focused on eavesdropping on the Demon King's situation. I have long suspected that Hantengu would fail. His blood demon art was completely seen through by that swordsman with the phoenix pattern on his eye. Although that swordsman's strength is not outstanding, his intelligence is sufficient to keep him undefeated against any of you. Who was Musen referring to? The system responded calmly. You no need to guess. Shizue took a deep breath. Very well, the opening was a compliment from the Demon King himself. Yet he felt no honor. He seemed able to guess what the system meant by the bad news. At that moment, another voice emerged. Shizue recognized it as well. It was the voice of Doma. Upper Moon 2. Subordinates think the same. I have fought that little phoenix. Just a few glimpses of my blood demon art were enough for him to behead me. Lord Musen. Very well, that was praise from Upper Moon 2. Still, Shizue did not feel honored. But little phoenix? Was that him? Shizue massaged his temples in frustration. Kibutsuji Musen must surely despise him to the utmost now. Was this all the bad news the system wanted him to hear? Certainly not. Kibutsuji Musen snorted coldly and said, I am beginning to question your very existence. Whether it be the surviving Kamadu clan or the blue hydrangea, there are no clues at all. With that mind of yours, it truly is beyond comprehension to fathom the purpose of the upper moon demons. After all, this matter is so profoundly intricate that even he must engage his cerebral cortex to contemplate it, let alone Musen Kibutsuji, the demon who possesses 5 brains and whose CPUs perpetually operate in a state of overheating and malfunction. System. This statement feels somewhat odd. Listening to it again, it still strikes me as peculiar. Well, the past cannot be changed. I rather fancy that swordsman. No, I have no desire whatsoever for you to fancy me. Please, continue to despise me. Musen Kibutsuji's words sent a chill down Tokizaro's spine. This is becoming increasingly terrifying. If Lord Musen takes a liking to him, I, your humble servant, shall bring him forth. That hypnotic tone must be Korizumi. But what is he thinking? Has he been turned? What is the progress status? I do not mind granting him a position among the upper moons, provided you can bring him before me. Tokizaro silently severed the talisman. Is this the so-called bad news that sounds more like good news the system mentioned today? Upon breaking the talisman, he had hoped to eavesdrop on a wealth of intelligence. Yet what transpired? The Demon King and his subordinates merely showered him with praise from the outset. He was deeply grateful for their compliments. The system whispered a question. Are you moved? Judging by my current mindset, you can tell I'm far from moved. Absolutely not. Under such circumstances, could he still venture out freely to gather intelligence? Would he dare? Tokizaro pondered, rising to his feet and picking up his staff. Why wouldn't he dare? Of course, he would. Tokizaro's courage stemmed from the confidence the system instilled in him. The map lay before him, the markers clearly placed. He was no saint who would recklessly chase after the upper moons to save others at the cost of his own life. As long as he kept to the shadows, it was still manageable. Yet, he had to remain vigilant against truly being ensnared by demons. If, by misfortune, I am indeed trapped by demons, system, should I roll back? Or are there other possibilities? He needed to clarify this question first. The system replied confidently, Fear not, player. We solemnly promise that if you are transformed into a demon by the Demon King, it will be considered a game state. There is no need to worry about issues like consuming humans' blood or flesh. A game state demonization, then. So if he truly became a demon, he would not only be spared from devouring humans but could also retain his sanity. That was reassuring. At the very least, he trusted the system to safeguard his memories from being pried into. If only, at that time, he could fabricate some false memories to fool the level 999 boss. but such matters were likely far off in the distant future. For now, he was not capable of provoking them, yet he could still evade them. However, once outside, he did not know where to go. After leaving headquarters, Tokuzero began wandering aimlessly. In the past, he would plan a route and carefully arrange the affairs of the demons along that path. But today, having received heavy news, his mood was somewhat dispirited. Where could he go? Perhaps to the Flower District? Didn't you just say to avoid the upper moons? The system gently reminded him. Tokuzero scratched his head, somewhat helpless. But if I don't go there, I feel like I have nothing to do. Grinding levels was truly tedious, and it was all too easy for the level 999 to detect his location. Whatever he did would be inconvenient. The Flower District, he both wished to go and yet hesitated. That place was awkward precisely because the upper moons were stationed there. According to the System S intelligence, the upper moon 6 was held by two demons, a brother and sister pair, who could only be killed by beheading both simultaneously. In other words, they could only be challenged as a team. Among this entire group of upper moons, only Gyako could be soloed. Gyako honored, indeed. The system did not persuade him further, and Tokuzero was clever enough. Either way, they would flee. Thus, Tokuzero made his way to the Flower District. He recalled that some wives of the Sound Pillar had recently infiltrated the Flower District to gather intelligence. Meeting up with them should pose no problem. He sent a messenger crow to communicate with the Sound Pillar and soon received a reply. The Sound Pillar instructed him to rendezvous with his wife, Hinetsuru, at Kaigokuya to exchange intelligence. The Sound Pillar hailed from a ninja family, and all three of his wives were exceptional kunoichi who had been undercover in the Flower District for quite some time, gathering copious intelligence. Among them, Hinetsuru's analytical and judgmental abilities surpassed those of the other two wives, making a conversation with her smoother for Tokuzero. The Sound Pillar was truly meticulous. Tokuzero thought this arrangement was beneficial. Exchanging intelligence with someone familiar with the terrain would be very convenient. However, there was one hesitation. Though it may be somewhat improper to say, might I ask if she could come out to meet me? The Flower District was an isolated area composed of numerous pleasure quarters, where most of the geishas were impoverished girls sold into this life. Though burdened with hardship, their basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter were guaranteed, and if fortunate, they might be ransomed and escape their plight. Tokuzero had never looked down upon women of the night. After all, they earned their living by their own means, and no one was inferior to another. Yet, he truly felt embarrassed to enter. His face flushed. The system covertly offered a suggestion. If you feel embarrassed, there is another way. What way? Tokuzero inquired curiously. For some reason, the system's tone suddenly grew peculiarly mischievous. If you think it inappropriate to enter as a man, why not change into a woman? Our System's shop enthusiastically offers cosmetics and various garments to your satisfaction. Tokuzero. He had not realized the system was not only miniaturized but also somewhat lecherous in spirit. Wanting him to cross-dress? In his dreams, Tokuzero scoffed at the System's mindset and continued racking his brain on how to enter and find the contact. Sneaking in quietly? After failing to persuade the player to cross-dress, the system resumed a serious tone and offered practical advice. Just go in and say you're there to be served and enjoy a meal. Your mind is filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. Indeed, what lewd thoughts? I'm merely embarrassed. But that was the only viable method. Tokuzero opened the map and scanned the Flower District. Kaigokuya was located here. Huh? That red marker? Tokuzero stared silently at Kaigokuya's coordinates, which coincided exactly with those of Upper Moon 6. Speaking of which, the Sound Pillar's wife is truly remarkable, having remained near Upper Moon 6 for so long. Tokuzero changed the subject. The system responded calmly. Madame Hinetsuru hails from a ninja clan second only to the Yuzui family, more formidable than the other two wives. Indeed, quite formidable. Now, the pressing question arose. Should he go? This was truly a test of one's humanity. Could he still call back the messenger crow to tell the Sound Pillar to send someone else for the rendezvous in time? Though he knew Upper Moon 6 was here, he did not know which establishment precisely. Fortunately, he had scanned the area before entering. Otherwise, he might have been ambushed by Upper Moon 6. Although he planned to avoid the Upper Moons, it was likely that Madame Hinetsuru had already received the news and prepared the intelligence. Changing the contact now would be impolite. He browsed through the System's shop from top to bottom. What could he use to disguise his identity? We recommend players use a human skin mask, not actual human skin, of course. Understood. Tokuzero exchanged for a mask and donned it, tidied his hair, changed his clothes and entered Kaigokuya. Cross-dressing was out of the question. Once started, could become addictive and troublesome. There was a secret code between Tengen Yuzui and Madame Hinetsuru. Tokizero only needed to utter the code, and she would naturally come out. Without any unexpected occurrences, a woman soon arrived at the room he had rented. Good evening. With her ebony hair and violet eyes, she was indeed his contact. Thank you for your hard work. Tokiori moved his fingers subtly, casting a protective barrier around them. Whether it could withstand the upper moon demons was uncertain, but at the very least it prevented eavesdropping. Madame Hinazuru could speak freely, assured that no one would overhear. Upon entering this miniature map, the system's layout transformed, specifically highlighting the rooms occupied by the upper moon demons. The outer barrier Tokiori had set up carried an illusionary effect. Even if someone pressed their ear against the door, all they could catch were, well, risque jokes. System, I commend you. System, I truly appreciate your praise. Yes, Lord Fubashira. Madame Hinazuru did not hesitate either, promptly relaying the intelligence she had gathered. Tengen Yuzui believed that the entertainment district would be the perfect refuge for demons, so his 3 wives had infiltrated the pleasure quarter to seek information on the demons, regularly communicating with him. Tokiori's sudden arrival in the entertainment district was precisely why Tengen Yuzui had sent one of his wives to assist him. Madame Hinazuru suspected that the courtesan Daki of the Kaigokuya was suspicious, yet she had not uncovered any concrete clues. Do you have any suggestions? Tokiori glanced toward the door. Madame Hinazuru, please find a way to extricate yourself from here. That courtesan is one of the upper moon demons. Since a while ago, faint gazes had been drifting outside, and it was uncertain whether the upper moon demon had detected the surveillance. He had confidence in the system's tools but thought it prudent to leave for now. Madame Hinazuru was unaware of this and was taken aback. Upper moon demon? Avoid if possible. Madam, please cease your investigation of her. I need to uncover what her blood demon art is planning. Find a way to leave here and inform the other 2 wives to exercise caution in their recent communications with the sound pillar. Tokiori did not explain how he had discovered this, merely instructing Madame Hinazuru to depart promptly. He hoped she could escape unscathed. After all, if he were to pose as a guest and redeem her now, it might alert the demons prematurely. He himself had to remain in hiding from the upper moon demons lately. I understand. Madame Hinazuru grasped Tokiori's implication and resolved to find a way out. Thus concluded the intelligence gathering in the entertainment district. Until the very end, he could still hear the system's regretful voice. Actually, cross-dressing is really no problem. Got it, mute yourself. Impossible to cross-dress. Unless Muzan Kibutsuji himself appeared in the entertainment district tomorrow, it was absolutely unthinkable. So you'd cross-dress if Muzan Kibutsuji showed up? The system suddenly quipped mischievously. Tokiori was momentarily stunned. What had been merely a flag now brought to mind the image of Muzan Kibutsuji disguised as a geisha that he had seen last time when borrowing a talisman. Absolutely not. Tokiori cleared his throat, responding resolutely. No deception there. The system was somewhat disappointed. Tokiori hastily left Kaigokuya, departing the entertainment district, ensuring no one was around, then tore off his disguise and reverted to his original form. Tokiori felt this was untenable. With upper moon demons present, he could not linger. He scanned the map once more. His route needed to avoid all the upper moon demons, but their positions were constantly shifting. Ultimately, remaining at headquarters was best. He was prudently cowardly. Then why didn't you show fear when you went to rescue the Kamadu children last time? The system teased him. That time, I was so exhausted I barely noticed. Otherwise, how could he have dared to recklessly confront a boss many levels above? Forget it. I'll just return to headquarters. He really couldn't think of whose intelligence he could pilfer next. Who knew what might happen if he stayed out longer? Better to report the upper moon demon situation to Tengen Yuzui first, then formulate an operation plan, and then check on the protagonist's status. By now, he should have mastered total concentration breathing. Tanjiro was fascinating. Others, when faced with seemingly impossible feats, instinctively retreated, but he courageously advanced. Just like the 3 from the Butterfly Mansion advising Tanjiro to blow up the gourd. Initially incredulous, Tanjiro showed no hesitation. No wonder he was the protagonist. To slay a level 999 humanoid demon, one must be well prepared. This time, Tokiori's absence was so brief it was almost negligible. Shinobu Kocho, seeing him return so swiftly, feared something had happened. Mr. Tokiori? Did something occur? Tokiori shook his head. Just returned to plan the operation. Shinobu's eyes brightened. Is there another upper moon you can slay now? Tokiori was momentarily taken aback, realizing Shinobu wished to hunt the upper moon too. But now was not the time. The Eternal Bliss cult had yet to make a move. He could not rush recklessly to deal with enemies. The exact location of the Upper Moon 6 has been found. I need to find the sound pillar. Is he around? Shinobu maintained her smile and pointed him in the right direction. She was a bit anxious. Shinobu, don't be impatient. I said I would kill them and I will. No need to rush. If he gets flustered, the plan will falter. Shinobu nodded. Whether she truly understood or not, the immediate matter had to be dealt with first. Tokiori turned to seek out the sound pillar. Is the player now preparing to attack the Upper Moon 6? The system seemed to harbor other thoughts. Tokiori was always alert to the system's slightest oddity. And this time was no exception. Of course. Now that the location is confirmed, do you expect me to leave the experience points unused? Although experience and resources would be divided in a team, naturally the best method was used for swift completion. The Upper Moon 6 was confirmed to be in the entertainment district. The plan was to use the same trick to draw them out and kill them. System. Don't make luring and killing sound so routine. People might think you're the villain. I advise you to remain at headquarters. Trouble is likely imminent. It's best to adapt calmly. The system's tone was unusually grave. Trouble is imminent? Tokiori began recalling any events that might expose headquarters. The only major disasters were the death of the master or the exposure of headquarters. But no matter how he thought about it, the conclusion was, nothing. Can you clarify? Tokiori inquired. The system sighed. In summary, it won't interfere with your clearance, but it will cause you to lose the perfect ending. The rescue mission. Tokiori pondered, then arrived at the Sound Pillar's residence and knocked. Hikage opened the door and ushered him inside. The Sound Pillar was in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, he sheathed his two great swords and approached Tokiori. Yo, Tokiori, did you get the intelligence you wanted? He was confident in his wives and trusted that Tokiori had obtained the information, hence coming to meet him. Madam Hinazuru is excellent. I've learned what I needed. Tokiori replied. The demons in the entertainment district are Upper Moon demons. I came to ask if you have time recently? This was merely a formality. Regardless of whether he had time, if Tokiori needed it, the answer would be yes. Tengen Yuzui rolled his eyes. Why do you ask such an unembellished question? Indeed. Tokiori tapped his cane on the ground. Yuzui, have your wife leave the entertainment district. That place is crowded. I still need to find a way to lure the demons out without alerting them. Once I finalize the plan, I'll come to you. All right, let us have a magnificent battle, Tengen Yuzui said nonchalantly. His catchphrase, indeed. By the way, is any pillar going to deploy soon? Tokio suddenly recalled this matter. If a pillar is to engage in battle soon, it demands careful attention. Events that could easily jeopardize the perfect ending must be approached with utmost caution. The sound pillar looked at him with puzzlement, uncertain of his meaning, yet still responded. It's Rengoku. Recently, there have been several disappearances aboard a train called the Infinity Train. The swordsmen sent to investigate have also vanished, so Rengoku went to look into it. The Infinity Train. Tokio mused. It was not unfamiliar. After all, transportation options here were scarce. He was aware that within a short span, 40 people had disappeared on this train, and to think even Demon Slayer core swordsmen had gone missing. Such a large-scale disappearance would warrant a huge exclamation mark in any other game. Truly, it portended ill. How long has Rengoku been there? Not long, probably just a few days. Tengen Yuzui replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Rengoku is formidable. Even the Upper Moon demons wouldn't stand a chance against him. Don't be so sure, Tokio frowned. There's scant intelligence from Muzan Kibutsuji's side, but something still feels off. I'm really worried. He raised his hand to press his temple. Lately, he'd have to stay up all night monitoring Muzan Kibutsuji again. He hoped that the latter would keep that thrombosed brain of his from thinking of coming to the Infinity Train. He also wished that the Upper Moons would retain their diminished intellect. Finally, he hoped that Kaijiro Rengoku would be prudent and avoid clashing with the Upper Moons. But those Upper Moons probably wouldn't be lurking on a single train to prey on people. Judging by the world map scan, the Infinity Train was quite far from them. It seemed unlikely they'd whimsically decide to board the train. He could rendezvous with Kaijiro Rengoku, but only after Rengoku had finished his day's work, at least until a rough battle plan against the Upper Moon 6 was formulated. System. He thought Tokio would head straight to the Infinity Train, but who would have guessed he had such confidence in Kaijiro Rengoku? Why didn't the boss show him the original work when sending him here? Why not let the system reveal the main storyline's source material? What should he do now to make the player rush to the Infinity Train immediately? Who can tell him what to do? Night was falling, and Tokio had only half completed the plan in his hands. Suddenly, the system interjected. Player, Tanjiro, and the others also went today. Shinobu Kocho recommended they join Kaijiro Rengoku on the Infinity Train mission. Tanjiro? Is he well now? Tokio initially did not react. Why did the system suddenly mention this? Tanjiro should have mastered the breath of the sun from Sanemi Shinazugawa. He could show it to him next time they met. Besides, if Tanjiro's wounds had healed, what did his mission have to do with Tokio? No fear at all. Huh? Tokio's pen halted mid-air. Tanjiro and Rengoku heading to investigate a mission that would surely be marked by an exclamation point on the map. Such a team composition was undoubtedly the prelude to a game's boss fight. In other games, this would be the climax of a main quest chapter. After clearing the dungeon, a challenging mini-boss inevitably appears. He abruptly stood, grabbed his cane, and stepped outside. The protagonist's knack for attracting demons might summon all manners of fiends. Better to check immediately. The system breathed a secret sigh of relief. At last, he felt the urgency. Had Tokio not set out soon, the system would risk punishment to reveal spoilers. It was hardly Tokio's fault. After all, he hadn't read the original work nor researched the Infinity Train. Lately, his mind was filled with the dance of the fire god and the upper moons, completely overlooking the lower moon one. Having just returned to headquarters, Tokio was about to head out again, leaving everyone puzzled about his next move. Yet no one asked. High intelligence always has its reasons. Questioning him might invite disappointment. Thus, Tokio departed without hesitation. Not knowing the situation there, Tokio began querying the system. Who is assigned to this mission? Kaijiro Rengoku, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Oh, and Nezuko has returned from MT Sagiri and is with Tanjiro as well. Oh, the little girl has leveled up, right? There should still be time to buy tickets. Not necessarily, the system slyly encouraged fare evasion. It's a demon train. No need to buy tickets. A valid point. Tokio indeed had no intention to purchase one. Rengoku was already aboard. He must fly there directly. Summoning his Azure Phoenix, Tokio followed the map S marker. Still no sign of activity from Muzan Kibutsuji's side. Perhaps he was unconcerned with the upper moon's movements. Only the upper moons and the Demon King could slay pillars. As he glimpsed the Infinity Train speeding along the rails in the distance, Tokio drew a deep breath. This train, indeed a demon train, probably due to entering a dungeon instance, his map had transformed. A large boss icon gleamed brightly, yet upon arrival he saw no one. Tokio exhaled. Who is the boss here? Lower Moon One. The true final boss would not appear for some time. The system did not mention this. That menace. Tokio recalled the nauseating voice he had heard. An entity that derived pleasure from others' suffering was truly revolting. But if it was only Lower Moon One, then no rush. For the equipment hasn't arrived yet. Tokio landed at the train's rear door, speaking thus. System. After level 999, will Tanjiro also be doomed to become equipment? Tokio placed his hand on the rear door, suddenly stopping. What's wrong? The system was puzzled. Had he sensed something amiss inside? Tokio stared at the door with a grave expression. Player, please don't scare me. I'm frightened. If something had happened, he might as well say so. This tense demeanor was unsettling, you know? Tokio silently twisted the door handle. It's locked. System. Why the long face just because the door is locked? Tokio sighed, regretting not choosing to land on the roof. Now he had to climb up. Grasping the train's ladder, he swiftly ascended to the roof with ease. Looking back, the train's route was well chosen. The scenery along the way was quite pleasant. Hey player, aren't you cold? The cloak fluttered wildly in the night wind. Tokio's long hair shimmering softly under the moonlight. Not cold. It wasn't winter anymore. A breeze was nothing. The Infinity Train felt unusually quiet. Tokio suddenly sensed something was amiss. Lower Moon One Enmu, the blood demon art must be dream-related. When a person dreams, their body is practically paralyzed. A demon's appearance at such a moment would be disastrous. What is Lower Moon One's blood demon artifact? Tokio asked sharply. The system was startled. Enmu's blood demon art induces sleep, then destroys the core of the victim's spirit within the dream. The core of the spirit, some nerve within the skull? Stimulated by mental energy? Never mind. No need to apply science now. Science should not exist in times like these. Tokio scratched his head, resolved to stop the train first. On both sides stretched the vast earth. Neither elevated bridge nor precipitous cliff, and with the vehicle halted, he found himself freer to move. Without hesitation, he leapt downward with a fierce motion, shattering a pane of glass as he burst into the carriage. Before his eyes lay a scene of slumbering figures. Sherling Iduin felt speechless. They were sleeping so soundly. Why were they asleep while he was toiling away? It was utterly unfair. System. Work. What on earth are you thinking? You'd better die. Enough. Help me produce a loudspeaker. Expecting to rouse someone under the blood demon art with a loudspeaker? Player, have you lost your mind again? And why didn't he simply go and slay the lower moon one directly, since its location was clearly marked for him? Sherling Iduin's thoughts were simple. It's just a lower moon. Let the protagonist earn the experience points. He wouldn't steal the limelight, that would be impolite. Yet, in response to the system's doubt, Sherling Iduin did offer an explanation. Just as we can hear external sounds even in our dreams, the depth of sleep still allows some reaction to outside noises. Even if it was the blood demon art, he intended to conquer it with science. Fine here. This loudspeaker is for you with preset sounds inside, choose whichever you like. Though he doubted the method's efficacy, if the player wished to proceed, so be it. Sherling Iduin took the loudspeaker with satisfaction and switched it on. The next moment, grind, scissors, snap. Startled, he hastily turned it off. Was this the system's preset? He stood dumbfounded for a long moment. Looking down, he turned it back on. Trash? Junk? Clack? Beep. Sherling Iduin's hand trembled as he quickly switched to another. Jiangnan Leather Factory is closed down. Sherling Iduin. Damn it. He abandoned the battle of wits with the loudspeaker, casually selecting a relatively suitable sound and hung it from the ceiling of the carriage, letting it play. The result was a cacophony filling the entire carriage with the refrain. How can you sleep? At your age, how can you possibly sleep? A maddening refrain. Sherling Iduin's expression remained unchanged. After several awkward attempts, Sherling Iduin gleaned a truth. As long as he did not feel embarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Amidst this absurd atmosphere, Sherling Iduin did not expect that instead of waking the humans first, they would summon the demon. Indeed, the loudspeaker's bizarre sound was so compelling that even the dim-witted demon could not resist descending to investigate, only to collide headlong with Sherling Iduin, who was advancing toward the locomotive to stop the train. No need to allocate experience points to the protagonist anymore. Sherling Iduin sighed as he gazed at the lower moon demon before him. Experience points delivered on a silver platter were rare and must be cherished. He glanced at the train. It appeared unwise to attempt stopping the train now. The system had just informed him that Enmu had fused himself with the train, yet it was still crucial to reach the front because, according to the map the system provided, Enmu's neck was right at the very front of the locomotive. Simply cut it off and be done. So, faced with this demon who still possessed a corporeal form, Sherling Iduin chose to feign ignorance, bypassing him and heading straight forward, an act of profound disrespect toward the lower moon one. Not even capable of handling the lower moon one, Enmu knew that this swordsman was the one Muzan Kibutsuji had sent to retrieve him. A formidable swordsman, but no matter, so long as he was asleep, there would be no problem. Enmu cast the blood demon art toward Sherling Iduin. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Shut up. Sherling Iduin listened with growing impatience. What was this incessant mumbling? This was not the original body, so he did not wish to engage further. But since the demon persisted noisily, Sherling Iduin, with a sharp snap, severed the demon's head. He had no idea what the demon had been chanting, but it was vexing him. Enmu was shocked. Why had the spell utterly failed? His blood demon art had never failed before. Not even the pillars could resist it. System. That's because you don't believe in science. At that moment, Sherling Iduin had not paid the slightest attention to Enmu's muttering. His focus was elsewhere, his consciousness not aligned with the subject of the hypnosis, so naturally, he was immune. Sleep was out of the question. At such a moment, Sherling Iduin's mind was likely occupied with the thought, how could any of you sleep? Looking down, he regarded Enmu, whose entire body was fused with the train, like intestines. How revolting. Ha ha ha, surprised? Before you arrived, I had already merged with this train. Enmu looked up at the train's roof. Truly nauseating. This entire vehicle is my blood, my flesh, my bones. Understand now? Sherling Iduin's expression gave Enmu an ominous premonition, but he quickly dismissed it, continuing to laugh. Aren't you clever? Use your outstanding intellect and think carefully. How can you protect your companions and these 200 others all by yourself? Sherling Iduin seemed lost in thought, uncertain what to make of it. Alone, can you protect them? Enmu presumed Sherling Iduin was frightened and grinned wider. Can you protect these humans scattered across various places? Sherling Iduin sighed, turning his gaze. The front of the train was not far now, just go straight ahead. He turned and proceeded forward. Enmu was stunned. Wait, aren't you gonna save those people? The staff in Sherling Iduin's hand emitted a soft dong. He turned, wearing the smile of a jailer facing a condemned prisoner. Even death row inmates get one last hearty meal. What's the harm in letting you enjoy one last feast? I despise this place. I despise everyone here. MU's eyes widened. This man was nothing like the demon slayers he knew. Those swordsmen protected civilians. This one was utterly different. Why? Why else? Because he was brazenly fearless. Do whatever you want. I'm gonna chop off your head first. Let us see if you stop me or go have your final meal. That was precisely what Shirling Iduin meant. He had nothing to lose. This demoness' only leverage was this. Why get cocky? Besides, there was still the flame Hashira. No matter how beautiful a dream, there always comes a waking moment. For everyone knows it is but a dream, a fleeting illusion. Besides, there was Nezuko. Nezuko, for certain reasons, has already awakened and used her preserved blood demon art to dispel MU's blood demon art. No need to worry about that side. The system announced. Shirling Iduin shrugged. Certain reasons? That's your interference, I senti it? The system fell silent. Indeed, it was because of them, but also because Nezuko's blood demon art had the effect of sunlight, rendering other blood demon arts much less effective against her. It was quite reasonable. Shirling Iduin strode straight toward the locomotive, truly indifferent to the humans about to be ensnared by MU's tendrils. Hey, really not going to intervene? The system asked with reluctance. No need for me to intervene. Someone else will naturally handle it. Hadn't he the flame Hashira awakened? Leave such matters to him. Shirling Iduin needed to hurry and kill the lower moon one, then prepare to face another demon. Earlier, the reason he had been momentarily lost in thought was that he had overheard Muzan Kibutsuji's words. Summon Akaza to assist Enmu. Akaza, Upper Moon 3, the fighting demon. Dealing with this demon was a matter of simply cutting his network connection, but that required timing and tact. Passing through countless mounds of flesh and muscle, he finally reached the front of the train. Behind him came the sounds of battle. The loudspeaker had already vanished. Most likely severed. After all, that incessant noise was truly maddening. As the door swung open, his eyes met the train conductor standing before him. Who are you? Get out. Was he trying to stop him? Shirling E did not believe the conductor was unaware of the problems inside the train. Besides, the flesh masses were nearly smothering his face. Though the conductor's words were harsh, ultimately, it was inconceivable that he would kill ordinary people here. Then it was necessary to snap this conductor out of his stupor. Otherwise, even if the demon were slain, endless troubles would follow. Shirling E smiled faintly. This demon was quite adept at manipulating hearts, but unfortunately, he paled in comparison to Shirling E. The reason this conductor aided the demon was because he longed to continue dreaming sweet dreams, where he could see his wife and daughter. Shirling E did not know what he had endured. Perhaps unjust treatment, perhaps events where justice was unattainable. Nor did he wish to know. When dealing with such a person, the worst thing was to empathize with him, for it would make one feel he did not deserve such treatment. Therefore, Shirling E chose a different approach. He rolled aside to evade the nightmare's self-preserving assault and focused his attention on the conductor. The dreams crafted by demons are quite alluring, aren't they? Do you think immersing yourself in such dreams to see your wife and daughter proves your love? Shirling E's tone was stern, yet a smile lingered on his lips. You are merely consoling yourself in a dream. If you truly loved your wife and daughter, you would not allow vile creatures like demons to create their images, defiling their names beyond the grave. His smile darkened into something sinister. Killing for illusions conjured by demons. I wonder whether you truly love your wife and daughter, or whether you use your deceased family as a pretext for your murderous intent. The conductor's face flushed red, then paled repeatedly as his anger and shame surged. You know nothing. How dare you say such things? He bellowed at Shirling E. I'm going mad from missing them. Besides dreaming, what else can I do? Shirling E scoffed. Of course, I cannot understand, nor do I know anything. But your willingness to let demons use your wife and daughter to coerce you into killing, that is truly disgusting. The conductor froze. Demons using his wife and daughter while he was still stunned. Shirling E raised his long sword and stabbed it into the ground. Scorching sun vermilion bird. The flames of the vermilion bird rapidly descended upon the writhing flesh mass, effortlessly severing the demon's head. The train's engine derailed with the long cry of the vermilion bird. Throughout it all, Shirling E's focus never wavered from the conductor. If you still think I am an obstacle to you, then there is nothing more to say. System. You've already beheaded the demon. What is there left to say? He can no longer dream. Suddenly, the train behind them collectively derailed, twisting like a snake whose head had been severed. Shirling E glanced back briefly, then spun around, grabbing the conductor's clothing and charging forward, deftly avoiding the rolling carriages. After all, there were no abyssal cliffs nearby, and the flesh masses surrounding the nightmare offered some protection. Nothing would go wrong. He easily evaded all harm, landed on the ground, and released the conductor. At last, he had the leisure to glance at the lower moon one fading away on the floor. Here's your most genuine nightmare. Do you like it? Shirling Yi continued smiling. You think you understand human hearts? No. Human hearts are complex. Even among my own kind, I cannot fathom more than a tenth, let alone you, a demon. You abandoned your humanity, so human hearts have likewise forsaken you. Your shameless desire to control human hearts is the height of folly. The nightmare delighted in manipulating hearts to kill, so Shirling Yi deliberately struck at this weakness. No wonder he was only a lower moon. True strength would never stoop to such despicable methods. Suddenly, the nightmare laughed. Ha! Aren't you the same? When you told him you hated this place, did you not consider human hearts? Shirling Yi shook his head. I am no strong man. Naturally, there's no need to care about that. As long as I have no morality, then morality cannot hold me hostage. The nightmare's head was about to dissipate. He clung to his last breath and asked, Why aren't you asleep? Huh? You want to know that? Shirling Yi chuckled, crouched down, and stared into his eyes. You wanted me to use my intellect, didn't you? Well, I already have. I guarantee that in 3 days, all demons will know that the lower moon one favored by Muzan Kibutsuji died from ignorance. Next life, read more books. System. Damn. The insult is stronger than the damage. Disbelief filled the nightmare's eyes before he swallowed his last breath amid Shirling's mocking laughter. The quest was complete. Shirling Yi received a burst of phoenix flames. The reward was quite satisfactory. He scratched his head, recalling the orders he had just heard from Muzan Kibutsuji. Now, let us see if the post-clearance bonus can be obtained. Mr. Shir. Hearing that familiar voice, Shirling Yi turned his head and saw the protagonist running over in a hurry. He seemed fine, no injuries apparent. Tanjiro ran up, looking up at Shirling Yi with sparkling eyes. Mr. Shir, has the demon been beheaded? Shirling Yi glanced toward the ashes, his mind already formulating a battle plan against the soon-to-appear Upper Moon 3. Tanjiro looked puzzled again. By the way, Mr. Shir, why are you here? Shirling Yi could not help but roll his eyes. If I didn't come, you might not even know how you died. After all, the upper moons are almost here. For his perfect ending, caution was paramount. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke had come to participate in this mission at the recommendation of Shinobu Kocho. She had noticed Tanjiro's efforts and held high hopes for the boy. Moreover, Shirling Yi's praise further strengthened her belief that perhaps her sister, Kene Kocho's wish, could be entrusted to him. But before that, Tanjiro needed to grow stronger. Thus, Shinobu recommended that he undertake the mission alongside the enthusiastic Flame Hashira, hoping the Flame Hashira could guide him. After all, it was best not to expect much from Shirling Yi. Him staying peacefully at headquarters for 3 days was already earth-shattering. Tanjiro and his companions boarded the Infinity Train and met Kaijiro Rengoku, the passionate Flame Hashira. He also inspired great admiration in Tanjiro. When the Flame Hashira considered taking Tanjiro as his adopted son to mentor him, he was aware that the Phoenix Hashira had already clearly stated he would not accept an adopted son. After witnessing the Flame Hashira's strength, Tanjiro wished to become his disciple to grow stronger quickly. Then suddenly he fell asleep. In his dream, he saw his long-deceased mother and youngest brother, Rokuta. The family had not suffered any disaster. His mother and brother had not been killed. They still lived happily in their home on Mount Kumatori. Tanjiro nearly sank into the dream. But suddenly, how can you sleep? How can you sleep at this stage? A haunting voice reverberated repeatedly through his dream, forcibly dragging him from his slumber. Yet he did not know how to escape the dream. It was his sister Nezuko, who woke earlier, who burned her own blood to activate her blood demon art, freeing him from the dream. Seeing Tanjiro awake, Nezuko quickly turned away to burn the ropes binding the others, breaking the nightmare's blood demon art. Then, inexplicably, the carriage was enveloped by strange flesh masses, which tried to devour the passengers. To safeguard the passengers, the Flame Hashira ventured alone to the rear, protecting 5 carriages, while Zenitsu and Nezuko guarded the remaining few. He and Inosuke were tasked with locating the demoness neck and slaying it. Following the scent and guided by Inosuke's keen senses, they dashed toward the end of the train, only to catch a familiar aroma midway. Takedo-san, when did you arrive? At that moment, the entire carriage began to writhe violently, like a dying serpent desperately struggling. Inosuke yanked Tanjiro aside to prevent him from falling flat on his face. The head has been severed, but the body is still thrashing. Takedo-san must have cut it off. Once the train finally settled into a rhythmic quiet, the chunks of flesh slowly dissipated. Tanjiro glimpsed that figure ahead. Takedo-san. The silhouette turned its head, but Tanjiro sensed a grave aura radiating from the swordsman before him. Takedo-san, why are you here? If I hadn't come, you might not even know how you died. Takedo frowned and hurriedly took a few steps forward. What about Rengoku? Where did he go? Yes, here, Tanjiro replied, glancing back. Takedo followed his gaze upward and then spotted a large owl rushing toward them with urgency. Damn, it's exactly the same. Takedo took a step back as the owl approached. Takedo, you're here too. I never imagined things would come to this. It makes me want to crawl into a hole and disappear. The voice was thunderous, rattling their heads. Takedo shook his head. Stop looking for holes. Rengoku, get yourself together quickly. Muzan Kibutsuji has dispatched the upper moons. Upper moons? Rengoku Kaijuro's expression turned serious as he swiftly adjusted his physical state through breathing techniques. Fortunately, although they had just fought, it was only a lower moon demon, and its decapitation had minimized their exhaustion. Do you have a plan? Rengoku inquired. Takedo shook his head. There's no time to strategize. We'll take it one step at a time. He turned to the four youngsters with Tanjiro. During the battle, stay away from here. Whether you're rescuing others or watching from the sidelines, do not rush forward. Nezuko asked with concern, Furin-san, are you alright? Although she now knew Takedo's name, Nezuko still preferred to call him Furin-san. Takedo indulged her, as it was merely a name. No problem, Takedo replied decisively. Even without a battle plan, we have intelligence on Upper Moon 3. Facing him won't be an issue. Taking him down is simple. Just pull the plug on his wife, provided she's brought out at the right moment. Right? Just don't come forward. Leave what happens next to me. Rengoku Kaijuro, brimming with vitality, exclaimed, we're actually going to fight an Upper Moon? That's both surprising and thrilling. Indeed, it was enough to excite anyone. The one who appeared was Upper Moon 3. Rengoku said, this demon is not easy to handle. To put it plainly, among all the Upper Moons, Upper Moon 3 exemplifies overwhelming strength. He can single-handedly take on 10 opponents. His martial prowess is peerless, and many underhanded tactics simply don't work on him. However, Takedo thought of the network jammer specifically designed for Upper Moon 3 in his backpack and recalled all the intelligence he had gathered about him. He also regretted having told Enmu earlier that manipulating human hearts was a lowly tactic. He shouldn't have said that, as he was about to be proven wrong so soon. Though it's impolite, I'll have to trouble you later, Miss Koyuki. Takedo glanced at the map and prepared for battle. Rengoku, here he comes. Without needing a warning, Rengoku Kaijuro sensed the intensifying murderous aura. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his entire presence grew solemn. Takedo inhaled deeply. An explosion sounded right before them. As the smoke cleared, a youthful demon appeared. Short peach-pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin covered with countless deep blue tattoos, clad in a purplish-red short jacket, with prayer beads hanging from his ankles. His physique was robust, clearly well-trained. Well, praising him now was pointless. The demon was right in front of them. What else could they do but fight? Takedo narrowed his eyes and discreetly activated his transparent world technique, concealing his aura. With Rengoku Kaijuro and him present, armed with transparent world, the Hekiju sword, trial card, and stripes. Wait, why was he so determined to pull this demon-s plug? What combo would be most fitting? Wait, aren't you gonna turn him to your side? The system watched Takedo's murderous intent grow and was thoroughly perplexed. You were the one who proposed the defection plan, yet now you're the one trying to silence them. What's going on in your mind? Takedo was speechless. How can you not understand? Plans can't keep up with changes. The defection was to prevent casualties. Now that there's a chance to kill him, why waste words? System, makes sense. Somehow, hearing Takedo state this matter-of-factly gave the system the eerie impression that he was the real demon. Be careful. A big level gap can be fatal. Though he had the full set, Upper Moon 3 was no pushover. I know he's not a pushover. He devours people after all. Upper Moon 3 shifted his gaze toward Tanjiro. In the next moment he burst forth, charging fiercely at Tanjiro and throwing a punch. Rengoku's reaction was swift. Flame breathing. Second form. Rising scorching sun. He effortlessly cleaved the demon's arm in two. Upper Moon 3 flipped aside, clapped his hands, and effortlessly restored his arm. Such regenerative ability was truly enviable. Takedo glanced at the demon's health bar. Its thickness was astonishing. Moreover, despite the flame Hashira's powerful second form just now, not even a single scratch appeared on him. Perhaps the wounds were inflicted but healed too rapidly to detect. Upper Moon 3 glanced at Takedo and immediately charged at him. In Transparent World, Takedo could clearly see his movements and reacted instantly. Dodge. He lacked the strength to confront head-on. With a large backward flip, he evaded Upper Moon 3's punch and drew his sword, thrusting directly at the demon's throat. Yet halfway through, the sword wouldn't penetrate further. The demon's neck was incredibly tough. Takedo felt as if he had forgotten something. You forgot to use the Hekiju sword trial card. The system face-bombed in his mind. How can you be so clueless at crucial moments? Upper Moon 3 reacted swiftly, counterattacking as the sword pierced his neck. Thanks to Transparent World, Takedo responded immediately, drawing his sword back and sliding aside. Once again they separated. Truly, Upper Moon 3 wiped the blood from his neck. Not bad speed. Strange though, there's no sign of any fighting spirit. Transparent World could conceal 1's fighting spirit, making it undetectable. Takedo smiled faintly. Appearances can be deceiving. Rengoku Kaijiro felt the oppressive and menacing aura and gained a renewed understanding of the Upper Moon's power. I can't comprehend why you attacked Tanjiro, he said. Upper Moon 3 replied, because I thought he would interrupt our conversation. A bad premonition struck Takedo. He raised his sword, ready to split Upper Moon 3's skull, preventing him from uttering any blasphemous words. But Rengoku suddenly interjected. Do you have something to say to us? Though this is our first meeting, I already despise you. Is that so? I detest weak humans too. Seeing the weak makes me nauseous. Hearing this, Takedo recalled the hidden system storyline about Upper Moon 3's human past. His disdain for the weak was, in truth, a reflection of his self-loathing. It seems our standards for valuing things differ greatly. Wait a moment, why is Rengoku even talking to him? Shizuroi felt a bit perplexed. Shouldn't they be fighting now? Why engage in conversation? Akaza paid no attention to Shizuroi's puzzled expression, speaking with great delight. I have a marvelous proposition. How about you become a demon as well? Shizuroi's confusion deepened. How many times had this happened now? Although he didn't voice it aloud, Shizuroi recalled every demon he had encountered before, except for Hantengu, who was pinned down and beaten by 5 pillars with no chance to say anything. Every upper-rank demon had tried to persuade someone to become a demon. Such bewildering behavior of demons. Akaza's reasoning for recruiting was quite convincing. Your strength is evident even to the naked eye, you must be a pillar. To Akaza, Rengoku's fighting spirit blazed like a roaring flame. This fighting spirit has been honed through countless trials and has nearly reached the supreme realm. Rengoku responded, I am the flame pillar, Kaijiro Rengoku. I am Akaza. So polite too? A lifetime of confusion would be spent here. Rengoku, let me tell you why you have not attained the supreme realm. Because you are human, you will age and die. Become a demon, Rengoku. Whether it takes 100 or 200 years, you will have all the time to refine yourself and grow stronger. Calling someone by their name immediately upon meeting? That's quite refined by demon standards. What is this supreme realm of fighting spirit he mentioned? Shizuroi suddenly became curious and asked the system. The system responded calmly. Transcendent World. Ah! Shizuroi glanced at his skill panel. The Transcendent World currently active was somewhat glaring. For the natives of this world, it was a difficult realm to enter, but for Shizuroi it was merely a game state. Such disrespect for the natives. Have they finished their conversation yet? Shizuroi focused his attention on the two before him. A silence finally fell between them. It was no surprise that Rengoku would refuse. Akaza's recruitment tactics were ineffective. Done talking? Shizuroi raised his sword. If you're finished, then fight. This is exhausting to listen to. It was rare for a demon not to invite him to join their team, and for some reason, Shizuroi felt a sense of relief. But soon, Akaza switched his target. By the way, I don't need to convince you to become a demon. After all, you are a swordsman valued by that esteemed gentleman and will inevitably become a demon someday. Upon hearing this, Shizuroi felt several gazes lock onto him simultaneously. No malice, only concern and curiosity. Shizuroi thought, if I spin 360 degrees on the spot and then slide kneeling 50 meters while singing listen, I say thank you, what are the chances of him being skewered to death? System. The chance of skewering him to death is 0, but your chance of being killed is 100%. Feeling like the victim of a pyramid scheme was an unpleasant sensation, you know? Shizuroi had no idea what expression he wore, but it surely was not a pleasant one. What did he just say? That Rengoku would eventually become a demon? Just because LV999 had taken a liking to him? That demon Muzan Kibutsuji? Shizuroi couldn't help but chuckle. That gender-fluid hermaphrodite? You want me to become a demon? Do you see any perverse tendencies in me? Gender-fluid? Rengoku and Tanjiro's expressions at that moment were particularly vivid. What kind of description was that? Demon King being gender-fluid seemed accurate. Or did those extra 5 brains he had serve no purpose, requiring an external link to compensate for his lack of intelligence? That would depend on whether anyone was willing, though. Shizuroi continued to mock, unaware if LV-999 could hear him. Humans are the pinnacle of all creatures. I am not foolish enough to degrade myself like that. Stop telling me these things. If you want to fight, then fight. Flames slowly climbed along the blade in his hand. Shizuroi no longer wished to maintain a smile and simply warned Rengoku on the sidelines. Watch his opening moves. Predict his next action. Alright, don't shout. Shizuroi nearly fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't had time to formulate a battle plan. Otherwise, conspiring loudly with Kaijiro Rengoku here would have been problematic. Akaza sneered coldly. Is that so? He assumed a stance. The technique unfolded, destructive killing needle. Snowflake-shaped hexagons radiated outward from him, and the surrounding aura shifted suddenly. The role of the needles. Rengoku, this is the core of his blood demon art. Can sense an opponent's fighting spirit, then evade and attack accordingly. Be careful, Rengoku warned with a shout. Shizuroi used a method of transmitting sound to communicate. Rengoku nodded, indicating he understood. Refuse to become a demon, and I will kill you. Wait, what kind of bizarre development was this? What did he mean by kill you if you don't become a demon? His recruitment skills were truly lacking. Shizuroi was at a loss for words, but Akaza charged immediately. He promptly used the convenience of the transcendent world to dodge. Rengoku had already boldly engaged, and the two clashed. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Completely? Can't catch their movements. Such speed. It's impossible to follow with the naked eye. Yet within the combat circle it was only Rengoku and upper rank 3. Where was Shizuroi? Shizuroi concealed himself at the edge using the transcendent world. An assassin must master the timing of entry. He had to understand when joining the fight would yield the greatest advantage. Rashly entering would lead to instant annihilation, truly. Glancing at Tanjiro, who seemed about to rush forward, Shizuroi swiftly positioned himself behind him. Don't charge ahead, you 1T help. Your level is too low. Rushing in will only lead to your immediate vaporization. So please, don't sacrifice yourself. Shizuroi. Suddenly, the person vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to where he had concealed himself. Shizuroi searched for the perfect moment to enter. Kaza continued his recruitment. I don't understand. As fellow martial arts enthusiasts, why bother with this? After all, only the chosen can become demons. I cannot bear to watch those powerful ones age disgracefully. So die while you are still young and strong. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Wait, don't be misled. Shizuroi observed the two combatants separate briefly after an exchange. Sensing his moment had come, he dashed forward. Breath of the Phoenix. First form. Fire Phoenix's first cry. A swift thrust pierced behind Akaza, his long sword stabbing toward the demoness throat. But Akaza's keen senses detected the danger and he dodged by bending his body. This move was destructive killing kick style. Crown first cut. Kaza delivered an extremely rapid upward kick. Had it connected, it would have shattered a jaw instantly. Shizuroi rolled back to evade the strike. Luckily, his speed and the advantage of the transcendent world allowed him to avoid it. Otherwise, he might not have escaped. Breath of Flame. Fifth form. Flame Tiger. Seizing the opportunity, the flame pillar lunged forward, swinging a fiery tiger strike toward Akaza's neck. Yet he underestimated Akaza's reflexes. Akaza merely stepped back slightly and immediately unleashed his blood demon art. Destructive killing chaos style. Oh no, Shizuroi gasped. This move was unstoppable by Rengoku. Shizuroi abandoned caution about timing and rushed in, raising his hand to strike, attempting to interrupt the blood demon art. But even if severed, the destructive force of the chaos style remained. Amid the trembling, Shizuroi heard the unmistakable sound of bones breaking. That sound could not belong to a demon. Rengoku. He created 5 clones, each attacking Akaza simultaneously, while the original changed course, pulling Kaijiro Rengoku out of the combat zone. This tactic never grew old. The clones were quickly dispersed, but Shizuroi successfully dragged Rengoku back. Although the strike was promptly interrupted, Kaijiro was still struck by the aftershock. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow, only internal injuries. Tokiori hastily rummaged through his backpack and administered medicine to him. The system's remedies were highly effective for healing, yet frustratingly he had only recently discovered them. Buried deep within the marketplace's inventory, they were not easy to find. Feeling the medicine take swift effect as the excruciating pain began to subside, Kaijiro Purgatory was astounded. This is a secret technique not to be disclosed. Don't ask, came the curt reply. It's a pill refined in the gossip furnace. SNT this time supposed to be uncle from Hawaii? Quiet. With a swift pivot, Tokiori raised his sword to block Akaza's heavy punch. Such a blow would ordinarily be too formidable for Tokiori to endure. Yet he could not dodge. Behind him stood Kaijuro Purgatory. If he evaded, his perfect record would be lost. This was the pride of a gamer, something he could not abandon. The system overheard Tokiori's resolve and responded with silent exasperation. Why emphasize that so much? Clearly, it's you who wishes to save him. The strike landed with great force. Tokiori adopted the Wuqian-style Wudong Chiyuan stance to defend but lacked the strength to counterattack. His right arm was fractured. His ill-fated arm had broken several times already. Were it not for the system's protection, he might have perished countless times. The searing pain in his arm was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Tokiori spat out a mouthful of blood. Is it just a fracture? Are the internal organs affected as well? Yes. The player is now in a critical injury state. If attacked again, the health loss will be doubled. Hearing the system's tone, Tokiori felt reassured. If it could still speak so lightly, it meant he was still capable of fighting. Taking another dose of medicine now should be in time. Before Tokiori could inquire about exchanging potions, Akaza spoke. I thought you were merely somewhat foolish, yet I never imagined your strength would rival Kaijuro's. Foolish? Say that again to the Upper Moon 5 and Upper Moon 4 in hell. Tokiori couldn't help but retort at this moment. Brains are far superior to mere muscle. No objections accepted. Alas, Kaijuro's perfect strike has already healed, but his ribs are fractured, and his internal organs damaged. You may have blocked my attack earlier, but your right arm is broken and you too are gravely injured now. No, I intend to take a dose to recover. Tokiori bit his lip. This system's marketplace was sometimes truly unreliable. So many miscellaneous items, yet no resurrection armor or famed sword in sight. System. Even here, science must be respected. Resurrecting the dead is unscientific. Tokiori. Get lost. If only demons could instantly recover, those injuries would merely be scratches to them. Akaza has never given up his pyramid scheme. Humans cannot defeat demons, so just become demons yourselves. Here, system, summon Yoriichi Tsujikuni and smack him with it. Player, please drain the water from your brain. Your mind is precious, don't short-circuit it. Ha, jokes are not allowed. Tokiori shook his agonizing right arm, and with 2 crisp snaps, he realigned the bones in an instant. See? What I learned offline still comes in handy. Grasping the sword's hilt, he declared, never having returned home to honor my ancestors, how dare I fall to those treacherous fiends? Akaza might not have understood fully, but he grasped one thing. Tokiori refused to become a demon. I truly don't understand why you refuse to forever strive for greater strength. Akaza wondered aloud, striking a battle stance. You could possess eternal life, why seek death? Fight if you must. But enough with the nonsense. Tokiori suddenly grinned. I senti it just that I want to fight? Very well. White flames cascaded down the long sword. Startled, Akaza sensed the sudden eruption of a previously concealed fighting spirit, enough to astonish him. So that's it. You completely hid your fighting spirit before. You've reached that supreme realm. His excitement mounting, Akaza demanded, what is your name? Silently, Tokiori prepared his combat plan, swiftly outlining the strategy with the highest chance of success and discreetly informing Kaijuro Purgatory beside him. As for Akaza's question, he pretended not to hear it. Don't want to say? Fine, become a demon then. That way we can fight forever. Becoming a demon is absolutely impossible. But as a human, I can clearly tell you. Tokiori's sword blazed with brilliant white light. I shall not cease fighting until my blood is spilled dry. So, Upper Moon 3, do not come carelessly to battle. You are a demon deserving respect. I shall fight you first. If I lose, then you may resort to trickery. System. Don't take cheating so casually, hey. Sensing Tokiori's fighting spirit, Akaza laughed heartily. Very well. Fight, fight. Tokiori anticipated Akaza's opening move, predicting the attack. Spinning his sword upward, a colossal cross-shaped star appeared high above the battlefield, its oppressive gaze looming over the scene below. Akaza suddenly felt his speed seemed restricted, and even his strength waned beneath the star's radiant light. What a formidable technique! Akaza's excitement deepened. Come, show me the power of your move. Tokiori sneered coldly as the cross star fell into his sword like a shooting star. Akaza's attack simultaneously surged forward, destructive annihilation style. Raising his hand, Tokiori swiftly launched countless thrusts at the weak points of Akaza's attack, so fast that only afterimages of the blade could be seen. Dozens of white swans ascended into the sky, charging towards Akaza from various directions. Sensing the ferocity of the strike, Akaza revealed a grimace. The next instant, His fist collided with the sword's energy, which sliced through it as if it were mud. Yet this did not stop him from swinging another punch at Tokiori. He knew this blow would not miss. A cataclysmic punch slammed toward Tokiori's body. Mr. Tokiori! Tanjiro, who had been closely monitoring the battle, gasped in shock and drew his sword, preparing to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Inosuke. Don't go. That's not a fight you can join. Tanjiro understood this well, but his lifesaver was right before him and... No, not only Tanjiro, Akaza, whose body was pierced through by Tokiori's sword energy, also sensed something amiss. It lacks substance. This is not the real person. At that moment of realization, Tokiori's figure dissipated slowly like a drifting ember. The next second, Akaza swiftly turned to defend, but it was too late. The sword energy that had been stabbing continuously from behind pierced his body, creating a dozen holes in an instant. The long sword, bypassing his guard, pierced through his throat, then twisted to cleave half his neck. Can't regenerate immediately? Noticing the wound could not heal swiftly, Akaza's eyes widened as he looked at the sword in Tokiori's hand, enveloped in red and white flames. Can it really inhibit a demon's regeneration? Fortunately, only half his head had been severed, likely due to insufficient force. His regeneration was slowed, but not halted. Such a pity. You have failed. Akaza righted his head and allowed it to slowly regenerate, smiling as he regarded Tokiori. You are clever, but in the face of absolute power, your cleverness is insignificant. Come, become a demon. We shall fight forever. Pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Lingyi gritted his teeth, struggling to hold up his trembling body, refusing to show even the slightest sign of weakness. He was running out of strength, utterly exhausted, his body aching unbearably, and his mind restless. You'd better just shut up, Lingyi said, clearly displeased. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. I swore I wouldn't stop fighting until the blood runs dry, and I mean it. Come on. Let us keep fighting. Keep the momentum going. Akaza sneered coldly. Fine then. That nobleman only said he'd take you back, but never said you couldn't lose limbs along the way. Once you become a demon, everything can be solved with ease. I appreciate that, really, Lingyi retorted. Could you stop constantly reminding me that your boss is some androgynous freak watching me? Besides, Lingyi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he watched Akaza approach. Rengoku! He roared fiercely. Flames as fierce as the fires of hell surged toward Akaza like the gates of the underworld flung wide open. Breath of flame, ninth form, Rengoku. Akaza was stunned. He had not expected the flame Hashira, whom he thought was already incapacitated, to still be able to join the fight, and to unleash such a tremendous blow. But his reflexes were swift. He immediately turned his head. Destruction annihilation style. Two formidable auras collided with a thunderous impact. It was a stark reminder of how crucial intelligence truly was. At that moment, Lingyi realized that Rengoku's ultimate technique was somewhat inferior to Akaza's destruction style. Despite Akaza having been stabbed until his body resembled a coal honeycomb, this was utterly illogical. How could he still be so strong after being hacked to pieces like that? Schrodinger's science. Existing and not existing simultaneously. Just as Akaza was about to deliver a bone-chilling punch to Rengoku, Lingyi had no time to hesitate. Suppressing the searing pain coursing through his body, he lifted his sword and thrust it toward Akaza's back, aiming to sever the other side of his head. But he was too slow. After knocking Rengoku aside, Akaza spun around just in time to block the attack. Rengoku. Lingyi glanced anxiously, relieved that Akaza's hurried turn had spared the flame Hashira from severe injury. I'm fine, Rengoku replied, simultaneously ordering Tanjiro to retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot afford to fall here. Regrettably, the battle plan had failed. Rengoku had not managed to cut off the other half of Akaza's neck. Indeed. Lingyi's sword clashed against Akaza's fist with a sharp crack, immediately bouncing back. He thought he heard something, an ominous premonition. Lingyi looked down at his sword, which seemed to be bearing an unbearable burden. Was this sword about to meet its end? In other words, was its durability nearly depleted? You'd better be careful. The system's tone was grave. If the sword breaks now, it's all over. Not just now, whenever a sword breaks in battle, it invariably means death for its wielder. But he had no spare sword on hand. One moment of hesitation, and Akaza's attack was already upon him. Lingyi immediately raised his sword to block, parrying Akaza's punch before slashing toward the other side of his neck. Then, with his fragile body, the sword seemed to convey a farewell message to Lingyi. Goodbye, master. Tonight I set sail on a long voyage. Under Akaza's assault, the sword finally succumbed, snapping into two pieces. The broken blade flew past his eyes. In that instant, Shi mind went blank. Truly, in that moment, his brain was filled with the legendary life flashing before one's eyes. Memories from childhood to present flickered before him. His parents, friends, colleagues, all the times he had spent playing games. No way, is this a rollback? Suddenly realizing, Shi noticed he had already stepped out of Akaza's attack range. Just then, Rengoku had heard their clash and dashed forward, delivering a single stroke, first form, blade, aimed at Akaza's neck. That strike had saved Shi. His body reacted swiftly, dodging before his brain could fully process, pulling Rengoku back with him. Otherwise, he would have been killed with one punch. For perfection, Rengoku absolutely must not die. Both were flung backward by the force of the blows, crashing heavily onto the ground. So, even with a three-piece set, level advantage matters a lot. Yes, weapons matter too. Shi glanced at his broken sword, then drew its scabbard from his backpack. Summoning a final burst of strength, he charged forward once more, blocking an attack meant for Rengoku. That unfortunate child had become Akaza's sole target. Sure, be careful. Rengoku forced himself to rise and counterattack, but his severe wounds left him barely able to move. Your name is Shi? No, my surname is Shi. The thought came unbidden to Shi mind. Suddenly exerting force, he used the scabbard to shove Akaza away. Akaza leapt back. Sure, do you really think you still have a chance to turn the tables? Akaza laughed heartily. Your sword is broken, you're gravely injured, and no matter how brilliant your mind is, do you still think you can reverse the situation? First, Shi thought the answer was no, but now, a sudden glimmer of hope stirred within him. Shielding Rengoku behind him, Shi sent a meme-like expression to the system inside his mind. The system sighed, reluctant to look away. This round is probably a loss. How could a demon slayer ever bow to a demon? Especially one so rude as you, who cannot even remember his own past. Shi unleashed a barrage of words at him. As he finished, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Akaza, you despise the weak so much, I senti that because you yourself were once weak? Akaza's expression darkened abruptly, his face twisting into a grotesque snarl. He raised his fist and charged at Shi. Rengoku's pupils constricted as he tried to push Akaza away. But Shi blocked him with one hand and raised the other, which suddenly shimmered with a flash of light. In his hand was a blue hairpin, adorned with 3 snowflake-shaped ornaments. This was a gamble, and it paid off. Akaza's fist halted just before the hairpin, the punch wind slicing through like a blade, ruffling Shi's long hair. He did not attack further. From the look in his eyes, it seemed he was gazing into a distant past. Has he recalled anything? He has some impressions, but fully remembering is still difficult. The system responded. Alright, he needs a little more stimulation to remember, right? Shi took a deep breath. Let us see if my words can bring him back to clarity. The system encouraged him, you up. Don't worry about me. Good luck to you. Remember this? Shi studied Akaza's expression carefully, smiling as he asked, This is very similar to your blood demon art? I senti it? Akaza seemed not to hear him, maintaining his attack stance without a word. It was uncertain whether Muzan Kibutsuji was watching from afar, but at this moment, Akaza's state must not be exposed. Otherwise, his wife's method of cutting the internet would fail. This was once the hairpin of the daughter of a dojo master. Perhaps due to some lingering attachment, it had survived countless storms. I once searched in the mountains and unexpectedly found a stone monument inscribed with Soryu Dojo, Master Keizo, and a phrase Woman Koyuki. Shi lifted his gaze and fixed Akaza with a penetrating stare. Familiar, I senti it? That tombstone was erected by you. The head of the Soryu Dojo was your master, and his daughter, Koyuki, was your fiancée when you were still human. The revelation was truly staggering. Although it feels somewhat inappropriate to be shocked at this moment, even Kaijiro Rengoku cannot resist the innate human urge to indulge in gossip. Akaza, a fiend from the human era, had a fiancée? During the Edo period, when he was still human, he stole to pay for his father's medical treatment. His father, in a desperate bid to grant him a fresh start, chose to end his own life. After much hardship, he finally encountered his master and beloved at the Saragi Dojo, only for them to fall victim to jealousy, poisoned through the well water. His hatred for the weak stems from his perception that, unable to confront him openly in battle, they resorted to the most despicable tactics. His desire to grow stronger was fueled by a vow to protect his fiancée for all eternity. You must think this through carefully. Komaji, his once-forgotten name exposed. Akaza's pupils dilated in shock. He gazed at the hairpin in Shuri's hand, his eyes brimming with rage. Suddenly, A pink figure appeared in his mind. Brother Komaji. That voice was melodious. Who is it? Who could that be? Brother Komaji, please stop. In that instant, not only Akaza but also Shurei was stunned. The system was broadcasting Akaza's current state to him. In other words, Shurei could now perceive the spirits approaching Akaza. Silently, he removed his contact lenses, revealing one golden eye, wiping away the blood that clouded his vision to see more clearly. There stood a girl clad in a pink kimono, grasping Akaza's arm, tears streaming down her face, pleading with him to cease. Though restrained, Akaza struggled to recall who she was. He knew she was someone he was bound to protect, yet her identity eluded him. Very well, let me deliver a critical blow to make you think properly. Shurei lacked the strength to strike him again, but it wasn't a solo endeavor. Moments earlier, Shurei had whispered to Kaijuro Rengoku, instructing him to seize the opportunity while Akaza's mind was distracted and swiftly sever his head. Kaijuro, having been conserving his strength, instantly erupted as Akaza fell into contemplation upon hearing the familiar voice. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Akaza did not react. With a single stroke, his demonic head was severed. Perhaps due to a previous fatal blow from Musen Kibutsuji that shattered his head, Akaza had lost all memories of his human life, retaining only the instinct to grow stronger. As his head fell to the ground, Shurei realized Akaza could still hear him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Komaji, use that brain ruined by the Demon King and think carefully about what you have done. Though he was wary that Akaza's transcendence of limits might render him unkillable even by decapitation, and though he felt sympathy for his human past, it was now necessary to ensure he died properly. Please disconnect, Miss Renyuki. Fortunately, Renyuki did not disappoint. After Akaza's head dropped, Shurei saw several figures, Akaza's father and master. Akaza's past was tragic. It seemed as though fate constantly mocked him, snatching away hope just as happiness was within reach. Rather than Musen Kibutsuji turning him into a demon, it was the cruelty of human hearts that transformed him. Suddenly, Shurei spoke. Mr. Komaji, have you remembered? Akaza's severed head on the ground suddenly smiled. As expected, you are too clever. No wonder, he said, you can stand undefeated against any upper rank. The heartless may be strong, but they will not endure, for many will harbor hatred toward them, and none will allow their growth. Shurei replied calmly. But where there is a heart, there is vulnerability. Shurei chuckled wryly. But by your reckoning, I am also a weakling who resorts to underhanded tricks. Am I not? Unable to defeat Akaza head-on, he employed petty means to compel him to end his own life. His vision blurred, dizziness washing over him, yet he remained relatively lucid. Judging by the system's activity in his mind, he should not die. Akaza's final words to him were, your strength does not lie in physical power. If you can use it correctly, you will not be a weakling like those others. Thank you for reminding me of my past. To receive such praise from the third upper rank is truly an honor. Your wife awaits you. Shurei lifted his gaze toward Akaza's still-standing body. The figure suddenly knelt, seemingly embracing something, and began to dissipate slowly. Shurei heard Miss Renyuki's voice. She embraced the restored soul of Komaji, tears streaming down her face yet smiling gently. Welcome home, my husband. On the horizon, the sun suddenly rose above the skyline. Dawn had arrived. The third upper rank was dead. Compared to the fourth upper rank, Hantengu, who died after a prolonged group assault, and the fifth upper rank, who was slain single-handedly by Shurei, the demise of the third upper rank was truly spectacular. Moreover, it was a death suffused with warmth, accompanied by the presence of a loved one. It was indeed rather touching. Initially, Shurei had intended to face him in battle and defeat him outright, honoring Akaza's creed and showing respect. But he soon realized this was impossible. Even with all three items equipped, the level disparity was overwhelming. Even combined with Kaijuro Rengoku, they could not kill him. This fellow was too formidable. Defeating him head-on was out of the question. Thus, Shurei conceived a plan to turn him. He took out the hairpin intending to use it for persuasion but ended up breaking it with excessive force. Since it was broken, it was better to let him die in peace to avoid prolonged suffering. Thankfully, with Miss Renyuki's assistance, Akaza was successfully exorcised. Yet Shurei himself was exhausted. Looking at his own blood bar, the wounds, and a large critical injury marker, he was unsure which remedy could hasten his recovery. He could no longer hold on. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and his body collapsed uncontrollably backward. Tanjiro rushed forward to support him. Mr. Shurei, Kaijuro, dragging his own grievously injured body, also hurried over. Shurei, regulate your breathing, quickly, don't rush me. I'm not going to die, Shure reassured them. With the system active, as long as the injury was not fatal, he could not perish. Tanjiro seemed to be crying, tears dripping down his face. Yes, not dead. Why the hurry to weep? Shure's mind fogged. Unable to help himself, he began to wander in thought. Suddenly recalling the recent battle, he coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I once told the lower rank one that manipulating hearts was a despicable tactic. In the end, I myself have been the most diligent practitioner of such a vile method. Shure laughed bitterly at himself. How ironic. No, Mr. Shure. Please don't think like that. Tanjiro hurriedly tried to speak but was interrupted repeatedly by Shure's coughing. With each cough came blood falling to the ground, blossoming into ominous crimson flowers. It hurts. So, is my character in mortal danger? Rest assured, your game character is in good condition. There is absolutely no life-threatening danger. The system seemed to understand Shure's intention and grew slightly anticipatory, its tone lifting subtly. Shure did not disappoint. All right, I'm logging off. The system appeared calm on the surface but was inwardly bursting with joy. Pulling up the system interface, Shure chose to log out. The body left behind began to fall into a deep slumber. After logging off, the system erupted with countless joyful notifications. Great news! The one who despised his intelligence has finally logged off. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna party all night. These messages, however, were unknown to Shure, who left the gaming pod and went straight home. He needed to check the forums for updates, and also to reflect on his final words before logging off. Perhaps there were other reasons, but they came from the heart. Never mind. Better not to dwell on it. The very first thing upon returning home was to open the forum and the manga, to peruse the latest information. It was not necessary to jump straight to the newest chapters. Starting from where he last left off, his appearances in the main storyline were few and far between. Most of the information was found in the side stories, but since those recounted events that had already transpired, there was no need to revisit them. At most, he would glance through the forum to gauge how netizens perceived him, as some sort of monstrous or uncanny figure. Shizuroi pondered this as he first opened the main manga. He scrolled steadily through the narrative, beginning with Tanjiro's departure from Sagumayama, following his encounters with ordinary demons, then his meeting with Muzan Kibutsuji in Asakusa, and subsequently his encounter with Tamayo. During this period, Tamayo mentioned that someone in the Demon Slayer Corps could turn his sister back into a human, prompting a silhouette of Shizuroi to appear. Next came the battle against Kyogai of the Lower 12 Moons, then the visit to the Wisteria House, and finally, the story reached Mount Natagumo. The pacing was quite brisk, and there, at last, Shizuroi made his debut in the manga. His introduction was rather distinctive. Sitting alone on a stone by the roadside, he held a small notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, deep in contemplation. Several swordsmen passed by, greeting him. He waved casually but did not jot down what they said. What kind of image was this meant to convey? He distinctly recalled someone saying be careful on the road, yet this line was omitted from the manga. Then he looked up toward Mount Natagumo, seemingly lost in thought for a moment before setting aside his notebook, picking up his cane, and heading in the direction of those swordsmen. The Mount Natagumo arc was about to begin. It was truly intriguing. Shizuroi silently glanced at the forum. Alas, the ending of this chapter, featuring his appearance, had sent the fans into a frenzy. Seeing the overwhelming flood of husband and wife declarations on the forum, Shizuroi couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. That line was never spoken, he muttered. Speaking of which, the update speed of this manga was no joke. So many chapters in a single day must have been exhausting. Most of the Mount Natagumo chapters centered around Tanjiro, but Shizuroi's perspective was present here and there, for instance when he nonchalantly dealt with that house. Another example was the depiction of Ju Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho's stances. It was only after Shizuroi's appearance that the two were told to separate. The Mount Natagumo arc concluded with Shizuroi administering medicine to Tanjiro. After finishing the chapter, Shizuroi felt quite satisfied. The forum audience seemed equally pleased. Oh, Mr. Shizuroi finally appeared. Mr. Shizuroi tending to Tanjiro's wounds and feeding him medicine. So gentle. I hereby declare him my husband. For that one line, Mr. Shizuroi coaxed me for so long last night. After only a brief moment of reading, Shizuroi's face flushed deeply as he hastily closed the forum. What on earth are these people saying? How embarrassing. Mount Natagumo was essentially the protagonist's experience growth. Although Shizuroi's appearances were few, the protagonist performed admirably, nearly severing the lower 5's head using the dance of the fire god. However, the lower 5 did indeed perish. Since the story was primarily from Tanjiro's point of view, the narrative awaited his awakening from unconsciousness, during which the pillars convened to judge him. The moment Tanjiro opened his eyes, Shizuroi saw himself retract his hand, and then Tanjiro's head fell with a sickening crack. It was painful just to watch. Yet, the forum showed no sympathy for this scene. Instead, all comments were variations of, Earth. I'm literally cracking up. Earth. Do you know how the new Great Rift Valley was formed? From a headbutt. Earth. This hurts like hell. Is it just me? Or did anyone else notice, mister? Shizuroi suddenly letting go at that moment? Ha ha ha, was just giving the kid water. Then the kid opened his eyes and he let go immediately, like it's under a dad. That was purely a conditioned reflex, understand? Shizuroi silently covered his face, never expecting that move would almost split the earth apart. Just how hard was Tanjiro's head? The perspective then shifted. Before Tanjiro, most of the pillars advocated for executing both him and his sister, while Shizuroi turned to seek Ju Tomioka, who was standing to one side. The manga did not depict their conversation. However, when Abanai Iguro mentioned the incident, Tanjiro was frustrated at having burdened Jusan. But soon, he was astonished, for Shizuroi launched into a verbal onslaught, stunning his comrades into silence. His expression in the manga was unmistakably displeased. Shinobu Kocho attempted to mediate, but Shizuroi interrupted her without hesitation. Before you ask anything, let me first present my solution. At that moment, Shinobu's veins bulged. Damn, here comes the bitter medicine warning.
Shinobu, Iandura, Iandura, Iandura until ikan andura no mura.
Then endure once again. Shinobu, you better not set foot in the butterfly mansion again, or at least keep one eye open while on guard there. Shizuroi placed Nezuko's small house beside Tanjiro and spoke to him. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, he crossed his cane to block the blade that Inosuke Hashibara was swinging at the box. I am so cool, Shizuroi thought, feeling thoroughly pleased. The forum erupted in screams of excitement, which could be safely ignored. Inosuke angrily questioned his actions, prompting Shizuroi to react with irritation, exerting force in his hand with a crack that split the earth beneath them. Earth. Oh my god. 3 exclamation points. Dodged Tanjiro's headbutt but not Mr. Shizuroi's wrath. Is it just me who noticed how the wind pillar, despite not being particularly strong, can crack the earth like this? Right, official sources say Mr. Shizuroi's character is supposed to have moderate strength. So Mr. Shizuroi must be angry today. Huh? Because of Tanjiro? Because of the international situation? Upstairs. Do you dare write that as the reason? None of the above, it was because of Muzan Kibutsuji's mood. Of course, his godson was gone, so naturally he was displeased. In his eyes, the lower 5 were similar to him. Their deaths likely foreshadowed his own demise, which was ominous indeed. Shizuroi pressed his temple. At that time, he truly could not comprehend why his temper flared so fiercely, until the system timely alerted him. Shizuroi saw himself making a scene in the Abushiki main residence, his aura coalescing into a vortex, about to commence a devastating rampage. Ju Tomioka's timely shout, "My lord has arrived," pulled him back. Wait, was it really that serious at the time? Or did the manga exaggerate it? In the manga, Shizuroi struggled to calm his emotions. Shinobu Kocho asked softly, "Did something happen? Why are you so unsettled?" Shizuroi stared wide-eyed and replied, "It's nothing major, just those few days in the month." At that moment, a puzzled light flickered across Tanjiro's face. The assembled comrades fell into an awkward silence. Abanai Iguro steadied himself to avoid falling, and Muchiro Takedo also turned to look at him. The love pillar secretly thought, Mr. Shizuroi is so adorable when he says the wrong thing. Oh my god. A social death scene. Shizuroi covered his face. Half an hour later, he reopened the forum, filtering out the giggles and laughter. Mr. Shizuroi, those few days in the month are normal, don't misunderstand. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shizuroi, do you dare elaborate on which days those are? Shinobu Kocho, do you realize what you're saying? Look at Tanjiro's expression, it's utterly shattered. The main thing is Mr. Shizuroi's expression is hilarious too. He seems to have suddenly realized it. Serpent Pillar. I was so scared I almost fell off. Laughing heartily, the Serpent Pillar expressed, leaving the serpent utterly speechless. The Owl Brother's hair was completely standing on end. Even the Stone Pillar was struck with astonishment. Yet, the Love Pillar's attention remained curiously fixed. Takedo, the little angel. Just now, I thought I heard something. Could it be that I forgot this comrade's gender? No, you have not forgotten. Indeed, you have not forgotten. At this moment, Shizuroi still felt unbearably awkward, so embarrassed he might as well end his own life on the spot. Seeing Fushiguro's expression, so stunned it became chibi style, Shizuroi didn't know how to face the world anymore. Meanwhile, in the background, a crow flew by bearing 6 dots. The wind stirred the leaves, which twirled in a circle, fluttered over, and then drifted away. Until suddenly, a little girl behind spoke up. "My lord has arrived." Only then did Shiri Zeroi quietly approach and bow respectfully. The Lord's arrival was truly timely. Shiri Zeroi silently covered his face. "Maybe I should get a makeover tomorrow," he thought. The Lord's timely appearance saved Shiri Zeroi from his embarrassment. Fushiguro Sanemi quickly pressed Tanjiro's head down to face the Lord and prostrated himself. Shiri Zeroi conscientiously performed a formal bow. He exchanged a few words with the Lord and noticed the love pillar looked a little downcast. "I wish I could greet the Lord too." So this kind of thing is on a first-come, first-served basis. Though the Lord's face bore the marks of a curse, it had not worsened. Annabella was a good thing. Keep up the effort. Fushiguro Sanemi inquired with the Lord about Tanjiro's situation, and the Lord entrusted full authority over the matter to Shiri Zeroi. Shiri Zeroi responded with a firm yes, then stepped forward as a ball of flame ignited in his hand. In the manga he says thus, "In my homeland, there are secret techniques never shared with outsiders. Indeed, they can restore your sister to human form, but if she has consumed human flesh, death is her only path." Bathed in the firelight, Shiri Zeroi's expression grew particularly grim, as if he were not a benevolent savior attempting to rescue someone, but an enemy intent on killing Nezuko. Did he say it like that at the time? Seems not. His tone was rather gentle then, not so sharp and severe. Shiri Zeroi carefully recalled all his actions from that moment but could not see himself as so harsh. How could the manga be so disrespectful to reality? When Tanjiro answered affirmatively with unwavering conviction, Shiri Zeroi began the process of returning Nezuko to human form. As Nezuko reverted, many memories surfaced. Family, friends, and even Muzan Kibutsuji's. Finally, she became human again, and the Lord consented to her joining the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the forum, although we knew from the start that Mr. Toki went to the Kamadu family to save someone, we didn't expect that his acquaintance with the Kamadu family didn't begin at that time. Nezuko calls him Mr. Windchime? Could it be because they had known each other long before? Speaking of which, the children of the Kamadu family currently living on Mount Sajiri have indeed hung wind chimes at their doorstep. Seems like yet another miraculous tale. Don't think too much. It's not in the side story. After all, that story takes place before joining the Demon Slayer Corps. The Wind Pillar's side story begins only after joining and becoming a pillar. Nezuko returned to humanity, and Tanjiro knelt down, overwhelmed with gratitude. Shiri Zeroi asked Tanjiro about the origin of his earrings, and informed the Lord that he had preserved Nezuko's blood demon art. Then, when asked how he accomplished this, Shiri Zeroi's response in the manga was truly resolute. "A secret technique from my homeland, not shared with outsiders." Yes, Shiri Zeroi thought that made perfect sense. Then, Tanjiro and Nezuko were taken to the Butterfly Mansion. In the manga, Shiri Zeroi glanced at the retreating figure of Inosuke and casually remarked, "Run slower. His wounds haven't healed yet." Inosuke was so startled he made a dramatic face and ran even faster. At that time, Shiri Zeroi had not noticed, but now he completely did not expect Inosuke to be so afraid of the pillars. Then, the perspective shifted to Tanjiro's side. Upon entering, Tanjiro encountered Kane Kocho, the stepsister of Shinobu Kocho, yes, the same one the system had said would be his future wife, who had beaten him the night before. That young girl was not good at making decisions herself. When Inosuke asked where she would take Tanjiro, she only smiled silently at him, offering no reply. No, it's not that she's just not good at it. She simply doesn't know how. Eventually, it was the responsible nurse at the Butterfly Mansion, Aoi Kenzaki, who escorted Tanjiro to his ward. Zenitsu, the former Thunder Pillar's disciple, was even more enthusiastic toward Nezuko, now human again. It seemed he had fallen in love with her at first sight. One truly wonders whether that is a blessing or a curse. Inosuke, perhaps struck by some blow, remained silent on his hospital bed. That's not like him at all. Next came Tanjiro's story at the Butterfly Mansion. Then the scene shifted to night. At the concluding phase of the Pillars meeting, presumably, the manga depicted this beautifully. Everyone else sat upright and solemn, while Shiri Zeroi sat more casually toward the back, cross-legged, leaning against the door with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. A joke. Mr. Toki falls asleep during meetings. Mr. Toki is tired. What's wrong with taking a nap? Here, Mr. Toki, I'll make your bed, you only need to treat me as a body pillow. Upstairs, how can you say that? SNT that right, Mr. Toki? Should be gentle. Upstairs, your pants flew onto your face. Shiri Zeroi, oh come on. He wasn't sleeping. He was eavesdropping on enemy intelligence. Could you stop making it sound so sinister? Only when Kaijiro Rengoku praised Tanjiro did Shiri Zeroi open his eyes. Tanjiro truly was exceptional. He seemed to praise it as a matter of course. Shinobu Kocho asked if he intended to adopt Tanjiro as his stepson, receiving a firm denial from Shiri Zeroi. I do not take stepsons. Yet he lavished genuine praise on Tanjiro. And to the Lord, he said words to the effect that the Demon Slayer Corps could exist without him, but never without Tanjiro. Not only did his comrades explode in astonishment, but the forum did as well. Oh my, I think Mr. Toki is a time traveler, no arguments accepted. Tanjiro is the protagonist. Of course he must be in the Demon Slayer Corps. Did Mr. Toki awaken the third eye? This is definitely time travel. Mr. Toki, are you really a time traveler? Why would Mr. Toki say such things? Does he know something? Shiri Zeroi, he really is a time traveler, though his method is through playing a game. Among the many netizens doubting Shiri Zeroi's origins, he spotted a lengthy comment. Don't speculate wildly. Let us consider this. It's known that Mr. Toki is a flower-growing rabbit and has mastered many flower-related secret arts. So can we understand that Mr. Toki possesses Taoist techniques of chi observation and foresight? Perhaps he saw Tanjiro's protagonist's destiny, which is why he spoke thus. Shiri Zeroi. Speechless, is the circle complete? My goodness. Are this generation of netizens' imaginative abilities really this powerful? The replies below were numerous. Bro, that's awesome. Bro, you write the most, you have the final say. Dude, you're amazing. So Mr. Toki is a cultivator? What's his title? Taoist Master. Yes, so Taoist Master Toki. Please bless me with a perfect score on my final exam. Taoist Master Toki. Please bless me to win $1 million in the lottery tomorrow. Taoist Master Toki. Please bless me so I can win your heart. Upstairs, Taoist Master Toki is watching you. Ha ha ha, son will warning. Shiri Zeroi lost count of how many times he covered his face. He truly had no idea. Had his image really transformed into some sort of mythical demon in their eyes? Why even mention cultivation? That's just unscientific. In the manga, Shinazugawa questioned him on what basis he could claim such a thing, to which Tokiori's reply was measured and conventional, by the breath of the sun. He then produced his little notebook and began conveying intelligence to the Lord and his comrades. The chibi version of Shinobu Kocho leaned over for a glance, then silently withdrew with an expression that was utterly out of the ordinary. It was perfectly understandable that she couldn't comprehend it. Tokiori's transmission of information proceeded smoothly, successfully dispelling the doubts of his companions. Essentially, he wove a roundabout tale that left people utterly bamboozled, convincing them that Tanjiro was the rightful heir to the breath of the sun, an extraordinarily significant role, end of story. Trust me, I didn't understand what Master Tokiori meant. Neither did I. The only thing I grasped was that Tanjiro is very important. Ha ha ha. This guy is a master deceiver. Have you forgotten the profile of the Flame Hashira? His mind is exceptionally sharp. Ha ha. Indeed. A brilliantly cunning deceiver. Tokiori. If all goes well, I'll convince my comrades, mislead Kokushibo, send San to go home for dinner, and ultimately deceive the Demon King to his death. Kibutsuji Musen? Ha ha ha, the prophet has spoken. Stabbed. Stabbed. Wow, so many want me to deceive the level 999 to death. Tokiori was stunned. It seemed he could afford to slightly revise his combat plan against Kibutsuji Musen. Then, but how exactly would he manage to deceive Musen to death? That fellow's will to survive was unprecedented, unmatched before or after. Wait, don't think about that yet. Tokiori halted his wandering thoughts and hurried back to continue perusing the manga. Next came the scene where he proposed leading a group to gang up on Upper Rank 4. He asked who was available, and the stone Hashira calmly replied, "We all are." In the end, Tokiori gathered 3 Hashira to join him, explicitly stating that this selection was made after considerable deliberation. In summary, they were going to mob the enemy. Upper Rank 4. I'm not human, but you truly are a dog. Master Tokiori is very chivalrous, allowing Half-Day Dog to fight one-on-one. Ha ha ha, what a joke about chivalry. Tokiori, as a young man, I ought to uphold chivalry, so Half-Day Dog, you duel me while the rest of us watch. Half-Day Dog. You dog. To be fair, Tokiori said he knew Upper Rank 4's blood demon art, which is why he wanted to bring others along. How did he come by that knowledge? After updating the Flame Hashira's profile, it mentions Tokiori places great value on intelligence, so he is rarely seen at headquarters. Most of the time, people hear of his deeds but never see him. Wow, I senti that just like a secluded sage living among the masses? May Master Tokiori bless us. Stop asking for blessings, he is not that capable. Next, Tokiori eavesdropped on the lower rank meeting, or rather Musen's downsizing conference. Then he overheard the Demon King say, Bring me that swordsman with the phoenix tattoo under his eye. Tokiori's expression at that moment was priceless. The manga captured it exquisitely, perfectly conveying 30% shock, 30% astonishment, and 40% disbelief. Tokiori sighed and silently expressed exasperation at the fan-shaped statistical chart he envisioned in his mind. This Master Tokiori, well done. Master Tokiori. To be treated equally with the protagonist by the Demon King is truly impressive. Tokiori, thanks, but I don't desire this honor. Kibutsuji Musen. It's just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd and have since been unable to forget your face. Enough. The more you say, the scarier it gets. Tokiori was nearly terrified out of his wits. Surely Musen had no other strange fetishes? This was truly terrifying. You're all focused on the trash boss's words. Am I the only one paying attention to his expression? Considering Tokiori said there are always a few days each month. So it's the Demon King's those days. Seems like I'm beginning to understand. Confidently, let us remove the seams. Ah well, Tokiori suddenly found this plausible. Musen's eyes was apparently that of a geisha. Since he was a geisha, at the very least his body must have changed. What remained uncertain was whether his entire structure had also transformed, explaining why there were always those few days. Could his anger that day be related to this? Because lower rank 5 was gone and he encountered this issue, he was furious? That made sense. Wait, what am I thinking? Don't get derailed. The story in the manga shifted back to Tanjiro's side. Presumably, the battle against upper rank 4 is covered in other side stories, unlikely to appear in the main plot. Thus, upper rank 4 and lower rank 5 are somewhat pitiful. After all, they are two of the upper ranks, yet they might never even appear in the main storyline. After confirming everything was fine, Nezuko returned to Mount Sajiri to continue learning breathing techniques from Sakanji Urokadaki. She was intelligent and quickly mastered some basics. System, you are impressive. What seems unreasonable becomes strangely reasonable under your domain. Tanjiro asked Shinobu Kocho where Tokiori had gone, and she replied that he had gone to fight upper rank 4. Tanjiro was somewhat worried, but Shinobu reassured him not to fret. Don't worry, what others cannot do, in Master Tokiori's hands, becomes possible. This was a compliment, yet why did it feel so off? Tokiori was puzzled, then glanced at the forum. Anything is possible? Could I ask Master Tokiori to father my child? According to genetics, impossible. Wait, this ISNTA genetics question. From physiology alone, it's impossible. Tokiori's mind turned into a jumble of code. Exactly, it was physiologically impossible, irrevocably so, unless males could possess organs to nurture life. Technically, externally, not impossible. No, don't think about that anymore. Then, their group returned victorious but wounded. In recent years, the continuous slaying of upper ranks had immensely boosted the Demon Slayer Corps morale. The conversation between him and Tanjiro at Butterfly Mansion was also depicted. Frankly, if the manga hadn't illustrated it, Tokiori wouldn't have realized how expressive his own face was at that moment. When he saw Tanjiro, his expression remained steady, at least. When Tanjiro approached and invited him to sit down, Master Tokiori is so gentle. Yeah. He even remembered Tanjiro's wounds hadn't healed and let him sit while responding. Truly an exceptionally kind person. No, at that time Tokiori's mind was filled with neck pain, but he felt it would be rude not to look at someone when they spoke. So he let Tanjiro sit. Tanjiro asked him about the dance of the fire god, and Tokiori provided an answer. After telling Tanjiro that his ancestors had codified the breath of the sun into the dance of the fire god, a speech bubble appeared above his head, though it was more a psychological reaction. As long as something is worth passing down, it will neither be forsaken by the world nor forgotten by history. Somehow, though Master Tokiori's words are true, my mind is still. Kokushibo, take a look at yourself. Right, the breath of the sun is inherited, but the breath of the moon is not. Kokushibo, am I unworthy of the moon breath? Frankly, Kokushibo has children and grandchildren, while Yorichi Tsujikuni left no descendants. Kokushibo, perhaps you should reflect a bit. So this statement was indeed quite accurate. Only that which remains needed by the world can be inherited. The world will go to great lengths to ensure its continuation. Those that serve no purpose to the world are simply disregarded. Then, Tokiori's tone shifted in the manga, urging Tanjiro to practice total concentration constant form. What followed was Tanjiro's training days, continuing until he could burst a gourd and sustain total concentration breathing for an extended period. It is noteworthy that Kaijuro Rengoku received orders to investigate the Mugen train due to the disappearance of team members and the occurrence of civilian casualties. Along the way, Takatu Michiru clandestinely eavesdropped on the upper moon meeting of the Demon King. As he listened to the collective praises of the Demon King and his cohorts, Muichiru's expression grew increasingly complex. Ha ha ha, the Demon King is quite fond of Master Takatu. Could it be that the Demon King requires an external brain? Hear us a joke. The Demon King thinks his 5 brains aren't enough. Musen Kibutsuji. I have high hopes for him. Kakushibu. I'll bind him for you. Doesn't anyone fangirl over Doma? Little Phoenix is so adored. No, don't fangirl. It's too terrifying. Later, Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inosuke Hashibara undergo training. He was probably meeting with the wife of the Sound Hashira in the red light district, and upon returning, hurriedly sought out the Sound Hashira. No wonder no rumors had leaked. The manga does not depict their conversation, only this scene. At night, inside his residence, transformed from traditional Japanese style into Chinese style by his own hand, Muichiru, initially poised to pen a battle plan, suddenly froze, as if recalling something. Rising, he took his cane and left the room. Outside, the sword in his hand morphed into a blue bird, carrying him skyward. Wow, what a transition. Could Master Takatu have sensed something? I heard Taoists possess the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Master Takatu. Today, I calculated with my fingers. The protagonist faces a great calamity. I shall ride the wind to lend him aid. No, it should be, I shall ride the sword to assist him. So Master Takatu truly is a Taoist sage. With sword riding on display, what else could he be? Ahem, at the time I didn't think so deeply. Muichiru was merely pondering how to hasten his journey. Yet, as he finger calculated, an image of himself clad in Taoist robes, finger calculating, suddenly emerged in his mind. No, that's too silly. While musing, Muichiru noticed the Easter egg at the end of this chapter and covered his face. The forum was filled with uproarious laughter that truly bothered his eyes. What was so amusing? Because the Easter egg was Muichiru's intelligence notebook. Only one page was drawn, and the writing was authentic Chinese characters. Yet truly, when jotting down the breath of the sun hastily, he casually drew a circle to signify exhalation. The fire god Kagura was represented by stick figures holding torches. In the middle, the ancestors of the Kamadu family were noted, and he whimsically wrote the male head of the Kamadu household as Dabu, and himself as E. This was actually a nod to some Min-Nan dialect pronunciations. Additionally, Muichiru doodled numerous mind maps that only he could comprehend. So what was there to laugh about? Such encryption methods were beyond others' imitation. The manga swiftly glossed over the reunion of Tanjiro Kamadu and Kaijiro Rengoku. When Muichiru saw Rengoku shouting 5 ants while eating, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Tanjiro. That child's ears had it rough. Frankly, Rengoku was a good person, his passionate personality reassuring, but indeed, his voice was excessively loud. Yet, this was understandable as his hearing had been impaired years ago. Rengoku swiftly dispatched a minor demon, only to succumb to a blood demon art, causing several to fall into slumber. Their dreams unfolded, revealing some who, in their obsession with pleasant dreams, were willing to kill their own comrades, despite knowing that Rengoku and the others were rescuing them. At this point, Muichiru sighed. Who isn't a demon? They merely wear human skin and possess humanity, suppressing their true nature and pretending to be human throughout their lives. Next, Muichiru saw a blue bird alight atop the train, then hop to the rear door, tugging it and casting a grave glance before locking it. Ha ha ha, Master Takatu's expression is hilarious. For a moment, I thought he discovered something, but it was just the door lock? Is there a chance, just a chance, Master Takatu, that you could say Alohomora? Hey, Master Takatu isn't from Hogwarts. It should be Passwall. Let us be confident. Master Takatu can kick the door in. Such a refined man as Master Takatu would never kick a door. So why is he now called Master Takatu? But kicking the door indeed. The next scene shows Muichiru climbing a ladder to the upper level, then vaulting down and smashing through the glass with a kick to enter the carriage. Window, you're not kicking the door, you're kicking me, right? Door master, spare me. So the refined Master Takatu chose to break the window. Takatu, kicking the door is uncouth. Better to kick the window. Window, I'm speechless. Train, quiet down. If nothing unexpected happens, none of us will survive. Train upstairs. Please use the restroom before speaking. However, the manga impressively refrained from introducing any anachronistic elements, merely replacing the loudspeaker with a talisman paper, which the manga itself threw upward. Then how can you sleep? At your age, how can you sleep? How can you sleep at such a time? Appeared timely in Tanjiro's dream. Damn, the dead joke suddenly attacks me. It's clear the author likes us. Tanjiro, did you hear that? How can you sleep? Get up and work. Ha ha ha, the arrival of the corporate drone. Subsequently, Nezuko Kamadu awoke and hurried to rouse Tanjiro, but failed. Then she noticed the rope on Tanjiro's wrist. Remembering the effects of her blood demon art, Nezuko swiftly cut her own hand, smearing her blood on the rope and burning away the blood demon art. Her method was correct. Cutting the rope outright would have been fatal. She replicated this to free the others from the blood demon art as well. At this moment, Enmu was decapitated by Muichiru's sword. The entire train then became engulfed by repulsive, fleshy tendrils. Here, Enmu proudly revealed his weakness to Muichiru and warned that he likely could not protect the over 200 passengers, hoping to see Muichiru's panicked expression. Yet, he did not anticipate that Muichiru cared nothing for those people. Let the condemned feast before death. So what? I hate this place. I hate everyone here. Beneath the manga's interplay of light and shadow, Muichiru's background turned blood red, as if filled with the wails of thousands or a raging purgatorial fire. His expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes surged with tumultuous waves and a sea of blood. Yet he was remarkably composed. Enmu never expected that such an aberration would arise within the Demon Slayer Corps, whose purpose was to protect civilians from demons. Why? Why is this so? Because Master Takatu is our flower-planting rabbit. Because of the grand background. Because we all know the depth of hatred is as vast as the sea. So no one cares how this manga was even published? Don't mind it. From now on, Master Takatu is my idol. Muichiru sighed. At the time, he was simply confident that Kaijiro Rengoku was still behind, which emboldened him to act so recklessly. If Rengoku were absent, he would still be reckless. He was no saint. He had no desire to waste kindness on certain people. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had received Rengoku's orders to seek out the demon's neck and slay him. Following the scent, Tanjiro charged toward the train's front. At the very moment he reached the front, he witnessed Muichiru sever the train's head with a single stroke. The train then lurched violently, derailed, and tumbled off the tracks, though Enmu's body provided some measure of protection. Within the manga, Tokuzero cast aside the train conductor and fixed his gaze upon Enmu, bluntly declaring that manipulating others' minds is a despicable tactic, unworthy of the truly strong. Enmu sneered, retorting that he himself had employed such methods. I am no strong man. Such things matter little to me, he said. Tokuzero's rejoinder instantly left Enmu gasping for breath. As long as I possess no morals, morality cannot hold me hostage. No. I believe it should be, my strength lies within my mind. Do not compare yourself to me. Master Toku looks down on fools who manipulate minds. The difference between an elite player and an ordinary one. Look at me, then look at yourself. Do you dare show off your skills before a master? Like wielding a great blade before Guan Yu. Master Toku proclaims this scholar the undisputed patriarch of this street. Tanjiro hurriedly approached, eyes fixed on Tokuzero. Master Toku, why have you come? If I don't come now, I fear you won't even know how you'll die. Where is Rengoku? Tokuzero asked anxiously. Just then, a massive owl swooped in, lamenting that it wished to find a crack in the earth to crawl into. Enough of that. Hurry and adjust your stance. Muzan Kibutsuji has dispatched the upper moon. So, Master Toku's sudden arrival was because of the upper moon? The power of the bugging device is on full display here. See? It swiftly eavesdrops on the opponent's movements and reacts in time. Master Toku is truly fearsome. While you all focus on the bugging device, am I the only one paying attention to Master Toku's tone just now? Ahem. That reminds me of a certain phrase. Upstairs, I know which one. If I don't come, your son will be strangled in his sleep, and you won't even know. Wow. Such a powerful déjà vu. What's this move? A dreamlike crossover? I have a bold theory. The arrogant consort died and transmigrated. No, you don't want that. Tokuzero, what are you thinking? He urged Kaijiro Rengoku to quickly adjust his stance and prepare to face the Upper Moon 3, instructing Tanjiro and the younger, less experienced fighters to withdraw so as not to disrupt the battle. When Rengoku inquired about the battle strategy, Tokuzero shook his head, signaling there was no time, he would think while fighting. He made clear that confronting Upper Moon 3 would be extremely difficult, and they must exert every effort, at the very least to survive. Master Toku declares, plans no longer matter. I will improvise. Ha, when the mindless demon meets the mastermind. Master Toku says, look who the real boss is. Both Tokuzero and Kaijiro Rengoku simultaneously sensed the blazing battle intent approaching and immediately braced themselves for combat. The moment Upper Moon 3 descended before them signified the imminent commencement of their fight. Then, Akaza launched an attack toward Tanjiro, only to be blocked by Rengoku. Though Rengoku severed Akaza's arm in two, the demon swiftly regenerated. Excellent. As expected, not even a bruise, Akaza remarked. Then, shifting his gaze, He appeared before Tokuzero-e in an instant. Tokuzero-e's eyes flickered briefly as he somersaulted backward, evading Akaza's fist, then thrust his sword into Akaza's throat. Alas, his strength was insufficient to decapitate him. In truth, it was not that he failed to behead him, but rather he did not even manage to pierce the throat. Subsequently, Akaza began to persuade Rengoku to become a demon. The manga then portrays these two engaging in an extended, almost metaphysical debate over whether Rengoku should embrace demonhood, during which Tokuzero-e's expression grows increasingly perplexed. Master Toku's bewilderment. Why have these two started chatting? Master Toku seems unable to grasp why they speak so much. If it were us, we probably wouldn't understand either. So dying from talking too much is a real thing. Please? Upstairs, no jinxing. The key is that Master Toku actually listened. Wow. One dares to speak, the other dares to reply, and one dares to listen. In fact, Tokuzero-e was internally consulting on the pinnacle realm of fighting spirit and had no time to interrupt them. Waiting for their brief pause, Tokuzero-e raised his sword and asked if it was time to begin. Akaza turned and said, I need not persuade you to become a demon, for you are a swordsman favored by that esteemed lord. Tokuzero-e's expression remained unchanged, already uncertain how to respond. The manga also reveals the inner thoughts of Rengoku and Tanjiro, both filled with concern. Being targeted by the Demon King is clearly no trivial matter. That androgynous one wants me to become a demon? Do I appear to possess the potential to become a pervert? Or does he think his own brain is insufficient and needs an external supplement? Ha 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 ha. Androgynous is such a beautiful descriptor. Master Toku. No need to doubt, just charge ahead. Master Toku. I refuse to serve under an androgynous weirdo. Musen Kibutsuji. Are you calling me stupid? Tokuzero-e proclaimed that humanity is the pinnacle of all creatures and refused to lower his status. He warned Kaijiro Rengoku to watch Akaza's opening moves carefully and avoid harm, in essence to master positioning and footwork. As Akaza launched his assault, Rengoku met it head-on with fierce resolve. Tokuzero-e, using the advantage of his clairvoyant world, concealed his movements and searched for the perfect moment to enter, cautioning Tanjiro not to rush forward recklessly. But even with Tokuzero-e's keen intellect, it was difficult to excel when overwhelmed by sheer force. When Rengoku was grievously wounded, Tokuzero-e hurriedly fed him a secret elixir, crafted through forbidden methods, then turned to block Akaza's attack. Although Wutong Shichuan's defense was formidable, Tokuzero-e's heavy blow shattered his arm, yet he managed to hold the line. Akaza, initially assuming Tokuzero-e was merely somewhat clever, was utterly surprised by his formidable strength. Third brother, perhaps you should take a look in hell. It seems your two comrades are there. Useless brains? Third brother, you seem to be overthinking. No, this is a case of narrow vision. If nothing unexpected happens, Akaza will be duped to death. While Akaza continued his sales pitch, Tokuzero-e swiftly cracked his bones with two sharp snaps. If you have not returned home to honor your ancestors, how can you become a treacherous fiend? I tell you, blood must not run dry before the battle ends. Ah, the fire ignites. Oh, blood must not run dry before the battle ends. Master Toku is so fierce. Endless strength. Unceasing battle. My blood boils watching this. Master Toku. Charge. Outside the manga, Tokuzero-e remained puzzled. Did he really speak like that? Seems like the manga cut out quite a bit. Then, employing a new technique, Honghu Raoyong, Tokuzero-e confronted Akaza, coming just shy of decapitating him alongside Rengoku. But alas, they failed. Tokuzero-e rushed to aid Rengoku, but in the end, his sword shattered. Though Rengoku's timely rescue saved Tokuzero-e from disaster, the broken sword left him weaponless and at a severe disadvantage. Furthermore, when he used the scabbard to block an attack meant for Rengoku, his combat capability was effectively nullified. Akaza, contemplating, thought it best to simply bring Tokuzero-e back with him. Yet Tokuzero-e suddenly raised a hairpin. Then, launching into a barrage of verbal assaults, he successfully overwhelmed Akaza's local network, causing it to collapse. Here comes the network jammer, exclusive to Akaza. Third brother, your wife calls you home for dinner. Upper Moon 3, wife's calling me. I'm done playing. Musen, you old scoundrel. Master Toku continues to live up to his reputation as the intelligence fanatic. Indeed, with so much intel, he still manages to turn the tide in dire straits. Upstairs. This is clearly a miraculous comeback. Subsequently, Akaza's demonic head was severed with a single stroke by Kaijiro Rengoku, and accompanied by his beloved, he journeyed to the netherworld. Before his death, he marveled, acknowledging that Takata Michiru was truly the one Musen Kibutsuji favored. Under any circumstance, he could position himself as invincible. At the very moment the sun rose above the horizon, Akaza completely dissipated, while Muichiro collapsed from severe injuries. Tanjiro, seemingly believing that Muichiro was on the brink of death, shed tears that fell upon his face, evoking an inexplicable, peculiar sensation. Then, the version of himself within the manga spoke thus: "Don't rush me. I shall not perish." And with that, he spat forth a large mouthful of blood. I had even told the lower moon one that manipulating hearts was a despicable tactic. Yet, in the end, I myself employed such a base stratagem quite diligently. Truly, it is profoundly ironic. Soon after, another bout of violent coughing erupted, blood flooding from his oral cavity. Mr. Takatu, it's not like this. The manga-s version of himself seemed no longer to hear Tanjiro's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. I so longed to return home. Muichiro. Wait, he never uttered that last sentence. Muichiro was stunned. What on earth had the system done without his knowledge? Could such a phrase be spoken at will? Did it not occur to them that such words are but the prelude to a blade, carelessly inviting death? System, you had better come up with an explanation when we return. After all, the only sensation he currently harbored was that of being a general on a theatrical stage, riddled with countless little flags. After delivering that line about being riddled with flags, the manga-s version of himself tilted his head and fainted, his hand falling limply. The forum instantly exploded. Holy hell, Master Takatu? No, Master Takatu, you cannot die. What will become of me if you do? Master Takatu, please wake. Do not sleep. You heartless old villain. We cannot let Master Takatu die. I must send him razor blades. Send razor blades? I am currently outside the old villain's house, preparing to assassinate him. No, he is not dead yet, merely offline. The system stuck a multitude of flags on him and then abandoned him, right? He felt that his game character could still be saved, that there was still a chance to revive. So, does anyone still remember to take him for treatment? Fortunately, the manga did indeed depict subsequent developments. Members of the hidden village appeared promptly, hastily rushing over to check his vital signs. Upon seeing that salvation was possible, they immediately lifted him onto their backs and fled. Luckily, there were still those who knew to take him back for emergency care. Muichiro exhaled in relief. Returned to the Butterfly Mansion, he was subjected to intensive treatment by Shinobu Kocho. Tanjiro and Rengoku, also severely wounded, were sent to treatment by Shinobu as well. Yet they held out until Shinobu declared Muichiro safe before finally relaxing. But although he was safe, it was not without consequence. After Tanjiro regained consciousness, Shinobu went to see him. Has Master Takatu awakened? The first question Tanjiro asked was about him. Shinobu hesitated briefly, then shook her head. Though I dislike saying this, it is quite possible he may never awaken again. Beautiful, so he has entered a vegetative state once more. Just that it tends to alarm others easily. Beside him, Zenitsu's eyes brimmed with tears. Never awaken again? Then what is the difference from being dead? Shinobu shook her head. Not necessarily. Master Takatu has experienced such a state before, and yet he still awakened. Indeed, after going offline he came back online. No fault there. But for them, this was not a mere matter of logging in and out. Muichiro sighed deeply. He had frightened them. Tanjiro's mood was profoundly low. If only I were stronger, I could have helped Master Takatu. Powerful ones fight, yet I can only stand there. Tanjiro felt deeply defeated, even knowing that Muichiro had not died. Shinobu told him, battles of such magnitude are no longer within your reach. The strength of the upper moons surpasses imagination. Master Takatu possesses an outstanding intellect, and Rengoku has formidable martial prowess. You possess neither. Such words were truly cutting to the core. Yet Shinobu patiently sought to comfort Tanjiro. Master Takatu's intellect is innate. He comprehends everything earlier than anyone else. His speed in processing intelligence is unmatched. I do not believe he would undertake a matter without confidence. Nor do I think he would allow himself to die, for he still has unfinished wishes. Zenitsu seemed to recall something. Master Takatu's wish. Is it to return home? Shinobu nodded. This is Master Takatu's unfulfilled desire. If it remains unmet, he absolutely will not die. Is Master Takatu's home very far away? Shinobu looked out the window. Yes, his home is distant, yet in truth also very close. Tanjiro, observing Shinobu's expression, was struck dumb. Miss Kocho's mood seemed resigned and sorrowful. In any case, you should first tend to your own injuries. Do not worry about Master Takatu. He has faced Upper Moon 1 before and was gravely wounded then. At that time, I too thought he might never awaken, yet he did. So, Master Takatu will not die. Indeed, he would not die, though he had certainly frightened them. Muichiro thought to himself, this time he truly had flags planted, but it was the System-S doing. What did that have to do with him? By the way, Miss Kocho, did Master Takatu know that the Upper Moon Demon would appear there beforehand? Suddenly, Tanjiro posed this question, eager to understand how Muichiro identified the Upper Moon Demons. Was there a special method? If he could learn it too, then perhaps he could save more people in the future. Shinobu smiled and replied, Master Takatu once engaged Muzan Kibutsuji in battle. During the fight, he inscribed a secret technique within Muzan-S body, allowing him to perceive Muzan-S movements at any time. Tanjiro was astonished. Having confronted the Demon King himself, Master Takatu truly was formidable. Tanjiro could not precisely articulate the nature of Muichiro's strength, but everyone said that the greatest strength of the Wind Pillar lay in his intellect. It was not until Kaijiro Rengoku regained consciousness and came to see Tanjiro that the question was raised. Rengoku maintained his radiant smile. Takatu's combat power is not the highest among the pillars, but his intellect is the finest. He can calculate the range of a demon's blood demon art at the very instant he perceives it, then identify the safest path for attack. For this reason, he places immense value on intelligence. Even after becoming a pillar, he seldom remains at headquarters, frequently conducting searches in the field. More than half of our Demon Slayer core intelligence comes from him. This time, the information regarding the Upper Moon 3 was obtained through his extensive search. At this point, Rengoku's expression darkened abruptly. I recall that the last time, that demon said Muzan Kibutsuji had set his sights on Takatu. Tanjiro's expression shifted as well. Indeed, if that is the case, Master Takatu must be in great danger. It seems Takatu is no longer suited to continue gathering intelligence in the field. Rengoku mused solemnly. Wait, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Reading to this point in the manga, Muichiro was shocked. No, if he wanted intelligence, if he wanted to subvert Upper Moon 1, he still needed to find ways to torment Muzan Kibutsuji. Do not forbid him from going out. At the manga's conclusion, Tengen Uzui visited Muichiro's residence and, upon entering, observed the preliminary draft of his operational plan against Upper Moon 6. Muichiro himself was indifferent. After all, there was little of significance in his home. He had informed the hidden personnel responsible for daily upkeep and maintenance that if comrades visited, they should be treated well. There was nothing to hide. Just so long as they did not, like Sanemi Shinazugawa, smash his home over a deity statue. Yet, in the manga, Uzui scrutinized the battle plan draft for quite some time before taking it with him. He departed. Wait, his battle plan is still incomplete. Cannot be used yet. Shizuroi was utterly shocked. Many preparatory tasks for that battle plan had not been accomplished, and numerous details had been overlooked. He simply could not let it be deployed. No, he must log in first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, if someone took that flawed battle plan to the Pleasure District, it would be a disaster. For Shizuroi, he had only slept one night in the real world. Yet, for those in the game world, he had been asleep for a full month. The next day, Shizuroi hastened back to work, logging in without even exchanging a word with the elder, leaving the old man somewhat perplexed. He was usually so occupied with matters across countless realms that he hadn't paid much attention to Shizuroi. Did something happen? Was he in a great hurry? Naturally, Shizuroi had no inclination to explain. He logged in swiftly, and upon opening his eyes, found himself in Butterfly Mansion. Concerned about his battle plan, he hurriedly sat up, preparing to return to his residence. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, he collided headlong with Shinobu Kocho. The surprise on Shinobu Kocho's face was palpable. Mr. Shizuroi, you're awake. Where are you going? Holding his still dizzy head, Shizuroi said, My battle plan, the one against the Upper Moon 6, has it been tampered with? I placed a restriction on it. If someone took it, I would feel it. That plan isn't finished yet and must not be used. Shinobu's heart skipped a beat. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps knew how exceptional Shizuroi's battle plans were. Yet, he had spent hundreds of hours researching and thousands of simulations before declaring them complete. Moreover, he personally selected the combatants after weighing every factor, from the enemy's blood demon arts to other considerations, to choose the most suitable candidates. It was no easy task for Shizuroi. Could it be that someone had taken the unfinished battle plan without authorization? Shinobu was aware that there were impatient individuals within the Demon Slayer Corps, but Shizuroi's plans were intricately linked. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. Besides, every plan required a strong foundation of power. No matter who took it, they must not rashly use it to hunt the upper moons. Don't worry, I will investigate, Shinobu said with a stern expression. Shizuroi pressed his temple, about to agree when he suddenly remembered, the one who took the battle plan was the Sound Hashira. Shinobu, is the sound Hashira still here? He is. Shinobu didn't know why Shizuroi suddenly asked about the sound Hashira. But indeed, he was still present. That's good. At least he didn't take the plan and rush straight to the pleasure district to slay demons. Forget it, as long as he is still here. It was him who took the plan. Shizuroi sighed in relief, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Shinobu, how long have I been asleep? A month. Upon mentioning this, Shinobu suddenly became annoyed. Mr. Shizuroi, please take better care of yourself. Alright? Your condition is quite miraculous. I thought you would never wake up, yet here you are. Shizuroi's gaze drifted toward the window. I didn't mean to. I told you that excessive mental exertion requires prolonged sleep to recover. Shinobu was at a loss for words. Somehow, despite sensing something was amiss, she found herself unable to refute him. Mental labor indeed requires rest. But she believed Shizuroi's prolonged slumber was not due to his brain but rather the severity of his injuries. Let us not dwell on that for now, Mr. Shizuroi. A thought crossed Shinobu's mind, and her smile turned dangerously sharp. Since you have been eavesdropping on Muzan Kibutsuji's actions, you must be aware that you are being targeted, right? Ah! Shizuroi was instantly jolted awake by Shinobu's question. That must have been what Kaijiro Rengoku said. Suddenly feeling guilty, Shizuroi had initially thought it unnecessary to mention, but now it seemed as if he did not trust his comrades. He truly felt uneasy. Seeing Shizuroi remain silent, Shinobu knew he was fully aware. Veins bulged on her forehead. By rights, someone targeted by Muzan Kibutsuji should stay safely at headquarters. Yet, relying on his intelligence, Shizuroi dared to roam outside recklessly, not fearing that one day his cleverness would backfire and lead him into a trap. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Shinobu once again restrained herself, though her expression remained gently smiling. Mr. Shizuroi, you should rest here at Butterfly Mansion for 2 days, then go see the Lord Commander. Explain everything to him yourself. I want to say more. Oh, and Mr. Shizuroi, your wounds require careful treatment. Please remember to take your medicine properly. If it were ordinary medicine, taking it would be no problem. But judging by Shinobu's expression, Shizuroi suspected it was no ordinary medicine. Silently, he summoned the system, which had been feigning death in his mind. Are you still there? Of course. The system seemed a bit disheartened. Why? Shizuroi was momentarily puzzled but quickly dismissed the thought and asked if the system had any items that could block taste. After all, if it couldn't block pain, perhaps it could at least block taste, which might be somewhat useful. No, sorry. I'm going to sleep. Huh? He had just logged in, and the system wanted to sleep? Wasn't he that excessive? Stop sleeping. Get up and party. System. Why don't you stay offline a few more days instead of coming back to bother me? You stayed up late playing last night, and today the work chip is about to burn out, understand? You have no heart. The system said nothing further, and Shizuroi ceased to pester it. Apparently, the system was quite happy when he was offline. Perhaps it was good to let it get accustomed to that. Now, it was time to focus on the Upper Moon 6. Judging by the Demon Slayer Corps' current calm, it seemed no alarms had been raised in the Pleasure District. His plan could proceed without major alterations. Oh, and he must remember to call the Sound Hashira over to discuss it. Why, when he was still seriously ill, did he have to worry about all this? For a perfect ending, it was truly not easy. Shizuroi never imagined he could be such a corporate slave, still busy devising battle plans even while in the hospital room. Now, holding pen and paper, his mind raced as he sought to eliminate the most troublesome threats with minimal casualties. The choice of the Upper Moon 6's location was particularly troublesome. The Pleasure District, a bustling place full of comings and goings. If a battle erupted there, it would undoubtedly topple an entire block of buildings, causing economic damage. No need to worry about economic loss here. The Ubuyashiki family will reimburse it. Even if they didn't, it's not my concern. To avoid alerting the enemy, it was best not to pay too much attention to the surroundings. Silently, Shizuroi delegated the evacuation of nearby areas to others and concentrated on strategizing how to deal with the 2 Upper Moon 6 demons. His intelligence on the Upper Moon 6 demons came entirely from the system, so there was no possibility of turning them. The system had not shared their backstory but told him that the Upper Moon 6 were a brother and sister pair. Like Akaza, they were not so much turned into demons by Muzan Kibutsuji or other Upper Moons as they were driven by human malice into becoming demons. Yet, over the years, they had consumed many and varied victims. Shizuroi wished to turn the Upper Moon 3 because Akaza had principles and was somewhat rational in his consumption. He wished to turn the Upper Moon 1 because of their overwhelming strength. To avoid casualties, he had to try his best. Other demons were not part of Shizuroi's plan. No matter how tragic the Upper Moon 6's past was, it was none of his concern. Right and wrong were destined by heaven. His responsibility was merely to send them to meet their fate, if he needed to sever the heads of two demons simultaneously. Suddenly, the hospital room door was pushed open. Mr. Shizuroi, because the child pushed the door too hastily in an emotional outburst, Shizuroya's hand trembled, and the pen drew a large circle over the half-written battle plan. No, he must not become angry. Before him stands the protagonist, a good child who is merely a bit anxious. The crucial point is that this is a vital piece of equipment for defeating the LV-999 boss. If it were dismantled, it would become useless. After some self-hypnosis, Shirling Yi finally lifted his head and gazed at the two children who had directly flung themselves beside his bed. Tanjiro, accompanied by Nezuko, had just returned from completing a mission and immediately heard that Shirling Yi had awakened. Unable to contain their excitement, they rushed straight to Shirling Yi's infirmary. Upon pushing open the door, they saw Shirling Yi leaning against the bed, seemingly engrossed in writing something. Hearing their entrance, he offered them a gentle smile. Tanjiro and Nezuko, is it? What's the matter? The system detected Tanjiro's psychological state and fell silent. What kind of filter had been applied here? Just now, when you suddenly barged in, Shirling Yi's battle plan was nearly ruined. His smile was so distorted it almost disfigured his features. Where was the gentleness? Yet, the filters on Tanjiro and Nezuko were fully engaged. Mr. Sure, you're all right now. Tanjiro's tears cascaded down in great drops. Nezuko clung to his arm, also weeping. I told you I won die, didn't I? Shirling Yi looked puzzled. Besides, you've already asked Butterfly, haven't you? I have unfinished business. I won die. At worst, I can rewind and start over. Tanjiro wiped his tears clean. Mr. Sure, I'm sorry. I'm too weak. If only I could have used the dance of the fire god back then. Speaking of which, Shirling Yi interrupted Tanjiro's self-reproach. Speaking of that, once I'm done with this busy period, I'll teach you how to control the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro's eyes brightened. Yes, all right. You just finished your mission, right? Go rest now. He is still busy writing plans, so don't disturb him. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sure. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko up and bowed deeply to him. Shirling Yi changed to a fresh sheet of paper. No need to thank me. Your family owes me a debt. Besides, your responsibility is greater than I imagined. As the heir of the Breath of the Sun, to defeat LV-999, Tanjiro must become stronger. Tanjiro, you are already a mature piece of equipment. It's time to learn to strengthen yourself. System. Forget about 999. It's just a game level. Calling the protagonist equipment. Doesn't that trouble your conscience? It's a good thing I discovered that family wasn't ordinary NPCs. Otherwise, how would the Demon King have gotten his eavesdropping device? But Tanjiro did not think that way. After recognizing Shirling Yi as that Mr. Windchime, Tanjiro was very surprised. When Mr. Sure transformed Nezuko back into a human, he said their family had done him a favor, and now he still said so. After all, they had only sheltered him once during the night. Mr. Sure is truly a good person, Tanjiro thought gratefully. After saluting Shirling Yi, he departed, unaware that he had just been handed a good person card. Shirling Yi sighed deeply. The Breath of the Sun system. Do you have any recommended training methods? Shirling Yi, unfamiliar with the Breath of the Sun, knew that even immersive viewing would be merely a visual spectacle for Tanjiro. What could truly advance Tanjiro's progress was actual combat. Yet, the Breath of the Sun involved too much uncertainty. If they encountered even a slightly formidable demon, like the last time when Tanjiro became exhausted and collapsed after using the Dance of the Fire God, that would truly be a disaster. The system dutifully offered a rare, agreeable suggestion. Player, are you aware that Taoism has a technique to independently create a space beyond the mortal world? Yes, but what does that have to do with the Breath of the Sun? Creating a separate space beyond the mortal realm. A space that can change according to one's will. Shirling Yi was aware of this. But what good would that do? Using this principle to replicate the Breath of the Sun inherited by Tsujikuni Yorichi wouldn't be perfect? Using it to fight Tanjiro wouldn't endanger his life? The system's suggestion was excellent. But should it be called a Taoist technique? In theory, such spatial creation is achievable. It's just that technology hasn't reached that dimension yet. Seems feasible after returning. Player, I have some ready-made paradisiacal domains. Come, choose one. The system interrupted Shirling Yi's contemplation. Continuing would likely cause him to log off immediately and start research. Rest assured, I am a well-mannered gamer. I will never abandon the game before completion. The system exchanged a small box for Shirling Yi and gave a detailed introduction to its function. It employs certain methods to independently create a space. The player can decorate it as they please. The system recited the lines mechanically. Shirling Yi smiled slightly. From which world was this plucked? System replied. From certain mind-bending Xianxia worlds. No need for player curiosity. If you go there, you'll definitely become a skeptic. After all, even the AI could not comprehend the thought processes of those people when he was there. Shirling Yi put the box back into his backpack. This kind of thing is nothing more than those so-called storage rings, except the space is larger, that's all. From a scientific perspective, player, you don't want to see. The system was adamant. Please focus on your battle plan. We will discuss this stuff later. Very well, now is not the time to start a research project. Shirling Yi's attention returned to the battle plan. To decapitate upper rank 6 with minimal casualties. After a whole morning's work, Shirling Yi had roughly outlined the framework of the plan. Doing this was like building a house. First lay a solid foundation, then construct the framework and finally add bricks and tiles. Details were crucial. The elder brother in upper rank 6 was the leader. The younger sister was not very intelligent but relied heavily on the brother. Not very intelligent. Shirling Yi stared at this phrase from the system for a long time. Even the system had to speak up. Relatively speaking, Daki's intellect is poor only in comparison. No need to compare. None of the demons have good brains. Shirling Yi couldn't help but sneer again. The worst was LV-999. All 5 brains must be cobwebbed. A daily insult. Since both siblings had to be beheaded simultaneously, precautions were necessary. Would the other hide immediately after one was decapitated? Then the range of the barrier must be reduced to prevent the other demon from escaping out of sight. Also, the terrain of the red light district. Forget it. Once the fight starts, just level everything. The demon brother's scythe was highly poisonous. Even a slight touch could be fatal. But that belonged to blood demon art. Nezuko could use her blood demon art to neutralize it when the time came. In summary, upper rank 6 must be eliminated with exceptional ease. Having already dealt with 3 upper ranks, Shirling Yi suddenly felt upper rank 6 was somewhat underwhelming. The most troublesome aspect was that they were 2. Just team up to grind them down. So, the system's claim that upper rank 6 had killed many pillars was merely due to poor intelligence. Then, whom should they team up against? The demon brother's scythe was lethally poisonous, so someone resistant to poison would need to fight him. He had considered concocting some antidotes himself, but without knowing the poison's composition, he wanted to ask the system to exchange some. The system said none were available. None at all? Why did he distrust it so much? Forget it, no more dealing with this little idiot. He would figure it out himself. System. Simply for calling me an idiot, I shall elevate the difficulty of this round to infernal levels. After enduring several days of Shinobu Kocho's well-intentioned but torturous medicinal recommendations, he was finally granted permission to leave the Butterfly Mansion. The first matter at hand was to report to the master. Is that really necessary? Didn't Rengoku already inform him? Thus, Tokizeroi went to the main residence to see the Lord. The Lord appeared as vigorous as ever. The curse's manifestations had become exceedingly slow. Fortunately, Annabella herself was a cursed doll, possessing a strong inherent curse. Perhaps this was a case of a double negative making a positive. Delighted to see you in good health, my lord. Having no other words, Tokizeroi bowed respectfully and said, I suppose the Flame Hashira has already apprised you of the matter concerning upper rank 3. The lord and his 2 daughters sat before him, nodding with smiles. Indeed, 200 men returned without a single casualty. Upper rank 3 was successfully beheaded. Thank you all. Tokizeroi was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. My lord, the reason no one perished among the 200 was due to the Flame Hashira's valiant efforts, and it was he who beheaded upper rank 3. He had not obtained any special item, as the system had informed him that the final strike was not his. So, there was none. If they didn't want to give it, fine, using such a flimsy excuse was just excessive. But without you, do you think that boy Kaijuro would have returned? The Lord smiled and countered. He did not know whether Kaijuro could have returned, but judging from the system's tone before the battle, it was likely not. Moreover, for the sake of the civilians there, Rengoku Kaijuro would never have considered avoiding combat. No one would have expected that. Of course, even if he had thought about evading battle, it was not guaranteed he could escape. But in the end, he was still a fool. Tokizeroi's gaze drifted toward the window, and he muttered, Fortune favors the foolish. The Lord. For a moment, I was utterly speechless. System. Player, could you please think before you speak? Didn't you see the Lord almost lose his smile? I mean, the Flame Hashira's strength is formidable, no doubt about that. Tokizeroi awkwardly shifted the topic. Fortunately, the Lord did not dwell on the matter. He inquired about Tokizeroi's forthcoming plans. Tokizeroi handed over the finalized plan document. The specific personnel still required careful consideration. Tokizeroi was in no rush. The candidates to confront upper rank 6 had already been decided, though Tokuzeroi did not intend to engage just yet. After all, those were the least daunting among the upper ranks. Having experienced upper rank 3, Tokuzeroi could no longer bear to face the lower-ranked upper ranks. Even the two who had been dispatched below were unbearable to look at. Besides upper rank 6, there was also Doma. Soon, the opportunity to confront upper rank 2 would arrive. Tokuzeroi would have to bring Shinobu Kocho to deal with that entity. As of now, the plan had only a timeline. Nothing else, troublesome indeed. Tokuzeroi. The Lord suddenly called out to him. You have caught the attention of Muzan Kibutsuji. Please, no more reminders. The thought of being targeted by the Onmyoji made Tokuzeroi's head ache. My lord, there is no need for concern. Muzan Kibutsuji is mindless, no, rather, he likely has no interest in fixating on me. After all, he was continually searching for the blue spider lily. There was no immediate worry that Muzan would come after him personally. Even if he did, Tokuzeroi would simply open the map and flee before he could utter a word. However, there was a rather risky plan worth attempting. The Lord shook his head. For your safety, refrain from leaving headquarters for the time being. Yes, indeed, he had no plans to leave recently. First, he would finalize the operational plan for upper rank 2. No need to rush around. Oh, and that little box, he still needed to customize the training ground for Tanjiro, so he could properly learn the breadth of the sun equipment enhancement was crucial. Opening the small box provided by the system and entering the so-called paradise within the cave, Tokuzeroi opened his eyes to behold a mountain piercing the clouds. He glanced around. It was a floating island suspended in midair, adorned with peaks of varying heights. He currently stood on one mountain, with an even taller peak before him. The mountain featured gently flowing streams and waterfalls cascading like a river of stars. Mist enveloped the island, rendering it a celestial realm. So beautiful. Tokuzeroi marveled at the masterpiece and turned to inquire of the system. What is the principle behind this? System. I do not know. The system's answer was as emphatic as ever, and from an unknown corner, it produced a user manual and tossed it to Tokuzeroi. He lowered his head to examine the thin sheet of paper. Forget it, no need to worry about this for now. Tokuzeroi bowed his head to study the instructions. After a while, he looked up with a speechless expression. Tell me the truth. Does this box's scientific name happen to be Dust Song Box? Essentially the same. The system's reply confirmed Tokuzeroi's suspicion. The reason he hadn't finished that game was because the developers hadn't yet opened the map. Since it operated on the same principle, it was simple enough. This mountain was quite suitable for a trial ground. Adding a few mechanical contraptions should pose no problem. Thus, within a day, Tokuzeroi remained in the box, preparing a training regimen for Tanjiro. From authentic instruction in the breath of the sun to secret realm mechanisms, Tokuzeroi did much, including rest areas and other facilities. The system even suspected that Tokuzeroi wasn't merely preparing a trial ground but intending to move all his external residences inside. Yet he did not. Upon discovering the ability to manifest objects through consciousness, Tokuzeroi had begun to revel in it. Human consciousness was wondrous. It was said that a sufficiently powerful mind could even distort space. He was now trying to unravel the principles of consciousness-based creation. System. Although I am aware you are trying to figure this out, remember, it's just for fun. When he finished and exited the box, it was already late at night. The system scanned the box's space. Excellent. It had transformed from a barren island into a trial ground, then into a mountain blooming with birdsong, flowers, and even a feline master. Paradise within the cave, indeed. Player, what are your intentions next? This next was not about what Tokuzeroi intended to do now, but rather his future plans. Tokuzeroi rose to wash up. Now is indeed a good time to lay low. Remaining at headquarters is a wise choice. However, the opportunity regarding upper rank 2 will soon arise. I must consider who else, besides Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka, can accompany me. Shinobu Kocho harbored a blood feud against Doma and naturally had to be brought along. Ju Tomioka had fought Doma with him before and shared some tacit understanding, so he must be brought as well. But only these three would likely be insufficient. Doma was an abomination defying all reason. Whoever created him was surely a depraved individual. System. You should be grateful the author of this manga cannot hear your thoughts. Who else could I bring? Why not bring the main trio? The system kindly suggested. True enough. After all, they were protagonists and key equipment bearers. It would be inappropriate not to include them. One dares to speak, another dares to act, thus, a comprehensive plan from death to transcendence for upper rank 2 Doma was in place. Doma, rest in peace. Although Tokuzeroi had yet to decide on the candidates to confront upper rank 6, plans seldom keep pace with change. He had just finalized the plan for Upper Rank 2 and intended the next day to borrow Shinobu Kocho's laboratory at the Butterfly Mansion to concoct something sinister for the Upper Rank 2 battle. Who aren't you sinister toward? The system sent a wry emoticon. 3. Shut up. Seeing through but not articulating it. Just as he reached the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, an overwhelming clamor greeted his ears from within. What are you doing? Let them go. That voice. Tanjiro? He had been looking for him, but what on earth was he up to? Shizuroi found it peculiar. The Butterfly Mansion was usually rather tranquil. Aside from the occasional groans of those recovering from training, there was seldom any disturbance. Why was it so chaotic today? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a commotion above his head. Looking up, he saw the sound Hashira hoisting 2 young ladies and leaping onto the main gate. I am Tengen Yuzui, the former shinobi renowned throughout the entire ninja world for my flamboyance. The moment Yuzui Tengen spoke, Shizuroi felt that familiar, awkward embarrassment creeping upon him on behalf of others. Don't think your pathetic headbutt can land on me. A headbutt? Tanjiro's headbutt? Yuzui Tengen, if you don't know the density of Tanjiro's skull, it's better not to speak nonsense. From inside the Butterfly Mansion came the cries of the 3 young ones. Let them go, you human trafficker. Pervert. Pervert. Yuzui Tengen was visibly enraged. I only sought them out because the mission requires female members. For non-inheritor members, I can requisition them directly without the Butterfly's consent. Shizuroi was utterly baffled. If it was female members with combat abilities, there should have been several available, right? Why not seek them out? Why come to the Butterfly Mansion to find non-combat personnel? What kind of mission necessitated female members? Tanjiro and Yuzui Tengen began to brawl again, with Zenitsu and Inosuke flanking Yuzui on both sides. What is this? A brawl? Shizuroi sighed deeply. Yuzui, I don't know what other reckless words you might utter, but I must stop you. Whether the Butterfly consents to your requisition of the Butterfly Mansion's nurses is one matter, but if she finds out about this, I fear you may never leave the Butterfly Mansion again. Who knows what poison the Butterfly Shinobi might administer to you? Hearing Shizuroi's voice, Yuzui turned his head. So what? This mission is urgent, and I don't have time to find other capable female members. Shizuroi expressed his doubts. Isn't your wife also an outstanding kunoichi? What are you reluctant to send her? Mentioning this visibly irritated Yuzui even more. Perfect timing. I was just about to tell you about this matter. Yuzui dropped the young ladies down. They were hastily caught by their companions and huddled together in tears. Yuzui approached Shizuroi. My wife has gone missing. What? Your wife? All of them? Recalling that Yuzui had 3 wives, Shizuroi was cautious with his wording. But that doesn't add up. Didn't I tell them to retreat long ago? Did they not listen? Yuzui's gaze darkened. Once I realized that place housed the Upper Moon demons, I instructed them to return. But they said that leaving suddenly now would alert Upper Moon 6. Although women escape from the red light district almost daily, it's utterly abnormal for a courtesan and 2 prostitutes to disappear simultaneously. Fearing Upper Moon 6 might flee, my 3 wives did not retreat immediately. Shizuroi pinched the bridge of his nose. He could disregard others, but the wives of a comrade required his utmost attention. So what does this have to do with you recruiting female members, especially coming to the Butterfly Mansion to find them? Aren't you afraid that the Butterfly Shinobi will stand by your bedside with a syringe in the dead of night? Yuzui silently produced a sheet of paper. This is your operational plan, Shizuroi. Shizuroi quietly examined the paper, an embryonic draft of the operational plan that Yuzui had taken. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed straight to the red light district but had carefully reviewed it. It utterly confounded him. Indeed, the plan called for female members to infiltrate the red light district and spy on the Kayagaku house to lure out Upper Moon 6 and draw him to the wilderness, away from the crowds. But these were Upper Moon demons. His initial intent was to quietly bypass the Serpent Hashira and ask the Love Hashira for assistance. As for the Serpent Hashira, if necessary, a good beating would suffice. After all, the Butterfly Shinobi was physically weak, and the opponent's immunity to poison was uncertain. No matter how the person who obtained the plan might think, Shizuroi found it inconceivable to drag non-combatant members to fight Upper Moon demons. Yet now, Yuzui Tengen was proving him wrong with reality. Hey, you just saw it. Yuzui, please use your head. The red light district houses Upper Moon 6, who, despite his lower rank, has slain many Hashira. Recruiting members without combat ability is tantamount to delivering a meal to the enemy. Everyone knows your wife is missing and you're anxious. Those who don't might think you're about to defect and deliver food to the demons. Yuzui fixed his gaze on him. So what do you suggest? Should I seek the Love Hashira? The Serpent Hashira is with her now. Look at that, their relationship was already beyond the reach of missions. If they sought the Love Hashira now for help, the Serpent Hashira would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, unwilling to relent until they ran 3 laps around Neon City. Then what else could be done? Surely not just deliver food, right? Player, why don't you? The system's long-dormant schemes resurfaced. Shizuroi pondered silently. The mission was urgent, and it seemed the remaining female Demon Slayer Corps members were all occupied. Approaching the Love Hashira risked straining relations with the Serpent Hashira, and the Butterfly Shinobi was absent. Fine, I'll help you. I'll disguise myself as a woman and infiltrate. Is that acceptable? Fine. He acquiesced. Yuzui Tengen appeared stunned by Shizuroi's proposal. Hey, finding female members isn't difficult. You don't have to do this. Finding female members isn't hard, but finding capable ones isn't. Demons gain strength by consuming humans. We shouldn't be delivering food to them. I thought you all knew that. So I've accepted this. Any more complaints? Yuzui fell silent, then suddenly asked a crucial question. Shouldn't you be staying safely at headquarters? Aren't you afraid of encountering Musen Kibutsuji as soon as you step outside? Veins bulged on Shizuroi's forehead. Shut up. Don't remind me of that again, or I might rip your mouth apart. Always telling him he's being stalked by a hermaphrodite. Isn't that annoying? Is it just the 2 of us? Yuzui, heated by his wife's disappearance, now calmed down and sensed something amiss. Fighting upper moon demons, do we only need the 2 of us? Shizuroi shifted his gaze toward Tanjiro beside him. Tanjiro, do you have time? Tanjiro immediately stood at attention. Yes. Then let us go. It's just cross-dressing, right? Since he agreed, dragging someone else along shouldn't be a problem. Gear up, you'll cross-dress too, so I won't feel awkward. Wait. Zenitsu and Inosuke jumped down as well. I just finished a mission, but I still have energy. I'm coming too. Inosuke remained as enthusiastic as ever. They were going to fight upper moon demons, not wait. Did they forget something? Their interruption snapped Shizuroi back to reality. He recalled that essential equipment for battling upper moon 6 wasn't just Tanjiro's. An assistant was still needed. Wait, hold on. Let me sort this out. Shizuroi pressed his temples. The operation plan, the personnel stopped for a moment. I'll explain the plan to you. Shizuroi's head throbbed painfully as he hurried to restrain them, urging them to listen. All eyes fixed on him in unison. Meaning, please be brief. Shizuroi said, believe it or not, I don't care anymore, but it must be perfect. Upper Moon 6 is represented by 2 demons. Both heads must be severed simultaneously to kill him. When we encounter Upper Moon 6, I will employ methods to prevent their escape or evasion. Yes. The 3 lower-rank members nodded solemnly, while Yuzui lowered his head in contemplation. So this is what the dual-headed figure drawn with ordinary lines on Tokiori's battle plan meant. Although I knew it was a demon the first time I saw it, I truly didn't grasp its meaning. Therefore, once the barrier is lifted, it will be a fierce battle. Tengen Yuzui, when the time comes, I won't be able to care about whether you live or die, so be careful. Tengen Yuzui snapped back, I understand. After all, I am the flamboyant god of the festival. No need to worry about me. The god of the festival being mistaken for a human trafficker. Ha. Tokiori sighed deeply. The blood demon arts of the lower Moon 6 are highly poisonous. Even the slightest contact can be fatal. Therefore, Tanjiro, take your sister with you. If she gets poisoned, at least someone will be able to administer the antidote. So, a healer with purification abilities is necessary. Tanjiro blinked. They always execute missions together, and Nezuko usually returns before him, so she has already gone to Mount Sajiri to check on the younger siblings. Is it still in time to call her over now? Tokiori discerned what Tanjiro was thinking. There's no need to rush. Usually, where the lower moons are present, there's a high probability that no other demons will be nearby. Just have her come to this location. Tokiori took out his notebook, casually sketched a couple of strokes, and then handed it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro took the paper and immediately summoned his Kasugai crow, instructing it to fly to Mount Sajiri. Alright, that's settled for now. Once you arrive, I'll give you more detailed instructions. Anyway, you'll need to find a place to prepare there, so I'll explain everything gradually once you get there. Tengen Yuzui, seeing Tokiori had finished speaking, turned and walked away. His mind was already lost in the thought of saving his wife. Tokiori glanced over and saw only a speck the size of a sesame seed disappearing into the distance. Mr. Tokiori? What do we do now? Tanjiro and his companions were stunned by the scene, staring in disbelief at the tiny black that was about to vanish. The retreating Tengen Yuzui. Tokiori cast them a glance. What else can we do? Chase him. Seeing how anxious he was, what choice was there? Tokiori summoned the Qinghuan and flew in the direction Yuzui had gone. As for the main party, no worries, they could catch up. Player, I've selected several outfits that best suit your temperament. I can also recommend makeup styles. Yet, a system persistently nagged in his mind. This thing is definitely a pervert. Tokiori glanced down during the journey. You little idiot. Do you think my hair can be styled into these hairstyles? His hair was long, but achieving the delicate Lin Dayu style eyebrow fringe was too difficult. Wearing a wig would be too troublesome. And what exactly has he picked out for clothes? This is Japan, we need kimonos. Kimonos? What good are these Lolita dresses? Even upon reaching the Fuji household, Tokiori was still bickering with the system. In this house adorned with wisteria family crests, Tengen Yuzui first called the master of the house to prepare the things he needed. Tokiori glanced at the makeup on Yuzui's face. I'll do it myself. The more flamboyant Yuzui was, the better if he stayed far away. He went into another room, closed the door, took a deep breath, and asked the system to provide the clothes it had chosen for him. A very simple furisode kimono, in a smoky blue-green hue. Actually, I think this Kuro Tomesode is pretty good, too. You little idiot, Tomesode kimonos are formal attire reserved for married women. Tokiori silently scolded the system. SNT it just cross-dressing? I can tolerate that. He let his hair down and had the system arrange it into an updo. The system would also handle the makeup, while he only needed to change clothes. While he was changing, Yuzui was passing on mission necessities to the three youngsters beside him. After infiltrating the red light district, I will proceed to the designated location as planned. You three go find my wife. The three who were eating were immediately dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Zenitsu was the first to explode. Stop joking. You're seriously asking your subordinates to run personal errands for you? Looking for your wife? Ah, you've misunderstood everything. Listen to me. Yuzui's expression became exaggerated. Zenitsu continued yelling, how can you casually command the Demon Slayer Corps members just because you want a wife? Are you an idiot? My wife is gathering intelligence in the red light district. I came because contact was lost. The Flame Hashira knows about this too. Among the Hashira, Yuzui and Sanemi were the most easily agitated. Tokiori, adjusting the collar of his kimono in front of a mirror, listened to the commotion next door and deeply felt this operation was indeed rushed. Zenitsu did not believe Yuzui. It's all your delusions, I senti it? Yuzui slammed down a pile of letters. These are our communications via Kasugai Crows. The Flame Hashira even personally came here to check recently. Yuzui, can you stop saying he came to the red light district all the time? Tokiori felt his temper rising again. Tanjiro examined the pile of letters. There are many. They must have been infiltrating the district for quite a while. Because I have 3 wives. Zenitsu's incredulous shout nearly lifted the roof off. Tokiori took a deep breath. Really, this time he had rushed things. Calm down, calm down. Don't move or the makeup will smudge. After all, he had asked the system to temporarily manage the game character's makeup. Tanjiro was the most sensible among the 3 youngsters. So, the letters repeatedly emphasized keeping a low profile when arriving. What should we do? Yuzui glanced next door. Of course, we disguise ourselves. Tokiori suggested this too. He seems to know the demoness location, but there are too many people here so he cannot act directly. Therefore, we need to lure them out by infiltrating more deeply. Tokiori will personally sneak close to the demon and wait for the right moment to draw it out, while you 3 just need to find my wife. Yuzui gave the names and locations of his wives to the 3 youngsters. At that moment, the Fuji household brought the things Yuzui needed. Thanks. Then the room fell silent. Yuzui was probably putting makeup on the 3 youngsters. Tokiori watched the game character, managed by the system, expertly apply makeup, comb hair, and pin on hair accessories. It was done. Not bad at all. How awkward. He really didn't understand why women wearing men's clothes seemed nothing unusual but even handsome, whereas men wearing women's clothes looked so strange. This hairstyle and makeup are superb, as expected of me. Player, don't you agree? Yes, this hairstyle is quite nice. Jet black hair was mostly pinned up slightly to the right, with 3 thin braids interwoven among the strands, adorned with a simple small white flower, and a modest hairpin that did not detract from the beauty. For strands of hair fell over the shoulders and lay on the chest like willow branches swaying in the breeze. A lot of thought was put into it. The best part was that during a fight it was easy to pull down so it wouldn't obstruct combat. The makeup, the hairstyle. What does the system think it's designing? A delicate beauty with a touch of illness? Never mind, it's fine. He sighed, retracted his cane into the system backpack, stood up, opened the door, and walked next door. He was startled by 3 demons, no, by the 3 youngsters. Yuzui, stop fooling around and put on makeup properly. This makeup, this face. So pale with 2 big patches of rouge, bright red lips, and exaggerated eyelashes. Tengen Yuzui looked up at Tokiori, was momentarily stunned, and then couldn't he help but say, "What do you think of my flamboyant makeup, Tokiori? You look stunning." Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke all turned their heads to look at him. In that instant, the entire room fell into a sudden silence. Tokio's frame was slight and lean, and when clad in a kimono, there was not a hint of incongruity. His face, rendered somewhat pallid by makeup, was adorned with meticulously thinned eyebrows, lending a touch of threefold morbidity to his visage, yet evoking a sense of tender sympathy. Meanwhile, Tokioi observed the makeup on the three youngsters. "I don't know what you think, but Yuzui, if you're trying to scare away demons with them, it's absolutely impossible. Of course, the demons might find them so hideous that they lose their appetite." Tengen Yuzui, catching on from Tokio's makeup, did not reflect on his own clumsy plans. "Don't worry, it's fine. My splendid makeup skills will surely make everyone scramble for them." "No, I think your makeup skills will just make everyone avoid you." Tokioi felt that rather than having Tengen Yuzui act as the boss and take them around for promotion, he would rather promote himself. As Yuzui washed off his makeup and let his hair down, he looked remarkably normal. One could hardly understand what he was trying to achieve with all that face painting. Was he trying to kill demons with it? Though Tokioi was determined not to let Yuzui be the middleman, circumstances wouldn't allow for whimsy. Tokioi himself had to enter Kaigokuya to lure out the demon, and timing was crucial. Thus, he decided not to waste time promoting himself and instead quickly dealt with the demon, eager to change out of the troublesome attire. "Anyway, you all must try not to speak," Tengen Yuzui cautioned, for opening their mouths risked revealing their intentions. Then Tokioi spoke. "Hey, gathering intelligence without letting people speak is a bit excessive." Yuzui and the three youngsters were stunned, for the voice that emerged from Tokio's throat was that of a gentle, mellifluous woman. Yuzui, though aware of some voice-changing techniques, had never heard one so convincingly executed. "What? Not leaving yet? Finish the mission and hurry back." Yuzui turned silently and walked away, his steps involuntarily synchronized. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Thanks to Yuzui's rhetoric and Tokio's impeccable appearance, Tokioi smoothly sold himself into Kaigokuya. System. Actually, Yuzui didn't say much. It was the boss who enthusiastically raised the price, hehe. Tokio's acting was superb, perfectly embodying the delicate, fragile aura of a sickly beauty. If I weren't an AI, I might drool a little. Tokioi, charge. As for the three kids. Sorry, I didn't stop Yuzui from making them look exceptionally ghostly. Tokioi sighed deeply. Upon entering the shop, Tokioi had to find an opportunity to approach the Upper Moon 6, the courtesan Waraheim of Kaigokuya. His aura was already concealed, and the phoenix tattoo on his face was masked beneath makeup, so there was no fear of alerting the enemy. Drawing out that demon should not be difficult. He only needed to reveal his ambition to become a courtesan. After stepping inside, Tokioi gazed at the boss's back and offered a particularly gentle smile. "I wish to become a courtesan. What do you think?" The Kaigokuya boss turned, his eyes flickering slightly. Being a courtesan is not so easily done. Tokioi narrowed his eyes. The tone and expression of this boss. "Seems you know the truth about Waraheim, don't you?" Without pretense, Tokioi asked directly. The boss shuddered and turned. "You. It seems you really know. Though it's not surprising. When you arrived, I heard the owner's wife of Kaigokuya fell from a window and died last night." Those words were meant to soothe those who did not believe in demons. Yet the boss seemed to sense something. "That simplifies things. I will handle her. You know what to say and what not to say. When it's time to threaten, never hold back." The boss paused, then turned away in silence. But Tokioi knew he had agreed. How decisive. Waraheim was the face of the shop. To give up so readily meant he truly knew that Waraheim was a demon. How to provoke Waraheim's wrath. "Why don't you try intercepting her clients?" "You little fool, what do you take me for?" "I'll watch when Waraheim takes clients," Tokioi answered honestly. System. Well, you executed that plan quite smoothly. So why the scolding? Outside, the atmosphere suddenly grew lively. Tokioi turned to look out the window. It was the courtesan procession. Although somewhat eerie, it was after all their culture, so no comment. System. Then why did you have to add a comment? The boss also turned to look. It's the koi summer courtesan of Tokiniya. Quite a grand affair. They're all unfortunate girls, what does grandeur matter? I heard that courtesans in Japan hold relatively high status. The system was puzzled. Tokioi smiled. This world is always harsher on women. The high status of courtesans is only relative to other prostitutes. Tokioi called the system to open the map and check the demon's current position. It was very close. Extremely close. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the courtesan's quarters. Let us see whether this demon having lost her reserved client, would stay calm or rush out to devour someone without hesitation. As for Tengen Yuzui, selling the 3 kids made up to look like demons at bargain prices was still difficult. However, his handsome face without makeup deceived the Tokuniya boss, who took in Tanjiro successfully. Tanjiro, an earnest boy, began working at that shop. Meanwhile, Inosuke Hashibara was bought by the passing Ajimatoya boss's wife during the courtesan parade. Coincidentally, another of Yuzui's wives was at Ajimatoya. Soon after, Zenitsu was also placed in Kaigokuya. It was said Yuzui gave her to Kaigokuya free of charge. He was currently there and should know his position. Though these 4 deceived consumers, for the sake of killing demons, such debts were left to the bosses to settle. Though there was a plan to get them out, plans cannot keep pace with change. If the demon lost her temper, she might tear a street apart. Never mind, the Ubuyashiki family is wealthy. Let them handle it. Just then, the boss called him. Shina, Waraheim has agreed to take clients. Preparing for dinner? Alright, then let us go intercept clients. Tokioi suddenly felt like one of those vindictive villainesses in ancient palace dramas, constantly vying for favors that belong to others. A pair of delicate willow leaf eyebrows. A pair of gentle, rippling eyes, black hair flowing like willow branches in the wind, and a face as fresh and enchanting as a lotus flower. A single seductive glance instantly sent wealthy fools into a shiver. Hey, I want her. This rich fool, oblivious to how much he had spent on Waraheim, loudly declared, pointing at a certain courtesan in Kaigokuya. The boss's face wrinkled into a smile. Oh, this guest has good taste. Shina is our next reserved courtesan. Very well, very well. The rich fool took Shina's pale hand and led her into a room, completely forgetting about courtesan Waraheim. The system silently watched the entire client interception. Player, where is your integrity? At first, you adamantly said you didn't want a crossdress. Who was that? And now you're so proficient? I know you're a genius, but do geniuses even learn these things? SNT this over the top? In battle, you use whatever benefits you. Why constrain yourself? Besides, it's Shina who's intercepting clients, not you, Tokioi. Then why are you so adept at doing this kind of thing? The system's identification was perplexed. After all, Shirling Yiming was clearly a man, so why was he so effortlessly skilled at tasks typically associated with women? My mother enjoyed watching those palace dramas, and I picked up a trick or two while watching with her. System. Is this what genius looks like? Shirling Yiming used the system's illusion to confuse the guest, then turned to open the map and observe the courtesan's movements. At this moment, the courtesan must have realized he was intercepting clients, but surprisingly, she remained incredibly composed, utterly unresponsive. TCH, how dull. Seems I'll have to come more often. The next day, as the demons began to quiet down, Shirling Yiming managed to coax the guest away and resumed pondering how to deal with Upper Moon 6. Then, the sound of a shamisen drifted in. Could it be Zenitsu? He was said to have been relegated to playing the shamisen because his transformation was too hideous, though his hearing was excellent and he showed remarkable talent. He was likely to encounter demons here, so it was best to keep him close. Thus, Shirling Yiming sought out the boss and asked him to hand over the newcomer Zenko to him, to prevent any trouble with the demons. Zenitsu obediently followed, watching as Shirling Yiming skillfully competed with the courtesan for clients. This if not for overhearing Shirling Yiming's calm, unruffled inner voice, Zenitsu might have doubted whether the phoenix pillar before him had undergone some profound change. Always keeping a watchful eye on Zenitsu's well-being, Shirling Yiming was considerate toward him. After all, a plan was a plan. Any mishap would spell trouble. Shirling Yiming also checked on Tanjiro and Inosuke. Tanjiro was at the Tokoyami Inn, where he learned from the courtesan Koi Natsu that Yuzui Tengen's wife, Suma, had fled, but clearly, she had been harmed by demons, a typical demonic tactic. It was uncertain whether there was still time to save her. Meanwhile, Inosuke had sensed demons at the Ajimatoya and gave chase, but due to interference from guests, he lost track and failed to rescue Hinazuru, who was there. However, the boss seemed to have misunderstood something. The next day, Shirling Yiming brought 2 little girls to see the boss. What are you doing? Why did you stuff 2 little girls on him? The boss replied, I see you're taking good care of Zenko. I thought you enjoyed looking after others. Do you think everyone under the heavens is my child? A vein bulged on Shirling Yiming's forehead. You're a smart man. Surely you know why I came here. I don't mind helping you make money, but don't forget I'm staying here at premium lodging rates. In other words, intercepting clients these past few days not only earned the boss money but also cost Shirling Yiming out of his own pocket. Were it not for his substantial savings and high salary, he might have reconsidered. But since this building was soon to be gone, he felt somewhat guilty. The boss was momentarily speechless. Those two girls will stay with me for now. Once I'm done, you can find someone else to take over. We can't alert the enemy. Tonight, we must lure out Wakaheim. Zenitsu. After confirming no one was eavesdropping, Shirling Yiming called Zenitsu over. At dusk, go find the sound pillar and have him arrive at the designated location after sunset. Then, you protect Nezuko. Zenitsu asked, is that all? My plan won't fail. Rest assured. Shirling Yiming glanced out the window. It was late afternoon. Yuzui Tengen's arrival was perfectly timed. He handed an envelope to the two girls and exchanged 2 hairpins from the system as gifts. Give these to the boss after tonight. All right, Sister Sheena. The 2 girls blinked in response. Shirling Yiming sighed inwardly. Sister she might be, but after tonight, only the fugitive courtesan Sheena would remain. The moon slowly ascended into the sky. Shirling Yiming checked the map. Yuzui Tengen had reached the designated spot, and Zenitsu and Nezuko were also in position. Nezuko was quite perceptive. Now it was time to begin. The battle against Upper Moon 6. The night fully swallowed the sky. On the other side of Kaigokuya, Shirling Yiming heard commotion from the courtesan S room. Wakaheim was raging. The moment had arrived. Maintaining his elegance, Shirling Yiming walked over casually, just in time to see Wakaheim frightening the 2 little girls into trembling silence, kneeling nearby too afraid even to cry. To be fair, Wakaheim was truly beautiful. Among demons, she was indeed exceptional. Suddenly, Shirling Yiming's thoughts took a strange turn. Could she compare to Muzan Kibutsuji? They seemed quite alike except Muzan was androgynous. But his mind must return to the present. Wakaheim, still venting her anger at the girls, was interrupted by a soft chuckle nearby. Heh, courtesan Wakaheim. They're just little girls, why bother quarreling with them? Wakaheim turned toward the voice's source. There stood a stunning woman, partially veiling her face with her sleeve, her gaze dripping with mockery. After all, as a courtesan, if you stoop to quibble with little girls, wouldn't that only diminish your status? Come on, get angry. True to form, the beautiful courtesan Wakaheim flared up, tilting her head and glaring fiercely. Are you that newcomer Sheena? Yes. The woman before her smiled in a way that only grew more unpleasant the longer you looked. I'd heard of courtesan Wakaheim's beauty for some time, but seeing you today, you're nothing special. Wakaheim's temper flared further. Shirling Yiming maintained his smile, feigning obliviousness to Wakaheim's murderous aura. She might as well have worn I'm a demon on her face. Shirling Yiming's smile broadened. He signaled for someone to take the crying girl kneeling on the floor away, to avoid interference. One of the other girls, seeing the gesture, braved her fear and stepped forward to pull the child aside. Wakaheim's gaze remained fixed on Shirling Yiming, oblivious to that side. Once the child was safely removed, she finally exhaled in relief. What do you want to say? Wakaheim's eyes bore into Sheena coldly, as if she wished to tear apart the pitiful face before her. This woman had only been in Kaigokuya a few days but had already stolen several of her clients. Were it not for maintaining a low profile to lure out the annoying pests, she would have erupted long ago. Am I not being clear enough? Sheena narrowed her eyes, her smile growing more gleeful. Courtesan Wakaheim, I truly don't understand how you became a courtesan. Clearly, I'm more beautiful and my temper is better, and I'm smarter than you. The last point was the key. Though you can't compare to me, you are indeed top among the girls. It's no surprise you're popular. But I've heard many legends of villainous courtesans. Shirling Yiming tilted his head, his smile turning malicious. Though smiling, there was something more terrifying about it than Wakaheim's angry glare. The elderly in the vicinity all knew that the red light district had once seen several courtesans bearing the character Heim in their names, fair as goddesses yet brutally cruel. When displeased, they would tilt their heads and glare at others with venom from below. Shirling Yiming's eyes seemed drowned in dense malice. Glancing at the map nearby, confirming no bystanders were present, he spoke the crucial words. You and courtesan Wakaheim truly bear a resemblance. The next moment, the illusion dissipated. Shirling Yiming flicked the hem of his kimono aside and dodged Wakaheim's strike. Impatient, aren't you? Maintaining his composure, he opened a folding fan with his right hand, obscuring half his face. Giving up so easily? The fan slowly descended, revealing a phoenix tattoo beneath his eye. You've overestimated me. Wakaheim's expression shifted. Phoenix tattoo? You're the one the Lord requested what? Veins bulged on Shizuroi's forehead. In the next instant, he charged straight at Daki, summoning his staff from the system space and swinging it with a flourish, sending Daki hurtling through the air. The rooftop of Kaigokuya shattered, creating a gaping hole. Shizuroi flicked his kimono aside, instantly changing his attire, and followed the flying figure. What was a mere house? Undoubtedly, this entire street would soon be razed to the ground. Daki quickly regained her footing atop the rooftop, glaring up at the man who had somehow transformed into a male. Shizuroi could read her unmasked thoughts with perfect clarity from her expression. What, did she think he was like her worthless master? Someone who could switch between male and female at will. He was not some kind of hermaphrodite. Enough. A seasoned demon slayer could spot a demon at a glance, especially one who devoured humans and concocted such a flawed excuse for a disappearance. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would know that a sudden mass escape of young women was far from normal. Unfortunately, the people here seem to have brains wired differently. System. No, I think it's your brain that's wired differently from normal. Daki's expression twisted further. You already figured it out and still snuck in here? After all, there were some troublesome matters that had to be dealt with. Shizuroi scratched his head and looked at her. Enough. Tell me, where are the 3 female ninjas who infiltrated? Daki smiled. Ah, so you were drawn here by those 3 women after all. No, it was Tengen Yuzui who was anxious. He came after them. Her face turned grim. Want to save them? Come with me to see that esteemed lord, and I'll release them. Otherwise Shizuroi stared at Daki. Why did she assume he came solely for Yuzui's 3 wives? Did he look that saintly? Then he sighed slowly. Although it felt a bit unfair to the sound pillar, he had done his best. System. Are you really giving up on the rescue just like that? You only asked one question after all. Well, at least he remembered to ask first. Shizuroi drew his sword. If you want to release them, that's your problem. Since you want to fight, I'll gladly risk my life to accompany you. Aren't you gonna make a move? System. You're risking your life to accompany a girl. You idiot. At this moment, he couldn't allow Daki to summon her brother. At the very least, he needed to lure her to the designated location first. Otherwise, if her brother suddenly got smart, hit his sister and came out alone to fight, he'd have to split his attention looking for Daki, which would be a headache. So Shizuroi smiled. Don't just stand there dazing. He effortlessly sliced through the silk ribbons Daki hurled at him. His long sword, blazing with the protagonist's radiant fire, tore through the rooftops of an entire street in an instant. System. Funds are burning. Hey, you're destroying houses. Out with the old, in with the new. I'm just giving them a reason to renovate their storefronts. Shizuroi shared a witty saying from a husky with the system. System indicated it was scared and fell silent, worried that if Shizuroi got any more impulsive, it might get dismantled. Daki was clearly stunned by Shizuroi's reckless disregard for civilian property. Caught off guard, she failed to dodge in time and was struck squarely in the chest by a sword. Just as foolish as expected. Shizuroi flicked the blood from his blade. Boring. Enough, I'm done with you. Sheathing his sword, Shizuroi muttered. I must have misjudged. How could an upper moon demon be this brainless? Low-level fiends don't deserve to die by my blade. He turned to leave. System sighed inside his mind. Player, do you remember those first-rank demons you dragged out to bask in the sun? Shut up. Can't you see I'm trying to bait her here? Daki was no match intellectually. She would definitely follow Shizuroi. He was not wrong. I'm an upper moon demon. I'm really the 6th upper moon. Behind him came Daki's scream and the sound of tearing air. Shizuroi tilted his head to dodge her claw swipe. Then he turned back, engaging her in combat without even drawing his sword. As they clashed, he dismantled the surroundings, steadily guiding Daki toward the prearranged location. Though he hadn't drawn his sword, the concealed blade and jade staff were system-issued. During the previous battle with the 3rd upper moon, the sword broke, but he had used the scabbard to block Akaza's attacks without damage. It was clear the scabbard's quality far exceeded that of the blade. It was more than capable for demolishing buildings. The system observed the shattered flower district. This was no longer merely burning funds. It was as if they intended to strip the Ubuyashiki household bare. Oh, the Ubuyashiki family was wealthy, so no problem there. Shizuroi led Daki swiftly away from the flower district into the nearby mountains. Upon reaching a treeless plain, he struck the ground with his staff, instantly erecting a golden barrier all around. The forest was an ideal place for demons to conceal themselves, so Shizuroi wisely selected a clearing and set up the barrier. He had considered imprisoning the demon until dawn, but the system informed him it was impossible. The barrier's durability and effectiveness diminished with each sustained attack. The moment the barrier rose, 2 great swords swung fiercely, severing Daki's head. The sound pillar's reflexes were impressive. Shizuroi glanced back at Daki, who clutched her severed head in disbelief. Was this really an upper moon demon? The sound pillar looked down at his blade, equally incredulous. Was it too hasty to decapitate her so easily? I already told you, Shizuroi said, tapping his head in resignation. The 6th upper moon is 2 demons, Both heads must be severed simultaneously. Tengen Yuzui couldn't help but recall Shizuroi's hastily drawn plan. The two-headed stick figures aside. The way Shizuroi depicted the simultaneous beheading was by having the stick figures lift their heads off with their own hands. Then he sketched a rudimentary skull. He also remembered the peculiar expression Shinobu Kocho wore upon seeing Shizuroi's intelligence notebook at the last Pillars meeting. So that's how Shizuroi recorded his intelligence and plans, unadorned and simple. Well, his reports to the Lord were proper enough, and that sufficed. Tengen Yuzui turned his gaze back to the flower district, surprisingly finding it ablaze. Wait, why is that? Shizuroi glanced back. Oh, to prevent anyone from following, I set fire to a few empty houses over there. Let them be busy putting out fires so no one follows out of curiosity and walks right into our trap. Finally, Tengen Yuzui asked, are my wives all right? I told Yuzui-kun to rescue them, Shizuroi replied. Tengen Yuzui was shocked. How did you explain it to him? Can he even understand your drawings? What were you thinking? Shizuroi himself was dumbfounded. Of course, he knew giving directions required detail. He wasn't an idiot. I showed him the locations directly and even told him how to rescue them. Daki was being held back. And the silk ribbons over there would likely pose no problem. Inosuke could handle them himself. So what was Yuzui's point? He took his own plan as gospel? Enough of that. Hey, what if someone really shows up? Tengen Yuzui looked around the pitch-black forest. If someone really follows, Shizuroi smirked. The Demon Slayer Corps isn't exactly a secret society. Some people know everything. Besides, even if it were confidential, Shizuroi trailed off. Yuzui did not catch the implication. But the system did. Even if it must be kept secret, why not just kill everyone who knows the secret? System. Look at yourself, then look at Daki. Pray tell, which of you is the demon here? Perhaps it was due to being overlooked. Or perhaps it was the fury born from having her head severed. Daki suddenly let out a wail. Brother! She cried out, truly clutching her head in bitter sobs. Tokio's ears were jarred by Daki's cries. And then, before his eyes, another demon emerged from behind her. It was Jiguro Taro, Daki's brother. Only by severing the heads of both demons simultaneously could the quest be considered complete. Tokioi remained unmoved, but Tengen Yuzui had already charged forward, swinging his blade toward Jiguro Taro's neck. Jiguro Taro's reflexes far surpassed Daki's. He effortlessly dodged with both his sister and her severed head in tow, gently reattaching her head. Stop crying, one to you. If your head falls off, just put it back yourself. Jiguro Taro tenderly wiped away his sister's tears. My foolish little sister, don't cry anymore. What if you become ugly from all this crying? It's rare to be born so beautiful. The system noted that Jiguro Taro despised all beautiful people, yet was exceptionally protective of his stunning sister. Conversely, Daki loathed all things ugly but was deeply dependent on her unsightly brother. The system felt a profound pity for the siblings, nearly breaking down in tears while recounting their story. But what did their tragic past have to do with him? Hey, don't you feel anything? The system expressed shock, claiming no one had ever listened to Jiguro Taro and Daki's tale without shedding tears. It's very moving. Tokioi lowered his head and smiled gently. About 3 years ago, my family almost faced disaster. The place where my father worked tried to pin the company's scandal on him because we were an ordinary family with no power or influence. Such things persist. No matter the place. My father sensed something was amiss and resigned in time. But the company issued a statement the next day, dumping all the board's scandals onto him, claiming he resigned out of guilt and threatening legal action. Even more absurdly, they sent people to threaten my family at home and incited online mobs to harass us. The system was silent. In moments like these, words seemed inadequate. If I hadn't reacted swiftly and hacked into the company's computers to expose their scandals far and wide, creating immense public pressure, my family would have surely been destroyed. The system remained silent, saying nothing. Tokioi smiled softly. So you see, I have faced such predicaments before yet still found a way out. What about these two before me? Becoming demons was their means of self-preservation. Though compared to Tokio's rather upright worldview, they were far more ruthless. In this world, weakness is a sin. Thus, one must become strong. Yet, Tokio's family was still alive, still capable of turning back. Put differently, had Tokioi not reacted in time, he might have become even more terrifying than Jiguro Taro and Daki. The system sighed helplessly. Do you think everyone has your intelligence? You have the ability to break through, but they do not. Indeed, when faced with such adversity, human malice is one thing, but one's own incompetence is equally significant. Had I pinned all my hopes on others back then, you wouldn't be seeing me today. These siblings may be pitiful, perhaps even softening hearts, but what of those consumed by them? Are they not pitiable as well? Who truly deserves death? Should they be spared simply because they are pitiable? Don't be ridiculous. If they are not slain, what if they ruin his perfect world later? System. Wait, how did we circle back to this? I ask then, was what you said earlier true? The system suddenly felt a strange familiarity with the unfolding plot. Had it witnessed this in many past worlds? Of course not. I was lying. Tokioi said casually, then squinted and smiled, redirecting his attention to the battlefield. System, really? Is that a lie? Compared to Tokioi's nonchalance, Tengen Yuzui's body was taut with tension. Facing an upper moon demon, he could not help but feel nervous. Hey Tokioi, you look so relaxed. Tokioi nearly rolled his eyes. It's only upper moon 6. Look at its track record, aren't the previous upper moons all strong? Besides, this upper moon 6 is legit. Tokioi glanced toward Tanjiro, who had somehow arrived here unnoticed. Tanjiro, get in here. Tanjiro paused, then dashed into the barrier. Yes, Mr. Tokioi. Tokioi patted his shoulder and pointed at Daki. Go, give her 2 slaps. He disregarded Jigoro Taro. That guy could be left to Yuzui. Tanjiro and Yuzui were stunned, and even Jigoro Taro and Daki were dumbfounded by Tokioi's approach. For a moment, the atmosphere grew peculiarly calm. Huh? Tokioi? Has your brain gone bad lately? Yuzui's face was full of shock. This is a Gue. You want him to fight an upper moon? He had already risen to Gung. Tokioi smiled on. Besides, with that inheritance, he'll have to face that thing eventually. It's good to practice now. Who else could be so reckless as to let a student spar with an upper moon? Yuzui felt that while Tokioi's mind and strength were spectacular, he was somewhat lacking in other areas. Tokioi paid no mind to Yuzui's thoughts. He said to Tanjiro, the inheritance passed down in your family is already engraved in your blood. What you need to do now is to ignite yourself. Tokioi patiently guided Tanjiro. Though no one thought this was the right moment for an introduction to the breath of the sun, don't think about water breathing now. It's no longer suitable for you. You've trained hard enough. Now burn yourself, burn your heart. So don't hesitate to unleash your breath of the sun. Go. Pikatan. Though you don't discharge electricity. Alright. Tanjiro Kaba. Breathe fire. Since Tokioi had decided to throw Tanjiro into this upper moon grind, he certainly had his own considerations and limits. Equipment needed refining, but overdoing it could be disastrous if it broke. Yuzui noticed Tokioi showed no intention of intervening and was momentarily stunned. Then turned to engage Jigoro Taro. Tokioi, aren't you going to intervene? Go hit him yourself. Tokioi pressed his temple. I'm watching. You focus on fighting. After all, it's only upper moon 6. Yuzui muttered, for some reason. I suddenly feel like the flame pillar is trying hard to help them grow. But his methods are a bit extreme. Tokioi had no such awareness. He had already revealed the key to Tanjiro, to ignite his own heart. Such things cannot be taught, only realized. Without some insight, it's impossible. The crucial point was Tokioi himself was anxious. Although somewhat rushed, he had resolved to execute a highly dangerous plan and likely would be unable to guide Tanjiro for some time. Given that, he let Tanjiro attempt to comprehend it on his own, leaving the rest in that box containing a world within a world for Tanjiro to explore. Are you sure you want to do that? It's very dangerous. Although I'm here and you're not threatened by curses, you'll be too close to that thing. The system was somewhat worried. Tokioi's intellect was unmatched, but in this matter, the system felt he was being too reckless. It's rare to have this kind of game state. How can you not savor it? Tokioi replied, turning his attention back to the battle. The fight between Yuzui and Jigoro Taro was far from easy. Jigoro Taro's speed and reflexes surpassed Yuzui's, but his constant concern for Daki restrained him somewhat. Thus far, the battle between Daki and Tanjiro has been decidedly one-sided. Present, Tanjiro finds himself firmly subdued by Daki's overwhelming force. Tanjiro's potential is quite remarkable, Shizuroi remarked calmly. This is his first encounter with an upper moon demon, and his progress has been rapid, the system added with pride. Naturally, Tanjiro is the protagonist. Shizuroi responded absent-mindedly. Just moments ago, without paying much attention, it seemed that Daki had said something to Tanjiro, which then triggered an eruption of power within him. Life once lost does not return. Humans cannot regenerate like demons. Why plunder? You were once a struggling human clinging to life, were you not? Perhaps angered by the knowledge that Daki had devoured many, including several pillars of the Demon Slayer core, Tanjiro's fury flared. Suddenly, Daki sensed a faint familiarity in his words. These phrases echoed somewhere in her memory. Before her eyes appeared the towering figure of a swordsman. Where is the joy? Where is the amusement? What do you hold life to be? Is this the onset of a PTSD episode for Yorichi Tsujikuni, the 999th? observing from the sidelines with amusement. Shizuroi viewed Daki's perspective as provided by the system, a hint of puzzlement crossing his features. Has Yurichi's terror truly permeated every demon? What a coward. Shizuroi sighed deeply. This provoked a violent outburst from Daki. Silence. No matter what you say, I am a demon now. Demons do not fall ill, need not toil to survive, nor do they suffer loss. And being both beautiful and powerful, I am free to do as I please. Upon hearing this, Shizuroi could not agree. From outside the barrier, he called out, "Yet demons still retain their human form. You are surely aware of this. Humans are the supreme beings among all creatures. No matter what you become, your human shape shall remain eternally unalterable." At these words, the not-so-clever Daki was instantly struck dumb. Tanjiro, do not consciously regulate your breathing. Follow your instincts. If you become distracted by breathing techniques during battle, it will be disastrous. Within Tanjiro's heart, a blazing fire raged. His loathing for demons surged to its zenith in that moment. Shizuroi looked skyward as several belt-like objects flew through the air, returning to Daki's body. It seemed Inosuke had rescued Tengen Yuzui's wife. Otherwise, Daki would not have recalled those belts. Oh my, the enemy has shifted form. Shizuroi observed as Daki's hair turned white and her strength escalated further. This was preferable. Extreme circumstances often awaken latent potential. Tanjiro, charge. Take care not to let your equipment be destroyed, the system, now resigned, cautioned. Yet, adopting Shizuroi's perspective, calling Tanjiro equipment seemed fitting and even endearing. Daki unleashed her blood demon art, the eightfold weave slash. Tanjiro countered with the dance of the fire god, the scorching flame of the sun, severing all of Daki's belts. Daki felt the severed areas burn with agonizing heat, stunned to find she could not regenerate. After all, the breath of the sun was designed specifically to slay demon kings. Her fingertips trembled. Lord Muzan is afraid. Why? In that hesitation, Tanjiro's blade was already before her eyes. Startled, Daki saw Tanjiro's sword strike her neck. Alas, it failed to sever her. She transformed her neck into a belt, using its supple resilience to absorb most of the force. This only enraged her further. Hey, the protagonist seems to be nearing his limit. The system monitored Tanjiro's physical condition and alerted the ever-watchful Shizuroi as soon as Tanjiro's body reached its brink. Understood. It appeared the battle must end here for now. Shizuroi raised his staff, drew his sword, and charged into the barrier. As for Tengen Yuzui, he was fine for now. In the final moments, Tanjiro was called back to his breathing technique by the apparition of his deceased mother. But this cost him the chance to deliver the killing blow to Daki. When one reaches their limit, the pain is excruciating and the body may become immobile, yet surpassing that limit elevates one's power beyond measure. A mere second's delay earlier could have meant death for Tanjiro, unable to withstand the strain. More training was needed to break through his limits. Unfortunately, this was not the moment for such a breakthrough. Furious, Daki raised her hand to wrench Tanjiro's head from his body, but she struck only empty air. The swordsman before her was seized by another hand and flung aside. In the blink of an eye, a new figure stood in his place. Shizuroi regarded Daki before him. Little had changed. She remained as beautiful as ever, though her twisted visage now sickened onlookers. Ah, Sister Wisteria, long time no see. Shizuroi's voice shifted, adopting a thin, mocking femininity. Not even a few minutes apart, and Sister Wisteria seems to have changed quite a bit. The system exclaimed. What on earth possessed him? That voice nearly scared me to death. Daki was equally stunned by Shizuroi's sudden transformation. This girl's mind was simple and her experience limited. Even a slight display of skill left her utterly disoriented. She did not know how to respond. Shizuroi, noticing Daki's silence, was at a loss for how to fluster her further. His peripheral vision caught sight of the escalating battle between Tengen Yuzui and Jutaro, though it was not yet time to sever the latter's head. Better to resolve matters with Daki first before assisting. Forget it. I won't scare you anymore. Shizuroi sighed and delivered a casual thrust toward Daki, who immediately retreated to evade. Her instincts told her that this opponent was on a completely different level from the swordsman moments ago. Indeed, a swordsman esteemed even by Lord Muzan could hardly be a mere weakling. Shizuroi's nonchalant attack was not aimed to kill. After all, they were only Upper Moon 6, hardly worthy of much attention. Yet Daki was infuriated by his indifferent demeanor, stomping in rage. In the next instant, she leapt onto her brother Jutaro's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. What followed was a cataclysmic explosion of earth-shattering magnitude. That was a ruthless move. Shizuroi turned his gaze toward Tengen Yuzui. You're injured. Blood streamed from his head, a sight somewhat alarming. Yuzui maintained his radiant smile. Just a minor wound. No need to worry. The recent explosion was indeed spectacular. As a former ninja, Yuzui's tactics were ever inventive. Unfortunately, Daki's silk ribbons shielded them both. The blast did not even ruffle a single hair. They're different. You and the pillars we've slain are not the same, Jutaro murmured. You must be one of those special geniuses chosen by heaven. How enviable. I wish you would perish immediately. A frog at the bottom of a well. That phrase echoed in Shizuroi's mind. There were many geniuses. Encountering one was no rarity. In that case, aside from himself, everyone else in the world was a genius. Yuzui himself was bewildered. A genius? You actually consider me a genius? With my skills, I am a genius in your eyes? But having stayed in this small place for centuries, anyone would become a frog at the bottom of the well. It seemed Yuzui's thoughts aligned with Shizuroi's. Wait, why were these two chatting amid fierce combat? Was it normal to converse during the intermission of a brutal battle? This country was vast, filled with formidable individuals, mysterious prodigies of unknown origin, and talents who became pillars after wielding a blade for merely 2 months. And yet, before them stood a man who had perished 3 upper moons in just a few months. So you chose to cue the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, when mentioning the stone Hashira, Jyomiai Himejima, and the mist Hashira, Muchiro Takito, but decided to exclude him. Why stir animosity against him? However, what did Tengen Yuzui just say? Vast? Nation? Shiroya's brow twitched as he turned to look at Tengen Yuzui. What had he just heard? Is this a translation error? He inquired with the system. The system responded. If you prefer, you could translate it in a more colloquial manner. That's perfectly acceptable. Very well. It's best not to impose grand geopolitical thinking onto these fellows. That only leads to an inescapable vortex of confusion. Most likely, Tengen Yuzui merely meant that there are many geniuses. Shirori sighed inwardly, hoping his previous expression hadn't been so conspicuous. The system remarked. I can't say if it was conspicuous or not, but if you go out and read manga, it would definitely leave readers puzzled for 5 consecutive panels. I am the chosen one? What a joke. Do you know how many people have perished because I failed to protect them? He cannot be like Kaijiro Rengoku, who is capable of handling all aspects flawlessly, nor like Shirori, who possesses an unparalleled intellect to devise battle plans that spare the innocent. Among the Hashira, he is nothing more than an utterly ordinary man. Jutaro looked puzzled. So what? Tell me why you're still alive. My blood scythe is venomous, you know. It's been quite some time. How are you still perfectly fine? Right, Jutaro's scythe is indeed poisonous. Didn't they warn him from the start to be careful? Shirori turned his gaze back to Tengen Yuzui. His footsteps faltered slightly. So he has been stubbornly holding on all this time? Because I'm a ninja, poison doesn't affect me. Tengen Yuzui continued to be obstinate. Shirori sighed, grabbed the back collar of his robe, and said, Blood demon arts are not the same as ordinary toxins. How many times did I tell you at the beginning? Go out and find Nezuko to heal before coming back. With that, he exerted force and flung Tengen Yuzui out of the barrier. From midair came Tengen Yuzui's roar. Shirori, you? What are you cursing about? I told you to seek treatment and now you're unwilling? Tengen Yuzui flew out of the barrier amid a stream of curses. Nezuko, waiting nearby, hurried forward and used her blood demon art to purge the poison coursing through him. During this interval, Shirori did not idle. I won't chat with you all anymore. Aren't you gonna make a move? Chatting during battle is truly a peculiar behavior. But Shirori's reluctance to converse did not mean that Jutaro was not curious. Earlier, you set fire to the red light district to prevent anyone from following you, right? Jutaro looked at Shirori. Actually, you don't even know if there were people in those places, do you? After all, in a red light district, if someone is infected, they just throw them into some house to die. No, the system's map scan informed him those houses were empty. That's why he casually set the fires. But whether there were people or not doesn't really matter. Shirori adopted a look of sudden realization. But I suppose it does provide some relief for those people. After all, if they are sick and near death without money for treatment, they must be suffering greatly. With no one around, Shirori revealed a bit of his true nature. So, whether there were people or not seems irrelevant. Jutaro was stunned by the swordsman's grim remark. Now that he thought about it, it was quite shocking for a member of the Demon Slayer Corps to say such things. You? No wonder that lord took a liking to you. You're really different from those Hashira. Damn it, what? Why bring that up again? So annoying. LV 999. Come out and bask in the sun. But then Jutaro shifted the topic, yet, for you to personally come to the red light district and even disguise yourself as a woman to deceive my sister, that's unforgivable. Shirori retorted. The world is treacherous and hearts are fickle. Maybe someone admired a handsome young man only to find out he was a woman, or noticed a beautiful companion only to realize it was a cross-dressing man. I'm teaching her a lesson. She'll thank me in the next life. Jutaro was left speechless. Daki muttered, something about this just feels off. The system interjected, since when did you become so shameless? Shirori answered, when you asked me to cross-dress. Having already cross-dressed, what face do I need anymore? Time to let loose. His words were delivered with utter conviction, leaving Jutaro dumbfounded and at a loss for a comeback. The system even suspected that if Shirori spoke a few more words, he could silence the opponent completely. See? This is why friendly communication with the enemy during battle is necessary. You really have been through some embarrassing experiences, haven't you? Jutaro's expression turned somewhat astonished. To think there is someone like you in the Demon Slayer Corps who doesn't value human life. Shirori chuckled, I'm no saint. In my short life so far, I've only hated two things. Guess what they are? He cast a mysterious smile at the demon siblings before him. Jutaro had no interest in guessing. Shirori's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he bent sharply, and the clash of his sword and scythe rang out crisply before they swiftly parted. He flawlessly evaded all harm. If he were to be cut, he'd have to retreat from the battle to recover. This poison debuff was truly troublesome. In an instant, Shirori calculated all of Jutaro and Daki's attack trajectories. He could easily dodge without injury but could not yet execute a killing blow. They would have to wait for the Sound Hashira to join the fight. As long as he avoided direct confrontation for now, everything would be manageable. Shirori was pleased with himself, but Jutaro and Daki were not. This fellow was as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. It was as if he were taking them for a walk like dogs. The system commented, from a certain perspective, you are quite perceptive. Shirori immediately understood what the system meant. No, I am fully exploiting the advantage of retreating when the enemy advances and pursuing when the enemy retreats. That was the proper way to put it. Ah, yes, I've learned. The system responded with exaggerated indifference. He glanced toward the red light district. After Inosuke Hashibara rescued Tengen Yuzui's 3 wives, he was rushing over here, while Tengen Yuzui's wives were assisting the locals in extinguishing the fires. Shirori's plan was sound. The arson was meant to divert the attention of ordinary people. However, the fierce winds stirred up by tonight's battle had rapidly intensified the flames. Fortunately, the situation remained under control, and no casualties had occurred yet. But even if there were deaths, Shirori likely wouldn't care much. After all, to some extent, those unfortunate souls were just NPCs in a game. His wives were relatively safe. Shirori deflected Jutaro's attacks twice and once again distanced himself from them. All you do is dodge. Jutaro raged in frustration. Shirori embraced his free spirit. Yeah, that's true. He admitted it so quickly it felt like punching a cotton ball. Utterly unsatisfying.
Daki screaming.
How can the Demon Slayer Corps have someone as shameless as you? You just witnessed it. Pay attention next life, that's all. Shirori deliberately provoked them with remarks that hit their sensitive spots. It felt as if the 2 upper 6 demons were about to choke from his words. So when will the Sound Hashira join? We can't advance without our teammates. Tengen Yuzui hails from a fallen ninja clan. Originally, there were 9 siblings, but by the age of 15, 7 had perished, leaving only him and his youngest brother. The era had abandoned ninjas. In truth, every profession holds meaning, provided it can evolve with the times and remain needed by the era. Otherwise, it will be forsaken. Yet Tengen Yuzui's family clearly failed to grasp this. His father, anxious about the clan's decline, obsessively trained them. The youngest brother of Tengen Yuzui ultimately became just like his father. Subordinates were merely pawns, and wives served only to bear heirs, dispensable and insignificant. Tengen Yuzui refused to become such a man. Later, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps and rose to become the Sound Hashira. He was uncertain when he might meet his end on the battlefield, or what his future held. Yet he was resolutely clear about one thing. His duty now was to slay the enemy before him. Upper Moon 6. After Nezuko purged the poison from his body, he returned to the fray, drawing 2 great swords and delivering a single decisive strike at the sibling demons Jutaro and Daki. Shizuroi heard the thunderous roar of the breath of sound and swiftly evaded, giving Tengen Yuzui the space to unleash his power. The instant the first form of the breath of sound descended, its explosive force rippled deep into the earth. Shizuroi could even sense the earth itself uttering a furious roar. But it was far from sufficient. In the brief lull caused by the explosion, Shizuroi peered through the clear world and discerned the precise locations of the 2 demons. He dashed forward fiercely, his long sword piercing through a throat before severing Daki's head once more. Don't blame him for focusing so intently on Daki. It was simply because she was much easier to defeat. Ah, I've been beheaded again. Daki screamed in fury. Why is it always me getting cut down? Shizuroi floated past her side and quipped. Because Sister Wisteria is prettier. I'm jealous, so naturally, I have to cut you a little more. System. Damn it. Shut your mouth. Shizuroi's sarcastic tone was undeniably irritating, and Daki, enraged, lost what little composure she had left. I'll tear your mouth apart. Oh, you're really fierce, aren't you? Shizuroi's voice remained teasingly sweet, toying with Daki as if she were a mere plaything. Even the system was utterly shocked. Filth. There's filth here. Fearing that Daki might reattach her own head, Shizuroi infused his blade with the fiery flames of the scarlet sword and struck again. She would be unable to recover anytime soon. This round was won. Sister Wisteria, maybe in your next life study harder. Didn't you notice? You're beyond saving now. The barrier descended. Neikaime's spatial blood demon art could no longer penetrate. Even Musen Kibutsuji's gaze was severed by the isolation. He offered a smile devoid of any malice. Let me teach you one last thing. More terrifying than demons are humans, for some will choose to make necessary sacrifices to achieve their goals. The fire I set was not a matter of personal vendetta, it was a necessary sacrifice. Your evil floats on the surface, but mine is buried deep within. Take care in your next life not to wear your personal likes and dislikes so openly, Sister Wisteria. Having said this, Shizuroi paid no further heed to the stunned Daki and turned toward Jutaro. Compared to Daki, Jutaro was considerably more formidable, at least in reflexes. Shizuroi glanced at Tengen Yuzui. It hasn't been long, and you're already injured again? I told you, this little poison is nothing to me. Tengen Yuzui replied anxiously, fearing Shizuroi might toss him aside again. I can tell. You can run, jump, and howl. Your resistance is pretty good. Perhaps the residual effects of Nezuko's blood demon art spared Tengen Yuzui from instant death. Ah, you rascal! With Jutaro's roar, dozens of blood scythes whirled toward him. Shizuroi sighed. Better finish this quickly. It's late. I'm tired. With a flash of his sword, Jutaro's head soared into the air. The severed head rolled to the ground, meeting Daki's disembodied gaze. Compared to the other Upper Moons, Upper Moon 6's death was exceptionally abrupt. Tengen Yuzui was stunned. Is it over? Already? He felt as though he had done nothing, and yet the battle was finished. What's that look on your face? Shizuroi turned and saw Tengen Yuzui's expression of disbelief. Tengen still found it surreal. He had found Shizuroi's battle plan puzzling at first. Why was most of it preparation? With so little during the actual fight? Now he understood. When this guy strikes once, the enemy simply ceases to exist. What need was there for elaborate plans? Dragging the demons out of the pleasure district was already more than enough for my conscience, he thought. He felt as though he had done nothing. Shizuroi waited a long time for Tengen Yuzui to respond, growing more confused. What are you doing? Hey, say something. Ah, Tengen Yuzui snapped out of his daze. You should go find Nezuko to detoxify, Shizuroi said, rubbing his forehead, recognizing that Tengen's disbelief had left him speechless. Tengen Yuzui nodded in understanding but couldn't help stumbling again. Is it really so shocking that Upper Moon died so abruptly? Shizuroi looked at the two severed heads. Maybe it really is, he admitted. It's the first time I've ever killed an Upper Moon without a scratch. It feels unreal even to me. The system chimed in. Your level is already 867. When did it get that high? Upper Moon 4, Upper Moon 3, and now Upper Moon 6. Although slaying an Upper Moon grants a 200 level jump, you're in a team, not solo. So experience is split. Well, this level isn't bad at all. But after killing so many Upper Moons, the level 999 side would surely be furious. Would they rage uncontrollably, or just retreat like scared turtles? Upper Moon 6 was, after all, the weakest among the Upper Moons. Being dispatched easily was unavoidable. Moreover, the battle was led by Shizuroi, so victory was indisputable. He approached, crouching to gaze at their fallen heads. No matter if, in the next life you reincarnate as a cat, a dog, or some other creature, you'll be stronger than now. Brother, why didn't you come to save me? My head has been chopped off. The spoiled younger sister shouted recklessly. The brother's anger over failure flared. You bear the title of Upper Moon. You should have finished off those two injured ones. You ugly monster isn't my brother. The sister finally spat out that spiteful remark. Shizuroi was momentarily taken aback. They're still bickering at a time like this. Stop fighting. He sighed again. You have faced the evil in mankind and glimpsed the rare goodness among demons. That's enough. No matter the reasons, turning them into demons was in a way saving their lives, even if that life came at the cost of countless others' blood. You and your androgynous self have no right to lecture us. We don't need your preaching. Brother, I don't want to die, think of a way. I don't want to die. Who said you're androgynous? Shizuroi's face darkened immediately. Forget it. No point in arguing with someone about to die. Yet only when one confronts death can one truly cherish life. No one desires death, but death can also be a release. The sister wept bitterly, pleading with her brother for a solution, but he had none to give. They were truly about to meet their end. After atonement, do not return to the mortal world. That was Shizuroi's final word to them. Jutaro stared at him in astonishment. You feel no hatred. How can someone like you be so strong? How can you be so powerful without hatred for demons? In the end, the siblings descended together into hell. Such is the human heart. What can be done? Shizuroi said, his tone equal parts mocking and resigned. The system remained silent. Compared to the previous Upper Moon slayings, Upper Moon 6's death barely caused a ripple. Yet the consecutive slayings had unprecedentedly lifted the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps, significantly increasing their fervor for demon hunting. But it was still not enough. To vanquish a level 999 adversary, mere enthusiasm is woefully insufficient. Superior combat prowess is paramount. Moreover, Tanjiro, who wields the dance of the fire god, has yet to master it fully. This is unacceptable. Do you see? After just one sequence, Tanjiro has already lost control at the Butterfly Mansion. Such matters necessitate guidance from Kaijiro Rengoku himself. Yet, the current circumstances are far grimmer than anticipated. The upper ranks are striking with relentless ferocity. Muzan Kibutsuji has gone into hiding. The system's gaze fixed upon Muzan Kibutsuji's location on the map, within the Infinite Castle. It seems he intends to seal the Infinite Castle, enduring until this group perishes. Tokiori glanced into the distance. Though we have the map, that fellow's speed is unparalleled, and to complicate matters, Kokushibo and Doma remain active. Kokushibo can be set aside for now. Perhaps he will soon be swayed to our side. But Doma, his scheme is doomed to fail. Tokiori groaned as he reviewed the system's intelligence. He had planned to deal with Doma imminently, only to be thwarted by the upper rank 6's interference. With upper rank 6 eliminated, Doma sensed something amiss. He cancelled the upcoming recruitment within the organization and vanished into concealment. Such opportunities are fleeting. Timing is everything. Thus, Tokiori's entire plan has collapsed. All blame lies with upper rank 6. Tokiori felt his hair thinning. What then is the next course of action? Upper rank 2. Never mind. I will proceed and deal with it on site. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The system spoke, observing Tokiori poised to pen a letter, pressing it beneath a paperweight, seemingly resolved to venture there. This is exceedingly perilous. Although it is but a game state, should Muzan Kibutsuji detect you, escape will be impossible. Having fought so hard to reach this point, why not simply devise a straightforward strategy to slay the 999? Yet this person's nature craves fully exploring the game state's depths. This is no trifling matter. Tokiori remained composed. Why fear? At worst, I can reload a previous save. Yet the allure of this game state is undeniable. What blood demon arts might one possess upon transformation? The curiosity is overwhelming. Very well, but do you believe the master would consent? The risk is immense. Yurichi Tsujikuni surely would not approve. Hence, I must act first and report later. Tokiori smiled. First, he would explain the use of that paradisiacal realm to Tanjiro, then execute the plan at the designated location. An extraordinarily fascinating game state. I am coming. Tanjiro was uninjured, only somewhat drained after employing the dance of the fire god. He was merely observed briefly at the Butterfly Mansion before being released. Soon after, Tokiori summoned him to his residence. As they traversed a rugged mountain path, a hidden corps member escorted Tanjiro, who suddenly remarked, "This is my first visit to a Pillar-S residence." The escort visibly trembled. Within the flame Pillar-S abode, the attendant seemed to recall some unspeakable, shameful memory. Hesitating to speak, Tanjiro, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" The escort promptly replied, "Nothing at all. Just proceed up this way. I have urgent matters and must leave first." Without further explanation, he turned and fled as if pursued by a raging beast. Tanjiro's confusion deepened. What was going on? Unaware of the escort's thoughts, Tanjiro continued along the mountain path alone until reaching the summit. The Flame Pillar-S residence stood atop the mountain, surrounded by open space, its gates firmly shut. Following a messenger crow, Tanjiro arrived at a flat clearing behind the house. There, he beheld the Flame Pillar himself, seemingly lost in reverie, gazing toward the distant horizon. his mind adrift in faraway realms. From Tokiyori's presence, Tanjiro sensed an aura of longing. Was he reminiscing about something? The wind stirred Tokiyori's long hair, its golden tips shimmering beneath the sunlight. His eyes reflected the homeland across the sea. His thoughts long departed. Sir Tokiyori. Tanjiro patiently waited a moment before softly calling out. You have arrived. Without turning, Tokiyori responded, Do you know where that place is? Tanjiro shook his head. No, it is my homeland. Tokiyori's gaze remained fixed afar. In my lifetime, there are perhaps one or two things I despise most, yet I am compelled to remain here. Tanjiro was at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, the aura emanating from Sir Tokiyori was less of yearning and more of loathing, though it vanished as swiftly as it came. By the way, how long have you been here? Tokiyori suddenly asked. Tanjiro promptly replied, I have only just arrived. I see. My apologies. I seem to have misplaced the key to the house. Tokiyori's expression was as indifferent as if stating he had eaten a cake for dinner. Tanjiro could not discern the meaning behind this remark. Does the hidden core not have a spare? Tokiyori's answer was riddled with flaws. Regrettably, they do not. At last, Tokiyori withdrew his gaze and turned to Tanjiro. I believe I placed it inside that box. Could you assist me in looking? He pointed toward a finely crafted small box resting upon a stone table not far away. Ah, yes. Though puzzled by Tokiyori's reluctance to retrieve it himself, Tanjiro, ever respectful to his savior and mentor-like figure, approached and reached out to touch the box. The next instant, the world spun and the stars shifted. Before Tanjiro could react, he found himself transported to a different location. This place was deserted on all sides. The sky bore a radiant orb akin to a sun, while he stood upon a solitary island enveloped in mist, the horizon seemingly endless. Where was this place? He gripped his Nichiren blade warily. What is the matter? Tokiyori's voice drifted as if from the heavens, ethereal and distant. Since you are already here, begin your search. Ah, did you create this, Sir Tokiyori? Where is this place? Tanjiro asked with keen curiosity. Tokiyori hesitated. Do not concern yourself. Just find my key. There was no impatience in his tone, yet an urgency lingered beneath the surface. Tanjiro was taken aback and quickly surveyed his surroundings. At the center of the island, upon a stone pedestal, lay a key. Is that the one? He dashed forward. Just as he reached to grasp it, his instincts flared. He swiftly dodged aside. A blood-red thorny whip erupted from the pedestal. Fortunately, Tanjiro's reflexes were swift enough to evade it. Otherwise, the strike would have inflicted injury. What is this? Tanjiro's face contorted in shock. Sir Tokiyori, what is this? From the horizon came Tokiyori's voice. Ah, that is Muzan Kibutsuji's blood demon art. I set it up casually. Ignore it. It cannot harm you. Focus on finding my key. Ignore it? Tanjiro's expression was incredulous. The key rests atop that thing. Ignoring it is simply impossible. So now he must find a way to approach it? This is Muzan Kibutsuji's blood demon art? Cannot harm me? Is this training? Suddenly, Tanjiro's mind cleared. Indeed, if that object constantly emits Muzan Kibutsuji's blood demon art, it can serve as a training tool to hone speed and evasion. Sir Tokiyori's intentions are truly thoughtful. Tanjiro's confidence surged. Very well, I shall not disappoint Sir Tokiyori. Meanwhile, outside, Tokiyori gazed intently at the small box. Shall we depart now? The system inquired. Since everything is set, he will not be harmed. If his body cannot endure, he will be extracted naturally. Tokio placed a slip of paper upon the stone table, pressing it down with a paperweight. Then he exhaled deeply, a long breath escaping his lips. Everything that needed to be prepared is ready. Let us proceed. He turned around and disappeared into the pitch-black mountain path. Tanjiro was truly tormented for a long while by an immobile stone pillar within the small box's secluded realm. He had never imagined that a mere stone pillar could so vividly replicate Muzan Kibutsuji's blood demon art, with a force and speed far beyond what he could currently contend with. Desperately, he employed his breathing techniques to flee frantically, seeking any opportunity to close the distance. Yet the attacks came in such relentless succession that approaching even a fraction of a step was impossible, for a slight advance would invite a fierce assault of blood thorns. When, momentarily overwhelmed and unable to evade, a whip-like strike suddenly lashed out, cleaving him in two. His mind went utterly blank. Faces of his father, mother, and siblings flashed rapidly before his eyes, a revolving lantern of memories spinning past. Then, he was roused by the voice of his mother within a hallucination. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Now he sat beside the stone table, and before him lay the small box, its lid firmly shut. He was stunned for a long moment before suddenly realizing, clutching his throat as he gasped violently. It had felt so real, he felt as though he had died once over. What on earth was this? How incredible! Cautiously, Tanjiro lifted the lid of the box. Yet nothing occurred. The box remained quietly still, as if all that had transpired was but a dream. Curiously, he set the box down, his attention drawn to the slip of paper nearby. This was it written by Mr. Tokio? The key is inside. I cannot enter the house, so I must stay outside for now. Sob sob sob. How pitiful I am. Tanjiro. Somehow, it seemed that Mr. Tokio had been somewhat carefree lately. Noticing writing on the reverse side, Tanjiro flipped the paper over. However, I believe you will surely retrieve the key, so don't forget to clean the study after entering the third room on the left. Also, be sure to pay attention to the statue of Lord Kido. So, after obtaining the key, he had to clean the room? Somehow, Mr. Tokio's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Nevertheless, that place truly was an excellent training ground. Training there could greatly enhance one's various abilities. Mr. Tokio had clearly gone to great lengths. A surge of strength filled Tanjiro's entire body. But how could he enter again? Tanjiro remained perplexed, uncertain how to proceed. Well then, perhaps I should take it back first and discuss with the others how to use it. Demonstrating strong resolve, Tanjiro grasped the box and departed the Flame Hashira's residence. He then shared the box's purpose with Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Nezuko. Zenitsu was so frightened he nearly leapt onto the roof. Blood Demon Art of Muzan Kibutsuji? Inside here? Tanjiro nodded. It's only a simulation, but the real thing should be even more terrifying. Yet if we can complete the training inside, we'll have a greater hope when facing Muzan Kibutsuji. Inosuke was eager to act. Hey, Kamadu Tanjiro, how do I get in? Tanjiro shook his head. I don't know either. It seemed I just opened the lid and then. There was no need to continue. In that instant the cosmos shifted, and once again they entered the space within the box, together beholding the plain stone pillar numbered 999. Atop the pillar rested a key. Zenitsu was instantly terrified, shrinking behind Tanjiro. Ah, what's going on? Tanjiro, protect me. Nezuko, who had been transported along with them, looked eager. Is this Mr. Tokio's training ground? Inosuke had already charged forward shouting, so that must be it. Come on. The great mountain king fears you not. The outcome was predictable. Before long, they were all thrown out of the box, thoroughly beaten. But it mattered little. The protagonists had a trait of growing ever stronger through adversity. We'll continue tomorrow. First master evasion, then close combat, and finally beheading. And don't forget Mr. Tokio's key. Tanjiro and Nezuko were brimming with confidence. Inosuke attempted to enter again, but the box remained unresponsive. Tanjiro guessed that they needed to rest before it would allow them entry. Though still fearful, Zenitsu knew he could not hold the group back, so despite his dread, he followed along. Thus, for over 10 days, they struggled against the stone pillar, relying on sheer breath and willpower. Once they perfected evasion of all blood demon arts and secured the key, the box's environment transformed. What had been a solitary island realm suddenly gave birth to a house with vermilion walls, crimson tiles, and intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Well-traveled Zenitsu immediately recognized the architecture as foreign. Nezuko tilted her head. Is this Mr. Tokio's hometown house? So beautiful. Shall we go inside? Inosuke asked. Tanjiro shook his head. Better not. This must be Mr. Tokio's home. Let us go back outside. This time, with but a thought, they returned to reality. Reflecting on these days of training, they still felt it surreal. Yet after so many days, it was time to resume their missions. Tanjiro planned to visit the Butterfly Mansion to request some emergency bandages and medicines from Miss Butterfly. However, upon entering, he was met with chaos. Several nurses hurried about anxiously. Kane Kocho appeared exhausted, as if she had just brought someone back. What happened? Kane forced a smile upon seeing Tanjiro. In her hands, she carefully cradled a severely wounded small bird, green and blue in color. That was Mr. Tokio's Kasugai Crow? Pang struck Tanjiro's heart. Had something happened to Mr. Tokio? Kasugai crows are vital to swordsmen and rarely suffer serious injuries. They know how to hide and avoid harm. Yet now Mr. Tokio's crow was grievously wounded. After persistent questioning, Shinobu Kocho herself came forward to inform him. Mr. Tokio has gone missing. At the site of his disappearance, we found only the Kasugai crow and his broken Nichiren blade. Shinobu paused before continuing. Judging by the traces at the scene, he endured an extremely brutal battle. He encountered Muzan Kibutsuji. How the Demon Slayer Corps formed their speculations is another matter, but on Tokio's side, things were far from favorable. The current situation suggested that he had been found by Muzan Kibutsuji. In truth, it was he who found Muzan. Using various circuitous methods, he allowed Muzan to discover a seemingly concealed trail, carefully guiding him to unveil Tokio's whereabouts. Ultimately, on a suitable night in a fitting place, he was caught. Gazing upon this demon king, whose appearance and attire were far more refined than most demons, Tokio was filled with profound emotion. Setting aside all else, look at his fashion sense. He outclassed his dozen or so subordinates by miles. This was the most fashionable style of the moment. At least in this regard, the boss's image was preserved. Long time no see. Tokio maintained a smile, genuine and heartfelt. After half a month of meticulous planning, he had finally lured this brainless fellow here. He was now exceedingly pleased, his smile all the more sincere because of it. Night had fallen, the moon was veiled in darkness, and Muzan Kibutsuji failed to notice the fleeting, uncontrollable expression on Takedo's face. With a grim and eerie tone, he spoke, "Those useless creatures, in the end, it falls to me to handle things personally." Why would he suddenly berate his own subordinates in front of the enemy? I began to harbor doubts about his plan. Even though he had meticulously thought everything through, confronting the likes of a level 999 scoundrel still unsettled him just a little. Well, no turning back now, the arrow is on the string and must be released. Is the Demon King out for a late-night snack? I continued to smile. Looks like tonight will be another hearty feast. Muzan Kibutsuji, lost in thought, surprisingly played along with his words. Naturally, though, it's a pity those things can't provide much power. I raised an eyebrow. And how much more power do you need? Afraid your subordinates might surpass you? What a shame. Though you are the progenitor of all demons, you lack even the slightest semblance of a true demon king. Muzan Kibutsuji remained unruffled. Sharp-tongued indeed. You must get along well with Doma. Not at all. That upper moon too is quite insufferable. Suddenly, appreciation flickered in Muzan's eyes. You are impressive, but alas, you are still merely human. And what of it? How many times have I said it? Humans are the pinnacle of all creatures. These are the words passed down by our ancestors, and I, as a descendant, hold them to be absolutely true. I waved his hand dismissively, rebutting. Muzan Kibutsuji showed no sign of anger. It doesn't matter. After all, becoming a demon requires no consent from you. That one do. Becoming a demon means renouncing one's humanity. I'm not foolish enough to lower myself like that. I continued to smile as he slowly drew his sword. Now that the mood has reached this point, wouldn't it be rude not to fight? Muzan Kibutsuji didn't even deign to look at him. He had come to understand Takedo's moves. His intellect was top tier, but even with his markings unleashed, his strength paled far behind Yoriichi Tsujikuni's in his prime. Still, his mind was something to be exploited. Thus, on this long-prepared stage, they engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Several times, the flaming blade nearly severed Muzan's neck. Yet the swordsman's strength was insufficient to deliver the final blow. Even Muzan Kibutsuji felt a twinge of regret toward him. At the very moment hope was about to be lost, this swordsman still managed to endure and press on in battle, displaying psychological fortitude beyond ordinary men. But alas, he was still a little too weak. With the sword's shatter, I was hurled violently backward, smashing through 3 massive trees in succession. He coughed up a mouthful of blood with great difficulty. To prevent others from realizing it was intentional, he had gone to considerable lengths. Every bone in his body seemed to cry out under the unbearable strain. To be honest, he now felt he ought to give the system a bad review, for it lacked any pain suppression. At a time like this, could you please stop trying to distract me? After all this time together, the system surely knew the player's temperament. Complaining now was merely an attempt to divert attention, guarding against crying out from pain. Muzan Kibutsuji approached him. You are quite remarkable. He smiled as he crouched down, extending a hand to lift Takedo's face. Due to blood loss and grievous wounds, Takedo's vision blurred, but he could still make out the silhouette. With the system's aid, he maintained maximum clarity. The system displayed a game status bar. Demon transformation? Not yet. Muzan Kibutsuji regarded those eyes. Though already beginning to lose their luster, they remained resolute with keen interest. Very beautiful. Repulsive thing. I kept smiling, his words far from polite. To onlookers, he seemed to be trying to provoke Muzan Kibutsuji. Indeed, that was how Muzan saw it as well. Yet, for now, all he could do was savor his verbal defiance. Still not attacking? The flesh and blood of the pillars must be excellent nourishment for you, yes? I continued to taunt. Or perhaps, age has dulled your bite? Muzan Kibutsuji remained composed. He raised a hand and slowly brushed the bloodied face, sweeping back the hair. What an interesting child. His tone softened with a hint of indulgence. Takedo, I nearly retched at the thought. Though he sometimes overheard Muzan speaking to his wife and daughter in such a tone, now that he was the one being addressed, it was truly nauseating. Can you hurry up and become a demon already? Suddenly, a sharp pain seared his brow, as if his mind had exploded. Muzan's method of turning humans into demons had never changed. He had a particular fascination with the brain, and piercing the skull was his unchanging rule. With the blood infusion, excruciating pain swept through Takedo's body. He curled up in agony, veins bulging on his face, fingers clawing desperately at the ground with such force that his nails shattered. Within his blood, it felt as if thousands of insects were gnawing relentlessly. He could find no better way to describe it than the sensation a terminal addict experiences when withdrawing from poison. The phrase worse than death could hardly be more apparent. Muzan Kibutsuji, you have killed me. You have killed me. Truly hurts. And Muzan, satisfied, rose to his feet, watching the swordsman's furious roar. How much of my blood can you endure? He did not doubt Takedo's endurance. He was a pillar, whose strength was leagues above those insignificant insects. Seeing his eyes transform into beast-like vertical pupils, Muzan's satisfaction deepened. Now that you are a demon, all memories of your human life will be forgotten. Devote yourself entirely to me. Yet he did not notice the faint, nearly imperceptible, triumphant smile curling at the corner of Takedo's mouth. Narukami. With a twang of a string, everything vanished, leaving only the crow injured by Muzan's power and a broken sword. To be honest, Takedo, I had not truly endured unbearable pain. After selecting yes on the system's demon transformation panel, the agony quickly subsided. There was no real risk of collapse. But to mislead Muzan, he summoned every cell in his body to perform a complex, twisting drama. Though, in truth, it was unnecessary. Muzan's arrogance blinded him to such details. In any case, the transformation proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Muzan immediately took him back to the Infinity Castle. Takedo's rapid adaptation to his demon state puzzled even Muzan. Yet, his 5 brains could not process such a minuscule amount of information as a fingernail, so he gave it no further thought. A newborn demon, his past forgotten, yet his obsessions remained. Before Muzan Kibutsuji, the newborn demon showed no sign of kneeling, only gazing at him with a dazed expression. Muzan frowned. From Takedo's memories, he knew this boy never knelt, not even before the Ubuyashiki head. The reason was simple. He was not a Japanese, retaining a certain pride that he would not forget even as a demon. Enough. As a merciful demon king, I have no complaints about that. Do you still remember your name? The newborn demon blinked. 0. What am I to you? You are the king. The newborn's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Muzan nodded with satisfaction. His mind was quick, still usable. After all, the purpose of turning him into a demon was precisely for his brain. Then, from this day forth, you shall be Upper Moon 3. Huh? Though appearing dazed, Takedo, I was actually fully aware, utterly shocked. Can one really get promoted right upon arrival? Muzan Kibutsuji turned on his heel and left, casually instructing Neikime to toss him into some random room. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet and deserted, Shizuku silently summoned the system within his mind. Will this be heard? There was no specific target, just a casual remark. Even if Muzan Kibutsuji heard it, it wouldn't matter. The system promptly replied. Rest assured. Absolutely not. Very well, at least in moments like this, the system proved to be highly reliable. Shizuku glanced around. The room was rather nice, authentically Japanese in style, proper and unpretentious. He quietly chose a comfortable spot to lean against, closed his eyes, and resumed communicating with the system. The demonification state in this game you've designed is quite intriguing. Turning his head, Shizuku looked into the small mirror provided by the system as a courtesy. His hair hadn't changed much, still black with golden tips, but the phoenix pattern on his face had shifted from its original golden red to black, and his pupils had transformed into the vertical slits of a beast. The changes seemed minimal. Shizuku felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped for a more dramatic transformation. Player, you might want to consider the form when you fully release your energy. It's absolutely fascinating. The system thoughtfully displayed the fully demonified state upon complete energy release. Shizuku turned to look. His black hair had lengthened into braids, resembling a scorpion's tail, extending from his back along the spine and wrapping around to his abdomen. The phoenix pattern beneath his eyes seemed to emit a black aura of calamity. The whites of his eyes had turned pitch black, and his pupils shifted from gold to an ominous blood red. 2 demonic horns sprouted from his head. At first glance, he looked somewhat like a delinquent, but no matter how he looked at it, it was undeniably striking. Suddenly, a hint of anticipation stirred within him. Player, aren't you curious about your blood demon art? The system seemed puzzled for not hearing Shizuku's inquiry about his blood demon art at the start. Wasn't it customary to learn about it first? Shizuku grew even more perplexed. Do I need it? I thought I could still use breathing techniques after demonification. System. Demonification truly reduces intelligence. Doesn't it? Player, do you really want to try using your breathing techniques now? Are you trying to burn yourself alive? Please refrain from performing self-destructive acts. Shizuku was speechless. So what about my blood demon art? The system presented a list. Please choose, player. Shizuku stared at the list before him, momentarily dumbfounded. He didn't believe the system would be so considerate. Sure enough, among the myriad blood demon arts, not a single one was a direct offensive skill. Nearly all were supportive or augmentative. Well, whatever. Shizuku sighed and selected one blood demon art. Legend of the Night. The name sounded cool. He examined the description. The night devours all. Whatever falls into the night is swallowed whole. Who then can bring forth light, can be imbued onto weapons for attack. Alright, a rather convoluted introduction at the start. The rest was pure conjecture. Devour? Does that mean nullifying the opponent's attacks? Or simply making their attacks vanish? SNT that the same? The system was taken aback. Not the same. One is to dissolve, the other to defend. Shizuku continued to study this blood demon art. He raised his hand. Come to think of it, shouldn't he get a weapon? Perhaps redeem one directly from the system? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system hastily slammed a recommendation list before his eyes. Why so eager? It felt like the system was hiding some mischief. The last time it was this enthusiastic was when it urged him to cross-dress. The recommended weapons list wasn't particularly avant-garde. However, Shizuku raised his eyes to the first item on the list, a Japanese longsword. Generally, people choose the top-ranked weapon. He was no exception. Yet, the system's behavior genuinely unsettled him. He didn't select it immediately but instead opened the sword's description. Then, he watched in disbelief as the former owner drew the sword from his chest. Huh? The system pitifully piped up from the side. Player, come on, pick this one. I want to see you draw a sword from your chest. It's from a game I got hooked on recently. My favorite scene. Shizuku. Get lost, you pervert. In the end, after the system's relentless coaxing, Shizuku chose this sword as his weapon. After all, drawing a sword from one's body was just a theatrical gesture. Whatever, it's a cliché in manga, would it really be considered plagiarism? Drawing a sword from the chest isn't anyone's exclusive trademark. If you're worried, you can change it to drawing from the throat. Shizuku rolled his eyes at the system internally. Better yet, draw it from the lungs. Why had the system turned so sleazy lately? Having settled on a weapon, Shizuku intended to find a simulated training ground to test the waters. But as the scenery shifted, a demon appeared before him. Hello there, little phoenix. The moment he heard that tone, Shizuku felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. And what was with little phoenix? What was that supposed to mean? Little phoenix, don't you welcome me? That white oak-colored hair and those prismatic eyes, that irritating tone. It could only be Doma, and asking if he was welcomed? Did he have any self-awareness? Among the upper moons, who welcomed that guy? Shizuku decided not to engage him. Although Doma's self-indulgence was growing, responding would only become his entertainment. So he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and pretended not to hear anything. But he underestimated Doma's sheer obnoxiousness. A sudden rush of blood stench filled his nostrils, nearly enough to knock him out. He opened his eyes to see if Doma was self-destructing there, only to be met with the face of a female corpse right in front of him. You! Shizuku forced himself not to tear the place apart, disgustedly relocating away from the corpse. Ah, little phoenix, doesn't he like it? Doma wore a puzzled expression, scratching his head. This is my favorite food. Shouldn't new friends share? Don't call me little phoenix. Shizuku's expression was blank. Listening to him only made Shizuku want to hit him more. He felt troubled. His demonification was merely a state. He didn't need to eat humans, and he had no intention of hiding that. But Doma's brazen act of bringing a corpse over gave him a headache. So, with the atmosphere as it was, should he really show off a bite? Shizuku glanced at the corpse. Nope, too disgusting. Couldn't he handle it? Grabbing it, he told it to scram. Shizuku turned his back, unwilling to look at him. But Doma was already getting into his stride. Suddenly, he came over and wrapped an arm around Shizuku's shoulder. Oh, that one do. We demons must eat humans. Otherwise, we can't grow stronger. Shizuku took a deep breath. Then he turned to Doma and said, "Do you believe I can start a blood battle exchange with you right now? Want to try? At times like this, no need to bother with the system's convoluted plans from before. Just initiate the blood battle exchange and kill this pest. He would definitely embed this guy inside Mount Fuji, never to be extracted." Doma looked disappointed. Why is it that neither Little Phoenix nor Lord Akaza eat women? It's truly baffling. Don't expect your brain to process such information. Leave immediately. I don't want my mind to get infected by your virus and go into shock. Doma was probably a spinning top in his past life. Just seeing him made one want to punch him. Doma's eyes widened in shock. You actually said my brain is bad? Impossible. My memory is excellent. The former Upper Moon 3 left a deep impression on me. What was it again? Let me think. Then, Shizuroi watched with wide eyes as Doma inserted his finger into his own brain and twisted it twice. Oh right, it was that time. Doma was babbling on about something, but Shizuroi had already stopped paying attention. His focus had completely shifted to Doma's earlier act of probing his brain. Is there any scientific basis for this? Could it be that by stirring the brain he touched some nerve or other? Or perhaps, while he wasn't paying attention, a little bit of the fluid inside his brain was expelled? No matter how you think about it, it sounds quite unscientific. Please, player, withdraw your senile thoughts. Doma has been calling you for ages. Shizuroi reined in his wandering thoughts. Little Phoenix, what were you just thinking about? Doma didn't care about Shizuroi's words and called him whatever he pleased. Shizuroi simply ignored the nickname. Thinking about how to kill you, he replied, and putting it into practice. Doma waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? I'm quite popular and Little Phoenix shouldn't dislike me. This guy really had no sense of self-awareness. Shizuroi felt his temper twist. He put on a gentle smile. Yes, as the old saying goes in my country, beating is affection, scolding is love. I like you so much that I now want to kill you. He was already ready to draw his sword. So I want to engage you in a deadly duel right now, or you can obediently be embedded inside Mount Fuji. For some reason, ever since acquiring this weapon, he had this urge to embed enemies into some solid substance. Could it be the obsession of the weapon's previous owner? Quite interesting. Seeing the minefield about to be struck by lightning, Doma quickly forced a smile. All right. Little Phoenix is just a newly born demon with such strong confidence. I'd better not bully you. I'm off. He left in a flash. Indeed, to deal with Doma, there was no need to consider Shinobu Kocho's revenge. Simply initiating a deadly duel would suffice. However, given the current situation with the Upper Moons, no matter how brainless LV-999 was, he surely wouldn't allow them to slaughter each other, right? Unless his mind had finally emptied, and he didn't want to keep any workers at all. So what will he do next? Oh, he needed to organize his thoughts and prepare to deceive LV-999, that worthless boss. The Demon King turned him into a demon precisely because of Shizuroi's mind. He needed a clever person to help him search for clues about the Azure Spider Lily. Of course, Shizuroi was willing to sell him those clues, but it required some effort. For example, how to make Muzan Kibutsuji understand that the Azure Spider Lily blooms during the day, and then trick him into going to the predetermined battleground. He wasn't worried about Muzan overhearing his thoughts. The system was shielding him. You've been here for a while now. Where is LV-999's task? The system displayed the task list for him. Shizuroi stared at the row of exclamation marks before him. Search for the Azure Spider Lily, and was speechless. Even dealing with the Demon Slayer Corps was ranked far below, indicating just how much disdain Muzan had for them. What was he supposed to say? If he called this guy arrogant, he was somewhat cowardly. If he called him cowardly, sometimes he was quite arrogant. Truly frustrating. Some time passed like this, and Shizuroi still hadn't seen LV-999 assign him any tasks. Well, since he was supposed to find the Azure Spider Lily, he might as well put on a show. Besides, that tool had long been handed over to the Demon Slayer Corps. Other items wouldn't bloom at night anyway, at most he might find a bud. Then he could quietly mark the spot for the Demon Slayer Corps to come and dig it up. LV-999, you'd better just bask in the sun like a good boy. But. Shizuroi sighed. Now he was in the Infinity Castle, but once he left, he would likely run into members of the Demon Slayer Corps, perhaps even former comrades. Any encounter would be a battlefield. Shizuroi looked up at the ceiling. Slacking off on the demon side required caution, but if he met the Hashira on the other side, he'd have to find a way to relay messages. He needed someone to serve as his trump card. Without a doubt, Tanjiro was the most suitable. This plan had long been in place. It just depended on whether Tanjiro could get his plan through that box. Shizuroi was quite confident. Suddenly, space shifted. Shizuroi lifted his head. He didn't know when, but he had been transported back to the center of the Infinity Castle. On the high platform, Nakaim remained quietly still. This demon was the most honest and obedient, never overstepping boundaries, which explained why Muzin was willing to keep her as a close attendant. Of course, her blood demon art was also a necessary condition for her status. After all, not just any demon could conjure such a massive anti-gravity, outer space city. Shizuroi glanced around. On the platform, besides Nakaim, there was another person. Oh, isn't that Muzin? He hadn't seen him for several days. Why had he suddenly shrunk? Muzin Kibutsuji had transformed into a small child this time, hiding as an adopted son in a certain apothecary's household, hoping to use this guise to find the azure spider lily and simultaneously study a medicine capable of turning demons back into humans. Regardless, there was indeed a hint of cuteness. Shizuroi wore a blank expression but was laughing inside. This demon king was truly amusing. He had become a man, a woman, and now a child. Did he want to establish his own family? Self-love and self-suffering? Shizuroi's mental activity was particularly rich, but under the system's intervention, Muzin could only sense a barren wasteland in his mind, devoid of any thoughts. He frowned. Have you not set out to find the azure spider lily yet? What are you waiting for? He was genuinely impatient. It had been so long. Why hadn't he found it yet? Such annoyance. Shizuroi tilted his head. Intelligence? None. Appearance? None. Effect? None. My subordinates cannot guess the azure spider lily's appearance or suitable habitat out of thin air. He spoke rapidly and then continued spacing out, his eyes vacant as if wandering beyond the heavens. Muzin frowned. Shizuroi's behavior and tone made him uncomfortable, but he knew Shizuroi was right. Perhaps because Shizuroi was nearly supernatural in intelligence, Muzin unusually used some brainpower while considering his words. Then he felt that Shizuroi's reasoning was sound everywhere. Muzin's mind spun in 1,000 directions before he finally spoke. The azure spider lily can help demons overcome sunlight and become perfect beings. His understanding of the word perfect was profoundly twisted. Shizuroi lowered his head, seemingly pondering but actually mocking. Then he raised his head. My lord, with all due respect, demons cannot find the azure spider lily. Instantly, Shizuroi felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The blood coursing through his body roared. He steadied himself in time, tightly clenching his hands to suppress the bloody sensation in his throat. When Muzin was angry, demons felt this way. After all, they had accepted his blood. His expression turned grim. Explain. If what he said failed to satisfy Muzin, he would lose his life on the spot. But would Shizuroi let himself die? Of course not. After all, Muzin had turned him into a demon to serve as an external brain. He still remembered this fact. But if Shizuroi didn't produce some results, LV-999 would truly have no place for him. So now, his task was to demonstrate his worth to LV-999. To conquer sunlight, one must face sunlight directly. Shizuroi calmed the rebellion within his blood and spoke in a flat tone. If you cannot even stand before it, there is naturally no question of overcoming it. Likewise, if it could help demons overcome sunlight, then it would be impossible for it to hide in darkness. The azure spider lily could never bloom under the cloak of night. It only blossomed when the sun blazed at its zenith. Moreover, its flowering period was fleeting, at most 10 days, at least but a few hours. His words were calm and unassuming, yet Muzin Kibutsuji's fury was utterly unabashed. The manifestation of this was that Takedo Michiro felt as if he were about to explode. Literally, in the physical sense, a blade-like sensation sliced through his veins. Wherever the blood flowed, it felt as though it were torn apart in excruciating agony. Therefore, he had to swiftly quell Muzin Kibutsuji's wrath. He took a step back. If we need to find it, it's not difficult. Muzin fixed his gaze upon him. You have a method? Takedo Michiro nodded. Yes, my lord. Demons cannot appear under sunlight, but humans can. Getting straight to the point. Watch me stop you from being hoodwinked. Muzin Kikutsuji was indeed intrigued. What's your plan? Takedo Michiro lifted his head to meet his eyes. We can use the Demon Slayer core to help you locate the azure spider lily. A smile crept onto Takedo's face. We only need to leak a little information, and they will naturally latch onto it like hounds on prey. Muzin responded with an appreciative smile. What do you suggest? Simply spread the word that you are searching for the azure spider lily. No further details are necessary. They will assist you without hesitation. We only need to keep watch. Takedo betrayed no hesitation in entrapping his comrades. After all, it was all for a singular purpose. Later, he would find a way to inform Shinobu Kocho. It would not be easy to have Muzin willingly swallow the bait, but it was not impossible. Muzin did not ponder deeply over the feasibility or the sacrifices entailed in Takedo's scheme. After a moment's thought, he nodded. I entrust this matter to you. I expect swift results. Understood. As he turned away, Takedo Muchiro flashed a sinister smile. In any case, when the time comes, I'll send you down personally, and then you'll see the results. After all, the flower blooms on the other shore. He would deliver him there directly. Next, inevitably, there would be some contact with former comrades. The harrowing battlegrounds that caused hair to fall out were about to begin. Had they even seen his plan? Bearing this question, Takedo Muchiro teleported away from the Infinite Castle and, under the Night-S veil, began aimlessly wandering. In the past, hunting demons required a system to obtain maps, but now he could not possibly attack members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Aside from wandering aimlessly, he was at a loss as to what to do. He did not know where Kokushibo was, nor was he clear on his defection progress. He decided to let things unfold naturally. However, another upper moon was somewhat vexing. Little Phoenix. Hearing that voice sent a chill down Takedo's spine. Why had Doma come again? Takedo had been idly passing time deep in the mountains, squatting by the water to enjoy the scenery, but unexpectedly, Doma had wandered here and, upon seeing Takedo, his eyes gleamed as he hurried over. Takedo felt utterly cornered. How irritating. Little Phoenix, why are you here all alone? Doma asked with a cheerful grin. Takedo's mind twitched. I'm afraid half a person would scare you to death. Oh, is Little Phoenix concerned about me? Don't worry, I won't be scared to death. That was true. After all, demons had seen more than half the people around. Takedo had spoken casually without considering the logic. But Doma's response was somewhat aggravating. Takedo glanced around. There were no mountains nearby, only trees. He bowed his head in thought, then looked at Doma. Doma, puzzled, continued smiling brightly. What's wrong, Little Phoenix? Then, a flash of black fire streaked past. Takedo sheathed his blade and made a graceful exit. Behind him was a nearly 9-foot-deep human-shaped pit, at the bottom of which lay a demon sprawled face up. No mountains, so he embedded him into the earth. Pity there was no cement here. Otherwise, Takedo would have thrown aside all dignity and buried him with concrete. Doma was truly a nuisance. Not because he said anything unpleasant, but his tone was unbearably irritating. Every time Takedo heard his voice, he felt restless. Next time, he must have Shinobu Kocho and the others eliminate Doma. Had they found his plan yet? Suddenly, Takedo was lost in thought. Player, forgot to tell you. Do you remember the arrays you set up around your house? The system suddenly resurrected. Takedo was taken aback. S&T that meant only to keep enemies out. The system sighed. But now, openly, you and the Demon Slayer Corps are enemies. Ah, there was such a bug? Takedo opened the interface to check. Indeed, his current race was demon, in opposition to humans, so the array likely recognized that automatically. However, Tanjiro could enter, provided he had the key. So, did he get it? He did. The system responded without emotion. My poor Tanjiro. He was devastated by your disappearance, and has been training frantically in that secluded paradise every day. Woo-woo, so pitiful. Takedo. Has the system been too unrestrained lately? Could it be that its wildness is affecting this already not-so-bright little thing? But it was troublesome if Tanjiro did not enter, the last time he had instructed him to go to the study. He must remind him quickly. Otherwise, missing the best opportunity would be problematic. Help me find where Tanjiro is. Takedo resolved to find Tanjiro himself. The system scanned around. Currently, he is still at headquarters and has not gone into battle. Also, you are not allowed to go to headquarters. Without warning, if Takedo returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters now, he would be beaten by a group of pillars. When would Tanjiro go into battle? Forget it. I'll amuse myself. Where are the nearest pillars? Navigation commencing. The system continued its emotionless recitation. The nearest pillar, coincidentally, was Kaijuro Rengoku, the flame pillar whom Takedo had once saved. Flame pillar, may you be well. Takedo had pondered what it would be like to encounter comrades after becoming a demon, but that was based on the assumption that his plan had been seen, studied, and praised unanimously. But now, since his comrades had not seen the plan and Takedo wanted to amuse himself, the nearest flame pillar, Kaijuro Rengoku, was honored to become Takedo's entertainment. At that moment, the flame pillar was exterminating demons. The Demon Slayer Corps morale was rather low recently. The rapid slaying of so many upper moons was largely thanks to Takedo Muchiro's efforts. However, he had confirmed an encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji, and the outlook was grim. The Corps had lost an important combatant and their primary intelligence source, delivering a severe blow to morale. The pillars could only try to uplift spirits by slaying more demons. Having reached the peak, ascending once more would be arduous. With one stroke, the demon's head was severed. Kaijuro wiped the sweat from his brow. He wondered how Takedo was faring now. He sighed and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he froze, gripping his sword hilt tightly. A thick black mist enveloped the surroundings. He could no longer see the path. This was not right. Was it a blood demon art? He heard movement and swiftly turned his head. In the pitch-black night, with only a sliver of moonlight cascading down, he saw a figure standing behind him, staring intently. Takedo? The face startled Kaijiro Rengoku. The person before him was none other than the long-missing flame pillar Takedo Muchiro, presumed lost. Takedo, are you calling me? A faint voice drifted from the figure's lips, who then floated before him. I am Zero. Upper Moon 3-0. The man lifted his head, revealing the number within his golden eyes. At this moment, Kaijiro Rengoku's expression was extraordinarily complex. There was the joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance, the sorrow of witnessing a comrade's fall, and above all an unwavering resolve, the conviction to slay demons. He knew that a Hashira transformed into a demon would undoubtedly possess strength far surpassing expectations. Yet retreat was not an option now. Sure. Don't you remember me? Kaijiro Rengoku gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted. Sure, Lingy replied, it's really not a matter of remembering or forgetting. Your yelling just irritates me. It feels like you're scolding me without any proof. Squinting his eyes, Sure Lingy added, we should be meeting for the first time, I believe. But that's irrelevant. Sensing murderous intent, Kaijiro Rengoku tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Perhaps this was a blood demon art of the demon, exploiting Shura's appearance to lower their guard. He could not afford distraction, nor could he afford defeat. Then, he saw Sure Lingy raise his hand, undo his clothing, and use his sharp nails to slash across his chest. Strangely, no blood flowed, but black smoke surged forth from the wound in a chaotic rush. What was that? As the black smoke spread, a long sword slowly emerged from the wound. Sure Lingy lifted his right hand, grasped the hilt, and with a sudden pull, drew out the blade wreathed in ominous black flames, pointing it directly at Kaijiro Rengoku. A black phoenix soared out, circling around Sure Lingy, emitting threatening cries at Kaijiro Rengoku. A phoenix, the very phoenix Hashira. At this moment, Kaijiro Rengoku could no longer deceive himself. He truly had become a demon. Turning a demon slayer core swordsman into a demon was nothing short of a blatant mockery. The flame Hashira's fury intensified. Kibutsuji Musen. However, the Demon King ordered me to kill you all, so I shall comply. Sure Lingy's voice slowly echoed around them. This battle had become inevitable. Fully aware of Sure Lingy's capabilities, Kaijiro Rengoku was uncertain how much of his lost memories remained, but even his muscle memory indicated Shure's strength far exceeded that of ordinary men. He assumed a defensive stance. Sure Lingy said coldly, aren't you gonna make a move? You'll die if you don't. The subtext was clear. Kaijiro Rengoku fixed his gaze on Sure Lingy, believing it best not to strike first lest he expose a weakness. Yet stalemate was equally untenable. His mind raced. Because of the intellect Sure Lingy had once exhibited, he didn't know how to act without being predicted. But hesitation did not imply Sure Lingy would patiently wait. In the blink of an eye, Sure Lingy charged at him, sword aimed straight at his throat. This was Sure Lingy's favored strike. Even when fighting demons before, his target was the throat. Kaijiro Rengoku quickly realized this, raising his sword to block the attack. Yet, at the moment their weapons clashed, Kaijiro Rengoku was stunned to discover that the flames produced by his breathing technique seemed to vanish into an abyss, swallowed by some unknown force. What was that? What was coiling around Shure's sword? A blood demon art? Sure Lingy twisted his wrist, using the momentum to deflect rather than directly clash with Kaijiro Rengoku. This blood demon art was intriguing. It could devour the enemy's abilities, causing them to dissipate. In other words, from now on, those in the Demon Slayer Corps would have to rely solely on their swordsmanship when facing him. The neon swordsmanship had been greatly influenced by the Hanahaki style. So if a real fight broke out, compared to their rigid and monotonous strikes, the Hanahaki swordsmanship would naturally prevail. Wouldn't that be like a grandfather easily defeating his grandson? Ahem, such words were best left unspoken. Not knowing what to say to Kaijiro Rengoku for the moment, Sure Lingy decided to engage in a brief duel first. But after 2 exchanges, Sure Lingy felt he could no longer hold back. Due to the vast difference in swordsmanship styles, he was well acquainted with neon swordsmanship, but Kaijiro Rengoku was unfamiliar with theirs. Fighting him was truly taking advantage. Moreover, he couldn't harm a comrade here. The long sword hovered at Kaijiro Rengoku's neck. Why aren't you attacking? System. Because he couldn't block in time. Kaijiro Rengoku's stamina was severely depleted. He was at a grave disadvantage against Sure Lingy. I know. I just want to buy some time. Dawn was still far away. He needed to find a way to escape. Sure Lingy stared at Kaijiro Rengoku. Are all the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps as strong as you? Kaijiro Rengoku promptly answered, of course. They are even stronger than I am, and so are you. Sure Lingyi's eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, he lowered his sword. Forget it. You may leave. He turned to depart, deeming further entanglement impolite. Kaijiro Rengoku suddenly called out. Sure. Sure Lingyi halted. My name is Lingyi. By the way, what's yours? Kaijiro Rengoku's gaze lost its usual joy and enthusiasm. I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. Have you eaten humans? Sure Lingyi turned to look at him, a puzzled expression on his face. Why would I eat humans? Kaijiro Rengoku was stunned by the retort. To become a demon, don't you need to eat humans to satiate your hunger and enhance your combat power? Oh, I see. Sure Lingyi pressed his temple. I have never had such a need. I suppose it is not necessary. The implication was clear. He did not consume humans, so next time they met, Rengoku shouldn't fight too fiercely. But Kaijiro Rengoku refused to believe this. The only demon he knew who refrained from eating humans was Nezuko, and since she reverted to human form, no others were known. Shinobu Kocho once researched why Nezuko could resist eating humans after becoming a demon, concluding it was due to her extraordinary willpower and self-control, as well as encouragement from her family. And the Phoenix Hashira, alone and helpless when facing the Demon King, was he also hoping for their rescue? But Kaijiro Rengoku clenched his teeth and suddenly asked, Sure, how much do you remember of your past? Sure Lingyi raised his hand, causing the long sword to dissolve into starlight and vanish. I recall there seemed to be many sheets of paper in my memory. I think I was writing something, but it's not important. His eyes, marked by numbers, slowly fixed upon Kaijiro Rengoku. You should leave. Although I dislike you all, I do not wish to kill you. Or you could tell your comrades to avoid me. Unless I seek amusement, keep at least 50 meters away. Having spoken, Sure Lingyi disappeared into the black mist. Kaijiro Rengoku rushed forward but found no trace. He stood there for a moment, then headed toward headquarters. Naturally, this matter must be reported to the Lord Commander. Are you satisfied now? The system asked its worthless host as it watched Kaijiro Rengoku depart. Sure Lingyi pondered. When will Tanjiro be deployed? It wasn't he that he cared, but some matters needed to be clarified with the most trustworthy person, the protagonist. At least so far, the protagonist showed no signs of corruption. So it was best to find him to explain certain things. And Doma, his plan's timeline was approaching, yet they had not reviewed the plan. This was unacceptable. But after Rengoku reports back, Tanjiro will come out, right? That child was gentle. If he heard of Sure Lingyi's presence, he would not remain calmly at headquarters. The system was taken aback. You came to find Kaijiro Rengoku for this? Sure Lingyi shook his head. No, that was truly just for fun. Getting Tanjiro out was incidental. Even if there were no Hashira nearby, he would find other amusements. After all, being a demon meant he couldn't step outside during the day. At night, there was little amusement to be found, and he was forbidden from savoring those delectable foods, limited instead to the synthetic meat dispensed by the system. How disheartening. There's no remedy for this. After all, the game's parameters demand it. The system casually mentioned its non-existent hand before inquiring, what now? What will you do next? Tokinoi lifted his gaze to the moon. What to do? Seek out Kokushibo and check on the progress of his defection. Hopefully, the progress bar is moving forward, not backward. Even if it remained unchanged, that would suffice. The system scanned around and pinpointed Kokushibo's location. This demon often roamed freely outside, and his coordinates were still in motion. Following the path, he should be able to catch up. Then, without delay, he set off. Kokushibo would likely encounter members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Who knows whom he might run into? If it were mere rank-and-file members, their loss would be inconsequential. But if it were one of the Hashira, he would have to intervene. Otherwise, future boss battles would be far more challenging. Yes, that was decided. Tokinoi had always believed that, fortunately, those innately malevolent beings were few and far between. Though some within the Demon Slayer Corps were admittedly greedy, overall, there was nothing particularly repugnant. Yet, the moment he found Kokushibo and saw him conversing with a Demon Slayer, Tokinoi felt utterly contradicted. He understood that many in the Corps joined out of hatred for demons, having lost family or loved ones to them, and that their hatred ran deeper than one could imagine. He also knew that the Corps offered good benefits and high pay, naturally attracting some greedy individuals. But this case, he truly had not anticipated. Long ago, he and the Water Hashira Ju Tomioka had once encountered a young girl during a mission. This girl had once been adopted by the Stone Hashira, Jyomiai Himejima, and due to a misunderstanding, nearly caused Jyomiai to die wrongfully. Fortunately, the leader intervened and saved him, giving the girl a chance to apologize. It was an ordinary story, indeed. Though tinged with regret, the ending was more or less perfect. Yet, one figure could not be overlooked. Sabito, the disciple of the former Thunder Hashira, Jigaru Utagawa. The Demon Slayer Corps was desperately short of manpower, and instructors needed to continually train students to replenish their ranks, leaving no time to delve into matters of character. After all, those who became demon slayers had grievances with demons to some extent. Some sought fortune, and after spending time with comrades, inevitably developed some feelings. But what was this thing before him? Sabito had become selfish and self-centered due to his childhood experiences. That was understandable. This world often forced good people to become bad. Take, for example, the former upper rank 3 Akaza, now upper rank 3 was Tokinoi himself. But what did Sabito's childhood have to do with Tokinoi? People were judged by their present and future. No one cared about his past after committing evil deeds. All they did was condemn his current self. Whether he had once been a benevolent soul who suffered the world's coldness or a mere mortal who witnessed life's impermanence, it was the same. No one truly cared why he became this way. That was the domain of psychologists and irrelevant to others. Therefore, Tokinoi felt that Sabito, now kneeling before Kokushibo to beg for mercy and hoping to become a demon, looked rather disgraceful. The system scanned the vicinity. Although their Kasugai crow had died, one remained hidden in the shadows, whose unknown. Whose could it be? Whoever it belonged to. If Sabito truly became a demon, that crow would sprint 1,000 miles back to headquarters to report the matter to the leader, the Hashira, and all the swordsmen. He himself didn't care much. But because of Sabito, all those close to him within the Demon Slayer Corps would be implicated, first and foremost, his mentor Jigaru Utagawa. With the mentality prevalent in Japan, he feared that Jigaru might be driven to commit seppuku. After all, even the former divine heir, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, had nearly taken his own life due to his brother's actions. Fortunately, he was not Japanese. Player, what will you do now? The system whispered. It naturally hoped Tokinoi would act swiftly. If Sabito truly became a demon, more people would be affected. I understand. If it was Jigaru Utagawa, then Zenitsu Agatsuma from the protagonist group might be implicated to some extent as well. That would not do. Tokinoi pondered his next move, how to eliminate Sabito without arousing Kokushibo's suspicion. Even defection required caution. If the fellow suddenly refused to switch sides, it would be disastrous. Having settled on a plan, Tokinoi approached Kokushibo and listened to Sabito's entire plea for mercy. One could ask, how many truly despicable people does one encounter in a lifetime? Life would tell you quite a few, but sometimes so-called despicables are merely ordinary people expressing their true nature. Aren't they? Upper rank 1. He stood beside Kokushibo and spoke in a calm tone. Pleasure to meet you. Kokushibo, about to hand blood to Sabito, turned upon hearing someone call him. Not the first time we meet, he said with a languid tone that made listeners drowsy. Tokinoi feigned confusion. Is that so? I don't recall. Kokushibo lowered his hand. You too have become a demon. Tokinoi closed his eyes briefly. Why would I become a demon? He asked plainly, without any ulterior motive. Kokushibo turned away, refusing to look at him. What do you think? When we last met, you were not like this. This demon truly spoke in riddles. His drifting tone sent chills down one's spine. Tokinoi lowered his eyelids. What was I like? Kokushibo gazed at the night sky. You were exceedingly clever beyond the ordinary. These were merely ordinary descriptors, but Kokushibo fell silent afterward. For a moment, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. No one spoke, only Sabito's increasingly labored breaths. This man could not live. Finally, Tokinoi broke the silence. I'm hungry, he stated it matter-of-factly. The surroundings remained silent, with Sabito alone as a human, wondering what he meant. Surely upper rank 1 understood. Kokushibo understood immediately, said nothing, and left with his sword. Tokinoi watched Kokushibo depart, lowered his head, and fixed his cold gaze on Sabito. Sweat poured down Sabito's face in heavy droplets. He wanted to live. He absolutely wanted to live. Upon hearing the system relay Sabito's obsession, Tokinoi scoffed. The desire to live was a human instinct. He did not blame him for that, but his behavior was truly unbecoming. Thousands of years ago, sages had spoken of sacrificing life for righteousness. No one held traitors in esteem. Tokinoi scanned the map, no one was around. Get lost, he said lazily. You're a fool. Consuming your kind might just erase the intelligence I pride myself on. With that, he turned and vanished. Sabito cautiously looked up, saw no one nearby, and sighed in relief. He grabbed his sword and fled swiftly. However, before he could escape the Kasugai crow's watchful gaze, An unknown monster suddenly clawed out his heart. It was a demon without even blood demon arts. Sabito thus perished at the hands of a mere first-level demon. Hidden within a shroud of black mist, Tokinoi watched the Kasugai crow fly away and revealed a peculiar smile. Let him go? What a joke. Let him return to wreak havoc among his comrades? Those are all level 999 teammates. But since that Kasugai crow remained, it was unwise to act directly. Better to try another method. Using the System S power, he summoned a ravenous demon and sent it as a meal delivery. After all, it was only a first-level demon. Even if it devoured a swordsman, it wouldn't improve much. Problem solved. Time to head back. He had fulfilled his duties. As for how the Demon Slayer Corps would proceed, that was no longer his concern. Sabito's death had been abrupt, and Shirori need not trouble herself over it. Which direction did Kokushibo take just now? He must hasten to pursue and observe. Shirori opened the map and sprinted toward Kokushibo's location. Along the way, he had to divide his attention, contemplating how to subtly continue persuading Kokushibo in the guise of an amnesiac demon. By the time he spotted Kokushibo's silhouette, Shirori had nearly composed the manner in which he would speak. Lord Kokushibo, Shirori addressed him with courtesy. Would you mind if I accompany you? Kokushibo turned his head to regard him. The Demon King never permitted his subordinates to gather in groups, but small assemblies were tolerated. Yet Kokushibo's expression plainly conveyed his displeasure. Feigning ignorance of this, Shirori proceeded to speak on his own accord. Since awakening in that place, I have scarcely encountered many comrades, and my grasp of your intelligence remains limited to mere verbal descriptions and the System S comprehensive, detailed introductions. I have, however, met Upper Moon too, but he appears most unlikable. Not only is he disagreeable, but he also daily attempts to embed himself into Mount Fuji. I have also heard from the current Upper Moon for that Upper Moon one is incomparable to the other uppers, which strikes me as peculiar. Shirori smiled faintly, his eyes flickering as he turned toward Kokushibo. Pray tell, how formidable are you truly? Neikime has already been elevated by Muzan Kibutsuji to Upper Moon 4. Kokushibo remained as calm as still water, yet his words bore weight. You may, like the Lord, petition for a position change to a blood battle. Shirori observed him for a moment, gleaning no hint from his 6 eyes. He then averted his gaze elsewhere. No thank you. I fear no one could best you. Otherwise, you would not be the leader of the moon demons. Those words drew Kokushibo into distant memories. That figure, radiant as the sun, seemed to linger before his eyes. Someone has defeated me, Kokushibo murmured, but I have never been able to defeat him. Oh my, is this the beginning? Shirori thought inwardly. This wave of nostalgic recollection was a formidable weapon indeed. He looked away, fearing he might break into laughter. You never managed to win? Shirori narrowed his eyes. Demons forbid private duels. Might the swordsman you speak of be someone else? So formidable, truly intriguing. Kokushibo paused. Then he recounted the tale of Yorichi Tsujikuni to him. Listening to the story unfold like an elderly grandmother's bedtime tale, Shirori found himself momentarily speechless. Was this the old man reminiscing about days gone by? It was truly soporific for the young. Kokushibo narrated the history of the breath of the sun at length, concluding with a single statement. Since Yorichi's death, I have not lost to anyone. No, Shirori thought silently, your intellect has already outpaced mine by leagues. He lifted his head, smiling. He must have been an exceptional swordsman indeed. Yet, by your own account, your inability to overcome him seems quite natural. Shirori smiled and remarked, born with a transparent world and innate breathing style and markings, this is beyond what any human could possess. Perhaps this swordsman was destined from birth to slay demons. Kokushibo halted and turned to look at him. This was not the first time he had heard such words. When he was still human, he had spoken similar sentiments. Even after becoming a demon and losing his memories, was this swordsman still so astute? Born to slay demons, while you are a demon yourself, naturally you cannot defeat him. Shirori spoke casually, seemingly without intent. Yet the speaker's indifference belied the listener's perception. Kokushibo took note of the deeper meaning behind those words and was momentarily speechless. He had once met this swordsman who said that to defeat Yorichi, he must accomplish what Yorichi had not. He knew of that matter, but he could not. He did not even dare to contemplate it. Muzan Kibutsuji's control over his demon subordinates was too strong. If he truly entertained that idea, he feared he would perish the next moment. Could he really never surpass Yorichi? Kokushibo felt desolate. Yet, curiously, the progress bar for his defection advanced ever so slightly. Shirori felt pleased, though it was within expectations. After all, rebellion of the heart was a trait common to all creatures, particularly bosses as foolish and cowardly as this one. No upper moon who did not aspire to be Demon King was a worthy warrior. Shirori was delighted. However, I remain truly curious. Does that lord always watch over us? Certainly not, Kokushibo replied. It is speculated that though Musen Kibutsuji can perceive the thoughts of all demons, his clarity diminishes with distance. Simply put, the signal is poor. Shirori nodded. Ah yes, busy searching for a way to defeat the sun. Such senseless acts were certainly not common among all beings. Yet Kokushibo should be fine. Musen could not watch all demons at every moment, and after being grievously wounded in the battle, Kokushibo had his chance. Defeating Yorichi had become an obsession. Kokushibo would never relinquish this opportunity. When Kokushibo's defection progress moved forward, Shirori knew this matter was settled and that lingering here was futile. He could consider leaving. Your words sound like those of a scoundrel who denies responsibility after pulling up his pants. The system was capricious. Shirori maintained a polite smile. Shut up, or I'll dismantle you. What kind of adjective was that? This child truly had no tact, especially when all time should be used for more meaningful endeavors. Ah, yes, you truly are a master of time management. The system remained unruffled, its speech growing increasingly uninhibited. Shirori chose not to contend with the now unrestrained system. Next, he must seek out Tanjiro. He could surmise that after Kaijiro Rengoku returned, he would certainly report this matter to the master. Upon hearing it, Tanjiro would surely come looking for him. That boy was loyal and righteous, a good child. Therefore, it was imperative to find an opportunity for him to obtain the plan. If all goes well, Tanjiro will appear within 2 days at most. Then it will be up to him to comprehend my meaning. As for the other Hashira, he had considered it, but those Hashira were merely sources of amusement. If he disclosed this in advance, Shirori would no longer know where to find entertainment. It was currently a vicious cycle. Doma sought amusement with him, he sought amusement with the Hashira, then the Hashira sought amusement with demons, and when Doma saw this, he would turn back to seek amusement with him again. Truly vexing. The night passed swiftly. During the day, Shirori could only find a place to sleep, living an inverted life of day and night. Yet, after becoming a demon, his wound-healing ability was indeed remarkable. A slash from a knife would instantly heal. Has Tanjiro appeared yet? Shirori crouched in a certain cave, feigning to watch charcoal stones, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his main equipment. The system was somewhat puzzled. Player, why do you believe Tanjiro will surely appear here? This place was quite a distance from where he last met Kaijiro Rengoku. Tanjiro would not deliberately go there. Everyone knows that carving a mark on a boat to seek a sword is impossible. Shirori was at a loss for words toward this system. Who would remain at the site of battle to be ambushed? One would certainly flee. Tanjiro would not go there to find him. He would only inquire about his direction and then follow the path he took when leaving. Thus, waiting here was entirely reasonable. Moreover, with Tanjiro's exceptional sense of smell, comparable to that of a police dog, Shirori did not worry about him failing to find him. Perhaps you should be more concerned about the fact that this fellow still hasn't obtained the key. There's absolutely no need to worry about that. Didn't I tell you? He already has it. You said that? You forgot. Did he really say that? Lingy pondered carefully and realized he truly had forgotten. Well, never mind. He decided not to dwell on it. And so a week slipped by. Indeed, 7 full days passed. During those 7 days, Lingy made a concerted effort to slack off. After all, with the system in place, he wasn't worried about being discovered by 999. Yet Tanjiro still hadn't shown up by now. Wasn't that a bit discourteous? Over these 7 days, he was nearly turning into a caveman inside the cave, his head about to sprout grass. The main reason is that you've mastered the art of slacking off too well. Over these 7 days, aside from sleeping, you haven't done anything else. The system grumbled quietly. Lingy wasn't entirely asleep, though. He trained within the system's simulated battles. Sleep also replenished the energy consumed after demon transformation, preventing his sanity from continuously deteriorating. After all, demons are man-eaters, and relying solely on the system wouldn't suffice, so the system had set up a mechanism for recovery through sleep. As for Nezuko, whatever happened to her happened to him as well. He earnestly tried to fit the heroine's traits onto himself. The period of inactivity was truly agonizing. But fortunately, Tanjiro finally arrived. Truly, the system swore. When Lingy saw Tanjiro approaching from afar, the look in his eyes was like that of a jungler spotting an unwarded mid-lane during a tower push, like a miner discovering an exquisite chest without any monsters guarding it, or like pulling a miracle 5-star character on a single draw. Yes, Tanjiro definitely qualified as a 5-star character. Whether a 5-star character or a 5-star piece of equipment, At least Tanjiro himself had finally come. Sure Lingyi's 7 days of waiting had not been in vain. Tanjiro had indeed heard about Sure Lingyi's appearance and came looking for him. Since Sure Lingyi's disappearance, Tanjiro had been deeply worried. Although Sure Lingyi had survived encounters with Muzan Kibutsuji before, this time. Judging from the condition of his Kasugai crow and the traces at the scene, all signs pointed to a grim outcome. This dealt a severe blow to both Tanjiro and Nezuko. Master Toki was a very gentle man. Before Tanjiro could return home, he saved his younger siblings, later turning Nezuko, who had become a demon, back into a human. He also taught Tanjiro the art of the dance of the fire god, arranging special training for him. Though Master Toki always insisted that the family owed him a debt of gratitude, it was merely for a single dinner, and the following day, he even left a reward exceeding its value. How many people in this world would go to such lengths just for the kindness of one meal? Very few indeed. Sure Lingyi. Protagonist, if I don't specifically grind your level to help you level up, future battles will be difficult. Master Toki truly was an extraordinary man, yet now, with his life uncertain, how could Tanjiro not be anxious? He, along with Nezuko, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, trained diligently every day, hoping to one day slay Muzan Kibutsuji, avenging Master Toki and countless humans harmed by Muzan. Until a few days ago, Tanjiro heard from the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, that Master Toki had appeared, but had become a demon. A demon. For Muzan Kibutsuji to transform a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps into a demon was an unimaginable disgrace. However, the Hashira shared a consensus regarding Master Toki's transformation. He would likely become a formidable threat. Rengoku explained that although Master Toki had lost his memory, many of his instincts remained intact, and he seemed to recall fragments of the past, but those were inconsequential. He had merely written countless plans, which was typical for Sure Lingyi. After gathering intelligence, he would draft numerous plans and select the best parts. If he turned into a demon and lost his memories, his intellect would become the most potent weapon for the Demon King, most likely deducing the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. They wanted to trust Sure Lingyi's instincts, but they had to be responsible for the safety of the Demon Slayer Corps and their leader. Thinking so much was not their fault. Yet Tanjiro felt he must come out to find Master Toki. He didn't know why, but it was as if someone urged him forward. Thus, following his heart, he searched from the site of the last battle between Rengoku and Master Toki, tracing every path. Midway, Master Toki's scent suddenly dispersed, so Tanjiro searched down each trail. Then he found this place. By now, the sun had completely set. He finally stopped at the mouth of a cave. Master Toki was here. Tanjiro gripped his sword tightly, preparing to enter. But just as he was about to step into the cave, a black fiery phoenix shot out at lightning speed. Tanjiro reacted instantly, raising his blade to block. The phoenix's speed was astonishing, and it struck him, sending him flying backward. Tanjiro retreated several meters, plunging his sword forcefully into the ground to halt his momentum. A figure appeared before him. Tanjiro looked up. Though somewhat changed, Tanjiro recognized him as Master Toki. But Master Toki never bore such hollow, cold eyes. He picked up his sword and stood. Sure Lingyi's voice remained cold and indifferent as he urged Tanjiro to take up his sword and fight. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro struggled to stand. Master Toki, it's me, Tanjiro. Sure Lingyi continued to gaze at him coolly, the sword in his hand swirling with ominous black mist. Attack me with your strongest technique. His voice was chillingly cold. Tanjiro was stunned. Why? He looked into Sure Lingyi's eyes. The eyes that once always bore a gentle smile were now empty and vacant, with only the number marking the upper rank providing a faint glimmer. Sure Lingyi could no longer bear to see Tanjiro like this, so he launched the first attack. With a flash, he appeared before Tanjiro like a streak of light. Tanjiro immediately raised his sword to block but made no offensive move. He couldn't bring himself to strike. He really couldn't. Tears welled up in Tanjiro's eyes. Master Toki, you're our comrade, he shouted. Please, remember who you are. Sure Lingyi's lips twitched. Then without hesitation, he swung his blade down toward Tanjiro's head. At that moment, the black mist collided with the flames of the dance of the fire god. The flames were nearly engulfed instantly. Sure Lingyi retracted his blade, not delivering a direct strike, but sighed inwardly. His shouting wasn't effective. To restore memories, technological means or the deepest remembrances were needed. This boy had simply declared himself a comrade right in front of him, illogical. Originally, Sure Lingyi had intended to spar with Tanjiro to assess his training results. But Tanjiro was unwilling to fight. Too much sentimentality. If it had been someone else standing before him, the situation would likely have been dire. Yet Tanjiro's continued defense against Shi Lingyi's blade and his attempts to awaken his memories were genuinely moving. Shi Lingyi sighed again. Enough, no more games. Tanjiro blocked Shi Lingyi's sword, gazing through the black mist at Master Toki's face. Master Toki looked down at him, something flickering in his eyes. Has my study been cleaned? He suddenly asked. Tanjiro was taken aback. The study? Apparently not yet. Shi Lingyi's tone seemed tinged with a sigh. Don't forget to clean my study thoroughly. Oh, and the pedestal of my Kaitoshi Ikuin statue is unstable. Be careful with it. Study? Kaitoshi Ikuin. Suddenly, Tanjiro understood. Shi Lingyi withdrew his strength, sheathing his sword, then in an instant thrust it forward again. A phoenix burst forth fiercely, carrying Tanjiro away in an instant. What was once his negligence, failing to explain clearly, had transformed into a ghostly presence. Yet now that everything had been laid bare, all truths revealed, it would be impolite not to pay a visit. Shizue had said all that needed to be said, reminded them of every necessary detail. If Tanjiro still refused to seek them out, then truly, it would be discourteous. With that, he ought to return to his idling. Busy? That was someone else's concern. He had to prepare the overture of the plan, so it could hardly be called idling. Shizue busied himself elsewhere. After being sent flying, Tanjiro quickly discerned the implication behind Shizue's words. He felt as if he was crawling and tumbling as he raced back to headquarters. Brother, what's wrong? You're injured. The valiant Nezuko, practicing her swordplay, was taken aback to see her brother return wounded. Brother, you must go to the Butterfly Mansion at once. Nezuko didn't know the severity of Tanjiro's injury, but anxiously urged him to seek treatment. Yet Tanjiro shook his head. I saw Mr. Toki. Nezuko was stunned. Mr. Furin? Tanjiro nodded, his gaze resolute. Mr. Toki hasn't forgotten us. He left something for us, we must retrieve it. Suddenly, Nezuko recalled the key they had obtained from that box. Indeed, Mr. Furin was too clever to have simply handed over the door key to his room. There was also the note he left behind. Nezuko, Zenitsu suddenly appeared from nowhere. He had fallen in love with Nezuko at first sight, even when she was still a demon always wanting to stay close to her. Now that she had returned to being human, his affection only deepened. According to him, since Nezuko had lost her demonic regenerative abilities, he needed to protect her well. Though Zenitsu was somewhat eccentric, he had never behaved discourteously. Otherwise, Tanjiro would not have tolerated him constantly pestering Nezuko. Nezuko had no time to respond to Zenitsu now. Then, brother, let us hurry and see. Tanjiro, disregarding his injury, it was not severe anyway, turned and ran with Nezuko close behind. Zenitsu was bewildered, watching Nezuko dash away and quickly chasing after them. What's the matter, Tanjiro? What exactly happened? Tanjiro answered while running. Mr. Toki left us a message. We must retrieve it quickly. Zenitsu was momentarily at a loss. Along the way, they encountered Inosuke. Inosuke had just returned to headquarters when he saw several of his comrades rushing toward him, which excited him. He thought he was about to have a good fight. He took a fighting stance, ready to engage. But the three simply ignored him, rushing past and stirring up a gust of wind that lifted his boar mask high into the air before it fell to the ground. Inosuke exclaimed, "What's going on?" Confused, he followed them. The group proceeded in a grand procession to the Phoenix Pillar's mansion atop the mountain. Zenitsu was the first to sense something amiss. I heard that after the Phoenix Pillar went missing, the mansion was blocked by some unknown force, and no one could approach. So why are we inside? He was thoroughly perplexed. Tanjiro glanced down at the key in his hand. Perhaps it's this key guiding us. Mr. Toki is really helping us. He hasn't changed. Tanjiro's confidence surged. No matter what, since Mr. Toki left us something, we cannot disappoint his expectations. What could Mr. Toki have intended to give them? Tanjiro stepped forward and used the key to unlock the grand door of the Phoenix Pillar's mansion. The door opened slowly. This was Tanjiro's first time entering the Phoenix Pillar's residence. The mansion was relatively spacious, given its isolated location. The land it occupied was uninhabited all around, so having a bit more space was inconsequential. Moreover, Shizue himself loved decorating his home upon returning, much like playing Minecraft. Over time, he had adorned his little domain with scenic views and paintings every 5 or 10 steps, so beautiful it was dazzling. The children who entered for the first time felt overwhelmed, their eyes darting about in wonder. Yet Tanjiro kept their mission in mind and headed straight to the study Shizue had mentioned. He opened the door and stepped inside. The first thing he saw was a folding screen painted with a landscape scene, followed by a towering bookshelf. While not entirely filled, the shelves were undeniably well-stocked. For the children, it was a visual feast. Is this Mr. Toki's collection? So many books? Nezuko carefully pulled out a volume to examine before returning it to its place. Each book was densely annotated, revealing that their owner had truly read them word by word. Mr. Toki, despite being so busy, still found time to read? Indeed, Shizue loved reading, often delving into foreign classics during intervals between demon slayings. He even read translated horticultural masterpieces. His collection had steadily grown. But they were not here just to browse books. The Star King Kido. Though they did not know his appearance, if there was a shrine in this study, there was only one. A statue entirely green, its face grotesquely fierce, eyes wide and round like two bells. If this was the Star King Kido Mr. Toki had mentioned. Zenitsu hid behind Inosuke, who was about to rush forward but was stopped just in time by Nezuko, preventing the unfortunate statue from shattering on the spot. Tanjiro approached, recalling Mr. Toki's words about the unstable base. He raised his hand and gently touched the statue's pedestal. In the next moment, the entire structure of the house shifted. The study transformed, revealing a kitchen. The children were immediately on high alert. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, Shizue was quietly setting up a large-scale trap and conversing with the system. By the way, player, did you place the plan document under the statue's base? The system inquired, recalling Shizue's cryptic hints. No. I created a secret room inside the house. Let us see if they can find the pattern, Shizue replied. I seem to remember you replicated part of Neikaime's blood demon art last time, since it's based on Neikaime's own logic. Finding the pattern might not be effective, the system observed. Realizing this, the system suddenly understood Shizue's intention. Shizue smiled faintly. Don't worry. Even if it's according to Neikaime's design, wouldn't I have someone controlling her? Indeed. The path Shizue set inside the room was likely the route that could be taken once Yashiro controlled Neikaime. To defeat the level 999 boss with minimal effort and swiftly clear the dungeon to earn rewards, Shizue needed to invest considerable time. Yet the most crucial aspect was equipping oneself with confidence and learning to upgrade oneself independently. At first, Shizue had considered simply hiding the plan document under the statue. But he reconsidered this was not feasible. The final battle location would shift. It would begin in the Infinity Castle, the demon's domain. Before Yashiro reached Neikaime to control her, they would be teleported throughout the Infinity Castle. They needed to get accustomed to this. Once Yashiro controlled Neikaime, they had to react immediately, swiftly reaching the final boss's location to engage in a prolonged battle. At that point, it was best to withdraw all pillars below rank to avoid unnecessary casualties. Provided, of course, no one volunteered to be sacrificed. Just thinking about it gave Shizue a headache. The uncontrollable variables were too numerous. He couldn't treat this as an ordinary game. Every step required careful handling. And there was Doma to deal with first. Had Tanjiro and the others obtained the plan document? You need not worry so much. Victory shall be ours. The system considered itself exceedingly considerate. No, obtaining anything less than perfection is not a victory. Tokizero was exceptionally resolute. Come what may, be it severed heads or flowing blood, perfection must not be compromised. System, very well. After a tumultuous whirlwind of disorientation, Tanjiro and his companions finally managed to enter the secret chamber that Tokizero had specially devised to test them. It was believed that they would face no further obstacles. The chamber's contents were simple. A table, a small lamp, and several letters. Tanjiro approached and picked up one letter addressed to him. To Tanjiro personally. Nezuko looked over as well. Brother, this is a letter left for you by Mr. Kazugasa. Tanjiro nodded. I wonder what Master Tokizero intends for us to do. He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Tanjiro, I trust you are aware that I have become a demon. But do not be alarmed. Everything remains under my control. Perhaps we have met, perhaps not, but that matters little to my plan. However, I require your assistance. My plan has been arranged and placed upon the table, with letters addressed to each individual. You must deliver them personally. Under no circumstances may you entrust another to do this. There may be traitors within the Demon Slayer Corps, and should they fall to demonhood, the consequences would be dire. The final battle is imminent. I hope you will master the dance of the fire god with utmost haste. Within the box, you will find items to aid your swift mastery. By the way, that box is yours. I have many more. Do you remember? If so, proceed without delay. Why haven't you set out yet? Tanjiro turned the letter over. On its reverse side, inscribed in a crimson hue resembling blood, was a chilling message. I am watching you. Startled, Tanjiro nearly severed the letter with his blade, momentarily at a loss to refute the ominous certainty of the words. Master Tokizero had truly gone to great lengths to ensure their rapid progress. Thus, their next task was to swiftly convey Tokuzero's plan to the Lord Commander and the Hashira. Without hesitation, Tanjiro gathered several letters and dashed off. Meanwhile, Tokuzero, the architect of the plan, had completed the vast trap within the Infinity Castle and was covertly scouting for an opportune moment and place to play the role of the sixth wheel. They should have already seen my plan. If not, he would have to personally return to headquarters and stealthily scale the Lord Commander's window in the dead of night. The System's reply promptly dissuaded him from this notion. Rest assured, I have seen it. Tanjiro has successfully navigated your labyrinth and entered the secret chamber, currently sprinting with your intricate plan in hand. That was a relief. However, player, I have one question. Why are you so certain the Demon Slayer Corps will follow your arrangement? You have now become a demon. Surely they must harbor some reservations. After all, turning into a demon was an exceedingly perilous matter. Although Tokuzero had devised the plan before his transformation, Muzan Kibutsuji could peer into the memories of all demons. Should he discover the plan, would it not be rendered utterly void? Tokuzero shook his head. I am aware of all you say, but they will proceed. At most, they will add safeguards. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was an exceptional leader, and with his family's prophetic abilities, he knew precisely when to make decisive choices. Perhaps this was the sole opportunity since the Warring States period and Yoriichi Tsujikuni to slay the Demon King. No one would let such a chance slip away, even if it were a trap. They would willingly tread into it. Moreover, it was not a trap. All would come to an end. So, was there anyone nearby to provide him with amusement? The system silently scanned all directions. Player, to the southeast. The water Hashira Ju Tomioka is in that vicinity. If Tokuzero was not given amusement, he would become his own amusement. This time, however, Tokuzero would not cause too much trouble. A brief game and it would be over. A dead comrade does not die. The impoverished monk still lives. Water Hashira, prepare yourself. Seeking amusement was, in truth, something best accomplished with mutual cooperation. Few, like Doma, could find amusement alone. Tokuzero was not one of those. Finding amusement on one's own required a certain talent. For instance, now, Tokuzero was attempting to provoke amusement from Ju Tomioka, one of the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira. When Tokuzero found Ju, he was tracking demon activity. At present, demons remained rampant, but the Demon Slayer Corps had caught wind of a rumor. The Demon King was searching for a plant called the Blue Spider Lily. When the Hashira first heard this, they were rather perplexed. The reason? The Corps already possessed a specimen. Thanks to the cultivation plan devised by the Wind Hashira Tokuzero, the plant was thriving. Thus, the plant Muzan Kibutsuji sought was now in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, Ju recalled that when he and Tokuzero had hunted demons together, Tokuzero had stumbled upon this discovery. Even then, Tokuzero knew it was what the Demon King sought. So how had he known? Was this the ability of an information fanatic? Tokuzero. Not at all. It is a system ability. Ju remained composed, even when faced with his former comrade Tokuzero standing before him. Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tokuzero's eyes were void as he regarded Ju. You are as formidable as the flame Hashira, yes? Ju's expression remained unchanged. I am unlike them. I am far inferior. Tokuzero, though able to understand Ju's meaning through a translator, wished he would speak differently. Such words only invited resentment. Perhaps it would be better if he said nothing at all. Stronger than them? Or weaker? Tokuzero shifted his approach, hoping to hear something a normal person might say. He had yet to deploy his full acting prowess. Then Ju spoke. Tokuzero. He lifted his gaze, fixing Tokuzero with a steady look. You are different. What did that mean? The translator provided no explanation. Ju continued, you and I and the rest, we are not the same. You have already fought Muzan Kibutsuji once. Not victorious, but not defeated either. Moreover, you possess the ability to turn demons back into humans. I cannot believe that before Muzan transformed you, you left no contingency. You are too clever to have been caught by Muzan. So what do you intend to do? Tokuzero was taken aback. His surprise seemed to confirm Ju's insight, leaving him momentarily speechless. In truth, Tokuzero lamented the amusement was gone. He never imagined that the seemingly stoic Water Hashira would see through the matter most clearly, noticing what others overlooked. Since the amusement was lost, Tokuzero no longer intended to stubbornly feign ignorance and annoy others. It was awkward for all involved. He sheathed his blade and smiled. When did you start thinking this? Surely not from the beginning. That would be unreasonable. Seeing Tokuzero's lack of objection, Ju confirmed his suspicion and replied. After your last meeting with Rengoku, at that time were you not intending to give us something? Tokuzero nodded. Indeed, but it seems you haven't yet retrieved the item I had Tanjiro fetch. Ju Tomioka expressed his understanding. At first, we did not attract much attention. After all, for you, continuously gathering intelligence and formulating plans must be routine, so not paying attention. Never mind. I didn't expect Rengoku Kaijuro to grasp my warning last time anyway, though I admit my words were rather vague. Most of the time when he returned to headquarters, it was just to draft plans. It's no wonder he went unnoticed. Suddenly recalling what Tokizero had just said, Ju asked, "You mean you sent Tanjiro to fetch something?" Tokizero nodded. "Yes, this is the prime opportunity. You should hurry back as well. Though plans often cannot keep pace with changes, the best timing is always something one must seize personally." Ju comprehended immediately. The best chance, the opportunity to slay the Demon King. Since Tokizero was willing to sacrifice himself for vengeance, infiltrating the most perilous place, they absolutely must not let him down. Another question. Tokizero, when did you regain your memories? Tokizero was momentarily stunned before realizing Ju probably assumed that after becoming a demon, he took some time to recover his human memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to Rengoku Kaijuro the way he did last time. After meeting Rengoku last time, there was already a sign. So when I met Kaijuro, I truly was amnesiac, not deliberately seeking amusement. Ju accepted this without doubt. I understand. Be cautious. You are in grave danger near that entity. Tokizero shook his head. Don't worry. I have accounted for everything. I value my life greatly. To achieve perfection, I will survive. Ju grasped his sword and departed. Watching Ju leave, Tokizero sighed. This is futile amusement. There will be no more fun to be found from the Hashira in the future. However, there was no time for amusement now. Wait a moment, if Ju realized that he remembered the past, then those initial words he spoke, Tokizero exclaimed, "Oh no, Ju Tomioka, you really are infuriating." Laughing heartily. Today is a splendid day. Player, you've spent your life watching others' amusement, and now you are the one being watched. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. The system was also laughing uncontrollably beside him. So annoying. Tokizero placed his faith in the Demon Slayer Corps and Tanjiro's efficiency. By now, his mountain of plans should have reached the Lord of the House. It was time to see how they would arrange things. Didn't you arrange that well? The system whispered slyly, wondering if his plan was not particularly comprehensive. Tokizero was startled immediately. Do you think the entire world is filled with my disciples? If everything is spelled out, where's the game experience? Besides, they are advanced NPCs, you know? Are you seriously providing NPCs with a game experience? The system suspected its host was somewhat deranged. Had becoming a demon truly diminished his intellect? Enough, instead of focusing on me, why don't you check on what's happening over there? They should have started training Tanjiro by now. The final battle was imminent. They had to quickly develop the main equipment's strength, or else the fight would be a cakewalk for the enemy. Refuse to be a pushover. It starts with you and me. The system dutifully shifted its attention to the Demon Slayer Corps. At that time, the Lord of the House had convened a meeting of the Hashira upon receiving the letter passed on by Tanjiro, specifically to discuss Tokizero's plan. Tokizero's plan earned their trust. Though not overly detailed, the general direction was set, and potential situations were anticipated. First and foremost, they must elevate Tanjiro's power to the level where he could wield the dance of the fire god at will. Everything else was secondary. However, the Hashira and the Lord felt that having all the Hashira focus solely on Tanjiro's training was somewhat unfair. Thus, Jiomei Himejima, the Stone Hashira, proposed that the entire Demon Slayer Corps join the intensive training. Surprise! What was originally exclusive to Tanjiro's training transformed into a full-scale training camp for the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Tokizero dared to let them do this for a simple reason. He had tricked Muzan Kibutsuji into ordering the demons to remain quiet lately, claiming it was to help the Demon Slayer Corps find the blue Higanbana, thereby buying time. In truth, he wanted to carve out some time for Tanjiro's growth. That idiot 999 found the excuse reasonable and indeed had the demons behave, easing the burden on the Demon Slayer Corps considerably. The flower had long been found. It would simply serve as a lure to draw out Muzan when the time came. The blue Higanbana, a 5-star item, guaranteed to attract the attention of LV999. Also, Nezuko. Her primary strength lay in blood demon art, which was especially effective against demons. However, using blood demon art in a human body was somewhat unnatural. It was better to have her focus on supporting Tanjiro. Next was the matter of upper rank 2. Tokizero's plan was to summon the water Hashira and the insect Hashira, along with the latter's adopted daughter, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Inosuke Hashibara, to the designated location. He would lure out upper rank 2 and then hand the fight over to them. How to kill him? Tokizero had thought it through. Demons are highly resistant to poison, so he would use countless wisteria flowers concentrated 100-fold in toxins. merging poison and swordsmanship through the system's power, and trusting it to Shinobu Kocho. It was certainly better than Shinobu offering herself as food to others. Ju Tomioka, who had fought upper rank 2 alongside him, had to be included. If anything unexpected happened, he could provide support. As for the other 2, they were merely dragged along due to their deep hatred. But since those 2 were strong, even if something went awry, they should still be of some use. Tokuzero's plan was comprehensive, nearly enough to fill a book. The lord of the house only needed to judge by timing and battle conditions to select the best option. Such a capable subordinate was a rare find, even if one searched with a lantern. Tokuzero considered himself very impressive. System, don't be so self-righteous about playing the nanny. First, I thought you just casually wrote a general outline. Turns out it's not that detailed, but it's genuinely extensive. The system withdrew its focus from the Demon Slayer Corps. You even invited them to your mansion. What, do you think your house is sturdy? Although it was merely to help them adapt to the gravity changes within the Infinity Castle, weren't you worried that someone with a bad temper might wreck your home? Well, they probably won't be coming back anyway. What does it matter if it gets trashed? Tokuzero lowered his head and smiled. After defeating Muzan Kibutsuji, his game would be completed. It would not be surprising if he then exited the game. Hence, that house would likely never be visited again. For now, it served as a training ground. He had also instructed Tanjiro in the letter not to forget to retrieve the doll from the pavilion behind his house during training. It would prove useful. System. You actually remember Annabella? Tokuzero, of course. When farming dungeons, you must bring every usable item. Annabella is excellent at frightening people. Let us see if she can scare this coward. Now, with offense secured, spiritual attacks ready, and defense, considering Ju Tomioka's 11th form, he was well equipped. Unfortunately, he could not find a healer for the moment. Wait, suddenly Tokuzero thought of a demon. A healer. Lady Tamayo wasn't exactly a healer? Their Hashira training was no longer within Tokuzero's scope of concern. Thus far, Muzan Kibutsuji still retains a measure of patience, awaiting news from the Demon Slayer Corps regarding the discovery of the cerulean blue spider lily. Once such news arrives, he can proceed directly to the location, both to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps and the Kamadu family, and to obtain the long-coveted prize. He was quite pleased with Takatsui's proposal and, in a way, indulged him. However, Takatsui was fully aware that this indulgence was predicated on Muzan's ability to perceive his true intentions. Fortunately, the system intervened to prevent disaster. Otherwise, even with the game state of demon transformation, he would never so casually decide to become a demon. Now, the next step is Little Phoenix O. SNT that him arriving now? A dark line appeared above Takatsui's head. He truly disliked this fellow. Yet, for the time being, he needed to get this person to the designated location. Doma was completely oblivious to Takatsui's scheme to play the sly trickster. He still appeared gleefully eager as he came to bother Takatsui. Little Phoenix, I have something fun here lately. Want to come? Doma asked. 9 times out of 10, it was probably some business related to his church. Takatsui was not interested and saw no need to say anything further. Everything that needed preparation was already done. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Doma to make the first move. I'm not interested, he replied coldly. Doma paid no heed to Takatsui's tone. Really? Little Phoenix, this is a truly fascinating puzzle. Are you sure you want to come? Puzzle? Doma noticed a flicker of light in Takatsui's eyes. Indeed, Little Phoenix loved solving mysteries. Doma felt as though he had uncovered a truth. To capture Little Phoenix's attention, whenever encountering something strange, he immediately rushed over to find him, feeling quite pleased with himself. Do you believe in souls? He inquired. Takatsui raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? His expression carried just the right hint of puzzlement. Doma was pleased by the expression. Recently, a very adorable young lady came to my church. She is quite beautiful, but I have this uneasy feeling about her. Wanna come see for yourself? Tell me what is strange first. Takatsui's tone remained flat, as if nothing could pique his curiosity. Yet Doma discerned the eagerness to solve the mystery beneath the surface. His smile broadened. I can't quite put it into words. Little Phoenix, why not come see for yourself? Then silence fell over the room. Takatsui did not avert his gaze nor utter a word. Doma was in no rush. It's all right. If Little Phoenix is interested, he can come see me. I'm not in a hurry. Takatsui turned to look at him. When are you not here? The disdain in his voice was unmistakable. Doma clapped his fan. My church? Of course I'm always here. Takatsui's expression darkened. Then when I come, could you please leave? Oh no, that won't do, Little Phoenix. Don't call me Little Phoenix. All right, Little Phoenix. Takatsui took a deep breath, rose, drew his blade, and was enveloped in swirling black mist. I'm going to embed you into Mount Fuji. SNT Doma, the ice demon? One wonders if the interaction between ice and fire could cause some malfunction in Mount Fuji. Doma laughed heartily as he called Naruko to teleport him away, leaving only the parting words. Well then, I'll always welcome little Phoenix to come by. Doma was very pleased. In a place hidden from his sight, Takatu I was actually quite pleased as well. A woman shrouded in mystery would naturally never venture to such a cult-like place on her own. The girl Doma encountered was probably the one chosen in his plan. Since the Demon Slayer Corps was already prepared, he could not afford to be negligent. After all, Annabella had been confined in a dark cell for quite some time. Sending her to intimidate demons seemed a fitting task. However, Takatu I truly could not fathom how Doma saw the words adorable and beautiful in Annabella's face. After all, she had borne the brunt of the curse alongside Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and her face bore scars inflicted by the curse. There was no need to worry about Annabella's obedience. The system had informed her that if she eliminated the Demon King and all his subordinates except for Takatu I, she would be free. Annabella understood and was ready to storm the Infinity Castle. Then the system said no, she must follow the plan. Annabella assured it was no problem, as long as she could return to the museum and stay put obediently. One could only imagine the torment Annabella, the cursed doll, endured under the Ubuyashiki family's curse. Annabella, stay strong. In a very remote village stood a church that drew many eager followers. Its leader possessed a pair of multicolored eyes and white oak-colored hair. All believed he could lead his devotees to the Pure Land. The leader was a gentle man, willing to listen to their grievances, and every 7 days he personally selected a fortunate individual to journey to the Pure Land. His followers were fanatically devoted to him. At this moment, sitting within the Grand Hall, many devout worshippers bowed their heads, sincerely praying for the divine child to grant them peace and guide them to the Pure Land. Except for one girl with chestnut hair and green eyes, her face marked by strange scars. That girl was by no means beautiful. Her face was covered in peculiar red marks, and when she looked at others, her gaze sent chills down their spines. All except Doma. The first time Doma formally encountered this girl, he was drawn by the strange emotion in her eyes. Over the years, he had seen countless women, some sorrowful from unhappy marriages, others filled with resentment from betrayal, but the emotion in this girl's eyes was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Utter and complete deathly stillness. She smiled, yet her eyes truly chilled the soul. Doma grew interested in her and took the initiative to approach this strange girl. Why have you come here? He asked. The girl merely smiled without replying. Doma found it dull and, having no intention to feed, let her leave. However, soon after, his congregation began experiencing troubles one after another. Some went insane, others committed inexplicable suicides. Doma even witnessed one person douse himself in oil and set himself ablaze. First, he did not connect these events to that girl, until one day, he personally saw a girl smiling as she plunged a dagger into her own throat, and outside the window stood the strange chestnut-haired girl, offering him a grotesquely twisted smile. Next the girl mouthed the words to him, then raised her hand and pointed. The next is you. Doma felt no fear and remained unmoved internally, yet he was still puzzled. What did that girl mean? He cared little for his followers, they were merely food, but encountering an intriguing girl was rare. Thus, Doma stepped over the corpses and approached the chestnut-haired girl. Can you tell me your name? Her smile unchanging, the girl replied, Annabella. That doesn't sound like a Japanese name. She said nothing further. Doma tried to converse with her, but Annabella ceased responding. Despite considerable effort, Doma failed to engage her and reluctantly abandoned his attempts, opting instead to seek external assistance. Naturally, Doma thought of the newly appointed upper rank 3, the new demon. When he was still human, that little phoenix was renowned for his cunning, nearly demonic intellect. Now transformed into a demon, although it seemed none but Lord Musen could command him, he would undoubtedly enjoy solving puzzles. After all, over the years, Doma had encountered many humans who fancied themselves clever. They sought to display their intelligence through puzzle solving, yet ultimately failed to save their own lives. Little Phoenix is no different, yet now that he is a demon, naturally he is unlike ordinary humans. Hence, the scene that unfolded earlier came to pass. Tokio was quite satisfied. Doma, that fellow, was actually among the more intelligent demons, but he never expected to guide someone over so effortlessly. Well done, Annabella. Tokio patiently waited for 3 days, allowing Annabella to play around a bit more on her own before he leisurely made his way to Doma's Myriad Eternal Bliss cult. There, he concealed himself among the devotees, feigning a search for a peculiar girl. Sitting at the head, Doma noticed him and revealed a rather handsome smile. Little Phoenix has indeed arrived. He was completely unaware that Tokio's presence was deliberate, and he basked in self-satisfaction, convinced that he was still quite popular. Tokio met Annabella's gaze across the room and gave a slight nod. Annabella understood and lifted her eyes toward Doma. "My lord, cult master," Annabella spoke softly. In somewhat imperfect Japanese, "My lord, I have something I must confide in you. Please, have mercy and look upon me." She closed her eyes, and 2 streams of bloody tears suddenly poured down, stunning the surrounding followers. How grievous must her suffering be? A quiet little girl whose tears had turned to blood. Those who wished to reprimand her for disrespect found themselves too embarrassed to speak. Doma said, "No, young lady, your demeanor strikes me as too stark a contrast. Not long ago, whenever you saw me, your face was contorted with a ferocity as if you wished to devour me. And now, upon seeing the Upper Moon 3, this is your demeanor? Can you not handle the presence of Upper Moon 3? Is his intimidation truly so great?" Doma wrestled with his thoughts but maintained a gentle and composed expression. "Of course, my faithful follower, please come in. I shall listen to the voice of the divine and guide you on the path to the blissful world." Tokio watched as Doma led Annabella away, smiling to himself. "Whether you can guide her, I do not know, but you will certainly never reach the blissful world. Hell welcomes you instead." Doma brought Annabella to a back room. At this moment, he no longer needed to feign the air of a cult master and simply slumped into a chair. "So, young lady, what story do you wish to share with me?" Annabella resumed her previous expression but truly began to tell her tale. She said she was raised in an orphanage and had once been adopted by a kind couple, but later she killed them. Doma was not surprised by this. "Your adoptive parents abused you? So what if you killed them?" The girl shook her head. "They treated me well, gave me a warm home, allowed me to study, and even bought me new clothes." Her face was full of joyful smiles. Doma was genuinely perplexed. From his understanding of humans, if someone truly treated you kindly, even the most ungrateful would not say such things so naturally. If they did speak ill, they would first tarnish their adoptive parents' image, claiming they were cruel. But this girl spoke so naturally. Doma still felt nothing, but this girl caught his attention. He himself had been like this once. When faced with the death of his parents, he felt no sorrow, only disgust at the bloody scene, wishing someone would come and clean it up. Was Annabella the same? Doma raised his fan. "Would you be willing to become a demon?" Annabella was stunned. Not only him, but Tokio, who was nearby monitoring Doma, was also shocked. "Shouldn't you listen to yourself before you speak? To turn Annabella into a demon? Are you joking?" Annabella looked up with wide eyes, staring at Doma. She had always assumed Doma had already realized she was not human, since she never tried to hide anything and always acted on impulse. She never expected Doma to ask such a question. It was surprising. "What would I gain by becoming a demon?" Annabella asked with a smile, curious to see what Doma might say. "You can live forever, remain eternally beautiful. Is there something wrong with your face? Once you become a demon, all your troubles vanish. You could even become my sacred maiden. Isn't that wonderful?" "Annabella," the cursed doll said, "perhaps you'd better reconsider what you're saying. Who exactly are you talking to?" Though still dumbfounded, Annabella remembered her mission. She tilted her head, grinned, and bit her own earlobe. "All those things you mentioned I already have. I am already immortal, and appearance is nothing but a shell to me. If I don't like how I look, I just change it. As for my face..." Annabella suddenly leaned close to Doma, intently studying his face. "These are curses inflicted by Muzan Kibutsuji for all the lives he has taken. Didn't you notice?" Doma's expression changed the moment he heard the name Muzan Kibutsuji. "What do you mean? A curse placed by that great lord?" He had heard rumors of hereditary ailments within the Demon Slayer core leader's family, and had suspected they were curses, but never imagined that someone here truly understood this matter. Was this woman a member of the Kamadu family? His mind raced with turmoil. Suddenly, Annabella's voice exploded in his ear. "I want a new soul. How about handing yours over to me?" Doma felt every hair on his body stand on end. Sensing danger, he immediately swung his fan, striking toward Annabella. Annabella smiled and stepped back a few paces. "What exactly are you?" Doma unconsciously smiled again. "I am a demon, a cursed doll, a devil who craves souls." Annabella raised her hand. "I've never seen a soul like yours before. Hand it over to me." The next moment, Annabella's face melted away like dissolving glue, transforming into a grotesque and terrifying demon. She lunged at Doma with madness. Doma instantly unleashed ice crystals, preventing her from closing in. Annabella's attacks were primarily mental, and since Doma lacked human emotions, he was merely curious rather than fearful in the face of her current state. This was also due to his formidable strength. He smiled as well. A demon? If demons exist in this world, then surely there must be gods as well. I wonder how the gods view me. Doma pondered this, oblivious to the fact that the monster before him vanished upon realizing it could not approach. Suddenly, the shoji door was flung open. What are you doing? The adorable little phoenix seemed to have sensed something and came running over to him. Doma brightened again. Tokio had not sensed anything. He had merely heard the commotion behind and knew it was time to make his appearance, arriving at the right place at the right moment. If Annabella could kill Doma, that would be ideal, but unfortunately, she could not. Hence, Tokio had to act himself. The fight between Annabella and Doma had been quite a spectacle, startling the devotees. Tokio stood up and headed toward the back room. Upon opening the door, he found Doma deep in thought. Oh, little Phoenix is worried about me? No need for that. After all, she is not really. You're overthinking it. Tokio decisively cut off his rambling. I'm just here to see if you're dead. If not, then find another place to die. If the riddle you mentioned is about that woman, I know something. Enough, don't bother me anymore. Tokio turned to leave. Little Phoenix, wait for me. Doma, curious about that girl. Didn't he hesitate and followed after him? Tokio I paid no heed to the incessant clamoring of Doma behind him, proceeding resolutely into the depths of the ancient forest. Doma, observing the rapidly shifting scenery around him, grew more curious. Could it be that the young girl had always dwelled here? That place is not far from me at all. By the way, do you know what she truly is? Tokio I remained silent. Surprisingly, Doma felt no embarrassment and said, she claims to be a demon. If demons exist, then surely gods must exist as well. At last, Tokio I broke his silence. Even if gods do exist, they are destined never to watch over us. The reason gods are called gods is not merely because their power can shake heaven and earth, but because they love humanity and have contributed to the world. Only then do people revere them as gods. Conversely, beings without such benevolence are labeled demons. Therefore, creatures like Oni cannot hope for the favor of gods. They are only embraced by devils. Doma was puzzled. In the teachings he received long ago, he was told he could hear the voice of the gods, and over time, he came to believe it as truth. Thus, all his actions, including guiding the wretched to the Pure Land, were under the gods' will. Gods had never abandoned him? How could that be? Tokio I naturally refrained from delving into the deeper implications of these words. Soon, he arrived before a peculiar house concealed by lush, towering trees within the forest. Where is this? Is this where she lives? Doma did not perceive anything unusual. Tokio I nodded. Does it seem strange? Doma raised his fan to scratch his head. I have never seen such a place before. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere. Tokio I was unsurprised. Perhaps the powers of demons are indeed much like the blood demon art of Nezuko. He spoke plainly and understandably, and Doma grasped the meaning. Doma recalled the biwa-playing lady who controlled the infinite castle and suddenly realized. Demons also possess blood demon arts, just like Oni. This newfound understanding piqued his curiosity about the house. As a social butterfly among the 12 Kazuki, he had witnessed Nezuko's infinite castle and the drum house of Kyoka from the previous 12 Kazuki. Yet this house seemed small, and he wondered which was more formidable in comparison. Thus, after Tokio I pushed open the door and stepped inside. Doma followed suit. Upon entering, the first thing that met their eyes was a cobweb that immediately slapped Doma's face. He was vexed as he brushed the spider off his head, wondering why the little phoenix had entered before him but had not been attacked by such a thing. Why the difference in treatment? Tokio I did not wait for his complaint, and Doma ceased his nagging, likely realizing he was only making a fool of himself. Thus, the two demons strolled silently through a long corridor adorned with many objects unfamiliar to Doma. They ascended stairs and proceeded along an even longer hallway filled with countless rooms. At last, Doma sensed something amiss. From the outside, this house could not possibly contain stairs. After all, it was a simple, Japanese-style wooden cottage with no conceivable place for stairs. That little girl is quite impressive, Doma mused inwardly. Ultimately, Tokio I halted before the darkest room at the end of the corridor. He paused, turned his head, and looked at Doma. You have never been favored by the gods. Only demons come to you demanding your soul. His expression was calm, devoid of the usual gnashing of teeth he displayed upon seeing Doma before. Doma found this peculiar, but his own sense of peril warned him that something he wished to avoid was about to occur. Tokio I's voice continued. Perhaps you were once watched by the gods, which made you exceptional, but demons have also shaped you into what you are now. The matter of Annabella was no coincidence. Tokio I stepped forward and slowly opened the door to the deepest room. This shall be your final resting place. Danger increasingly weighed on Doma-'s mind. Before the door fully opened, he immediately stepped back. Yet, he could not evade the sudden, piercing thrust that came from before him. An incomplete slender blade pierced directly into his eyeball. Doma was stunned. As he reacted, a large fluttering moth darted before his eyes, a flying insect to the face. Although the blade penetrated his eye, this minor wound was negligible to Doma, for as a demon, he possessed potent regenerative abilities. He even had the leisure to scrutinize carefully the swordsman who suddenly lunged at him. The figure seemed vaguely familiar. Where had he seen him before? Doma pondered carefully, but the avenging Shinobu Kocho could no longer tolerate his expression. Do you still remember that Haori? Her eyes brimmed with hatred as she ground her teeth and spoke. Look closely, do you recall? Doma naturally could not remember. He had slain many Hashira. The chance of recalling one was slim, so he feigned contemplation for a moment. I think I might remember. Huh? He actually remembers? Tokio-I pricked up his ears to listen to the exchange. In his experience, demons rarely deliberately remembered the humans they devoured, just as humans do not consciously recall the creatures they consume. To have any recollection was already remarkable. It was that girl who used the breath of flowers, wasn't it? A figure appeared before Doma-'s eyes, the Hashira he had once failed to devour. Suddenly, he bent over and spat blood. Poison? He understood this. My lord said that each time you encounter a different demon, your composition changes. Unfortunately for you, your carefully concocted deadly poison has now been broken down. Not surprising, Tokio-I sighed. Doma looked toward Tokio-I, who maintained the door ajar. Did the little phoenix betray our lord? Tokio-I smiled faintly. Betrayal? No. Since there was never any loyalty, how could there be betrayal? You have provoked too many. I merely offered them an opportunity. However, regrettably, Miss Butterfly, your poison remains ineffective against him. Shinobu Kocho had coated her sword with poison specifically to counter Doma, but she never expected that an upper moon would possess such immunity to toxins. Doma had only coughed up a little blood. The poison was utterly nullified. Truly vexing. Yet, not all news was grim. Doma exclaimed, strange. Though exposed to my blood demon art, there is no sign of alveolar necrosis. Hey little phoenix, do you know why? He could not help but glance at Tokio-I. The facts lay plainly before him. He, Muzan-sama, and all the demons had been outwitted by this little phoenix. That girl named Annabella was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? How astonishing. Aren't demons supposed to kill? Why could she join the Corps? Because no matter how formidable that thing is, it is merely ice, Tokio-I said with a smile. Nature's reactions are fascinating. Fire inevitably conquers ice. Although at first I intended to have the flame Hashira face you, after reconsideration, I sent several others instead. Several others? Doma blinked. Suddenly, the space behind him tore open, and a long blade wielding the breath of water sliced horizontally toward his neck. Before his neck could be severed, Doma raised his fan to block the blade, preventing it from advancing an inch. Ah, as expected of the little phoenix, such thorough preparation. Doma could not help but praise. To kill him, they had summoned two Hashira. Truly cautious indeed. System. Not quite. Would you like to see Upper Moon 4? Hantengu? Had it not been for the need to guard the main residence and patrol areas, he would have gladly taken all his comrades with him. Tokio too heard his words and shook his head indifferently. Not just that, but even if I were to reveal the entire plan to you now, it would be of no consequence. You are bound to perish here. But would he say it? Impossible. People die from talking too much. Ju Tomioka had clashed with Doma before, so he was well aware of Doma's prowess. When a strike missed, he immediately retreated to avoid being struck by Doma's other fan. Oh, it's you again. We meet once more. Doma greeted Ju Tomioka with a light tone. Little Phoenix even brought you here. I'm growing ever more curious about your battle plans. Curious? There's no need for that. Tokio too still refrained from taking action. Up to this point, there was no necessity for him to intervene. Sometimes, holding back requires just the right moment, such as now. By the time Doma noticed the third person, he was already growing bored. Especially since the third adversary facing him was not a pillar. Doma's interest waned further. Yet, just as he casually raised his hand, preparing to send someone flying, he suddenly froze. That face, I've seen it before, I've seen your face. For the second time, Tokio too witnessed Doma inserting his finger into his own head and twirling it. A sight that never failed to disgust him deeply. Memories of those he had slain should not exist, but that girl had left an indelible impression on him. I recall 15 years ago, a girl about 17 or 18 came to my church holding her child. She said her husband was abusive and her mother-in-law mistreated her, so she fled and sought refuge with me. At that time, she was badly beaten. But after healing, she became unexpectedly beautiful. That face is identical to yours. Yes, yes, that must have been your mother. Take off your headgear when you go into battle. When Inosuk received the command to hunt down Upper Moon 2, he was undeniably thrilled. After rigorous training, his skills had surged, and it was precisely the moment to challenge formidable opponents, so he felt no fear. But before the battle officially commenced, the overall commander, the Wind Pillar, approached him privately and made this request. Inosuk was puzzled and asked why. Because it concerns your mother's story. Inosuk scoffed. I don't have a mother. I was raised by boars. Tokio too shook his head. Shortly after your birth, your mother was killed by an underling of Upper Moon 2. Though you have no memory of her, she loved you, and there are things a child ought to know. Of course, he had to be made aware of his mother's fate. Whether Inosuk wore his headgear or not did not affect his strength. It was merely a habit. Taking it off was no big deal. Yet, he had never expected that by removing it, he would learn about his mother from this demon's mouth. Doma looked at Inosuk with delight. Ah, so you are Kotoba's child. Little Phoenix, you've brought me another surprise. Surprise? Tokio too closed the door without a word. Inosuk seemed stirred by the words, as if distant memories had been awakened, leaving him momentarily stunned. He always felt there was a woman in his memories, gently holding him and singing lullabies. At first, he thought it was Shinobu Kocho. But as Doma spoke, his faint childhood memories became clearer, and before his eyes appeared a beautiful woman smiling at him. So, he was not motherless after all. His mother had been slain by the very being before him. Tokio too glanced up at the ceiling, as if sensing that the time was near. Kotoba's life was truly a tragedy. Did she ever know happiness? Such a meaningless existence. Wouldn't you agree, little Phoenix? Even now, Doma relentlessly harassed Tokio too. Tokio too smiled faintly. At least she was better off than you. She experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness as well as the vicissitudes of life. Her life was indeed filled with hardship, but after reincarnation, she would live smoothly. That is how this world works. Doors close and windows open, always leaving a sliver of hope. Even if one's life is never stable, the next is destined to bring recompense. The cycle of cause and effect is profoundly mysterious. Tokio too spoke these words to Doma. Though he felt like cursing, it was unnecessary. A creature like Doma was devoid of emotions. Curses or not, he would remain the same. Is that so? It sounds as if little Phoenix does not quite believe in heaven and hell. Otherwise, why mention reincarnation? Doma and Shinobu Kocho continued their battle. Shinobu's pent-up resentment erupted, her thrusting speed increasing with each strike. Ju Tomioka understood Shinobu's fury and said nothing, merely seizing every opportunity to disrupt Doma. This was also Tokio too's plan, not the best but humane enough. At this point in time, chatting a little was harmless. No one truly knows where the dead go, perhaps to paradise, perhaps to hell. Or maybe those who speak of these places merely comfort themselves. But human willpower is always formidable. Have you heard the saying? The world originally had no path. It is by walking that a path is made. Tokio too shifted direction, moving to the railing of a corridor. Likewise, perhaps there is no such thing as heaven or hell, but if enough people believe, maybe they come into existence. After all, even Annabella appeared, did she not? Doma, still effortlessly fending off for attackers, suddenly halted upon hearing Tokio too's words. Seizing the moment, Shinobu pierced him with over a dozen stabs. The poison seeped along the blades into his demonic body. Doma naturally felt it but was unafraid. I didn't expect little Phoenix to view heaven and hell this way. But if you intended to ambush me, why not bring more people? For alone cannot kill me, especially since not all are pillars. Doma was puzzled. This did not seem like Tokio too's carelessness. Tokio too revealed a sinister smile. Actually, at first I considered chopping off your head. But the last skirmish with Upper Moon 2 unexpectedly pushed you beyond your limits, albeit somewhat recklessly. So I abandoned that idea and devised another plan. Before that, of course, I had to find a victim to pin you down and beat you up. Although, at present, it appeared they were the ones being hammered down. But that did not matter. I initially thought demons might be sensitive to the cycle of day and night, so I was somewhat concerned whether this method would work on you. As he spoke, the roof above Doma's head began to melt like butter. A ray of sunlight fell, shining directly upon his face. Doma was astonished. He had never imagined this tactic. Demons must never be exposed to sunlight. He scrambled in panic, trying to escape into the shadows. But the hole in the roof widened rapidly. Doma was soon left with nowhere to hide. He attempted to use blood demon art to escape, but his entire body suddenly became numb. It was Shinobu's poison, which had gone unnoticed until now. He screamed as flames engulfed him. Tokio too narrowed his eyes. Sunlight, the most lethal weapon even Muzan Kibutsuji cannot overcome. He had devised many methods against Doma, but the safest was direct exposure to sunlight. Whether demons were sensitive to the time of day was unknown. But it did not matter. It was only necessary to bring him to a place of complete darkness. Took Tokio too half the night to lead Doma to this room. After entering, he wandered around with him twice before finally introducing him to his comrades. Doma could not perceive the passage of time, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tokio too did not expect his teammates to kill this fiend, but sunlight certainly could. So first, have someone beat him up, and then, at the zenith of the sun's brilliance, let the house dissipate. This house was also kindly provided by the system, and it is said that Annabella has a special fondness for it. Coupled with Shinobu Kocho's poison, which rendered Doma immobile and unable to dispel it in time, Doma was left directly exposed to the sunlight. A dead end. He couldn't even utter a final word. The last image imprinted in his eyes was the impassive face of Takedo Michiro. No joy, no mockery, no hatred. Merely the gaze of a stranger utterly indifferent to him. How peculiar. The little phoenix and they truly are different. Yet, in truth, Takedo Michiro felt a faint sigh. This experience point was yet again to be divided, and crucially, defeating this monster yielded no loot. Utterly disappointing. The shadow of the house fell precisely before Takedo Michiro, shielding him from the sun's rays. Unless he exited his demon form, standing under the sun was akin to suffering from a poison debuff combined with a constant health drain, losing health at a rate of 10,000 points per second. A matter of moments before demise. Shinobu Kocho watched as her nemesis was painfully scorched alive by the sunlight before her eyes, listening to his agonizing screams, and felt nothing but satisfaction. She bit her lip and lowered her head. Sister, I have avenged you. Kane Kocho stepped forward and embraced her. From Takedo Michiro's perspective, he could see another translucent woman, bearing an 80% resemblance to Shinobu Kocho, with long hair, gently embracing both Shinobu and Kane. Well done. The woman's voice drifted faintly. That is Kane Kocho. The system notified. Shinobu's elder sister? That is the soul of Kane Kocho, who has stayed by her sister's side out of concern. Now that Shinobu has avenged her great grievance, she has found some peace. Yet she did not depart immediately, for there remained one final adversary to confront. Noticing Takedo Michiro's gaze, she nodded subtly toward him. Meanwhile, Inosuke sensed a familiar presence nearby, his mother gently holding him and humming a lullaby. How wonderful, he thought, regretting that he had arrived too late to save anyone. Player, do not blame yourself. Our company's abilities cannot change more than this. The system comforted. Why should I blame myself? Takedo Michiro expressed confusion. He was merely sighing, not blaming himself. Besides, it was not his fault. System. Indeed, one should never harbor expectations of him. Having resolved matters, I shall take my leave. Takedo Michiro, oblivious to the atmosphere, interrupted the colleague's emotions and joy. Ju Tomioka remained the calmest among them. Are you returning to Muzan Kibutsuji's side? Naturally. The final stage is approaching, Takedo Michiro replied matter-of-factly. At this juncture, giving up is not an option. Shinobu Kocho composed herself and stood, asking with concern. But in the current situation, won't you be suspected? Upper rank 2 is dead, and you are nearby. No matter how foolish Muzan Kibutsuji is, he surely cannot fail to notice, right? No. Takedo Michiro answered decisively, because I am still within the Infinity Castle. The comrades were stunned. What does that mean? What is this person before them? Just a basic substitute puppet. Does it have to be so strange? Thanks to the system. Without answering what he was thinking, Takedo Michiro continued his instructions. All that needed to be handled has been handled. Next up is Muzan Kibutsuji himself. No need to worry about upper rank 1. I have my methods. Shinobu Kocho nodded. Then please be extremely careful. When you succeed, we must hold a victory celebration. That can be spared. Takedo Michiro shook his head and sneered. If I survive the success, I will go straight home. Immediately after, I will log off and demand payment from the boss. The power of money is magnificent. At least for now, we are still comrades. He uttered this cryptic remark before taking a few steps back and vanishing. Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka exchanged glances. What did he mean by that last sentence? The death of upper rank 2 did not enrage Muzan Kibutsuji. Rather, it instilled fear. He now dared not even leave the Infinity Castle. As the two remaining upper ranks, Takedo Machiro and Kokushibo both received orders to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps members at all costs. I see you're thinking of Momoko. Facing this coward, Takedo Machiro could only sigh and feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, this is not his boss. Kokushibo held a wait-and-see attitude toward Musen's orders. He rarely ventured into crowded places during his travels and had not encountered many Corps members yet. This was advantageous. The defection progress had to be ensured. Takedo Machiro instructed the system to seize opportunities to sway Kokushibo in his dreams. Naturally, the Demon Slayer Corps comrades were not idle. They busied themselves with training, awaiting the final moment. During this period, both demons and swordsmen entered an eerie armistice. Yet, Musen Kibutsuji was somewhat cowardly, though he displayed particular impatience when it came to the blue spider lily. Can those insignificant ants of yours find the blue spider lily for me, or not? Takedo Machiro stood before Musen Kibutsuji, listening to his interrogation. It's been so long, and they still haven't found it. You've waited for thousands of years. Surely a few more days won't matter? Takedo Machiro grumbled inwardly but maintained a plausible expression. This item is undoubtedly hard to find, but I have a premonition they will find it soon. Musen Kibutsuji calmed himself. Is that so? Yes, my lord. Takedo Machiro nodded. Within a few days at the least, or up to half a month at most, you shall behold the spider lily. Not only will you see it, but we will personally escort you there. Exciting. Isn't it? Musen Kibutsuji was clearly pleased, showing no anger. Very well. I await it and hope you will not disappoint me. Rest assured. I would never feel at ease without personally escorting you on this VIP express to hell. Recalling the trap he had set in the Infinity Castle, Takedo Machiro revealed a sinister smile. Musen Kibutsuji, immersed in his desire for the blue spider lily, remained oblivious. After a series of detailed discussions on Takedo Machiro's plan, the Demon Slayer Corps began the final preparations. Today's Pillars meeting centered on the decisive battle. With the appointed time drawing ever closer, everyone was encouraged to speak freely. Koyoharu Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, glared with his wide, round eyes, his resonant voice echoing through the room. I never imagined we would soon face Musen Kibutsuji in battle. I can hardly wait. Jiomi Himejima, the Stone Hashira, continued to weep. Indeed, the source of tragedy will soon confront us. If we slay him, millions will no longer be torn apart by death, and our Lord will no longer suffer from the curse's affliction. It is the best outcome. Meanwhile, the perceptive Mitsuri Kenroji pondered. But what of Takedo Machiro? Has he considered his own predicament? Abanai Iguro responded, we need not worry about him. Since he dares to undertake such a task, he would never allow Musen Kibutsuji to discover him, especially not any flaws that might jeopardize the plan. Abanai did not know Takedo Machiro's thoughts but sensed that this man's will to survive surpassed all others. Therefore, he must have devised an escape route. Takedo Machiro's plan also required confronting the demon upper rank one, the one who claimed to be his ancestor. Mr. Takedo said that he could be turned to their side, and whether or not to meet was entirely up to him. Takedo Machiro felt it would be better to meet once. He also wished to understand why, as a swordsman who wielded the original breath style, he had fallen into becoming a demon, and what he was truly thinking at the moment of his transformation. Ju Tomioka remained taciturn, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Shinobu Kocho smiled gently and said, Lady Tamayo and I have prepared quite a quantity of potent poison. We are uncertain whether it will affect Musen Kibutsuji, but it certainly won't be entirely ineffective. Lady Tamayo was relatively well acquainted with Musen Kibutsuji, and the concoctions they had developed together could at least diminish Musen's combat prowess. Tengen Yuzui crossed his arms and remarked, Now, all that remains is to await the commencement of a magnificent final battle. The fiercest-faced, Sanemi Shinazugawa, however, harbored worries as he considered the swordsman's varying levels of strength. The swordsman's abilities are uneven, which is quite vexing. Even if, according to Takedo's plan, the decisive battle relies chiefly on the elite fighters and the others merely participate symbolically, at the very least they must be capable of self-preservation. The swordsmen undergoing pillar training were, in truth, not entirely satisfactory. Koyoharu Gotoj expressed understanding. There is no need for concern. Our goal is solely Musen Kibutsuji. How are Kaijiro Rengoku and Tanjiro doing? Rengoku Kaijiro and his father were currently instructing Tanjiro in the use of the Dance of the Fire God. Within the sanctuary left by Takedo, there remained a portrait of Yorichi Tsujikuni, the user of the sun-breathing technique, aiding Tanjiro in mastering his breathing technique. During this period, the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps had increased significantly. In Takedo's letter, it was noted that the issue of the stripes should be left to fate. When facing Musen Kibutsuji, as long as one survived, one would inevitably surpass one's limits. There is absolutely no problem. His mastery of the dance of the fire goddess breathing technique is already quite advanced, Rengoku Kaijiro said joyfully. Indeed, Koyoharu Gotoge nodded. The azure spider lily is ready. Sentiet? Shinobu Kocho took a deep breath, understanding her lord's intent. It is prepared. Excellent, my children, Koyoharu Gotoge said, sitting upright as ever. The decisive battle is about to begin. I hope you will protect yourselves well and adapt to circumstances. Once Takedo's signal is given, act immediately. The objective: to sever Musen Kibutsuji's head. Yes, sir. The moonlit night quietly descended. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a single azure spider lily emitted a faint white glow from the flowerbed. After nightfall, the spider lily would wither completely. Its blooming period was even shorter than that of the epiphyllum, and it only blossomed under the sun, hence, Musen Kibutsuji had searched a millennium without success. Yet now, he no longer needed to worry about such matters. Nezuko, who monitored the Demon Slayer Corps, reported, they have found the azure spider lily. It is currently at the headquarters. Takedo said this is a gift for him. She had already located the precise position of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Gotoge residence, through blood demon art. Musen Kibutsuji was naturally pleased with this gift and resolved to go in person. He did not even notice Takedo's blatant mockery and strode forward with head held high toward the path of no return. Is it about to end? The system cautiously inquired. Takedo nodded and requested to exit the demon transformation state. Tomorrow morning will inevitably be the time of his demise. Musen Kibutsuji hailed from the Gotoge family. Because of him, the Gotoge clan had long been cursed. Only by killing him would the curse be lifted. The Gotoge family and the Demon Slayer Corps harbored no concealment of their murderous intent. Musen Kibutsuji continued to stroll leisurely through the Gotoge estate, as if on a casual walk. After all, the Gotoge family could be considered his ancestral home. He soon arrived before the main house and saw Koyoharu Gotoge seated inside, awaiting him. What a grotesque spectacle! Musen Kibutsuji sneered upon first sight. Although Annabella shared the burden of the curse, traces still marred Gotoge's face. Musen's words were not entirely unfounded. Koyoharu Gotoge remained unruffled and calm. We finally meet. His eyesight had not yet failed, so he could clearly see Musen's form. He also understood why Takedo had worn such an expression when facing the fading curse marks last time. Truly, it resembles you quite well. I have long known you would come. You harbor deep loathing for our Gotoge clan and have persistently sought the azure spider lily. Therefore, you would come in person. Musen Kibutsuji, however, appeared somewhat disappointed. Yet, at this moment, I feel a bit disheartened. The head of the clan who has obstructed my grand design over 1,000 years has come to such a sorry state. Now I understand why that child refuses even to kneel before you. Although he himself was also unwilling to kneel. The child you speak of, is that Takedo? Koyoharu Gotoge suddenly laughed. Takedo often says your mind is not very sharp, and now it seems that is indeed true. He had assumed that Musen would at least be somewhat wary of the atmosphere upon entering the headquarters, but it was clear he had overestimated him. Was Musen simply overconfident, or truly that foolish? Then, as if addressing the eternal question, the two engaged in a profound philosophical debate. Musen Kibutsuji pursued so-called eternal immortality. But this was impossible, for it was the law of the world. Beings who did not serve the world's progress were destined to be eliminated. Demons were such beings. Koyoharu Gotoge told Musen that it was the human will that endured eternally, just as the Demon Slayer Corps determination to slay Musen was unwavering. Yet, Musen dismissed this, for he was on the cusp of obtaining what he had long desired. You probably do not yet realize it, but your efforts to find the azure spider lily have been for me alone. This method was told to me. Musen approached the flower bed and lowered his gaze upon the seemingly ordinary flower. Now I can finally possess this thing. I suppose I was mistaken in my judgment of you, Gotoge. He did not turn back, thus missing the smile at the corner of Gotoge's mouth. He reached out toward the azure spider lily. The next moment, the flower's stamen emitted a golden light. Musen immediately raised his hand to shield his eyes but could not ward off the attack coming from beneath. A massive formation covering the entire courtyard appeared beneath Musen, and a pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the night as brightly as day in an instant. Though timid, Musen's caution was an advantage. He was highly sensitive to the approach of danger. He immediately transformed into a gigantic infant form, blocking the overwhelmingly broad attack ascending from below. However, this could not completely defend him, for the rising sun formation was a genuine solar assault. When Takedo had asked the system to exchange for this skill, He had already contemplated how to deploy it. If luck favored them, it could outright kill Muzan. But luck was evidently not on their side. Muzan possessed many survival techniques, though at least they had drawn out a skill, which was a small victory. Muzan was in a particularly disheveled state. Having just endured an attack nearly akin to the sun itself, his flesh armor was riddled with wounds, and his body had suffered considerable damage, barely able to regenerate. He now needed to find a place to recuperate and tend to his injuries, so he intended to summon Nezuko to teleport him back to the Infinity Castle. Trying to escape, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing him to shudder and turn sharply. It was upper rank 3, the one he had personally transformed into a demon, yet the number representing the 12 Kazuki no longer appeared in his eyes. At this juncture, Muzan fully comprehended that he had been utterly outmaneuvered by the Demon Slayer Corps. "You scoundrel!" At this moment, all that remained within him was impotent rage, for he had just suddenly realized that his connection with Nezuko had been severed. Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon King, stood there, speechless and helpless. Tokiori smiled softly, his tone light and ethereal. He lifted his cane, gave it a slight twist, and drew his sword. "Since you've come, don't be so eager to leave. The gifts I've brought you are far more than just these." He raised the blade high. From the obsidian-hued long sword, 5 colored smoke swirled forth, transforming into 5 divine birds that encircled the grievously wounded Muzan like an iron cage. Within this cage, the 5 divine birds simultaneously emitted a prolonged cry before transforming into beams of light that swiftly struck Muzan, exerting their utmost effort to delay his recovery. "Wow, impressive, player. What is this move called?" The system sounded like an amused onlooker. Tokiori smiled faintly. "How does it feel? Although I wasn't entirely willing. This name seems fitting for the current situation." He pointed his sword directly at Muzan. "Breath of the Phoenix, 8th form. Phoenix's cry at Mount Chishan." Since Yoriichi Tsujikuni, this marked the first time the Demon Slayer Corps had launched a large-scale assault upon Muzan Kibutsuji. Up to this point, Muzan had suffered severe injuries. Previously, Tokiori had inscribed the Rising Sun formation within the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki estate, patiently awaiting Muzan's self-entrapment. Once he stepped into the trap, the formation would activate, allowing for an ideal swift execution. Unfortunately, Muzan had prepared contingencies. Thus, the battle could only become a prolonged war of attrition. Tokiori expanded the barrier, severing his link with Nezuko, while simultaneously signaling his comrades to swarm forward. Overwhelming numbers would surely drown him. "Just kidding," he added with a smile. "Though Muzan's blood poison buff is now ineffective, thanks to Lady Tamayo's prophylactic measures." "Tokiori-san." A voice suddenly exploded in his ear, pulling him from his reverie. Tanjiro looked at him with great excitement. He was no longer in his demon form, and this filled Tanjiro with joy. "Tanjiro," Tokiori responded calmly, "you have done well." Tanjiro nodded vigorously. "It is thanks to you, Tokiori-san. Your battle plan and objectives. We will surely accomplish them." Tokiori nodded. "Then why are you still standing here? Go." He executed a beautiful sword flourish. "Yes, sir." Tanjiro raised his blade and charged into the barrier alongside Tokiori, engaging Muzan in fierce combat. Present, Muzan was far from being at ease. The formation had inflicted grievous wounds on him. He had to escape swiftly, but Tokiori's barrier trapped him, rendering any retreat impossible. This infuriated him deeply. Though all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps launched relentless attacks, they barely fazed him. For at the very moment his limbs were severed, Muzan completed his full-body regeneration. After all these years, the damage caused by the Nichiren blades was greatly diminished. Tanjiro's use of the Dance of the Fire God paled in comparison to Yoriichi Tsujikuni, a fact Muzan had perceived. Though still wary of Tanjiro, he no longer feared him as he did upon their first encounter. He opened the blade that had been swung at him and then, with a puzzled tone, spoke. "How strange, Tokiori." He actually remembered his name? For a moment, Tokiori was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Should he feel honored? He had always thought Muzan never bothered to recall anyone's name specifically. "There is no hatred in your eyes toward demons," Muzan continued. This was the most perplexing aspect. Despite lacking hatred, Tokiori had risked his own safety to infiltrate Muzan's ranks, even going so far as to become a demon himself. Although Muzan didn't know how Tokiori had reverted to human form, he naturally attributed this anomaly to Tamayo's research. Tokiori's reply was simple. "Hatred is the easiest thing to cloud one's reason. I must keep my mind clear at all times. It's better to bury hatred deep within one's heart." Whether Muzan understood or not was uncertain. Tokiori suspected he did not. "You demon slayers are truly vexing," Muzan said expressionlessly. Perhaps deliberately stalling, he continued. Every meeting is the same old tale, avenging parents and siblings. Even if your family was slain, what then? Accept the reality of survival and continue your former lives. Isn't that enough? Listen. Does that sound like a human-esque words? Tokiori felt his values were brutally shaken. Tanjiro was stunned, unable to believe what he had heard. What nonsense are you spouting? Muzan was truly deranged. Look at him, already babbling incoherently. The barrier's endurance was uncertain. Tokiori glanced upward. There was still a long time until dawn. Yashiro should have found Nezuko by now. With that thought, Tokiori felt reassured. No matter how wildly Muzan ranted, he didn't mind his own worldview being challenged once more. Just treat my being killed by you as an unfortunate natural disaster, he thought. Like earthquakes, torrential rains, volcanic eruptions. No matter how many lives these calamities claim, does anyone seek revenge against them? After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. Rather than clinging to vengeance, wouldn't it be better to find some odd job and live a peaceful life? Makes sense. After listening to Muzan's lengthy monologue, Tokiori's mind was left with only this thought. Hey, don't get swayed. The system nervously set off fireworks, fearing the player might actually side with Muzan. No, I'm perfectly clear. Tokiori silently erased those 4 words and brushed his hair back. His comrades and Tanjiro were all shaken by those earth-shattering words. At this moment, only one phrase echoed in everyone's mind. Shameless. They truly did not know what else to say. That rhetoric seemed familiar somehow. In the midst of silence, a calm voice suddenly pierced through. Not loud, but impossible to ignore. Muzan turned his head, gazing at the demon slayer who had brought him such trouble. Tokiori feigned sudden realization. Oh right, I recall when my uncle who raised me told me those stories. The villain in them had your mindset. I used to wonder, how could anyone think that way? Fortune hides calamity. Calamity leans on fortune. Of course, I don't expect you to understand, but how can you compare yourself to a natural disaster? A natural disaster is an unpredictable phenomenon of nature. Even if it claims lives, we still rely on the land beneath our feet to live. Nature is a profound blessing to us. Given that, why seek vengeance against it and dig your own grave? Tokiori raised an eyebrow and smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. But you are different, aren't you? Without you, the sun would still rise. The land would remain fertile, and perhaps more people would survive. More families spared from tragedy. He tilted his head, broadening his smile. So, how dare you compare yourself to a natural disaster? You shameless scoundrel, you filthy wretch. Did Muzan understand? It didn't matter. Scold first, then strike. Having vented, Tokiori felt somewhat relieved. Muzan's earlier words had dealt a severe blow to his values. He had to retort to salvage his shaken worldview. Muzan was beyond redemption, so there was no need to explain further. He simply did not comprehend Tokiori's meaning and need not do so. He wanted to live. Who didn't he? Everyone around him wished to live. Fear of the unknown gripped them all. The battle devolved into another chaotic clash. Muzan discerned their intentions clearly. Hoping to prolong the battle until dawn, he lifted his gaze to the moon, now high at its zenith. Is that your strategy, Tokiori? I never imagined you could be so foolish, relying merely on these insignificant ants to stall for time. A crossroads symbol appeared above Tokiori's head. Whether we can drag this out until dawn, I do not know. What I do know is that your demise is inevitable. Kibutsuji Muzan detested more than anything being told he would die, and Tokiori was deliberately dancing in his minefield. Sure enough, the mere utterance of the word death caused Muzan's sanity to visibly unravel, and the blood thorns enveloping his body whipped violently in response to his fury. The surrounding Hashira nimbly evaded the onslaught. After witnessing Tokiori's plan, they had spent considerable time training within that peculiar box alongside the stone pedestal said to contain all of Muzan's blood demon arts, developing muscle memory. Although the stone pedestal remained immobile, Muzan certainly did not. Once again, a dazzling, chaotic battle erupted. To be honest, Tokiori had entertained the thought of the spectacle that would unfold if a multitude of breathing techniques were unleashed simultaneously, and now it truly was magnificent. Besieging Kibutsuji Muzan like this made grinding through the mission exhilarating. He seized every opening to jab at Muzan with his sword, causing trouble and, at the same time, keeping an eye on how much time remained until dawn. Koyoharu Utatsuki, having relocated to a secure position, was also monitoring the situation. Since Muzan could not be slain by beheading, the only option was to let him perish under the sun's rays. Suddenly, Tokiori realized his grave error. Why had he not considered initiating the battle at the summer solstice, when daylight is longest and night shortest? The barrier was failing. Tokiori took a deep breath, then plunged his flame-imbued sword into the crown of Muzan-S head. Indeed, the crown was not as impervious as believed. Yet that was not the main point. As the barrier teetered on collapse, Tokiori remained unfazed. He turned to the system and inquired, "How many people currently have the transparent world active?" The system, puzzled, scanned the surroundings. Tanjiro and Jiomei Himejima count as quite a few. Why do you ask? Having Tanjiro with the transparent world was sufficient. Tokiori glanced sideways at Tamayo. From the beginning, she had presented Muzan with a formidable gift. Her poison was sure to bedevil him for a long time. If they could not kill him here, he would inevitably return to the Infinity Castle, his stronghold and his death trap. Tokiori was no longer worried. Activating the transparent world game mode, he quickly observed the strange scars adorning Muzan-S body. Back when he was the sixth in the Infinity Castle, Tokiori had noticed these peculiar wounds and consulted the system. It revealed that these marks corresponded to Muzan-S 5 brains and 7 hearts, the remnants of a fatal strike delivered by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Tokiori had been astonished. It was as if their ancestor was leaving a blueprint for descendants. Here lies the line, cut along it. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was no mere divine messenger, but perhaps the very embodiment of Heaven's will. The system, overhearing Tokiori's thoughts, commented, 6. Do you really think so highly of Yoriichi Tsujikuni? Yet, in some respects, it was not unfounded. Thus, just as in the battle against the lower rank 6, Tokiori approached Tanjiro and patted his shoulder. Tanjiro, do you see those scars on him? Go cut him. Yes. Tanjiro responded without hesitation, wielding the dance of the fire god. Empowered by the transparent world, he struck at Muzan-S wounds as instructed. The Hashira were stunned. Tokiori yawned, calculating the time. It was about right. When Tanjiro finished the final move of the dance of the fire god, flawlessly completing the entire sun-breathing form, the barrier cracked with a sound like shattering glass. Everyone's nerves snapped taut. They all knew this barrier was meant to restrain Muzan and prevent his escape. If it shattered, but there was no use dwelling on it. The moment the barrier fractured, collapsed entirely, a gleam ignited in Muzan-S eyes. Neikime, revenge must wait. First, I must survive. He immediately commanded Neikime to teleport him away. Tokiori did not intervene. After all, dying at home was perhaps the warmest way to go, wasn't it? Right. With the barrier broken, Muzan vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to where to pursue him. Had they truly let him escape? Having come so close to victory, could they really allow him to flee? Anyone else would feel the same reluctance. I'm sorry, Tokiori. Tanjiro, utterly exhausted, supported himself and said, I was useless. If I could have fully harnessed the power of the sun breathing, none of this would have happened. The comrades around him felt equally disheartened. A heavy silence fell. Tokiori sighed and raised his hand. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ceased, for beams of light shot skyward from a plane not far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. That Shinobu Kocho murmured. She recognized the energy. The pillars of light were identical to those emitted by the formation Tokiori had set up in the courtyard. Tokiori, already floating along gleefully, said, What are we waiting for? Let us go. If we miss this chance, it might truly be lost. Is that Muzan-S lair? The possibility struck them, and without hesitation, a group of Hashira and swordsmen surged forth, sprinting toward the beams. Meanwhile, Koyoharu Utatsuki, anxiously directing the battle, donned Yuzui Tengen's talisman on his head. He knew Muzan would flee back to his lair. While Muzan was absent, Tokiori had already employed a special method to send Yuzui Tengen, who could control Neikime, inside the Infinity Castle, positioning him right behind Neikime. Neikime had no time to react before being subdued. Yuzui carefully manipulated the transformations within the Infinity Castle, striving to remain undetected by the demons dwelling there. However, his concerns proved unnecessary. The only demon who might perceive this was upper rank 1 Kokoshibo, who, for unknown reasons, had yet to act. Upon sensing Lady Tamayo's signal, he immediately took control of Neikime and teleported Muzan back. Though uncertain why, since Lady Tamayo had ordered it, he obeyed. Then he felt a tremendous shock. The Infinity Castle was under attack. Beams of light surged upward, instantly annihilating most of the demons within. There was not just one formation. Tokiori had set up several within the Infinity Castle. Yet, fearing detection and considering Yuzui's presence, he had not covered every inch, allowing Muzan to narrowly escape disaster. But that was inconsequential. Muzan was gravely wounded and would require time to recover. Yet Tokiori had no intention of granting him that reprieve. Manifesting this resolve, Kokushibo appeared near Muzan, bearing his sword. Kokushibo, you arrive at the perfect moment. Quickly eliminate those detestable demon slayers. Muzan rasped. Kokushibo remained motionless, and even the usually obedient Nakaim did not immediately teleport him away. It was no wonder Muzan failed to detect the anomaly. His expression was too calm, as usual, showing barely any change. He slowly raised his hand to grip his sword, assuming a stance. He intended to accomplish what Yoriichi Tsujikuni had not. This had become his obsession. A gentle nudge would set him on that path. Yoriichi Tsujikuni raised his blade toward Muzan. Kokushibo, what do you intend to do? Only then did Muzan Kibutsuji discern the anomaly in Kokushibo's demeanor. He sought to evade it, but it was far too late. The breath of the moon clung to the blade, descending upon him with unwavering resolve. Amidst a cascade of lunar radiance, Kokushibo recalled an encounter just a day prior, when Tokizui and he had crossed paths within the corridors of the Infinite Castle. Tokizui had said to Kokushibo, I truly cannot fathom why you persistently pursue Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The breath of the sun bears its own distinct qualities. Why then do you believe the breath of the moon falls short in comparison? Each breathing style boasts its own merits, and the breath of the moon is no exception. Granted, the lore may decree the breath of the sun supreme, but this is no whimsical decree of a creator, it is the reality of our world. System, your ability to toggle between game and reality is remarkably deft. Tokizui, what else could it be? Kokushibo took these words to heart. As Tokizui, a being of flight, moved with great swiftness, he soon reached the origin of the radiant beam. In the rare plains of the mountainous Neon region, devoid of any shelter, Tokizui established yet another barrier. At this moment, only an hour remained before dawn. Is the night long? No, in truth, it is rather fleeting. Would you not agree, 999? Tokizui stepped back a few paces, just as the ground suddenly gave way beneath him. The complex Infinite Castle erupted from the earth. Seizing the opportunity amid the fierce struggle between Kokushibo and Muzan Kibutsuji, Abuyoshiki Kaneo swiftly unleashed the entirety of the Infinite Castle. Having accomplished this, he promptly retreated, departing from the Infinite Castle. Muzan Kibutsuji had sensed something amiss but could not afford to divert his attention from controlling Nezuko. The moment he felt he had gained dominion over her, he struck with lethal certainty. Then the Infinite Castle collapsed. Muzan emerged, disheveled and covered in grime. His gaze met Tokizui's. Tokizui raised a hand and shook it gently. Congratulations, Lord Muzan. In the end, even the Infinite Castle that might have obscured the sun was destroyed by your own hand. Muzan had changed greatly. His hair had turned white. His entire body was enshrouded in eerie blood thorns, and though his wounds were healing, they appeared faster than he could mend them. These injuries were inflicted by the breath of the moon. Following the divine dance of the flame god, the breath of the moon followed in swift succession. So 999, how fares your breathing? Tokizui curled the corner of his mouth. For so many years, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had strived to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, to surpass his prodigious younger brother. Now, with a shift in perspective, that very ambition had become Muzan Kibutsuji's death warrant. Tokizui did not raise the sword in his hand. Give Yoriichi a chance to see if he can hold Muzan at bay until dawn. And so, he watched with delight from the sidelines. Kokushibo, chop his arm. Kokushibo, sever his head. Ah, just a bit closer. He cheered and encouraged for a while, as comrades arrived one after another. Together, they witnessed a demon fiercely assailing the Demon King. Their expressions were remarkable. Perhaps it was the first time they had seen a demon capable of fighting Muzan Kibutsuji and still surviving after so long. Because she wished to witness Muzan's demise with her own eyes, Tamayo had come along as well. At the sight of Kokushibo, she was utterly astonished. Is that Yoriichi Tsujikuni? No, it's not. In a fleeting glance, she had mistaken Yoriichi Tsujikuni's figure for that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni himself. Tamayo found this somewhat incredible. The only time she had ever seen Yoriichi Tsujikuni was during his battle with the Demon King, and in this very scene, the image overlapped perfectly with the heroic aura of Yoriichi at that time. Though they were twins, this was the first time Tamayo had ever thought of them as the same person. Yoriichi paused, then resumed his ruthless assault on Muzan Kibutsuji. Moonlight danced with the night air, fluttering everywhere, as a faint gleam of white began to emerge on the horizon. For some reason, Tokizui felt that Yoriichi's forcefulness in attacking the Demon King bore a trace of personal grievance. Yet Yoriichi's mindset was simple. He had always wished to become Yoriichi Tsujikuni, or rather, to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. When Tamayo uttered Yoriichi's name just now, he had expected to feel resentment or anger at being mistaken for Yoriichi, as if it were an insult. But none of that came. Instead, he felt a sense of release. He simply thought that becoming Yoriichi might not be so difficult after all, so long as he accomplished what Yoriichi could not. His hands moved unceasingly, swiftly severing Musane's head once again, paying no heed to Musane's curses or agonized screams. Lady Tamayo, do you think we can slay Muzan tonight? Tokizui suddenly asked, as everyone gathered to watch Muzan Kibutsuji being betrayed by his own subordinates. Tamayo's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Hearing Tokizui's question, she did not dare to be certain, but still answered, yes. We must kill him. Without question, the first to shake off his shock was the Wind Pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, who gripped his blade and charged forward. Tokizui felt the need to pull him back. Don't go. Be careful or he might mistake you for a foe and cut you in two. Within the barrier, the breath of the moon flitted about relentlessly. To rush in recklessly would almost certainly result in being cleanly sliced apart. Sanemi was somewhat resentful. So we can only watch then? The outcome is to kill that thing anyway, so why concern ourselves with how? Tokizui smiled. Who kills him is not important. What matters is that Muzan Kibutsuji will die. Butterfly Shinobu shook her head. But demons cannot kill demons, especially not Muzan. Tokizui gazed toward the distant horizon. Nothing can slay Muzan except the sun. As the time of sunrise approached, no other stratagem was necessary. After all, any plan is merely to buy time. Trapping Muzan Kibutsuji beneath the sunlight is their ultimate goal. Relax now, watching the sunrise isn't so bad. This chosen location was not only a plain but also an excellent vantage point for the dawn. Yet the comrades did not relax to watch the sunrise. All eyes remained fixed on the unfolding battle. After all, the Demon Slayer core mission was to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, while Tokizui's goal was perfection. Not a single soul must perish. If the result sufficed, that was all that mattered. Thus, this so-called final battle needed not be a grandiose spectacle. As time passed, the horizon brightened. The sun was about to rise. Not only had they noticed this, but Muzan Kibutsuji had as well. His face was etched with terror as he desperately sought escape. But the barrier barred his path. Then, Yoriichi Tsujikuni's long blade pinned him firmly to the ground. Yoriichi's resolve overcame the demon's instinctive fear of sunlight. Facing the dawn, he suppressed Muzan Kibutsuji with unyielding force. At the moment the sun broke free from the horizon, the moonlight poured down. In that instant, the sunrise radiated brilliance yet could not overshadow the lunar glow. Tokizui found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the true breath of the moon. Sun and moon shine as one. Muzan Kibutsuji was dead. Yet it still felt unreal. Many Demon Slayer core swordsmen found themselves suddenly adrift, lost without the presence of demons to fight. The final battle was not as spectacular as imagined, nor was it magnificent or drenched in blood. In fact, the one who ultimately slew Muzan Kibutsuji was not human but one of his own demons. Touch ironic. But the Wind Pillar had said it did not matter. Only the outcome needed to be good enough. Tokizui's thoughts were simple. Many had wished to kill Muzan Kibutsuji with their own hands, but their strength was insufficient. If so, there was no need to throw themselves to death recklessly. Kibutsuji Muzan's only advantages lay in his bloodborne poison buff and his near immortality, while his sole vulnerability was sunlight. Given this, let him be exposed without refuge beneath the sun's rays. Let him be the one to slay Nezuko and bring ruin upon Infinity Castle. It would suffice for Yoriichi Tsujikuni to merely restrain him. In the end, as Yoriichi Tsujikuni witnessed Kibutsuji Muzan's dissolution, he himself lost the will to continue living. He achieved what Yoriichi Kagen never could, yet a sudden emptiness welled up within his heart. Ultimately, facing the sun, he too vanished. Lady Tamayo, having lost all hope to carry on, only yearned to reunite with her husband and child. Yet, Yashiro grasped her arm, beseeching her to live alongside him, not to abandon him alone. After a moment of hesitation, Lady Tamayo could not resist Yashiro's desperate entreaties and consented. The two still had a long journey ahead. With Kibutsuji Muzan's demise, the curse upon the Kamadu family dissipated. The cursed marks upon Koyoharu Kamadu and Annabella faded away. Annabella expressed her satisfaction, relieved finally to be free from such torment. The system then returned her to her original world. No matter whom she might trouble there, others were to remain uninvolved. Following the curse's remission, Koyoharu Kamadu's health gradually improved. He no longer needed to fret over the premature deaths of his descendants nor exhaust himself devising ways to secure their futures. Now, he was engaged in one final task, arranging the futures of his swordsmen. Most Demon Slayer core members possessed no skills beyond demon hunting, So he arranged for the younger swordsmen to continue their education and sponsored their establishment of dojos, clinics, or small shops. In short, they endeavored to integrate the swordsmen into a life without demons. Half a month later, after the climactic battle against Kibutsuji Musen, many of the Hashira remained wounded and required time to heal. Thus, the celebration banquet was scheduled for 2 weeks hence, ensuring all could participate. Tokiori Izumi chose this moment to depart. There were many subsequent matters to attend to, but regardless of what the Demon Slayer Corps might face in the future, those were concerns for Koyoharu Kamadu. Izumi went to visit the place where Kibutsuji Musen perished. Fearing Musen's incomplete death, he had nearly excavated that site to the depth of 3 shovels, wary of missing even the smallest fragment of flesh. The system submitted the results of his mission for review. Whether due to busyness or other reasons, the company above remained silent for a long while, leaving Izumi anxious. His thoughts were restless until finally, the system delivered a message. Perfect ending achieved. Player exit from dungeon. Rewards ready to be claimed. Seemed everything was in order. It was time to log off. He raised his hand, stretched lazily, and turned his steps toward the harbor. Returning to that land at this time was not difficult. Many renowned Japanese literary figures favored traveling there. After all, amid Japan's transitional era, that region remained a utopia in the hearts of most Japanese commoners. As for what transpired upon arrival, no need to elaborate. He purchased a ticket for the ship to Busan. From there, one could take the railway to Fengtian. Naturally, he had no real intention of going. It was merely to set the mood for logging off. He instructed Fushimi to return and inform the Kamadu clan head and his former colleagues that he was going home. A wanderer's heart yearns for home. Thus, he would not bid farewells individually. Fushimi need not return either. Reluctantly, Fushimi flew away, glancing back thrice. Izumi waited at the dock for the ship's departure. Are you truly not going to bid them farewell? The system, still somewhat melancholy, inquired. Without a word, he departed. They would never meet again. Izumi gazed toward the distant horizon. If only the manga were drawn a bit more beautifully, he mused, a touch poetic. Those who understand would understand. Yet, the ticket he had purchased was for a nighttime departure. It was not pretentiousness but rather the only ticket available. Therefore, when Tanjiro Kamadu appeared within his line of sight, Izumi was not surprised in the least. Unable to bear seeing Tanjiro floundering like a headless fly, asking passers-by if they had seen a man with a phoenix tattoo on his face, Izumi finally called him over. Only then did Tanjiro notice Izumi standing by the seaside, staring into the distance. He ran over, unsure what to say. Izumi looked down at him. Is there something you need? In other words, if not, you may leave. Tanjiro lifted his head. Sir Izumi, must you leave today? Izumi nodded. Yes. It is time to log off and claim my reward. Tanjiro hesitated before asking, could you postpone it for 1 day? The celebration banquet. Izumi smiled faintly. My bond with the Demon Slayer Corps rested solely upon a common enemy. Now that the Demon King is dead, the bond has ended. Sensing Izumi's desire to cut ties decisively, Tanjiro ceased his entreaties. He understood that returning home was also Izumi's obsession. Then, may I write to you in the future? May I come to see you? Tanjiro requested. Izumi was taken aback, his expression darkening. No, if you come, you will never find me. Tanjiro was puzzled. Why? Izumi turned toward the distant sea. Over 20 years ago, my homeland waged war against you. You won. After landing, within 4 days, you slaughtered a city of more than 20,000 to a mere 36 survivors. Tanjiro's expression changed instantly. He loathed Kibutsuji Musen for his countless murders, yet those were accumulated over a millennium. But within 4 days, he seemed to understand why Izumi always carried a certain distance from them. But you need not be surprised. War is always such. Yet deep-seated hatred is etched into the bones. Izumi did not look back. He had to board the ship. Tanjiro Kamadu, whom do you think resembles a demon more, Kibutsuji Musen or them? Tanjiro was speechless. Izumi did not press the boy further. After all, he was still young. Demons arise from humans, humans are demons. Izumi donned his hat. Therefore, Tanjiro Kamadu, in the eyes of me and my countrymen, you are demons. Should I see you or any of those who fought alongside you on my homeland's soil, we can only be enemies. Tell them this plainly. I hope we never meet again. With that, he strode toward the ship. He knew Tanjiro was still watching him, but he did not look back. Izumi opened his eyes. He pushed open the game pod and stepped out, taking a deep breath as he regarded the company president seated upright as ever. The old man still wore that same smile. How do you feel? Good, Izumi answered honestly. Life in that world had been fairly pleasant. The game was crafted with remarkable care, so much so that it sought to enhance the player's experience by creating such a world. Other game companies should take note. As Izumi pondered idly, the president explained that, by some unknown means, the reward, the $10 billion, had already been transferred to him. Truly, how could such a vast sum evade detection by banks? Then the president assured him not to worry. It was not deposited in a bank. Remember that Paradise Realm? He was gifted another, free of charge. A choice of necklace, ring, kettle, or box form. An 800-square-meter villa filled entirely with cash, accessible at any time. A clever arrangement, truly generous. Although initially displeased, Izumi now found it quite considerate. You ask why I did not seek revenge for that initial threat? $10 billion. One question I want to ask. How do you prioritize your missions? It was something that had always puzzled him. The foremost objective of the perfect mission was to ensure that those who were not destined to perish would remain alive, and he accomplished this. Yet, according to that world and the manga forums, quite a few wished for characters who had already met their end to be revived. For instance, Kane Kocho, the Flower Hashira, or Sabito and Makomo from Mount Sagiri. However, the moment he arrived was no longer within the window of opportunity to save them. Or, to put it another way, why not send him directly to the Heian period and eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji the instant he was born? The boss discerned the thoughts in his heart and sighed inwardly. Ultimately, no matter how clever one is, there are always areas in which one is less adept. Our mission releases are the collective desires of countless worlds. As you have seen, many people refuse to let their beloved characters die. They yearn for their happiness. Hence, these tasks exist. Tokio naturally understood this. The boss rose and walked over to a nearby machine, gazing at the screen before him. I am not oblivious to what you are contemplating. We have tried in the past. Come, take a look at this. The boss summoned the image from one of the screens and projected it. Tokio followed the display with his eyes. A world without Muzan Kibutsuji, where the Kamadu family all survive, living in bliss and harmony. Ju Tomioka and his sister lead a peaceful life. Sabito and Makomo are under Sakanji Urokadaki's care, also happily so. Kane Kocho remains with Shinobu Kocho and their parents, and the future presumably holds even greater promise. Sanemi Shinazugawa has escaped his abusive father and is flourishing. Michiro Takedo lives alongside his elder brother. The Rengoku family is free from the curse's influence, and with their abilities, there is naturally no cause for concern. In summary, without Muzan Kibutsuji, many find happiness. Yet, not all. Tokio saw that Kaneo Tsuyuri, originally the Kocho sisters' ward and the heir to the insect Hashira, was not rescued by the Kocho sisters and was still sold into the red light district. Mitsuri Kinroji, the love Hashira, had yet to find her ideal partner and never crossed paths with Abanai Iguro. Kodoha, fleeing her husband's abuse, escaped into the forest and ultimately perished there with her child. Many things were still altered. The boss turned off the projection. Do you understand now? Yes. Tokio naturally comprehended. In the end, every thread is connected. Muzan Kibutsuji's villainy was vast, but he did provide many with a path forward. The company attempted to simply kill Muzan outright, but found that many stories could not be seamlessly connected afterward. What was meant to resolve lingering regrets only deepened them. Frankly speaking, a perfect, complete resolution is impossible. We can only rank desires and prioritize the main cast. Suddenly, Tokio thought of something else. Say, do you have other games? This game is genuinely quite engaging. I imagine one could visit other worlds within it, where one might even encounter various books and celebrities. So, boss, shall we sign the contract? It's definitely not for the money. The boss laughed, producing the contract. He would never admit that he had been scheming all along. After poring over the contract for quite some time and ensuring there were no strange or troublesome clauses, Tokio finally signed it. I'll go back and catch up on manga and TV shows. It'll make work easier later. You should catch up on your series too, so your next journey is more relaxed. Tokio smiled. Got it, maybe next time. Speaking of which, since I've already cleared the game, the manga must be even more complete now. I'll go take a look. The shimmering river surface reflected the setting sun, stretching his shadow long. There will surely be more fascinating stories ahead. He truly looked forward to them. End of main text. With the game concluded, naturally, he wished to behold his own heroic visage. Tokio felt entirely confident. He was very conscious of his image and was sure he could dazzle the readers. Yet, as soon as he opened the manga and resumed from where he had last left off, he regretted it immediately. For he had forgotten that after the Mugen Train arc came the Entertainment District arc, the Entertainment District, and more Entertainment District. He was cross-dressing. Cross-dressing. Tokio took a deep breath. No, what does the love Hashira's cross-dressing have to do with me, Tokio? No need to dwell on it. He clicked open the manga. The very first scene depicted Tanjiro and his companions training. He had slept for a whole month, nursing his body back to health before awakening. Originally, the first thing he should have done upon waking was to retrieve the plan that the Sound Hashira had taken from him, but that was not depicted in the manga. Only through Tanjiro's perspective, upon learning that the Love Hashira had awakened, did he express surprise and joy, then hurriedly dragged Nezuko to Tokio's hospital room. At that moment, Tokio was refining the plan, when these two children burst in recklessly, throwing themselves onto his bedside. He saw in the manga his own hand tremble, leaving a tear in the Plan-S paper. The manga-S Tokio raised his head, a crossroads symbol appearing above it, veins bulging. Yet he maintained a smile. Tokio thought the portrayal was excellent, clearly expressing his frustration, helplessness, and self-delusion. SNT that Tanjiro and Nezuko? What's wrong? The manga-S Tokio's smile contorted, exuding an attitude of, if you don't explain yourselves, then just go to hell. Alas, Tanjiro, the innocent soul, did not notice, and he and Nezuko each held one of Tokio's arms, shedding tears and lamenting their own inadequacy. Tokio patiently comforted them and sent them away. He also declared that he would personally train Tanjiro in the dance of the fire god. That scene was uneventful. Meanwhile, on the forums, ha ha ha, Master Tokio's expression is just too cute. The next day, the head of the main cast stared thoughtfully at the plan with the torn paper. Yoriichi, I don't recall tearing his paper. Plan. Is there really no one to defend me? Master Tokio, a patient, still painstakingly writes the plan, only for the kid to ruin a page as soon as he arrives. So really, no one is going to speak up for the plan? Why would anyone defend the plan? Focus on the owner's mood. Tokio was truly furious at that time. Had Tanjiro not been the main equipment, he might have torn it apart himself. But he hadn't acted on it yet. After a few pages of daily life, the story officially entered the entertainment district arc. First, Tanjiro returns from outside and, on his way to the butterfly estate, happens to witness the Sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, conscripting the butterfly estate's staff. Tanjiro hurried to stop him, sparking a minor conflict with the Sound Hashira. The scene shifts and a figure enters the frame. Yuzui, whether the butterfly estate agrees to your requisition is one matter. If the butterfly estate finds out, I fear you won't be leaving once you enter. Yuzui Tengen had no such concerns. Desperate to save his wives, he disregarded all else. Then, in the manga, a dialogue box appeared above Tokio's head, representing his thoughts. Aren't you afraid the butterfly Hashira will stand over your bed with a syringe in the middle of the night? Huh? They actually drew that. Ha ha ha. Standing bedside in the dead of night. Butterfly Shinobu. Sound Hashira. Time for your injection. Butterfly Golden Lotus? Ha ha ha, genius. Midnight Butterfly Shock. Sound Hashira. I don't care. I have to save my wife. Butterfly. Once you save her, you'll be living at the butterfly estate. Ahem, the butterfly Hashira probably doesn't know about this. It seems the young ladies never informed their elder. But it's not surprising. After slaying the upper moons, everyone was happy, and no one thought of it for a while. Then, the Sound Hashira pulled out the plan Tokio had taken, the incomprehensible words and strange stick figures truly a bit out of place. Tengen Yuzui was embroiled in a dispute with Takatu I2 over the plan outlined in the proposal. Then, growing impatient with the back and forth, I2 exclaimed, Enough! I'll help you. I'll disguise myself as a woman and go in. Will that do? In that instant, the entire room fell into a profound silence. I2 hadn't noticed this at the time, but now he suddenly realized just how awkward that moment had been. Not to mention the stunned expressions on the faces of the three protagonists. Even the young girls from the butterfly estate, who had been crying moments before, were left speechless. The forum exploded simultaneously. Ah. Takatu in women's clothing. Don't stop me. I can do it. I really can. Hey, how much have you had to drink? Upstairs? Don't hog it all. I want in too. Let me see. Ah. Cross-dressing. Cross-dressing. I've already taken off my pants. Hurry up. Suddenly, a chill ran down I2's spine. Why on earth had he been so reckless as to suggest cross-dressing? It had to be that little idiot's fault. If he hadn't suddenly spoken up beside him, I2 wouldn't have dared to say something like that himself. Still, after donning the disguise, I2 had indeed let himself go, and unsurprisingly, the forum grew even more frenzied. Clearing his throat, he believed his appearance was quite convincing, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he was dressed as a woman. From Tanjiro's perspective, the scene of I2 changing outfits was naturally omitted, though a brief silhouette was shown. During the heated exchange between Zenitsu and Tengen Yuzui, I2 was heard sighing wearily from the next room. 3 black lines drooping above his head, as he applied lipstick to his lips. At that moment, he had just changed out of his uniform and into the women's attire, his hair loose and his clothes somewhat disheveled, one shoulder exposed. Fortunately, his slender frame prevented any sense of incongruity. No, why was that scene even included? I too was dumbfounded. Why was that scene shown? Why? Was it really appropriate? Would it not be censored? I too felt his face flush with embarrassment. The forum was even worse. Before he had even fully dressed, it had already gone wild. My underwear has abandoned me. I think Takatu, I can do it. Me too, I think I can. Don't fight me for it. If I take Takatu, I'll sprint 800 meters. No worries, I'll let you run 800 meters first. Being a 1,000 meters runner, I'll catch up. Pants flying off. That half-undone outfit. That loose hair. Stop, don't exaggerate so much. It's rather frightening. I too closed the forum, feigning ignorance of the enthusiastic underwear enthusiasts online. Next, Tengen Yuzui applied makeup to the 3 youngsters. The result was nothing short of earth-shattering and ghost-weeping. In the manga, when I too opened the door and saw the 3's makeup reflected in the mirror, his expression immediately changed. Yuzui, if you're going to do makeup, do it properly. That makeup truly looked like a joke. Then, Tengen Yuzui raised his head and said, "What do you think of my magnificent makeup? Takatu? You look truly beautiful." The collective reaction was one of utter shock. I2's disguise was stunningly beautiful, perfectly capturing the essence of eyes like rippling waves, body swaying like willow branches in the wind. The forum erupted. Hee Takatu hee I2, here lies a victim cause of death. Nosebleed, perhaps other causes too. Upstairs, no driving please. But Takatu really is too beautiful. I suspect I am not a woman. I want to marry Takatu. Me too, me too. Let us not be too rigid about gender. I really wish Takatu would reveal himself in my bed. Tears in my eyes, begging me, upstairs, how much have you had to drink? Actually, this is me, no, don't think too much. I too took a deep breath. There were all sorts of people on that forum. He was so frightened he wanted to change worlds. Of course, this risque situation didn't last long. Soon it was time for I2 and the 3 youngsters to successfully infiltrate a shop in the red light district, each showcasing their unique skills to gather intelligence. Everything proceeded smoothly. The scene then shifted to I2's side, showing him effortlessly playing the part of a delicate green tea girl, competing with Daki, the Upper Moon 6 demon, for patrons. They faced off in a tense contest, causing a few nail-biting moments. However, it ended quickly. Although other events occurred, they were insignificant. Soon, when Daki became enraged over a certain matter, I too appeared before her and demonstrated his tea ceremony. He greeted her with good elder sister, one after another. Even I too himself wasn't sure how he managed to say those words. Daki's anger flared, her gaze cold and sharp as if she wanted to devour him immediately. Then, I too recited the legend of the wicked courtesan, effortlessly dodging Daki's attacks while opening his fan. Could she be so easily provoked? I really overestimated you, didn't I? The fan slowly descended, the golden phoenix pattern faintly glowing. Daki was stunned, and the forum followed suit in astonishment. Wow! Hold on. This is unexpected. Takatu is so versatile. Takatu's tea ceremony is perfect. Shasha, who doesn't tea like a little green tea? Wiping drool. Takatu, hurry up. Serve the tea. Indeed. Green tea isn't tea unpleasant. The key is who's serving it. If Takatu served tea to me, I'd be all for it. This is top-grade green tea, reserved for me alone. Shasha. Well, he had let himself go, and this was the result? I too sighed. There would be plenty more tea-flavored moments ahead. Everyone could look forward to them. Top-grade green tea, coming your way. Daki, furious and humiliated, fought with I2, who revealed his identity and led the demons toward the outskirts. Daki threw out Tengen Yuzui's 3 wives as bait, but I2 decisively ignored them. Then, fighting and walking alongside Daki, they tore through buildings like 100 wild huskies, leaving the entire red light district in shambles. I2 once again reflected that the funds of the Kamadu household were truly burning away. Subsequently, I2 set fire to several houses in the district, keeping ordinary people busy with firefighting so no curious onlookers interfered. After the barrier was erected, Tengen Yuzui wielded his twin blades and severed Daki's head. Then came Daki's iconic scene, clutching her head and wailing in agony. Yuzui found it hard to believe. It had been too easy. I2 reminded him, there's still another demon. You have to decapitate both simultaneously. Yuzui's style shifted to chibi form, with 2 floating thought bubbles above his head representing his mental state. One showed I2's plan, that double-headed stick figure simultaneously removing its own head. The other displayed Yuzui's thought. No wonder you wrote it like that, so that's what you meant. So, he hadn't understood the plan at all before? And yet dared to carry it around? The man was somewhat absent-minded. Then, Yuzui questioned I2's decision to send someone to rescue his wives. You drew a picture telling someone to save my wives? Would they understand it? I2's head sprouted a crossroads symbol. I drew it out clearly. How to rescue them is plainly explained. Yuzui's thought bubble was brutally pragmatic. It's precisely because you drew it that it worries me even more. Yuzui glanced around. What if someone followed us? I2 shook his head. The Demon Slayer Corps isn't exactly a secretive organization, so it doesn't matter. Besides, even if someone did follow, the outcome was utterly astonishing. The manga actually captured his thoughts at the time. Even if secrecy was paramount, wouldn't it have sufficed to simply eliminate all those who knew the secret? Shirori Rei still hadn't sensed anything amiss. Unyielding secrecy. As long as everyone is silenced, no one will know the secret. So this is the cruel side of Master Sure. How could I not admire him even more? Did no one notice Master Sure's plan document? What an abstract thing. The essence of stick figures. Well done. It's confusing yet somehow perfectly comprehensible. Indeed, it's both understood and not understood. Sound Pillar remarks. This is far too unpretentious. Master Sure. This is our nation's cipher. Not to be disclosed. Quite right. Shirori Rei sighed. The writing back then was admittedly quite spontaneous, but surely not this exaggerated. Soon after, Daki's cries summoned her brother, and Shirori Rei engaged in a brief skirmish with Tengen Yuzui before decisively pulling Tanjiro Kamado into the fray. Go on, give her 2 slaps. In that instant, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Tanjiro's expression was strikingly out of place. Both Tengen Yuzui and Jutaro ceased fighting, their gazes fixed on Shirori Rei as if questioning their own hearing. Tengen Yuzui voiced his discontent. Shirori Rei explained it was merely to let the child practice. Tengen Yuzui exclaimed, who uses an upper-rank demon to train a student? Shirori Rei imparted some techniques to Tanjiro, who then engaged Daki with the breath of the god of fire in an evenly matched exchange. Were it not for the vast differences between humans and demons, the outcome could have swung either way. Once Daki's dispersed power returned, her strength surged dramatically. As Tanjiro began to falter, Shirori Rei immediately joined the battle, hurling Tanjiro away to safety and standing resolutely before Daki. Oh, Sister Warabi, only a few minutes apart and you've changed so much, he said, his words dripping with feigned innocence, causing the forum to erupt once more. Oh dear. Sister's hair has turned white in an instant. Hey, isn't that Sister Daki? Remember me? I'm Sister Shurna. Good sister, you truly have a magnificent head of hair. This forum has been possessed by green tea vibes. Ha ha ha. I wish Master Sure would call me good sister. What should I do? Confirmed. Master Sure has a green tea flavor. So Master Sure isn't just spicy and plain water flavored, but also green tea flavored. Sure. Sister, I adore your hair. Pluck it for me. Ha ha ha, Master Sure. Keep it up. I want to see more of green tea, sister. Such is the consequence of unrestrained self-expression. Shirori Rei remained unfazed. After all, what was a little green tea? Ever since he donned women's attire, he feared nothing. As the battle raged on, Tengen Yuzui began conversing with the demon. It was worth noting that this country was vast. Balabala. Shirori Rei's expression in the manga conveyed 3 parts confusion, 3 parts bafflement, and 4 parts complete incomprehension. Vast? Which place? His unmasked expression of subway rides, elderly people, and smartphones stood out starkly, especially since he once believed his expression management was impeccable. But truly, describing Japan as vast was a severe test for this native of 9,600,000 square kilometers. A joke? Japan is vast. That joke doesn't land. Some translations are wildly exaggerated. Right, half an island sunk in a tsunami. What does he take the neighboring 9,600,000 square kilometers for? Confidence. Maybe they don't even know about 9,600,000 square kilometers. Can we compare ourselves to Europe? Not to mention the United States or South Korea. Otherwise, it's just too small, right? Ha ha ha. Master Shure's expression seems hesitant to speak. Yuzui, our country is vast. Sure. Look where I come from. Master Shure never forgets his homeland. At the time, he truly hadn't thought much. His expression management was woefully inadequate. Shirori Rei rubbed his temple and continued flipping through the pages. Then came a memorable scene. Jutaro questioned why Tengen Yuzui was immune to poison. Yuzui declared he was a ninja and thus immune to toxins. Shirori Rei swept his gaze up and down and retorted, blood demon art poison is unlike ordinary toxins. Didn't I tell you that from the start? You should find Nezuko to detoxify first. Then, grabbing Yuzui by the collar, he hurled him outside. Though slender, Shirori Rei possessed considerable strength. Tengen Yuzui, with his robust physique, was thrown out with a single hand. Only a fragmented speech bubble echoed Yuzui's furious roar. Shirori Rei. You dog. You jerk. You sly one. You never mind, can't think of more. Master Shi is formidable. He instantly saw through the stubbornness. Notice this handsome man named Xiao Shuai. To aid his poisoned comrade, he thoughtfully threw him out. What kind of short video opening is this? Master Shi is so gentle, even helping the sound pillar detoxify swiftly. At this moment, Nezuko gazes thoughtfully at the descending sound pillar. Once outside the barrier, Yuzui was immediately seized by Nezuko, who appeared gentle yet could be stern when the situation demanded. For instance, when Yuzui tried to rush back despite the poison, she silently grabbed his collar and pulled him back, her face grave as she detoxified him. She was indeed a match for Shinobu Kocho. Meanwhile, Shirori Rei continued to reveal his terrifying side within the barrier. Jutaro remarked that he had no idea whether those houses were inhabited, as some ailing courtesans were abandoned to perish there. Shirori Rei's response was equally startling. Well, it's a release for those people. After all, if they are near death and lack the means for treatment, the suffering would be immense. He spoke as if it were only natural. But you dared to disguise yourself as a woman to deceive my sister. That's utterly outrageous. Shirori Rei's reply was even more candid. The world is treacherous, and people's hearts are fickle. Perhaps one mistakes a beautiful young man for a woman, or notices a stunning companion only to find they are a crossdresser. I am teaching her a lesson. She will thank me in her next life. Jutaro and Daki were momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. This level of brainwashing ability Master Shi is impressive. What to do? I suddenly find Master Shi's words quite reasonable. She'll thank me in her next life. Daki. Something seems off. Master Shi is too funny. My name is Xiao Hong. I'm Xiao Qing, Wang Gang. See, online romances shouldn't rush to meet up. You never know the other's gender. Master Shi teaches well, but maybe next time he shouldn't. But Master Shi's cross-dressing is really so suave. Wipes drool. Don't even mention it, there were many more green tea quotes to come. Do you see? Using words to silence the opponent is a necessary skill in battle. Jutaro was astonished that the Demon Slayer Corps could harbor someone who treated lives so lightly. Shirori Rei sneered, his expression darkening. I'm not talented, but in my half-life, I only despise two people. Guess who? No need to guess. Really, no need. We all understand. Given the environment and the grand backdrop. Truly, there's little more to say. Then, Shirori Rei began to toy with them like walking a dog, infuriating Jutaro to the point of roaring. All you do is hide? Indeed, that was true. How could the Demon Slayer Corps have someone so shameless? You've seen it now, remember this for your next life. In just a few words, he drove the demon siblings to the brink of losing all rationality. Shirori Rei found it immensely entertaining. Truly delightful. Subsequently, the thunderous roar of the breath of sound echoed through the air. Tokiori turned his body, granting Tengen Yuzui ample space to unleash his prowess without restraint. The battle resumed immediately thereafter. Seizing the opportune moment, Tokiori struck with a single sword, severing Daki's head from her body. Why is it always me who gets cut down? Tokiori's mischievous nature surfaced. Who could blame me for jealousy when Sister Wazurahi is so beautiful? Sister, haven't you realized yet? There's no chance of your salvation. He revealed a strikingly beautiful smile and uttered his final words. In the end, what is far more terrifying than demons are humans themselves, for they are willing to make necessary sacrifices to achieve their goals. Like the fire I set, your wickedness is displayed on the surface, but mine lurks deep within the heart. Take heed in your next life, Sister Wazurahi. His seemingly innocent words grew unexpectedly heavy toward the end. Although Tokiori's Daochang, Taoist master, antics are quite endearing, that final sentence truly brings a pang of sorrow. Is the Daochang mocking certain individuals? After all, everyone knows that human evil dwells only in the depths of the heart. It is far more dreadful than any demon. Sigh. Ultimately, the heads of the upper-rank 6 demon siblings were severed. Tokiori addressed the demon siblings one last time. You have confronted the malice of humanity and have felt the rare benevolence among demons. That is enough recompense. After atoning, it is best that you do not return to the human world. Wowu, the Daochang is so gentle. Jiguro Taro and Daki truly moved me to tears. If not for the harshness of the world, who would be driven to such a fate? Though the Daochang is playful, he is remarkably kind. No, whenever I hear playful, I can't help but imagine the Daochang calling everyone sister. calling sister at every turn, and severing demon heads with every strike. Following this, due to the relentless ferocity with which the Demon Slayer Corps had been hunting the upper ranks, Muzan Kibutsuji chose to go into hiding. After a day of relative calm, Tanjiro was summoned to Tokiyori's residence, only to be drawn into a small box and forced into combat against a stone pillar. Could it be the legendary special training to counter Muzan Kibutsuji? As expected of the Daochang, the immortal arts and the creation of a celestial realm are truly magnificent. Tokiori is indeed an immortal. From now on, let us address him as Immortal Tokiori. What Immortal Tokiori? He is the great merciful savior, after all. He should be called the Banisher of Bento Boxes. No. The title should be Intelligence Comes to Me Himself Lord. No, I think Green Tea Tokina Lord is more fitting. You're all wrong. His immortal title is clearly Information Maniac and Bento Kicker Lord. Tokiori. Suddenly, I feel my Taoist titles are quite versatile. No, I have no such immortal or Taoist titles, he thought, covering his face. Thereafter, Tokiori departed from the Demon Slayer Corps to continue gathering intelligence. Within a few days, news arrived of his encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji and his subsequent disappearance. The members of the Corps displayed varied expressions, predominantly sorrow and fury toward the demons. They all understood that if Tokiori perished, they would have to devote their utmost efforts to avenging him. But if he had turned into a demon, only Ju Tomioka, upon hearing the news, bowed his head in contemplation without uttering a word. It must be said that although Ju appears somewhat taciturn, he perceives certain matters with remarkable clarity, perhaps owing to his relative composure. Swords? Could it be a dagger? My Tokiori Daochang. No. Tokiori Daochang is our flower-planting rabbit. Understand, if anyone dares to kill him, we'll storm Little Neon overnight and flatten it. Daggers, begone. Tokiori Daochang. No, there were no daggers. At worst, the parting was merely melancholic. Such is the harsh reality. No matter how deep the bonds, one must sever ties swiftly and decisively. At least, he was unwilling to become a traitor. Several days passed, and the Demon Slayer Corps trained diligently. The scene shifted to the Infinity Castle. Standing before Muzan Kibutsuji was the already transformed Tokiori, whose blood-red eyes and phoenix tattoo, as dark as the night, lent him an alluringly sinister aura. Muzan inquired how he had discovered the blue spider lily. The demonized Tokiori's response was so earnest it made observers anxious. One could almost imagine rushing in to grab Tokiori by the shoulders and shake him wildly. Hey, that's not a good person. You can't help him. Snap out of it. The forum was rife with similar sentiments. Tokiori Daochang. Don't defame our Tokiori Daochang. Death to Little Neon. How could Tokiori become a demon? They are the real demons. Tokiori quickly covered his face. Good heavens. How had he not foreseen this reaction? However, the narrative soon shifted. After Tokiori concluded his counsel to the Demon King and turned around, he revealed a cunning smile, one of triumphant scheming. Perhaps we judged too hastily. Honoring fallen comrades. That smile, is it what we think it is? Surely it must be. Tokiori Daochang remains the clever Daochang. Could it be, as previously suggested, that Tokiori intends to outwit the Demon King? Tokiori Daochang is formidable, waiting eagerly for the Demon King to be outwitted. No need to wait. It had already happened. Tokiori sighed deeply. The Demon King was, in truth, quite easily deceived. Since the manga unfolds from the protagonist's perspective, after Tokiori's initial ruse, the viewpoint swiftly returned to the original narrative. This involved their attempt to enter Tokiori's residence to collect his belongings, only to be trapped in a demoness labyrinth. Eventually, they gave up. The only one able to enter, Tanjiro, was so provoked by the experience that he began training frantically, neglecting Tokiori's instructions entirely. He had completely forgotten that Tokiori had asked him to tidy the house. Tokiori watched dumbfounded. Wait, shouldn't you be trying to figure out how to enter my house? Don't rush into sorrow, first consider my character design. Why aren't you tidying my house? Tanjiro, are you an imbecile? Don't be so quick to grieve. Why not visit my house first? Don't forget my pitiful plan book is still gathering dust inside. Next, Tokiori met with the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. Their interaction was awkward, culminating in a half-hearted battle. Afterwards, Rengoku gazed at Tokiori's departing figure with regret before hastily returning to report. However, he completely forgot about the plan book Tokiori had mentioned and deemed the matter insignificant. At this point, Tokiori's mind was filled with exasperation, veins bulging in frustration. Following this was the incident involving Kokoshibo, whom Tokiori easily tricked to his demise, then engaged in a lengthy conversation with Kokoshibo, spinning a web of deception. Much time passed before Tokiori finally encountered Tanjiro once more. After a brief skirmish, he instructed Tanjiro to clean his study. Finally, Tokiori Daochong has reminded us. Tanjiro, this feels vaguely familiar. Have I heard this from Mr. Tokiori somewhere before? Call him Daochong? No, call him Immortal Lord. Yes, as expected of Immortal Tokiori, Master Strategist. Victory assured from 1,000 miles away. So how did Immortal Tokiori avoid succumbing to Muzin's demon transformation? Because he is Immortal Tokiori. Understood, Immortal Lord. I bow to you. Immortal Lord. Bless me. No, it was all thanks to the system, the ultimate cheat code. Tokiori continued reading the forum posts. But seeing the conversation between Immortal Tokiori and the Flame Hashira is truly bittersweet. Indeed, despite being comrades, they must pretend not to know one another. Heartbreaking. Although it is evident that Takedo is merely acting, the Flame Hashira remains unaware. I willingly plunged into darkness to slay demons. Wah! Compose yourself. Takedo is just pretending. Yet, it still feels so sorrowful. Has no one noticed Takedo's sword? Drawing the blade from his chest. Huff, huff. I can do it. Stop, you cannot. From the very beginning, the manga clearly establishes that Takedo Machiro deliberately transformed himself into a demon. Presumably, to avoid certain contradictions, this was explicitly stated from the outset. Thus, as one witnesses the ensuing scenes, they acquire an added layer of amusement. Even dragging Kaijiro Rengoku into the jest does not surpass this. Then, upon encountering Tanjiro, he is even reminded to head to the study, and the portrait of Kitoshi Aisama is explained thoroughly. Tanjiro indeed leads his companions there, gaining an entirely new appreciation for the exquisite beauty of the Flame Hashira's mansion. Truly fitting for the flower-planting rabbit. Wow, it's Southall Gardens. How splendid. One can tell Takedo put great effort into this. It must be out of longing for his homeland. Then, at the very moment when Tanjiro and his companions behold the statue of Kitoshi Aisama, they nearly cleave it in two. Kitoshi Aisama. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Kitoshi how disrespectful to the immortal master. This is none other than Kitoshi Aisama. Ha ha ha, I was actually scared by Kitoshi Aisama when I was a child too. After all, his visage is truly fierce. But we all still pay homage to him during exams. My household venerates the literary star. It is not unusual for Kitoshi Aisama to be placed in the study, yet the Japanese truly do not grasp this principle. Muchiro is puzzled. Given the abundance of yokai in Japan, why would anyone fear a mere Kitoshi Aisama? Even their temples may not be populated solely by benevolent bodhisattvas. Startled, Tanjiro steps forward first, inspecting the base of the deity's statue. With a gentle touch, the structure of the entire house shifts in the next instant, reminiscent of the drum house they had once seen. They must locate, within this space, the plan documents and letter that Takedo carefully concealed. Finally, they pursue his plan documents, a feat not easily accomplished. If Tanjiro delays further, Takedo might truly resort to climbing the Master's window in the dead of night. There is also the letter he wrote. After enduring a series of trials within the secret chamber, Tanjiro at last discovers Takedo's letter. Upon opening it, the content appears normal with nothing amiss. However, on the reverse side of the paper suddenly appears the chilling phrase, "I am watching you." This frightens Tanjiro so profoundly that he nearly throws the letter away. In that instant, he surely could not conceive of any way to refute the impracticality of that statement. Ha ha ha! Such an oppressive aura. It has the vibe of a horror film. The oppressive presence of a homeroom teacher. Tanjiro, I was so scared my hands shook. This must surely be Takedo's dark sense of humor. Indeed, it was a casual addition, which he found immensely amusing. Judging by Tanjiro's expression, it was certainly entertaining. Regardless of whether the letter contained any further issues, Tanjiro promptly took Takedo's plan documents to the master, leaving the decision to the Lord. The scene shifts to Takedo within the Infinity Castle, seemingly engaged in some activity as he rises to his feet. He turns his gaze toward a certain direction, revealing a smile. Wow, wallpaper. Wallpaper. I've had it all along. Ever since Takedo cross-dressed, huff huff. Takedo is so handsome. Hee hee. By the way, shall we discuss Takedo's plans? No rush, no rush. Takedo has his own methods. Everything has its destined course. Muzan Kibutsuji's fate is to perish. I suspect Takedo will have Muzan stand directly under the sunlight, judging from how he teased the Demon King. Exactly, if you wish to overcome sunlight, you must face it head-on. So, Muzan, come, let us bask in the sun. Ha ha ha, the Lord upon seeing this plan. Let me see what Machiro intends. After reading 6. The Lord declares, impressive, my swordsman. Yet, this is hardly a plan in itself. Any combat strategy requires the backing of strength. Well, it is true that Iwagami Sanemi's prowess is formidable. Ultimately, even the Demon King was deceived unto his demise. Then, outside, Takedo encounters Ju Tomioka. After their exchange, Ju bluntly points out that Takedo is not truly amnesiac, despite his insistence otherwise. So, last time, Flame Hashira. So, brother, last time. So, Takedo was just messing around last time, wasn't he? Who could have imagined? Takedo is a man of humor too. A man of merriment. A merry soul, merriment reigns supreme. This also indirectly proves Takedo fears nothing, as he has prepared everything. Everyone, hurry to the neighboring gaming forum. Takedo appears to be collaborating. Really? Which game? They only said it was a game, didn't he specify which? We'll wait for details, dear. A game? Takedo is momentarily stunned. That company can evidently traverse various worlds. Who would have thought it could even venture into games? One wonders what game it might be, and what role Takedo would assume within it. A tantalizing mystery. Before long, after receiving the letter from Tanjiro, the Abuyashiki master convenes a meeting of the Hashira to deliberate Takedo's plan. Yorichi and Lady Amain refine the plan, and after discussions with the other Hashira, they finalize the battle strategy and personnel assignments. According to Takedo's proposal, they must first elevate Tanjiro's level, the one who initially mastered the breath style. To avoid favoritism, they commence Hashira training sessions. For the foreseeable future, the Demon Slayer Corps is engrossed in rigorous training. It appears manageable, though the Hashira's varying personalities render the Corps members rather unfortunate. The Hashira training spans numerous pages. Takedo is absent, and the forum does not focus specifically on his situation. Only in the final page does his silhouette briefly appear. He stands amidst darkness, uttering a phrase towards something unseen. From here onward, it's up to you. Who is Takedo speaking to? This feels utterly chilling. Am I imagining things? Most likely, yes. I'm not so sure. Even through the book, I feel an eerie terror. Could it be that Takedo is summoning spirits? Have some confidence. Takedo is now a demon. Let me guess. Takedo is employing his unparalleled immortality technique to summon his familiar. What kind of Pokemon opening is this? At that moment, it seems he is speaking with Annabella. He instructs her to prepare to deal with Doma. Annabella agrees swiftly, as if fearing that any delay might cause regret. Such regret is unnecessary. Besides this, Takedo must prepare other matters, such as the execution grounds. Doma, you are done for. The following day, Doma's church welcomes a peculiar girl. Chestnut hair, green eyes, her face marred with red marks, rendering her appearance frightful. She constantly smiles, yet the grin never reaches her eyes. Whether human or demon, anyone who sees her feels a chill down their spine. Doma, however, lacks such sentiments. He finds her rather curious. This girl is filled with mysteries as well, quite intriguing. Little Phoenix will surely adore her. A speech bubble appears above Doma's head with these words. Wow, Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix. I've brought you your favorite mystery. So indulgent, Little Phoenix. Shipping commenced. Though somewhat cult-like, it truly indulges its followers. Toma, are you not up to the task? Quickly lock Shirsenkuin away. Hurry, the little dark room. Are you all incapable? The little dark room, I say. Why is this forum becoming more and more uninhibited? Why must the Demon Slayer manga always harp on whether ships are canon or not? We must remain clear-headed. We want to see passion and heroism, not settle for mediocrity. Tokiori let out a sigh and hastily flipped back through the pages. This scene genuinely embarrassed him. Yet, after seeing so much, it no longer felt quite so awkward. After all, cross-dressing to seduce others had already been done. Annabella acted swiftly. After Toma noticed her, he maintained his identity as the Riddler. Then, Toma came to Tokiori to solve riddles. At first, Tokiori's face was full of disdain. Only when he heard Toma mention an exceptionally intriguing riddle did his eyes brighten slightly. Little Phoenix, this is a truly fascinating riddle. Want you come? Toma smiled like a cunning merchant. He asked Tokiori whether he believed in the existence of souls in this world. Tokiori asked what he meant by that. Toma explained that a strange girl had appeared within his cult, but something felt off, and he wanted Tokiori to see for himself. Tokiori pondered for a long while. Then he turned to Toma. When are you ever not here? Toma continued to smile. I'm always here for my cult, of course. Little Phoenix, if you come, you're very welcome. Don't call me Little Phoenix. Alright, Little Phoenix. I'm going to embed you inside Mount Fuji. Then, the manga depicted black mist swirling as Tokiori swung his blade. Toma laughed heartily, dodging, and called Naruko to teleport him away. Little Phoenix, you're always welcome here. Toma seemed to possess a peculiar aura. No matter where he was placed, he was inevitably disliked. He was different from Ju Tomioka, who was simply socially inept and could not be taught otherwise. If one learned to interpret Ju's words contrarily, one could get by. Toma's speech was perfectly normal. Just listening to his words posed no issue. Yet combined with his tone, it was particularly aggravating. For instance, the nickname Little Phoenix did not bother Tokiori, but Toma's irritating tone was truly exasperating. However, the forum seemed to hold a different view. Little Phoenix, I have a riddle you'll love.
Come sol vite.
Such a flirtatious little wave, huh? Little Phoenix, I have something fun. Come on. Shursen-kun, it's Toma again. Damn him, what riddle is this? Toma. Oh whoa, he called me back. My Little Phoenix keeps me in his heart. I still think those two make a good match. Showing off. Flirtatious Kazuki X under a clever uke. Wow, the next dojin is set. To the person above, DM me. I want in too. I have a feeling Shursen-kun has some plan underway, but I dare not speak rashly. Being stabbed in the back would be terrible. Not to mention, just by Shursen-kun's smile behind Musen, I know things aren't simple. Shursen-kun, I didn't betray, I think I betrayed again. But who did I betray? Who knows? Laughs. Musen, 6. Indeed, who knows if he truly betrayed anyone. Also, what was that about drawing Dojinshi? Although he is a man, during certain topics female colleagues talk about, he is not unaware, haha. Drawing Dojinshi. Alright, please censor properly, or he'll be embarrassed. After Toma vanished, Tokiori watched his retreating figure and smiled faintly. Next, it's your turn, Annabella. He seemed never to have uttered those words. Tokiori recalled silently. He truly had not said that. At that time, he remained vigilant and did not talk to himself inside the Infinity Castle. So, manga, you're slandering me. Wait, what is this nonsense? Annabella? Is this the Annabella I remember? Is this Annabella from the villa? Is this Annabella the child's toy? Is this Annabella from Wang Weishir's poem? This is getting more and more absurd. Everyone. Didn't he expect this? A dreamlike crossover indeed. Indeed. Annabella, little sister, he. Do you think this will scare Toma? Toma. Ah, there's a ghost. Ah. Then suddenly turning around. I was scared. Just pretending. Right? Toma's always been emotionally steady since childhood. So he probably doesn't feel fear or the like. Then, the manga's perspective shifted to the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi Tsujikuni faced 2 Hashira-level swordsmen. Ju Shinobu, this time you'll be fighting upper rank 2. Tokiori will assist you. Please be extremely careful. Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka were Tokiori's chosen Hashira to face upper rank 2, along with 2 non-Hashira members just filling out the numbers, Inosuke and Kaneo. Facing the demon upper rank 2, who summons a long line of skills, Tokiori naturally needed to prepare some backup. The greatest backup, understood by all, was to request the sun's aid. After all, the sun is the demon's greatest nemesis at all times. Right, Musen Kibutsuji? Therefore, Toma's death was not in vain. Then, a new chapter began. Within Toma's eternal bliss cult, the great leader was guiding his followers toward paradise. A strange figure entered the venue. His long hair concealed half his face. His head slightly bowed, expression unreadable. He concealed his aura so well that no one noticed this sudden young intruder, except Toma, who sat high above. Upon seeing the youth, Toma revealed an exceptionally radiant smile. The youth appeared disdainful, merely scanning the crowd. Then, exchanging a glance with a chestnut-haired girl, the youth nodded slightly to her. Next, the girl began to sob and lament her hardships, a demeanor utterly different from her earlier attitude when speaking with Toma. Closing her eyes, tears of blood streamed down her face, leaving Toma and the cult followers stunned. Toma's expression shattered in that instant. Then he quickly composed himself. He invited Annabella inside, intending to guide her toward bliss. Toma, Elbow, come into my room. I'll send you to paradise. Annabella, Elbow, come onto my bed. I'll send you to hell. Annabella, the cursed doll. If nothing unexpected happens, Toma is in trouble. Is this an attempt to scare the demon to death? It might work. It might not kill him, but surely it can terrify him. So, can it really scare him to death? Annabella's attack must be psychological. Does it really work against someone like Toma? The forum expressed little confidence in Annabella's destructive power. Not surprising, given Toma's inability to feel fear. Next, the manga displayed a scene sure to astonish readers. Annabella recounted her past to Toma, exchanging words back and forth. Toma then asked if she wished to become a demon. Annabella's expression twisted in shock. Toma listed the many benefits of becoming a demon. Annabella maintained a smile. When Toma fell silent, she suddenly leaned in. I am a demon, a cursed doll. I am Annabella. I thirst for new souls. So, give me your soul. Toma's hair stood on end in fright. The art style blurred. Wow, so this guy actually can be scared. Alas, though he was indeed startled, it was only for a fleeting moment before Doma composed himself, his mind brimming with curiosity about Annabella. Annabella's face instantly melted away, transforming into a visage more akin to that of a demon, and she lunged at Doma. Yet Doma remained unfazed. In truth, she was powerless against him. Doma pondered silently. Since demons exist, surely gods must as well. Having been hailed as the child of God since childhood, he always harbored a yearning for the divine. Unable to approach Doma, Annabella prepared to depart. Suddenly, the shoji door behind Doma was flung open. What are you doing here? Oh dear little phoenix. Have you come all this way out of concern for me? Doma theatrically added. I'm here to see if you're dead yet. Tokuzen-kun. Look at this disdain on my face. Ha ha ha, poor Doma getting rejected. Tokuzen-kun declares. Don't stop me from casting my spell. I'm going to embed Doma into Mount Fuji. Don't forget that at the end of the previous chapter, there were Shinobu and Ju. That initial glance between Tokuzen-kun and Annabella, it carried a peculiar feeling. So this round belongs to Doma. Well-fed, well-watered, and on his final journey. Well-fed and well-watered? That's unnecessary, and the final journey needn't be so pleasant. Indeed, Doma did not require a pleasant farewell. In the manga, Tokuzeroi was rendered speechless by Doma's self-indulgent musings. He turned and began to walk away. If you're talking about that woman, I know a bit. Stop bothering me. Little Phoenix, wait for me. The little wave was especially provocative. Tokuzeroi did not look back, moving deeper into the forest with Doma trailing behind, incessantly chattering. Tokuzeroi simply treated it as background noise. Only upon hearing a certain phrase did Tokuzeroi respond. Gods have never watched over us. God did not watch over me, hence my family was lost. God did not watch over me, hence I am alone in a foreign land. God did not watch over me, hence I am destined to be your enemy. God did not watch over me, hence I lack the goddess eye. God did not watch over me, hence my little sister Hu Tao is a guaranteed prize. God did not watch over me, hence I twisted Mona. God did not watch over me, hence my primogems are. Wait, the somber mood just vanished. Have you noticed? Tokuzen-kun no longer speaks to Doma with harsh words. Oh, could it be that Doma is about to be done for? Oh no, my ship hasn't even set sail before it's sinking. Don't worry, unfinished romances between humans and demons are possible too. We'll meet again in fanfiction. Tokuzeroi. The mood was so sad at first. How could it shift so quickly? It's terrifying. Why would anyone ship him and Doma? Doesn't it feel utterly discordant? When I said that line, I never imagined all this. The manga's narrative pressed onward. Tokuzeroi remained silent, as if his previous words were but an illusion. Soon, he led Doma through the increasingly dense forest until they stood before a dilapidated house. This place was Tokuzeroi's carefully chosen gateway to hell for Doma. Entering the decrepit cabin, Tokuzeroi walked along creaking corridors while Doma fluttered his fan, dispersing cobwebs. Why don't these creatures bother you? Little Phoenix, teach me. Doma elongated his voice. Tokuzeroi was so disgusted by his little provocations that he wanted to strike him down on the spot. But for the sake of the plan, he restrained himself. Tokuzeroi closed the manga. He needed a moment to compose himself. Doma's incessant pestering had left a deep psychological scar that required calm reflection. He then reopened the manga. Within its panels, Tokuzeroi and Doma traversed a hall utterly incongruent with Japanese architectural style, ascended stairs stretching into endless darkness, and proceeded down a lengthy corridor into the unknown shadows. Doma's inner thoughts shifted as well, from wondering if a little girl lived here to thinking, oh, this looks interesting. Finally, Tokuzeroi halted before a door. He raised his hand and placed it upon the doorknob, then suddenly spoke. Perhaps the gods once favored you, which is why you are unique, but those who do not understand divine love have shaped you into what you are now. The gods have abandoned you. Only demons come to claim your soul. Annabella was no accident. This place shall be your final resting ground. Doma did not immediately grasp Tokazeroi's meaning, but that was irrelevant. Tokazeroi did not require his understanding. Suddenly, he flung open the door. From within, an incomplete Nicaran blade flew out, piercing directly into Doma's eyeball. Oh, an insect flying in my face. Whoa, a huge fluttering moth. Shinobu Kocho, do you have any manners? Tonight's butterfly fright. Look at Doma's little face, pale as death. The funniest part is that Doma was so happy listening to Tokazenkuin's words, only to be suddenly face-stabbed. Doma. My little phoenix spoke to me so gently. He truly cares about me. Tokazenkuin with a sly smile. Oh dear, brother, don't let your guard down. Remember, my gentleness comes at a price. Doma, gentle blades cut deep. Do you understand? Tokazenkuin is confirmed to be the reincarnation of the arrogant consort. Don't add extra scenes on your own. Calling Doma brother is terrifying enough. Please retract that immediately. Tokazeroi was haunted by these lines, his mind filled with nothing but horror. Also, what on earth is this arrogant consort reincarnation? Why did his image transform this way? It defies all logic, utterly unscientific. He should never have played the green tea persona while cross-dressing to provoke the brainless Daki. Look at what it's come to now. Only then did Doma realize they had been set up, everyone, including the Demon King. Yet even now, he could not contact the Demon King or Nezuko. Some force nearby seemed to sever their communication. Though all preparations were made, their battle with Doma remained arduous, for his skills were among the longest of all upper-rank demons, seemingly endless in reach. Therefore, their fight would not be easy. However, the hatred borne by Shinobu Kocho and Kaneo Tsuyuri granted them tremendous power, forcing even Ju Tomioka to step aside to avoid the wrath of the enraged insect Hashira and his stepson. Meanwhile, Inosuke removed his mask during the battle. Tokazeroi's words to him were revealed through flashbacks. Upon seeing Inosuke, Doma recalled the tale of Kotoha. He recounted her story, filling the final gap in Inosuke's understanding. Here, Tokazeroi noticed a speech bubble appear behind him. Good and evil are but a thought apart. Even a conglomerate of evil may harbor rare goodness. The manga deliberately added this theatrical touch. Doma persisted relentlessly, calling Tokazeroi Little Phoenix repeatedly, incessantly disturbing him. Tokazeroi pretended not to hear, watching the breath technique effects swirl around. Finally, Tokazeroi spoke thus. I never intended to sever your head from the start. After all, you're strong. You're even more overpowered than I am. So, I devised another plan, but first, the victim must pin you to the ground and beat you up. Yet in the manga, it was their own side being pinned and pummeled. At first, I thought demons might be sensitive to the day-night cycle and feared this tactic wouldn't work on you, but now it seems perfectly fine. Above Doma's head, the ceiling suddenly began to melt away like butter. Doma sought to evade capture, yet he found himself ensnared by Shinobu Kocho's potent toxin, rendered utterly immobile. He met his demise beneath the radiant sun. Damn, that's impressive. I'm a bit confused. Why did Takedo express concern that this method might fail? Replying to the above, because demons are extremely sensitive to the alternation of day and night. So what does that imply? Didn't you notice? The house Takedo brought Doma into was completely devoid of light, illuminated solely by candlelight. In such utter darkness, creatures lose a clear sense of the passage of time. Thus, Takedo was deliberately stalling, allowing Shinobu to inject the toxin into Doma's body to paralyze his movements, before finally opening the skylight to bathe him in sunlight. So this counts as a grand victory for Takedo? No, it is a triumph of common sense and science. Doesn't anyone find it amusing that Takedo suggested beating up Doma? Yet Doma handled the situation with ease, while their own teammates took the brunt of the assault? The key point is that Takedo stood by watching and still uttered such words. Takedo, it's fine. As long as I'm not embarrassed, anyone else's embarrassment doesn't matter. Teammates? Yes, exactly. Moreover, from Takedo's perspective, one could even see the flower Hashira and Kotoha concrete proof of a sage. The flower Hashira even smiled at Takedo. Truly, I'm in tears. Doma was slain. He was the final upper moon to be dealt with. The remaining upper moon one, regrettably, had already turned into one of their own demons. In the end, Takedo Zeroi was to return undercover to Musen Kibutsuji's side and shared a few words with Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka. After the final battle, I will return home. For now, we are still comrades. After the final battle, I'll be gone. Next time we meet, there will be no mercy between us. So heartbreaking. I suddenly feel so sorrowful. They could have been comrades to entrust their lives to, yet due to national and familial grievances, they suppressed their true feelings. It's so tragic. I actually enjoyed the time spent with you all, but in the end I come from across the sea. Perhaps when I look back on these days, I'll still find myself smiling. Yet ultimately, we can only remain strangers. Here, a pen is handed to you. This is so painful, so painfully moving. But Takedo truly did nothing wrong. If I were in his position, I would have done the same. Given the historical backdrop of the manga's era, even if it's an alternate history, it's understandable not to feel so heartbroken. Indeed, even within an alternate history, it's rare to encounter such emotions. Yet in this story, all is set during the Taisho and Meiji periods, and Zeroi cannot bring himself to kneel before a Japanese man. Perhaps, as some have said, this is merely a manga, merely fan work, and such patriotic sentiments should not be involved here. But after all, he remains a normal person. After Takedo Zeroi eliminated Doma, Muzan Kibutsuji did not respond with rage but was instead consumed by overwhelming fear. He dared not leave the Infinity Castle and commanded his demons to kill the demon slayers at any cost. Fortunately, at this time, the remaining upper moons were either trying to slack off or plotting rebellion, rendering Muzan's orders effectively meaningless. Subsequently, Takedo Zeroi began to wildly deceive Muzan, telling him that the blue spider lily would soon be found and urging him to remain patient and calm. After all, you're finished. Zeroi noticed that his image in the manga appeared especially profound. As he left Muzan's presence, a speech bubble emerged behind him. The flower of the other shore awaits your admiration. Alas, hell is your true abode. At most, you may glance upon it as you pass through the river of forgetfulness. Takedo is quite the trickster. Does anyone else find it incredibly cool how seriously Takedo is fooling Muzan? But it's also hilarious. Muzan is so thoroughly bamboozled, it's absolutely comical. Ultimately, it's Muzan's own foolishness. Muzan, how dare you? A perfect being like me could never be deceived. Zeroi, when will you find the blue spider lily? Takedo, oh that? Soon, very soon. Takedo sounds so half-hearted, like he is barely bothering to respond. After all, Doma is already dead. Only Kokushibo remains. I wonder how Takedo plans to handle him. Give him a mirror and let him die of his own ugliness. I think Takedo will give Kokushibo a relatively fitting ending. He seems to have always respected him. Respected. By using Yoriichi Tsujikuni to provoke that respect. Ahem. Ultimately, Kokushibo was swayed and defected. In the end, he personally dealt the fatal blow to Muzan Kibutsuji, only to turn to ash under the sunlight himself. Obsession is a potent catalyst for growth, but when taken to excess, it becomes a death warrant. So, Kokushibo betray the 999 swiftly. Thereafter, the manga depicts a prelude meeting before the great battle. On a pitch-black night, the Hashira gathered solemnly within the main residence of the Ubuyashiki family. The appointed time drew near, and all were invited to speak freely. Beside Yoriichi Ubuyashiki stood his two daughters, clutching sheets of paper. Kaijiro Rengoku was visibly excited. Very excited. I can hardly wait to begin the final battle against Muzan Kibutsuji. Meanwhile, Mitsuri Kenroji thought of Takedo Zeroi. What about Mr. Takedo? Has he considered his situation? Abanai Iguro replied, if Takedo dares to act, he won't be discovered. Indeed, Takedo was rather pleased that at least among his comrades, someone cared for him. Following the meeting, Yoriichi Ubuyashiki issued the order to await Takedo's signal. The objective of the decisive battle was to claim Muzan Kibutsuji's head. Oh. The final battle is about to commence. So thrilling, so thrilling. So it was all Takedo's plan? As expected of Takedo. Please bless me so I don't fail my finals. Everyone's ready to wage war against Muzan Kibutsuji. So what exactly is Takedo's plan? I'm really curious. You might not trust Nichiren Blades, but you can always trust Tamayo. Especially with Tamayo and Shinobu Kocho working together. It's foreseeable that Muzan could be incapacitated by poison. Lady Tamayo is the strongest support in Demon Slayer. She'd be a top-tier biochemist in the modern world. I have to ask, is this going to be tragic? Could Takedo really? Please retract that. Takedo is a sage, nothing bad could happen. But I really feel it might. If that is true, I'll definitely bring a little boy to Japan on August 6th. Count me in. Me too. I think the most likely outcome is Takedo going home. After all, Doma is dead, and someone's gotta be the one to get stabbed. There's no need for despair. It won't be tragic. In the end, no one dies, and Takedo returns home. Whether the heartfelt words he spoke to Tanjiro before leaving will be illustrated remains uncertain, but he cherished those moments. After all, humans and demons are fundamentally the same beings, aren't they? Incidentally, since the main manga follows Tanjiro's perspective, many details remain unillustrated. According to forums, these specifics are explored in side stories. Rumor has it that someone even created doujinshi about him, various kinds. So, is it true that human nature is to ship CPs? Now prepare yourselves. The time to fight has arrived. In the latest chapter, beneath the moonlight, a cerulean spider lily emitted a faint glow amidst the nocturnal darkness. Though rendered in black and white manga, its color remained indiscernible. Nearby, in a shadowed corner, a large eyeball hovered in midair. After a swift glance, the eyeball vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to it, at the very moment of its disappearance, another figure departed from the opposite side, heading toward the main residence to inform Koyoharu Rengoku that something had indeed witnessed the flower, and that the Demon King should now be alerted. Koyoharu Rengoku smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. The Demon Slayer Corps was already prepared. But what about the demons? Naturally, they too were ready. For example, Muzan Kibutsuji personally took action, arriving at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. No sooner had he left than Tokiori Hai reverted from his demon state. Following this, the forums were flooded with questions. How on earth was this done? I want to know too. As expected, only an immortal could manage this. Therefore, Tokiori Hai must be an immortal. Immortal sir, I bow to you. Might I inquire your immortal title so that I may enshrine it on my altar and pay homage daily? Above. This is a soaring masterpiece. Though, from a rational standpoint, how exactly was it achieved? Could it be that Tokiori Hai has a system? Tokiori Hai. No more pretending. I'm revealing my hand. I am actually a senior employee from the Quick Transmigration Bureau, here due to certain circumstances. For details, please refer to the novel Pursuing the Perfect Ending. No bookstores harmed. Upstairs, you all are the most absurd. Didn't you see that unmistakable cerulean spider lily at headquarters? Clearly, that's how it was done. So has Tokiori Hai evolved into an ultimate life form? Muzan, are you pleased? Muzan? I bleep. He, bleep. Muzan is speaking while taking a bathroom break. But how exactly was the cerulean spider lily discovered? Up until the end, it was only suspected that such an herb existed, yet no one had ever seen it. At the Kamadu family's doorstep, there are patches of plants that resemble it. So those clusters of Lycoris are the cerulean spider lilies? It is said that in some of Nezuko's memories, there appeared patches of Lycoris plants. Thus, those are the cerulean spider lilies, no objections accepted, even if the author shows up. Faced with the forum's bewilderment, Tokiori Hai was quite pleased. Among the discussions about system transmigration genres, it must be admitted that they had uncovered the truth. So, there is no so, just keep reading. Muzan Kibutsuji arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and met with Koyoharu Rengoku. Then, a sharp exchange of words ensued. Muzan lamented Tokiori Hai's refusal to perform the kneeling salute before Koyoharu Rengoku, while Rengoku retorted by mocking Muzan's mental faculties. Next, regarding the question of eternal life, the two engaged in a profound philosophical debate. Ultimately, unable to reach consensus, the discussion broke down. I say, maintain the status quo. Unchanging is eternal. Raijin is speaking while taking a bathroom break. I'll join as well. I am the guardian of eternity. The general also joins the bathroom break. Though, Muzan, unchanging equals eternity. You only need to maintain the status quo. No need to seek out any cerulean spider lily. Muzan, it sounds reasonable, but something feels off. No worries. Muzan doesn't get it. Ha ha ha. 5 brains and none are working. Turning his attention away from Koyoharu Rengoku, Muzan strode toward the cerulean spider lily. I am finally going to obtain it. Foolish me for misjudging people. Rengoku, Koyoharu Rengoku revealed a smile. In the next instant, an array emerged from him, and golden light surged skyward. Alongside the pillar of light were large characters. Rising Sun Formation. Beneath, a line of smaller script provided a thoughtful explanation, an effect nearly identical to sunlight, yet lasting but a moment. Thus, Muzan Kibutsuji transformed into a colossal infant, evading this deathly calamity. Oh, a formation. Wow, a Taoist formation. Ah, it's the Immortal Lord's formation. Immortal Lord, mighty. Alas, Muzan still did not perish outright. This fellow truly has countless means of survival. So the reason he has endured so long is that he cherishes his life. But it's clear this strike dealt him considerable damage. It seems the impending battle at Infinity Castle is next. No, there was no need to even reach Infinity Castle. Tokiori Hai recalled some helplessness from that moment. The Grand Formation had originally been intended to dispatch Muzan directly, but unexpectedly, he had an infant armor protecting him. After deceiving skills, the group battle commenced, and it had to be this way. Subsequently, in the manga, he appeared before Muzan, no longer bearing the visage of a demon. Muzan realized he had been outwitted. His fury boundless but futile. The manga-s Tokiori High smiled faintly. Lord Muzan, don't rush away. I have yet to present you with a gift. Then, his sword shimmered with 5-colored mist. 5 phoenixes transforming into a cage that prevented Muzan's escape. Beside Tokiori High appeared the name of the sword technique. Breath of the Phoenix. 8th form. Phoenix-S Cry at Mount Chi. Phoenix-S Cry at Mount Chi. Is this related to the Phoenix-S Cry? Phoenix-S Cry. I never thought my humble green-tailed cuckoo would come to this. No need for that. The bird is truly precious, and here the meaning is likely different. Wow, so symbolic. What symbolism? Don't you know? Before the Zhou dynasty's rise, a phoenix once rested and cried atop Mount Qi. Later, King Wu led the rebellion against Shang. Here, it likely signifies humanity's open declaration of war against the Demon King. Oh, I see. Phoenix's cry. I suppose I was too lofty. Perhaps that was indeed the intended meaning when the name was chosen. In truth, at the time, not much thought was given. Only a desire for a melodious name led to this idiom's adoption. There is no need to elaborate further on the meaning of Phoenix's cry at Mount Qi. After all, it was simply chosen for its aesthetic appeal. The current focus should be that the decisive battle was about to commence. Though the upcoming battle would be a chaotic melee, it would not be solely the stage of humanity. He and all members of the Demon Slayer Corps focused their attack on the Demon King. Alas, the Demon King was genuinely formidable. Because of his fear of death, he had evolved in bizarre ways, rendering the various breathing techniques ineffective against him. A boss who has an ally applying scraping therapy while he possesses an automatic healing mechanism is truly detestable. During the fight, Muzan suddenly entered a dialogue invincibility phase. For specifics, one may refer to pure water spirit. Regardless of how severe the damage, one must listen to her nonsense until she finishes. He asked Tokiori High why he felt no hatred. Tokiori High responded politely. It was because one must remain calm. Emotions are the greatest cause of death. That was excellently put. Emotions are often the main reason for failure. Therefore, when undertaking great endeavors, one must not allow emotions to take control, lest opportunities vanish. Muzan. I didn't understand that. Never mind, it's not important. Tokiori High. I know you didn't understand, but indeed it's unimportant. Tokiori High is truly formidable, even playing the mole game. Such a person only fuels the desire for conquest. Does it not? Doghead rose. Upstairs, well said. Tokiori High says, look at the sword in my hand and continue speaking. So this time, Tokiori High let Muzan duel alone. Truly, I'm crying. Tokiori High always honors martial ethics, never allowing the opponent to be gangbanged. A good man. Muzan yes yes. Lower Moon 4 yes yes. Lower Moon 2 yes yes. Lower Moon 6 yes yes. Brother 3's case was due to being unplugged, so it doesn't count as being defeated, right? Ahem. I said it was allowed for the opponent to duel alone. Moreover, solo grinding is absolutely futile. One must form a team. Indeed, for these dungeons, there is simply no alternative but to team up. Except for the Upper Moon 5, Gyako, who is fragile-skinned, frail-blooded, and loquacious. Everyone else must gather a group to farm them. Next, it seems that Muzan Kibutsuji will have a dialogue so utterly shattering to one's worldview that it will blow minds apart. Then, the manga released it. At that moment, the faces of those nearby turned green with disgust. Muzan truly did not speak like a human being back then. Of course, he was never human to begin with, so that was hardly surprising. Then, Takedo Muchiro retorted to him, how can you compare yourself to a natural disaster? It's not that no one hates calamities, but ultimately, we rely on the land beneath our feet to survive. Seeking revenge against them is tantamount to digging one's own grave. But you are different. Without you, the sun would still rise, the soil would remain fertile, and most tragedies would disappear. More people would live on. So, how can you be likened to a natural disaster? You shameless scoundrel, you filthy wretch. This barely held together their fractured sense of morality. Exactly. Natural disasters are unavoidable. No one would truly destroy the world just because they lost family in an earthquake, but Muzan Kibutsuji is different. He can be killed. Once he is dead, many tragedies can be averted. So, there is no need to worry about these things. Muzan truly lives up to being despicable. Those few lines nearly made me sick. It's not as if the earth would stop spinning without him. Those words were truly revolting. I cannot understand those who like Muzan. That's purely because of his looks. But Muchiro is indeed a man of culture. Look, even his insults are delivered with such class. DNA suddenly stirred. I shall add my own. Shameless old thief. Do you not know that all under heaven wish to tear you limb from limb? How dare you prattle here? Musen. Cough, cough, cough. You, old man, will soon meet your fate in the netherworld. How will you face Yoriichi Tsujikuni then? Musen. Yoriichi. Cough, cough, cough. Clutching his chest. Ha ha ha. What is this? Muichiro insulting the Demon King to death? Did someone forget the most important line? Yes, the most crucial phrase. Come, take a deep breath. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Musen. Ah, collapses and dies. If Musen Kibutsuji truly succumbed to insults so easily, he would not have needed to live for over 1,000 years. That man's skin was as thick as a fortress wall, thick to the point of being grotesque. After venting that frustration, I never expected it to spark such extensive discussion. Thankfully, no harsher words were uttered, or his character would have completely collapsed. However, what followed was relatively smooth. Thanks to the transparent world, they could see the scars Yoriichi Tsujikuni once inflicted on Musen. Those were the locations of 5 brains and 7 hearts. Impressive, indeed, to be able to do that. Anyway, Yoriichi was clearly telling them, please cut along the dotted lines. So Yoriichi is truly the protagonist. He is the favored son of Heaven's will. When God created Yoriichi Tsujikuni, first, add a touch of a tragic life. Then, my son, do not be careless. I shall grant you swordsmanship, revelation, talent, and agility. You must slay that wretched Musen. Alas, there is still Tsujikuni Kanetsugu. That was a divine oversight. Yoriichi Tsujikuni is undeniably the quintessential protagonist. A tragic childhood, no spouse or children in adulthood, and just as he was about to kill Musen and ascend to the pinnacle of fame, a moment's hesitation allowed Musen to escape. Yet, at least he did not act in vain, for many continue to strive here, following his path to conquer Musen. Then, in the midst of the battle, Musen Kibutsuji fled, merely calling out Hinakami once before vanishing. Is that the end? Watching him escape without a fight? Impossible. The eagerly awaited Takedo Michiro raised his hand and began a countdown from 3. Then, from afar, 4 beams of light shot into the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Afterwards, Michiro floated gracefully toward them. This was to be the last chance. After all, it's not every day one witnesses Upper Moon 1 assaulting Musen Kibutsuji. The manga depicted several panels showing Jiomai Himejima and Tamayo's every move within the Infinity Castle. In summary, when Musen was teleported back, he was attacked immediately. The small traps Michiro had set in the Infinity Castle sprang to life, successfully dealing Musen a grievous blow once more. Enraged, he saw Kokushibo and demanded that he immediately kill all the demon slayers. Kokushibo simply stared at him, then raised his blade. Finally, he attacked his own leader with relentless strikes, wielding the moon-breathing technique from top to bottom and left to right, attempting to shred Musen into minced meat. Michiro cheered alongside a group of demon slayers. Tamayo even hallucinated Kokushibo as Yoriichi Tsujikuni. One can imagine that in that moment, Kokushibo reached the pinnacle of his life. Kokushibo, I am the 6th. Comrade Kokushibo has chosen to abandon darkness and join the light. Congratulations, Musen. You've encountered the 6th again. So true to form, Michiro, you've been fooled once more. Hinakami was controlled and then killed by Musen. The Infinity Castle collapsed. Musen, could you leave me just a little bit? Michiro, the man who strikes at the root of the problem. Musen. Kokushibo, kill them all. Kokushibo. Sorry. Actually, I'm a double agent. Musen's misfortune is unmatched. So tragic beyond measure. Kokushibo's lifelong obsession to rival Yoriichi Tsujikuni was no easy path. Isn't the funniest part Michiro cheering from the sidelines? Musen. I really want to thank you. The stone Hashira wanted to charge in but was pulled back by Michiro. Ha ha ha. I'm dying laughing. Michiro is scared his teammates might vanish in an instant. Look inside the battle circle, brilliant. Anyone who enters risks being sliced clean by the crescent moon blades. Tamayo even mistook Kokushibo for Yoriichi. Truly, I'm in tears. Yes, after so many years trying to surpass his overpowered younger brother, he is finally about to accomplish what his brother could not. Though Kokushibo is a demon, this moment is truly touching. Touched? Very much so. What is there to be touched about? Over the years, how many people has Kokushibo devoured? No one knows. So why feel moved? Were it not for the inability to ban accounts, Michiro would never have chosen the path of defection. In the end, the manga devoted a full page to simultaneously display the radiance of the sun and the moonlight. The colors were resplendent and breathtaking. In that instant, it felt as though such a sight would never be seen again. Even the forum was stunned by this perfect fusion of hues. Sun and moon shining together. Truly, the sun and moon shining in unison. Kanetsugu is light as well. Why must he vie to outshine the light? Indeed, even if only the moon, it can still illuminate the way home for those lost. Ultimately, it was their despicable father's doing. Too outrageous. The point is not this, but that Muzan is dead. Let us feast. Muzan Kibutsuji, professional demon king, over 1,000 years old, cause of death. Successfully deceived to death by the crafty Muchiro. Kokushibo. So I've been forgotten, huh? Ha ha ha. Mainly because Muchiro truly managed to trick Muzan Kibutsuji to death. Ultimately, the Demon Slayer Corps emerged as the final victors. After the death of the Demon King, all demons vanished entirely. The Corps was subsequently disbanded. Ironically, it was demons themselves, not the Corps, who dealt the final blow, yet it mattered little. In the end, the outcome was favorable. This concluding chapter unfolds through the perspective of Tanjiro, portraying the aftermath of the Corps battle. Over the course of half a month, Tokiori and a group of people meticulously examined the site where Muzan Kibutsuji perished, turning it over repeatedly until they were absolutely certain that he had met his definitive end, ruling out any possibility of him having buried himself. Once the absolute demise of Muzan Kibutsuji was confirmed, it was as if a great burden lifted from the character in the manga. Perhaps sensing this, he instructed Fuan to return and inform Yoriichi Tsujikuni and their comrades that he was departing without bidding each of them farewell. As Fuan took flight, tears shimmered in his eyes. At the final moment, Tanjiro arrived at the dock and encountered Tokiori. They exchanged brief words. Tokiori confided that his homeland stood in opposition to Japan, with countless wars waged between the two nations, and the number of casualties was beyond reckoning. Indeed, the Lushuan incident he mentioned could not be depicted within the manga, but the essence was conveyed. Tell me, Tokiori said, between Muzan Kibutsuji and them, who do you think resembles a demon more? Demons originate from humans. Humans are, in essence, demons. Therefore, in my eyes and those of my countrymen, you are demons. We shall never meet again, at least not in this lifetime. We can only be enemies from now on. Farewell. With that, Tokiori boarded the ship without looking back. The ship's horn sounded once as it set sail. Tanjiro watched intently, but Tokiori did not turn around. Demons spring from humanity. Humanity itself is demon-like. It truly breaks my heart. Even though Yoriichi and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps got along well, circumstances forced them to remain adversaries. We can only be enemies in this lifetime. It's so heartbreaking. Don't kill me with a friend's sword. They were so kind, yet in the end they had to become enemies. This manga promised no swords, but that's a sword too. Though it's a sword, it still feels reasonable given the overarching context. Sigh. It's truly unfortunate, but I remain proud of Yoriichi. Friends, from now on I'm a devoted follower of Yoriichi. I've decided, I will cling to Yoriichi's side unwaveringly. I am Yoriichi's loyal dog. There is no need for such self-deprecation. One need not lower oneself to the status of a dog. At long last, this is truly the end. It has concluded. Tokiori shut down his computer and leaned back in his chair. Felt like a dream, yet this was a story that truly existed. These people once lived. Recently, some colleagues at work expressed interest in organizing a trip to Japan. Perhaps I should go with them. Tokiori stretched his long immobile shoulders, stood, and opened the window. A gentle breeze swept through, and a butterfly settled upon the flowers outside his window. Tokiori gazed at it for a moment. How strikingly it resembles Shinobu Kocho. Of course, this is where it must end. They will never see each other again. Friendship can only remain a memory for a lifetime. He turned and left the room. As the four members watched Tokiori's battle with Muzan Kibutsuji and his subsequent reflections. Wow, Yoriichi was already so formidable back then? Look closely at Yoriichi. His speed is incredible. Shadow clones? Whoa, is that the shadow clone technique? Naruto crossover. And he single-handedly dragged the Demon King until dawn. That is truly amazing. He even asked Lady Tamayo if she wished to return to being human. I'm crying. That's not the point. Shouldn't the real focus be on the wasteful remarks Yoriichi and his comrades made when discussing intelligence? Mainly because Yoriichi cursed once mid-discussion, and when his comrades asked, he told them not to ask anymore, ha ha ha. Why is Yoriichi so adorable? But what Yoriichi said next? Can a person really say that? What does it mean to calculate Muzan Kibutsuji's attack range and speed, identify blind spots, find relatively safe routes based on data, and then charge? How can someone with a mouth temperature of 36 degrees utter such cold words? Let me translate Yoriichi's meaning. First do this and that, then so and so, finally this and that, and you're done. One speech from him purifies like Zhuangzi. Anyway, I recognize all these words, but together I don't understand them. sparking my desire for mathematics. At this point, a princess picks up her math textbook. Then less than 3 seconds later, she gives up. Can't handle it. Ha ha ha. I truly envy those good at math. As the crowd watched Tokiyori's soul leave his body and drift into the infinite castle. Wow. No wonder he is called a sage. He can astral project. Truly a sage, risking his soul for intelligence. After all, it's Yorichi. He even ventured into Musen's lair. Whoa, he even saw Kokushibo. Wow. Kokushibo sensed him. Wow. Kokushibo is definitely a little brother fan. He mistook Tokiyori for Yorichi. What's this move? A substitute attack? Tokiyori. I'm done. I've become a substitute. And so, Tokiyori succeeded. When the crowd saw the iconic scene of old Tokumura. Wow. So Sadako was Yorichi? Shocked. So Yorichi has another name? Old Tokumura? No, it's Old Tokumura. Warning from Chirenbi. What kind of operation is Old Tokumura? Haha. Yorichi's reputation is being harmed. Yorichi. I am a sage, not a vengeful spirit. Mainly because the disheveled hair and climbing out of the well look so hilarious. Can't help it, Yorichi's scene is just so unique. So from now on, does the sage change his surname to Tokumura? Old Tokumura. No objections accepted. Ancient corpse discovered in Tokumura's old well, causing panic and flight. Is this a distortion of human nature or moral decay? Tune in to today's ghost story, Old Tokumura. It's got that vibe. When the crowd witnessed the first meeting between Tokiyori and Tanjiro. Wow, Yorichi and Tanjiro met so early. They met long before the Kamado family's tragedy. No wonder Yorichi always said the Kamado family was indebted to him. It was here. Someone gave him a bowl of rice when he was starving and freezing. That's really heartwarming. And the Kamado family wasn't wealthy either. Kamado's mother was so gentle. So when the Kamado family was in trouble, Yorichi rushed to protect them at top speed, even willing to confront Musen Kibutsuji. A drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. That's our spirit. That's true morality. When the forum members saw the moment of the sword drawn from the chest. Huff huff. Upper floor, your drool just landed on me. Really so? Collapses to the ground. Twisted. Convulsing. Foaming at the mouth. It's over. Another one's gone mad. In any case, this scene is worth preserving. So that's how Yorichi is, he. I can do it, aw. Pants flew onto my face. The scraps of cloth on my body are my last hope. Huff huff. When Shilingi was very young, his father was falsely accused. Being too young to intervene in time, Shilingi could do nothing to prevent the tragedy. Unable to bear the weight of public opinion, his father took his own life by leaping from a building. His mother, overwhelmed by grief and tears, soon followed him in death. He was taken in by relatives who pitied him, but the respite was short-lived. At the age of 12, his guardian relative also passed away. Fortunately, during their lifetime, this relative had discovered Shilingi's innate talent and never neglected his education. After the relative's death, Shilingi withdrew into silence for a year before swiftly exacting revenge by dismantling the company that had falsely accused his father and caused the double demise of his parents. But what did that matter? His parents would never return. Shilingi harbored a deep resentment towards everyone around him, living each day in a daze. He indiscriminately accepted all work orders, regardless of their nature, and soon became a wanted fugitive. Yet no one could locate him. One day, he encountered a peculiar old man who told him that if he agreed to play a certain game, he would be granted the power to create a world where his parents were still alive. Shilingi consented. Thus, a formidable player arrived in the world of Conan. Pure black liquor, yet always feigning to blend into the storyline in order to join in. A tale of relief, but still steeped in black liquor. Formula book Shilingi. I am a man from beyond the seas. Everything I do is to return home with a clear conscience. Therefore, we will never be ourselves. Shilingi. Rank, Phoenix Pillar. Birthday unknown. Age 20. Height and weight. 6 feet 1.5 inches tall. 170 pounds. Place of birth. Born to a couple studying abroad in Japan. Raised by his uncle. Exact birthplace unknown. Hobbies. Scouring far and wide for intelligence. Standing atop mountains gazing towards his distant homeland. Favorite food. Unknown. But judging by his restless nature, he most likely favors portable military rations. Shilingi's parents were overseas students who fell in love, married, and bore him. One day they were both slain by demons. Out of pity for the young boy, his uncle took him in and raised him, imparting many secret arts from their homeland. Later, in order to avenge his parents and uncle, Shilingi joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Shortly after defeating Muzan Kibutsuji, he departed Japan by ship and returned to his native land. Observation notes. The first demon slayer in a century to kill an upper moon demon. The first in over 100 years to slay an upper moon demon, Shi Lingyi single-handedly triumphed over the fifth upper moon in a chance encounter. It is said that his victory was due to the opponent's foolishness and brittle demon skin, which caused the enemy to reveal all their cards prematurely. After slaying the upper moon, he was promoted to pillar. Rarely seen yet controlling all. An intelligence fanatic, earning the nickname Information Maniac. Since becoming a pillar, Shi Lingyi has single-handedly bolstered the Demon Slayer Core Intelligence Network, encompassing information on the Demon King himself, upper moon demons, and even the demon's headquarters. He also uncovered the long-lost breath of the sun technique by discovering its inheritor. To acquire intelligence on the sixth upper moon, he once disguised himself as a courtesan and infiltrated the red light district, standing out even among the many courtesans. Sacred breathing style, known as the breath of the phoenix, the closest to the original breath technique, named after the mythical five phoenix divine bird of the ancient kingdom. When used, it descends like a heavenly bird, inspiring reverence in all who witness it. A cunning strategist suspected to be a Taoist, Shi Lingyi's plans never fail, and even unforeseen accidents are rare. He once predicted a great calamity befalling the flame pillar and rushed thousands of miles to assist. He even used astral projection to infiltrate the demon's stronghold, Infinity Castle. Human computer, always able to find an escape route and optimal attack strategy amidst various crises, as if a machine operated within his mind. He once fought Muzan Kibutsuji alone, remaining undefeated by calculating the best evasion and attack paths. Natural commander, all battle plans against the upper moon demons are devised by Shi Lingyi. Except for the unforeseen encounter with the fifth upper moon, every other upper moon demon was slain through premeditated strategies. To minimize casualties, he risked his own life by becoming a demon and infiltrating their ranks, successfully turning the first upper moon to his side. Without him, countless more would have perished in the war against demons. Occasionally speaks before thinking, not the aloof, cold male god archetype. Occasionally quite humorous. Once told Yoriichi Tsujikuni that the flame pillar's foolishness was a blessing in disguise. When Shinobu Kocho asked why he looked upset, he replied that every month there were just a few bad days. Mountain Village Elder or Mountain Village Shi Lingyi. Once, chasing a demon that hid in a well, he was mistaken by passersby as having attempted suicide. When he climbed out with his hair disheveled and untied, he was mistaken for a malevolent spirit dwelling at the bottom of the well. Analysis chart. Born with unwavering loyalty, but only towards his distant homeland. No matter how well the Demon Slayer Corps treats him, it cannot shake his resolve to return home. Strategically contemptuous of enemies. He has often remarked that although Muzan Kibutsuji has 5 brains, not a drop of wisdom exists among them. While the upper moon demons are powerful, their minds are weak. He has the confidence to disdain his opponents with his clever intellect but never underestimates them. Ancient secret arts. Has used unknown secret techniques to summon a cursed doll named Annabelle to share Yoriichi Tsujikuni's curse damage, employed mysterious elixirs to aid the injured Kaijuro Rengoku, and used secret arts to revert non-human-eating demons back to humans. Shi Lingyi's greatest intelligence source is Muzan Kibutsuji himself. In their first battle, he used secret arts to implant talismans inside Muzan's body. Everything Muzan says is monitored by him. Through this, he eavesdropped on lower moon meetings, overheard the first upper moon stalking Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and provided timely rescue. Highly regarded among demons. The first upper moon was turned by him, the second upper moon enjoys teasing him, and the third upper moon was driven to collapse and suicide by 3 words from him. Muzan Kibutsuji holds him in high esteem and even wishes for him to become a demon to help find the blue spider lily. Within the core, Shi Lingyi's opinions on his comrades. Regarding the water pillar, a decent person with strong abilities. Fighting alongside him never feels burdensome. His speech is rather unpleasant, though. You ask how I understand him? Oh, I have an advantage. Regarding the flame pillar, loud voice and big eyes, sharing a family resemblance spanning generations. We have some tacit understanding in battle. A responsible and well-liked man with high emotional intelligence. Regarding the insect pillar, petite yet knowledgeable about poisons and unafraid of death. Best not to use a mutually assured destruction strategy. Better to just give her a chance to beat Doma. Regarding the serpent pillar, not very talkative, unwilling to speak much, mainly because Shi Lingyi finds him too cold and sinister, not because he is somewhat afraid of snakes. Regarding the love pillar, a young girl, a rare normal person among the pillars, occasionally talks, and they have never had any unpleasant encounters. Regarding the sound pillar, His 3 wives are excellent ninja. He himself is somewhat noisy but powerful. His understanding is somewhat flawed, for when he said this country is vast, I momentarily didn't know how to feel about the 9,600,000 square kilometers next door. Regarding the wind pillar, a kind-hearted person with good intentions but not very good-looking. After accidentally cleaning his house, he didn't just walk away but later gave him a substantial sum as compensation for the damage. Of course, Shi Lingyi accepted it, he is no fool. Regarding the mist pillar, a good kid, a prodigy. They haven't spoken much, but the mist pillar's techniques seem inspired by one of Shi Lingyi's own. Regarding the stone pillar, a monk prone to uncontrollable tears. Though he has a troubled past, he never lets it burden him. Powerful and often reciting Buddhist chants, yet never hesitates to send demons to meet Buddha. Regarding Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, main equipment characters requiring refinement, upgrades, and various fusions to achieve their final form. Others evaluations of Shi Lingyi. The flame pillar, extremely intelligent, always finding a way to turn the tide when at a disadvantage. Although uncertain how Shi Lingyi obtained the background of the third upper moon, it must have been through his investigations. Insect pillar. He appears slender and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, yet surprisingly, he is exceptionally capable. His brilliant mind always guides us toward the most suitable path, though the words scribbled in his little notebook are somewhat, peculiar. Snake pillar. I admire him greatly, but he seems reluctant to converse with me. Sometimes, he looks at me with a gaze full of frustrated disappointment, as if I'm failing to live up to expectations. At those moments, I suspect I might be secretly watching Kenroji. Love pillar. Although Mr. Tokiji is an excellent candidate for a husband, he cannot possibly settle down here. Mr. Iguro is far more suitable for me. I hope Mr. Tokiji will eventually find his own happiness. Sound pillar. Truly magnificent, especially when dressed as a woman. Utterly beautiful, surpassing even the courtesans of the pleasure district. I longed to see his courtesan attire but was firmly refused. Wind pillar. A genuinely kind person, always courteous and refined. A true scholar. Water pillar. He understands my words and is eager to engage in conversation. However, at times, he seems to harbor a somewhat twisted sense of humor, deliberately feigning amnesia despite remembering everything perfectly. Mist pillar. Like a phoenix descending from the heavenly plane, destined to return to that lofty realm. It seems he lingers here merely out of pity, never truly integrating into this place. Stone pillar. A dependable comrade, endowed with a sharp intellect and formidable planning and leadership skills. Though often isolated from the others, he is not aloof or arrogant. He is amicable, yet due to various external circumstances, it is best not to become too close. Overall harmony among the group. 70%. What time is it outside now? Tokiji Shirei lifts his head and gazes toward the zenith, though he perceives nothing. It is utterly dark. His hands are bound by chains behind the pillar, the iron links stretching far into the unknown abyss. The chilling sensation around his wrists is deeply uncomfortable. A handkerchief is stuffed into his mouth, and a black cloth covers the outside of it. His eyes remain uncovered, probably because the place is so dark that there is nothing to see anyway. Even the slightest movement causes the chains to clink, their sound unervingly loud in this vast and undefined space, each metallic strike assaulting his eardrums. An ordinary person would likely have collapsed the moment they realized their predicament. He has no idea where this place is. All he knows is that he has been here since he arrived. Occasionally, he hears footsteps from above, suggesting this might be some sort of basement. The damp, frigid air seeps into his bones, chilling him to the core. He cannot help but shudder. His body is weak. There are no tools nearby. His mind has dulled under the cold. Tokiji Shirei has no notion of how long he has been here. Aside from the sporadic footsteps, all is silent. Even when he heightens his senses to the utmost, he detects no other life. He is truly doomed. A faint hiss escapes his throat, a sound almost like a whisper mocking his own greed and curiosity. Perhaps it was that tiny noise vibrating the air, for suddenly, a strange sound emerges. Tokiji Shirei's ears twitch. From the darkness, coming closer and closer, comes a chilling crackling sound. It is the sound of a demon gnawing on human flesh, not merely tearing meat but likely crushing bones as well. Whether this is truly the case, Tokiji Shirei cannot tell, and certainly cannot blur it with a mosaic. Of course, that is impossible. The eerie chewing, accompanied by the drip of blood onto the ground, approaches slowly. Tokiji Shirei narrows his eyes. At the corner before him, a light suddenly appears. It seems someone or some spirit holds a candle as they approach. So why is it that the candlelight cannot ward off demons? Tokiji Shurei finds this quite unreasonable. Then what is coming? He is convinced it is an upper moon demon. If it were merely an ordinary demon, Tokiji Shurei would hardly believe he could fall into its hands. The visitor lives up to his expectations. One hand clutches a slender, pale arm, clearly a womaness with blood still dripping from it. The other hand holds a candle, wax melting and dripping onto his hand. Yet he shows no reaction, as if impervious to pain. He is smiling. Indeed, the expression on his face is a smile, but those seven-colored, resplendent eyes harbor an almost imperceptible indifference. Though smiling, he regards Tokiji Shurei with a coldness that only deepens the chill in the air. Little Phoenix, we meet again. That voice so irritating can only belong to one person besides Doma, the fool who is loathed by demons yet oblivious to it. No matter the time, Doma's voice is always so aggravating. Tokiji Shurei closes his eyes, unwilling to see him. His coldness does nothing to restrain Doma, who continues gnawing on the arm, blood dripping from his mouth, smiling brightly at Tokiji Shurei. Little Phoenix, so cold and distant. I've come all this way, and you won't even say a word to me. Tokiji Shurei's brow twitches. Has this guy forgotten something? Doma pays no heed to the subtle shift in Tokiji Shurei's expression and continues his monologue. Does Little Phoenix dislike me? I'm so lovable. My followers revere me. You know, Tokiji Shurei keeps his eyes shut, letting Doma babble on. His left ear in, right ear out. One must admit, Doma is remarkably skilled at talking to himself. Tokiji Shurei has no idea how long he has listened. Perhaps it was when Doma finally swallowed the entire arm. At last, Doma, still holding the candle, leans close to Tokiji Shurei. Oh, I forgot. Doma sounds surprised. Tokiji Shurei doubts he was truly blind just now. Little Phoenix can't speak. Huh? So it's not because you hate me. Just those few words alone would be enough to infuriate Tokiji Shurei so much he'd want to toss this man into Mount Fuji and let him perish. Tokiji Shurei snorts coldly but remains silent. He prefers the adage, out of sight, out of mind. But perhaps this is for the best. At least Little Phoenix won't curse at him like Lord Akaza. Guess what I'm calling you in my mind right now? Tokiji Shurei really wants to roll his eyes recklessly, but mindful of his image, he refrains. In his mind, he has scolded Doma so fiercely that if there were any dog blood nearby, he would force it down his throat. Doma's face draws near, his nose almost pressing against Tokiji Shurei's. The candle flame flickers by his ear, nearly setting his hair alight. The phoenix tattoo dances vividly in the firelight, as if poised to spread its wings and fly away. Doma stares, momentarily entranced. Will it fly away? If touched, will it truly take flight? This little phoenix is now his captive bird. Yet even bound in chains, could it still escape? The candle wax drips down, landing on Tokiji Shurei's face. The searing pain makes him flinch. After all, he is not as thick-skinned as Doma, who seems impervious to burns. Doma blinks, as if having spotted something amusing. He reaches out and brushes the wax drop away. Really fascinating. I've heard humans always use kisses to show their affection for something, right? His seven-colored eyes fixate intently on Tokiji Shurei's face. The candle is gently set down, and those long, sharp nails lightly caress Tokiji Shurei's cheek. Such an intimate gesture shatters Tokiji Shurei's composure. He abruptly opens his eyes and meets Doma's gaze. Before he can react, he suddenly feels something covering his lips. In that instant, his eyes widen. Take this. Extra charge. No, that's not the line. Shiro too confessed that, in his entire life of maintaining purity and propriety, the most outrageous thing he ever did was donning women's South attire on Flower Street and calling out to Daki his sister. In but a fleeting moment, he withdrew his gaze. Doma observed Shiro 2's now vacant expression, and his long unruffled heart suddenly stirred. What was this sensation? Doma blinked in wonder. Those foods express affection through mutual kissing. It is said that after kissing, one feels a warmth coursing through the body, the heart races, and a sense of joy and impatience arises. Therefore, this feeling must be affection. It is the feeling of love. This realization thrilled Doma even more. He bent down once again and, through the black cloth that muffled Little Phoenix's exquisite lips, kissed him with abandon. Ugh! A faint sound escaped from beneath the gag, only to be stifled deep within the throat. The bullied Little Phoenix was utterly adorable. Yet it was not enough. His lips slowly ascended, landing on Shiro 2's face, forehead, eyes. Feeling Little Phoenix's body temperature rising, Doma grew increasingly exhilarated. How fascinating! Such emotions are truly intriguing. When he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, he caught sight of his Little Phoenix by the candlelight. His Little Phoenix's eyes were reddened at the corners, brimming with tears, looking thoroughly mistreated. Doma could not help but lick the corner of his mouth. Little Phoenix truly resembled a delectable delicacy. Shiro 2's mind was flooded with all manner of profanities. That damn dog. I am no longer clean. Charge extra. Must charge extra. No matter how much his thoughts screamed, Doma's expression, full of interest and even bordering on fanaticism, remained vivid before him. Shiro 2 felt compelled to retreat, but the moment he moved slightly, the chains binding his hands clinked sharply. Doma's eyes brightened. Little Phoenix, do you wish to flee? He knelt down, affectionately embracing Little Phoenix's shoulders. Little Phoenix is the first man I ever wished to devour. Clearly, he must be delicious. He recalled distant memories where the adults often spoke of exquisite delicacies called dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Though Little Phoenix was not a true phoenix, he must be equally delectable. Unable to resist, Doma buried his head in Little Phoenix's shoulder and took a deep, fervent breath. Little Phoenix's scent was delightful. A faint, fruity sweetness. Long ago, before he became a demon, his parents always served him dishes adorned with sweet fruits. In their realm, fruit was rare and precious. His parents never spared any expense to extract his value. After becoming a demon, the scent of women's blood became his most cherished aroma. This long-lost sensation. Doma's sharp nails traced along Shiro 2's neck. Beneath the pale skin, within the blue veins, the blood surged. Was this the familiar taste of memory? Suddenly, a chilling pain gripped his neck as Doma bit down fiercely. It was not the savage tearing bite of a demon feeding on a human but a deliberate, measured sucking of blood. Has Doma changed professions? Blood flowed copiously from his body, chilling him from within outwards, sending shivers through Shiro 2. The pain was bearable, but the sensation of blood loss was truly unpleasant. His eyelids grew heavier. Surely he was dying. Shiro 2 slowly closed his eyes. Doma continued to feed on Little Phoenix's blood with abandon. Yet soon he sensed Little Phoenix's breath weakening. Reluctantly, he loosened his mouth. Little Phoenix's head drooped, resting on his shoulder. Doma blinked. It seemed he had drunk a bit too much. Little Phoenix must be in great discomfort. Doma blinked again. Little Phoenix's blood was delicious, genuinely sweet with the fragrance of summer fruits. But if he drank it all, Little Phoenix would perish. Then he would have nothing left to drink. What if he turned Little Phoenix into a demon? After all, Lord Musen held Little Phoenix in high regard. If only he could introduce Little Phoenix to Lord Musen. The thought grew ever more appealing to Doma. Shiro 2 lowered his head, long hair veiling his face, concealing his expression. Doma rose, his countenance increasingly frenzied. Little Phoenix, become a demon too. Then we can be together forever. Forever be my Little Phoenix in a cage. Doma's underlying intent grew more deranged. He turned, preparing to act on his newfound resolve immediately. The metallic tang of blood lingered in his mouth. Doma couldn't help but smack his lips as he recalled the taste. Fruity sweetness accompanied by a subtle wisteria fragrance. Wait, wisteria? A wave of nausea washed over him. From behind came a sharp clatter, the sound of chains dropping to the ground. Yet he lacked the strength to turn. His whole body was corroded by the poison of wisteria flowers. Was it blood? Little Phoenix's blood? Shiro 2's face was deathly pale as he approached Doma from behind. Becoming a demon had indeed lowered his vigilance to a minimum. He grabbed Doma's collar and dragged him toward the exit. Doma did not fear it. He could quickly dissolve the poison himself. He did not know what fear was. My blood contains considerable poison. If you choose to drink it, that is your prerogative. Perhaps due to severe blood loss, Shiro 2's voice sounded especially feeble. Originally, this method was meant for someone else, but now I have benefited. You're probably thinking this poison is nothing, that I can dissolve it quickly. Unfortunately, I do not need this poison to kill you, only to immobilize you. Don't you think you've spent too much time on me? Opening the basement door, he dragged Doma outside. In the distance, the first signs of dawn appeared. The initial ray of daylight, we call it Heaven's light. When it touches you, you will vanish instantly. Shiro 2 smiled as he produced a jar of concentrated wisteria poison. I am offering you a beautiful death, aren't I? Rest assured. The time is near. You can dissolve the poison and I have more. If that fails, my own blood is not insignificant. Shiro 2's smile was that of a fiend from hell. Still want to sleep with me? Not in this lifetime or the next. Doma. Why does it feel like I've fallen so hard? With no reason? Dialogue between 2 and the system. 2. Hey, what is this mission about? Although it requires slaying Doma, why is there no other mission briefing? System. Darling, this is a brand new scenario from the company. A manga side story. Slaying Doma is just the basic requirement. It's not difficult. 2. Did you just say scenario? What kind of scenario? Is it serious? System. Darling, rest assured, we are a legitimate enterprise. We simply tailor manga-based missions to meet most people's expectations. 2. Why do I feel something is off? System. Dear, the boss says completing the mission rewards $100 million. 2. Fine. What are the other requirements? System. Players, please rest assured. The objective is to slay Doma. The main point is that everyone has fun. 2. What? System. We will appropriately modify the player's in-game character's physical condition and temporarily allow the player to use Little Rabbit's lockpicking skills. 2. For $100 million. I'm in. Although I always feel something about what the system says about having fun is somewhat amiss. And then, system wiping his mouth, hee hee. The story concludes here. Thank you for listening. Until our next tale, farewell.